Chapter 1. The Time Worm. Flowing against the current of time storage place for the mind fictional world, please do not relate to reality. Wudao. You have nowhere left to escape, swiftly surrender the Time Worm. This is the antithesis of the material universe. The deepest recesses of dimension. Wudao stood amidst the boundless void, clad in tattered battle armor, his hair disheveled and his body drenched in blood, surveying his surroundings. In the distance, countless warships stretched beyond the horizon, while above, an immensely colossal warship, capable of enveloping an entire stellar system, concealed itself. Within subspace, revealing a corner of its form, the vast and formidable ethereal main cannon was poised and ready. Nearby, dozens of god-level powerhouses surrounded him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Though encircled by enemies, Wudao remained expressionless, his gaze profound. Wudao, regarding your blood sacrifice of numerous life planets of our human empire, as long as you obediently hand over the Time Worm, our human empire can overlook the past. One of the god-level beings spoke. Noticing Wudao's silence, another god-level figure quickly added, "Moreover, you may choose any treasure from our human empire's first-tier vault, or even directly become a noble under our human empire. Governing a star domain is certainly within the realm of possibility. If you have any doubts, we can arrange for a contract with the Goddess of Dawn. Right now, that if you refuse to comply, your demise is assured. You are a wise individual. You know how to make the right choice." Wudao raised his eyes to meet the gaze of the god-level powerhouse, far superior to him, and chuckled softly. "Even the Goddess of Dawn has been brought into this, I must admit. Your sincerity is indeed palpable, but regrettably, that is not what I desire. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary student on Earth, who, after a tragic accident, was reborn onto this grand cosmic stage of myriad races vying for supremacy. After a tumultuous struggle of several hundred years, he had only just managed to become a demigod. Yet, due to limitations in talent and various foundational shortcomings, he found it impossible to advance further. But now, the road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek and explore." Wudao smiled, and silver grains of sand suddenly rose and danced around him. "This is the sand of time? Could the rumors be true? Not good. Hurry and stop him." Bang! Wudao smiled as, amidst the swirling silver sand, he abruptly transformed into a mist of blood. Zhizhou, Hongyan City. City number 6, class 24 of the second year. August 26th, clear skies. Cough, cough. Today, I spoke to Yiming. We entered the classroom together. Her scent is delightful, refreshing to the soul. I wish I could smell it forever. On the podium, a male student held a diary, reading aloud with exaggerated expressions. Wudao is so disgusting. How pathetic. He should take a good look at himself, a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. The classroom erupted in laughter and mockery. Wudao slowly opened his eyes, surveying the scene, his gaze sweeping across the mocking, disdainful, and gloating faces. He was transported back to the moment he first crossed into this world. Wait, everyone. Please continue listening." But on the podium, a tall and robust male student continued to read. "I ordered her favorite lunch at noon, but unfortunately, she did not accept it. However, she did say thank you. Her voice is truly melodious. My goodness, I can't read any further. Wudao, you are utterly revolting. Stop reading already. I might vomit my breakfast." Yiming, you must be cautious. This kind of disgusting loser is capable of anything. Faced with the tsunami of insults and ridicule, Wudao's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. He had a vivid recollection of the scene before him. The original owner of this body suffered from congenital heart disease, was frail, and ranked merely in the middle of his class academically, hailing from an ordinary family. Aside from possessing a slightly handsome appearance and an air of melancholic charm, he had no notable strengths. Thus, he was exceedingly self-conscious. At the tender age of 16 or 17, he harbored a secret affection for the beautiful girl seated in the front row. The chaotic classroom seemed to have no connection to her. She appeared indifferent, expressionless, engrossed in her book, oblivious to her surroundings, the mysterious, graceful, and stunning daughter of a wealthy family. Yiming was the dream girl of all the boys at City number 6. Though he longed to express his feelings, he dared not speak a word, instead documenting his yearning and admiration in his diary. Consequently, On this fateful day, the diary was discovered by the class bully, who read it aloud in front of everyone. Faced with the ridicule of his classmates, the original owner felt immense shame, leading not only to social death but also a heart attack, resulting in his demise on the spot. Wudao thus crossed over and took possession of his body. Now, this was his second chance. The time worm, which had merged with his consciousness through secret arts, had vanished without a trace. Now, he was just like all the ordinary people on this mundane planet. In a daze, he seemed to see the time worm carrying his soul and consciousness, flowing upstream in the river of time, arriving at this moment. However, I now know how to seek the time worm. Capturing it will be far simpler. Our toad gentleman has nothing to say? Zhao Hao on the podium tossed the diary aside, mockingly inquired. The entire class, save for the seemingly imperturbable Hivemind, was reveling in Li Wudao's misfortune. Li Wudao cast a dispassionate glance at Zhao Hao. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you dare glare at me? Zhao Hao, upon witnessing Li Wudao's expression, felt an explosion of rage. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. However, Li Wudao paid him no mind. Next, he was about to set his long-planned scheme into motion. He spoke indifferently, calling upon the supreme sovereign of the human empire, the goddess of dawn. I repeat, calling upon the supreme sovereign of the human empire, the goddess of dawn. Upon hearing this, the entire class 24 of the second year fell silent. Even the bookish Hivemind turned her head to glance over. Huh, what are you talking about? Zhao Hao laughed heartily. What human empire? What goddess of dawn? Have you lost your mind from watching too many movies? Other students joined in the derision. Has he been so traumatized that he's become mentally ill? I know. This is what they call Chinibu. Come on, we're already in our second year. Is the toad still not grown up? Isn't he still a tadpole? Ha ha ha. Li Wudao completely ignored the cacophony of these clowns, quietly awaiting the moment. After a brief interval, an emotionless electronic synthesized voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Warning. Warning. Anomalies detected on the P99585 preparatory trial planet. Anomaly description. A native has suddenly and explicitly called upon the supreme sovereign of the human empire, the goddess of dawn, for reasons unknown. No relevant case handling methods found in accordance with Article 94,735 of the Special Incident Management Regulations Individual Beings, the P9958 Battlezone Subsystem. Requests contact with the Goddess of Dawn application in progress. The Goddess of Dawn has accepted the request. Suddenly, the electronic synthesized voice transformed into a solemn and grave female voice. Chapter 2. Hivemind. The art of transformation into the heavenly devil human being Li Wudao, not a formal citizen of the human empire, not within the scope of the confidential act, undergoing comprehensive scanning. The solemn and grave voice of the goddess of dawn remained devoid of any emotion. Li Wudao was well prepared, yet his body remained tense. The next moment was crucial. No anomalies detected in physical form. Anomaly detected. Soul scan reveals memory encryption block. Cracking in progress. Li Wudao clenched his fists, his heart racing to the point of near suffocation. Exhaling, Li Wudao let out a long breath, a smile gracing his face. My goodness, could this kid possibly be insane? I believe it is best not to concern ourselves with him. It is rather unsettling. Analyzing. The anomalous possibilities regarding the entity Li Wudao are as follows. Dimensional beings, subspace projections, chaotic entities merging with material. Existence 55, soul-based, demigod, reincarnation 46, extraterrestrial, soul, fusion 0.3. Other unknown possibilities 0.1 reassessing. Conclusion. The entity Li Wudao, a native of the preparatory trial planet P99585 within the human empire, qualifies under the Special Talent Recruitment Act and a regulation of anomalous entities. After comprehensive consideration, you are hereby granted citizenship of the human empire. Based on the evaluation results, the Goddess of Dawn Central Processor's first level subsystem is activated. Installing first level subsystem. Installation successful. This application has now concluded. Finally gone. The developments unfolded nearly as anticipated. Next, Li Wudao rose and made his way outside the classroom. Behind him, Zhao Hao's loud mockery echoed, but Li Wudao paid it no mind. In the dormitory.It was currently class time, and the dormitory was devoid of occupants. Wudao locked the door and inwardly summoned the first-level subsystem of the Goddess of Dawn. Empire Citizen Wudao, what is your request? I wish to submit an application for the anti-tripartite soul structure technology to obtain the corresponding and just merit points of the human empire. Specifically, the soul memory encryption technology detected earlier by the Goddess of Dawn. This is a matter of special concern. Application approved. The detection of this technology involves 3 major antimatter planes, souls, and living entity calculations, connecting to the Empire's central processor. Connection successful. As the voice faded from his mind, an unremarkable pair of black sunglasses materialized on the table before Wudao. Portable virtual image research device has been delivered. Without the need for operational instructions from the system, Wudao adeptly donned the sunglasses. His vision transformed, and he found himself in an expanse of boundless whiteness. The plan proceeds smoothly. Wudao felt buoyant, letting his thoughts wander as the world morphed into a vast, infinite cosmos of stars. Stars extinguishing, supernovae erupting, and the fabric of the universe being recreated were all at his fingertips. This was the virtual world supported by the calculations of the Empire's central processor. He could virtually simulate anything. This is a rare opportunity. One must thoroughly validate the climbing paths I have envisioned. The perception of time in the virtual world differed vastly from that of the real world. When Wudao submitted the technology and conducted countless simulations, only 5 minutes had elapsed outside. Yet mental fatigue was inevitable. The sunglasses vanished into thin air, and Wudao rubbed his temples as the first-level subsystem of the Goddess of Dawn chimed. The verification of the anti-tripartite soul structure technology has been successful, assessed as a Level 4 special technology. Following the approval of the Goddess of Dawn, Citizen Wudao is awarded 4,000 merit points and granted the status of research talent, elevating corresponding permissions. For 1,000 points, that's a bit more than in my previous life. What a boon this affords some leeway. Wudao felt quite satisfied. I wish to proceed with merit redemption. Your permissions are Level 4 options available for redemption have been unlocked. A semi-transparent panel materialized before him. After skimming through the Civilization Group category, he selected the Organic Individual classification. Energy coins. 1 merit point for 10 coins RI-type Gene Optimization Liquid. 1 merit point Thought Synchronization Personalized Combat Armor, starting at 10 merit points. Customizable. With the abundance of options available at Level 4, Wudao merely glanced briefly before directly searching for what he required. Level 4. Gene Modification Technology. Organic Individual Hive Consciousness Gene Modification Surgery. 3,000 merit points. This procedure will transform your singular organic consciousness into a hive consciousness, with thought and soul remaining unchanged. You may simply understand it as a transition from a single-core processor to a multi-core processor. Next is Level 3 Organic Individual Gene Martial Arts Technique. Transmutation of the Free Heaven Demon Method, 600 merit points. Description. Main technique: transmutation of the Free Heaven Demon Method, and supplementary technique Free Extreme Intent, where the main technique exhibits a high degree of assimilation with the supplementary technique. Originating from a martial arts dimensional world, this has been refined to eliminate the side effects of alienating the soul and altering mental will, becoming a pure gene. Martial arts technique. Note: you may spend 50, 100, or 150 points to directly enhance the first 3 tiers of this technique. Without hesitation, Wudao selected to redeem it. His merit points immediately decreased by 3,750 as he additionally redeemed the first 2 tiers of the technique. In the next moment, a silver oval portal, 2 meters high, illuminated before him. The most commonly used individual teleportation passage of the human empire, an old acquaintance. Without requiring a system notification, Wudao stepped inside at a vast, mechanized, intelligent surgical room. Awaited. Wudao reclined as instructed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The surgery concluded in less than half an hour. Commencing infusion of transmutation of the Free Heaven Demon Method. A torrent of information surged into his mind, imprinting directly onto his soul. Following the infusion of the technique's information, further transformations of his body and soul ensued. His bodily tissues and cells initiated their most fundamental alterations. Flesh and bone tore apart, cells were pulverized, and the excruciating pain reverberated through his very essence. Yet Li Wudao merely observed in silence. What was this minor physical suffering? He watched as his body rapidly expanded, nearly transforming into a 2-meter diameter human skin balloon. Then, it swiftly contracted, reshaping into a puddle of flesh. He remained at a height of approximately 1.78 meters. Yet his form appeared more robust, his complexion vibrant, and his eyes bright with vitality. This sensation, Li Wudao extended his right hand. His right arm morphed fluidly, effortlessly transforming, capable of splitting into a 1,000-armed Kuan Yin without issue. Li Wudao raised an eyebrow, suddenly shaking his arm, causing his entire forearm to detach and fall to the ground. As his right arm rapidly healed like an inflating balloon, the severed forearm swiftly transformed and expanded. The skin tissues proliferated in tandem, rendering the scene less gruesome, merely appearing somewhat uncanny. In mere seconds, a brand new Li Wudao stood before him. Two identical Li Wudaos exchanged glances and then smiled in unison. This was the harmonious fusion of the hive consciousness and the transmutation of the free heaven-demon method. Chapter 3. Retaliation. Li Wudao extended his index finger, pointing it at his newly formed physical body. The nascent flesh rapidly transformed into a fluid, flowing from his fingertip and integrating into his being. Subsequently, he inquired of the system within his mind. When does this planet initiate the trial? I believe I am entitled to know. Assessment in progress. Assessment complete. Confirmation received from the battle zone system. Preparatory trial planet P99585 is scheduled to officially commence the trial in 180 natural days. Citizen Li Wudao, as a level 4 citizen, you possess the prerogative to withdraw from this trial. Do you wish to withdraw? Yes, no. No, Li Wudao immediately rejected. 6 months remain. That should suffice. System. Generate a personal information block for me. A trial version. Affirmative. The panel illuminated swiftly. Name. Li Wudao. Citizen ID. YP995851. Authority. Level 4. Merit points. 250. Physique. 1. 6. Soul. 2. 0. Note. For native humans of planet P99585, under natural training conditions, the limit of the two-dimensional attributes is 1. After 1, each 0. 1 increment doubles, exhibiting exponential growth. 1. 6 corresponds to 64 times, and 2. 0 corresponds to 1024 times. Trait. High mind. Note. Within the cosmos, the quintessential civilization embodying the hive mind is the Zerg. I am the swarm is a prevalent characteristic of their civilization. Gene Martial Dao technique. The second layer of the He Hua Zizai Tian Emo mystical method. Time remaining until planet trial. 180 days next to commence the second phase of the plan. However, prior to that, a minor matter requires resolution. During class, Li Wudao entered abruptly. The lecturer, mid-lecture, cast a glance in his direction. Upon recognizing Li Wudao, the lecturer erupted in a stentorian roar. Never before had anyone dared to skip his class, especially an orphan solely reliant on the Eastern District Prefecture for sustenance. Li Wudao, did you retreat to your dormitory to weep? Haha. Zhao Hao jeered instantaneously. His pathetic visage is an ill omen. Li Wudao silently closed the classroom door and locked it. Click. The crisp sound of the lock engaging went largely unnoticed. Even if it was noticed, few would attribute any significance to it, including the lecturer on the podium, who continued his unrestrained disparagement. However, Yu Yingming, who had been observing quietly, heard it. What does he intend to do? As the question arose, she witnessed him turn and proceed towards the back door, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. A wave of inexplicable unease washed over her, accelerating her heart rate. Yu Yingming experienced a sudden dryness in her mouth. She could no longer restrain herself. Disregarding the astonished gazes of her classmates and teacher, she rose and strode to the front door, intending to leave. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that the antiquated lock had been inexplicably compressed into a flattened disc of metal, rendering it impossible to open momentarily. Yingming, are you in need of the restroom? The lecturer ceased his invective against Li Wudao and inquired solicitously of Yu Yingming. Observing the conspicuous finger imprints on the flattened metal, Yu Yingming's eyes widened, and her sense of foreboding intensified. Subsequently, she abruptly whirled around and shouted towards the back door, "Wait!" Li Wudao paused, ceasing his actions. He turned his head to regard Yu Yingming, who was pale and approaching with hurried steps. The attention of the entire class followed this paragon of virtue. Yu Yingming halted 2 feet from Li Wudao, inhaled deeply to regain composure, and gazed at Li Wudao with trepidation and anticipation. "Li Wudao." She spoke softly. Before Li Wudao could respond, Zhao Hao approached, his hand reaching to seize Li Wudao's neck. "Li Wudao, make way for me." Bang! Yu Yingming perceived a dark blur before her eyes. Subsequently, a muffled thud emanated from behind her, as if a watermelon had been detonated in midair, splattering juice and pulp. Yu Yingming instinctively recoiled, yet her fair, flawless face was nonetheless speckled with juice. She was stunned. The remaining students and the teacher, who had been observing the spectacle, were equally dumbfounded. It was not until Zhao Hao swayed and collapsed, his chest impacting the floor, that pandemonium erupted within the classroom. Murder. He's killing people. Li Wudao gazed into Yu Yingming's phoenix eyes, a smile playing on his lips. "You mustn't now. Remain here obediently." His left hand covered the antiquated door lock, applying slight pressure. Subsequently, he patted her trembling shoulder and advanced towards the corner by the front door, where a cluster of lambs awaited slaughter. Click, thud, bang. Yu Yingming's eyes remained fixated on the distinct indentation of the finger marks. With each resounding noise, her entire body convulsed violently. She endured the torment, unaware of the duration. She only knew that the screams diminished progressively, while the scent of blood permeating the air intensified. Eventually, all screams ceased. Only the sound of footsteps treading on the sanguineous puddles echoed distinctly in her ears. "Yingming." Suddenly, a detached voice emanated from behind her. "Yes," Yu Yingming responded with difficulty. "I recall your father is the prefect of The Prefecture. Given the current circumstances, I would request that you trouble your father to conceal this matter. If that is permissible, you will comply. Otherwise, I shall seek you out at the waterside residence. Now, contact your father. And remember to have him bring a dress." Yu Yingming abruptly clenched her damp thighs, a flush of mortification and indignation suffusing her pallid cheeks. Despite her emotions, she dared not hesitate. She swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed her father's number. "My precious daughter, what is it that you require?" Before Yu Yingming could speak, a voice interrupted from behind her. "Raise the phone and initiate video." "Daughter, has something occurred?" The voice on the other end of the line registered the abnormality, and his tone became somber. Yu Yingming bit her lip, but, under Li Wudao's oppressive gaze, could only comply. As the video connected, Yu Yingming discerned the abstract, crimson mural behind her. The instantaneous shock caused her breath to catch in her throat, and her consciousness began to waver. It was not until a fervent outcry that she was jolted back to reality. "Daughter, Yu Yingming, are you unharmed? Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Father is coming immediately." The middle-aged man in the video corner displayed a tense expression and frantic eyes. "Father, I am unharmed," Yu Yingming replied, lowering her head in trepidation. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. He then regarded Li Wudao, who stood behind Yu Yingming with his arms crossed and a smile playing on his lips. He said in a deep voice, "Do not harm my daughter. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill." In the video, the camera was swaying slightly, indicating that the other party was en route. Li Wudao stated indifferently, "Conceal the events that transpired here." And not for long. The middle-aged man was about to speak when a dark blur flashed across the screen. Following the sound of shattering glass, the person vanished, leaving only a dilapidated window swaying in the breeze. Chapter 4, Civilization Trial. Li Wudao departed from the school, making his way towards the Zhezhou high-speed railway station. The streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians and swiftly passing vehicles, all engaged in the relentless pursuit of existence. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal entity in the starry expanse above cast its gaze upon this planet. The true strength of the human empire is a topic for another time. However, this civilization trial is an inescapable fate for every indigenous planet within the Empire's domain. Only those civilizations or individuals who emerge victorious from calamity, conflict, and war are deemed worthy to engage with the human empire. The specifics of the trials vary according to the civilization's grade and the individual's capabilities. I recall that in my previous life, this planet faced a bioweapon apocalypse coupled with an alien invasion. Wudao stroked his smooth chin thoughtfully. This civilization trial serves as both a disastrous descent from the empire and a pathway to ascendancy bestowed by it. In my previous life, the starting point was too low, and the trial's difficulty was at its most rudimentary level, yielding meager rewards from the empire. Now, Wudao yearned for a more advanced civilization trial. Thus, the second step of my plan is to expedite the elevation of this planet, designated P99585, which its inhabitants refer to as Blue Star, in the realm of interstellar affairs. This rapid enhancement process is commonly termed civilization upgrading. Perhaps some might question the relevance of civilization upgrading to oneself. Why exert such effort for seemingly scant rewards? The implications are profound. I am committed to the notion that I am civilization, and civilization is my hive mind, along the path of the flesh and blood empire. The Blue Star civilization, with its billions of inhabitants, and indeed the planet itself, shall become integral to my being. Upon boarding the high-speed train, I traveled from Zizhou to the political hub of Dongdefu, known as Zhongzhou. By the time I exited the station, evening had already descended. I promptly hailed a taxi and arrived at the headquarters of the largest private media company in Dongdefu, named Monla. Gazing up at the towering office building, I observed the urban professionals bustling in and out. Clad in a simple short-sleeved t-shirt and athletic pants, Wudao strolled in with hands tucked into his pockets. After a cursory glance, he approached the reception desk and inquired, "I am looking for the owner of Monla, Chang Yifeng. Which floor is he on?" "Sir, do you have an appointment? Just tell me where he is." "I'm afraid I can't disclose that without an appointment. I hope you understand." The receptionist offered a polite smile, displaying a commendable sense of duty. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself confronted by the youthful visage of Wudao, who suddenly brandished an object, the dark muzzle aimed at her forehead. "Is that a gun?" She was momentarily stunned. "Can we converse now?" Wudao asked with a smile. The firearm, along with its ammunition, was formed from his own flesh through an intricate transformation, as a third-tier genetic martial arts technique worth 600 merit points. Transformation into the heavenly demon does not generate biological energy like internal force, but has mastered the art of biological material metamorphosis to an extraordinary degree. Even at the second level, he could convert his organic matter into inorganic substances, rendering simple metals and gunpowder trivial. "Young man, even if that is a toy gun, it shouldn't be waved around to frighten people," the receptionist remarked with a tilt of her head, a laugh escaping her lips. Bang! A sharp report echoed as a male receptionist, who had been stealthily reaching for the alarm, collapsed to the ground, a bloodied hole now gracing his forehead. The hurried urban professionals froze in their tracks, astonished. "Hush! Please refrain from making noise," Wudao whispered, placing a finger to his lips as his gaze swept the room. Ah, bang! A woman about to scream fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Bang! 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 In a matter of moments, 5 individuals lay sprawled in various directions. "Very good. Mr. Chang is on the top floor." Wudao nodded, thinking it would have been simpler had she mentioned that earlier. He picked up an employee badge from the floor and stepped into the elevator, stating just before the doors closed, "All right, it's all good now. Everyone, resume your activities." As the elevator ascended, he listened to the distant echoes of screams and hummed an absurd tune. "In the cataclysmic empire, I traverse the gaps of the galaxy. Flesh burns. Souls howl. Seizing the moment, fear not the consequences." Ding! The elevator reached the 50th floor. Upon locating the president's office, Wudao politely knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Wudao pushed open the double doors crafted from mahogany, revealing a spacious hall adorned with carpets. A reception desk was positioned centrally, flanked by 2 women in uniforms. "Sir, may I ask who you are?" The long-haired woman inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Oh, I'm a friend of your boss. Here to deliver a substantial gift to Mr. Chang. Li Wudao approached without hesitation, lifting a drink to his lips. Where's your boss? Mr. Chang is currently in a meeting. Oh, you cannot enter now. The long-haired lady's words were interrupted as Li Wudao strode past her. Smack! He placed a handgun on the reception desk. Can I enter now? The two female secretaries stared blankly at the firearm. Several $1,000s. What kind of game is this? Li Wudao muttered, picking up the gun and continuing forward. This time, neither dared to impede his progress. However, after taking a few steps, Li Wudao halted, turned, and raised his gun hand, gesturing towards the bewildered, bun-headed secretary. You there? Yes, you. Come here and lead the way. The bun-headed secretary, trembling, lowered her hand and, with reddened eyes, clung to the wall as she approached, not daring to plead for mercy, her head bowed in submission. Well, I must say, the deterrent power of the gun surpasses most at this moment, Li Wudao mused, toying with the firearm. Even transformed into inorganic metal, the Hivemind consciousness he retained within remained unaffected. Boo-hoo! The bun-headed secretary, unable to comprehend, moved slowly in her extreme fear, sobbing. Move faster. Stop dawdling. Li Wudao urged. My legs are weak and lack strength, the bun-headed secretary choked out. All right, I found it. You can go now. Li Wudao glanced at the grand mahogany door at the back, shoving the bun-headed secretary aside as he hastened forward. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked politely. Enter. The conversation within ceased, a displeased male voice resounding. Li Wudao pushed the door open and beheld a long conference table filled with individuals. The bespectacled middle-aged man at the head of the table was none other than Chang Yifeng, the president of Manla. Oh, everyone is here. Who are you? Chang Yifeng asked, his brow furrowing. Who I am is insignificant, Li Wudao replied with a smile, raising his handgun. What matters is this. Chapter 5. Live streaming to prove the way suddenly. Everyone sprang to their feet, their expressions betraying a frantic desire to flee. Bang! With the sharp crack of a gunshot, a man attempting to escape through the back door collapsed to the ground. Such urgency. The gun's muzzle swung, grazing the foreheads of a group of directors. As Li Wudao smiled, in a hurry to reincarnate. Are we? No one dared to move. Chang Yifeng's face turned ashen as he raised his hands high. My dear brother, let's speak amicably. Whatever you need, we shall do our utmost to fulfill your requests. Indeed, at this moment, nothing else mattered. The priority was to find a way to survive. Of course, I've come specifically for you. Li Wudao approached Chang Yifeng, patting his shoulder. You see, I registered an account on your platform, Manla, and I intend to commence a live stream shortly. I require you to forcibly transfer all online users into my streaming room. Is that feasible? Li Wudao brushed Chang Yifeng aside, taking his seat at the main table, and began manipulating his phone. The moment those words left his lips, the cold barrel of the gun pressed against his chin, compelling him to lift his head. Without turning, Li Wudao calmly replied, Is it doable? Chang Yifeng immediately exclaimed, Absolutely, absolutely. I will start my live stream in 10 minutes. If it's not resolved by then, someone else will take over. Understood? Understood, understood. Sir, everything is prepared. We can redirect traffic across the entire platform at any moment. Once again in the conference room of the CEO's office, Chang Yifeng dismissed the secretary with a bun, reporting respectfully to Li Wudao at the main seat. The distant wailing of police sirens grew closer. Chang Yifeng's spirit jolted, but he soon froze in place. Before him, Li Wudao's ordinary t-shirt began to ripple as if flowing like water, rapidly transforming into a brand new outfit. A dark, ancient robe adorned with 3 golden embroidered characters on the chest. All is set. Let's begin to broadcast. Li Wudao held his phone aloft and opened the live stream. Instantly, the viewer count surged dramatically. Whether they were netizens watching other streamers or streamers themselves, even those who hadn't opened the app, anyone with Manla installed would find Li Wudao's streaming room forcefully popping up. In mere seconds, the online count soared past 100,000. Countless comments and bullet screens rushed to refresh. What is going on? What madness is Manla up to? I was in the middle of a stream and got cut off. The stream room named G. E. Min Li Wudao. What the heck is this? Is this a forced promotion of a newcomer? Have they no shame? Whoa, how many people are they pulling in? It hit 1 million that fast. I don't care as long as he is handsome, Rua. Didn't something happen at Monla's headquarters? Why are they making such a big fuss? What could happen? Something really did happen. I'm riding the Zhongzhou business district, and so many police cars just rushed by. I work in the office building across from Monla's headquarters. The building is surrounded by police cars. Whoa, it looks like SWAT. The viewer count continued to swell, soon exceeding 10 million. Sensing the opportune moment, Wudao finally spoke. Greetings to everyone in the stream. This is my first live broadcast. You may not recognize me, but that is quite all right. Perhaps you know this individual. Come, Lao Chong, greet everyone. In the video frame, Wudao waved to the side. Subsequently, Chong Yifeng, wearing a forced smile, entered the camera's view. Hello, audience friends. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Who is this guy? You don't know him? He is Chong Yifeng, the big boss of Monla. Must be a fake. Never seen such a good act. All right. Wudao pressed his palm against Chong Yifeng's aged face, pushing him off screen. Now, allow me to formally introduce myself. Wudao revealed his upper body, the 3 golden characters of Ji-Min prominently displayed on his chest. I am the master of Ji-Min, Wudao. Since entering this world, I have observed many rogues masquerading under the banner of traditional martial arts, deceiving the public without possessing any true skill. They not only bring shame upon themselves, but tarnish the reputation of traditional martial arts, deepening society's prejudice against it. And now, I, Wudao, shall demonstrate to the world what true martial arts entails. I will lead the tide of martial arts. I will forge a path in martial arts. And I will prove the way through strength. Chong Yifeng. Numerous directors. What is this? Are you serious, buddy? What era is this? Still peddling the gimmick of traditional martial arts? ISNT, it already discredited. What was once a good act has turned into a farce. Damn it, Monla, you've messed up. Even my phone is forced to jump to this ridiculous live stream. So awkward, it's giving me goosebumps. Wudao smiled slightly. Everyone do not rush. The best part is about to commence. With that, he shifted the video feed to the camera fixed on his chest, leisurely making his way to the door of the conference room. What is happening? Whoa, those people standing around just now seemed quite familiar. Really? Whoa, it's true. That's the Monla headquarters building in the Zhongzhou business district. Did you see the Dongda life outside the floor-to-ceiling windows? I'm working right inside. Hold on, did you see the pool of blood where that guy was lying by the back door? This is serious. It's about time. Wudao murmured lightly, then lifted his foot and kicked the door open. Boom! The heavy, double redwood doors exploded as if struck by cannon fire, splintering into countless fragments. Amid the cascading debris, 2 figures were hurled backward, crashing against the wall of the corridor. Old Lei, Old Su, crack! Wudao stepped on the shattered wood underfoot, holding his phone in one hand and pocketing the other, slowly emerging. The live stream displayed 2 separate camera angles, allowing viewers to clearly see both the scene before Wudao and his own composed demeanor. Filming a movie? Did I just kick open such a large door? What was that bang? It startled me. Those 2 must be SWAT, right? Don't move. I command you not to move. The commanding officer of the special operations team shouted, pointing his rifle at Wudao's head. Fury evident in his voice. His teammates ignored the 2 motionless officers on the ground, surrounding Wudao in a half-circle with their guns aimed at him. Stop. Move again, and I will shoot. The commander stepped forward, the gun barrel nearly touching Wudao's face. Feel free to pull the trigger. Wudao shrugged, then suddenly lunged forward, gripping the rifle's barrel. The commander's pupils dilated, instinctively pulling the trigger. Tat tat tat. Almost simultaneously, Wudao raised the gun barrel upward, delivering a powerful kick. Thud! The commander, struck in the abdomen by the tremendous force, crumpled and was propelled backward with extraordinary speed, skidding across the lengthy corridor and shattering a fish tank in the front hall. He finally landed against the wall, motionless. The room fell silent. Splash! The fish tank's water flowed, and the fish floundered. Chapter 6, Warm Up Captain. ARG. The surreal and unfathomable events coupled with the captain's uncertain fate, ignited a primal scream within a SWAT officer, who convulsively squeezed the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. Muzzle flashes illuminated the room. The other officers, jolted from their stupor, immediately returned fire. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, plaster dust showering down from the walls. "Where is he?" The fire team leader, regaining composure, quickly realized their target had vanished. He ceased firing and scanned the area. "Right behind you." A soft chuckle resonated nearby. The fire team leader's blood ran cold. He felt an electric shock surge up his spine. Arg. In a surge of terror, he attempted to turn and fire. Mid-pivot, he felt an immense force seize his collar. He was airborne, hurtling through the air. Crash. The conference room's floor-to-ceiling window shattered. The officer flew through the doorway, across the conference room, through the shattered window, and continued his trajectory for another 30 feet before plummeting earthward. Arg. His terrified screams faded into the distance. Whoosh. A gale of wind rushed through the shattered opening, sending shivers down the spines of the dozen or so directors huddled within. Chang Yifeng stared blankly at the gaping hole. What just happened? The livestream audience echoed the sentiment. A few seconds of stunned silence were followed by an avalanche of question marks that engulfed the screen. Sweet mother of pearl. This has to be fake. It's got to be AI generated. The hell you say? Holy crap. I'm across the street and saw that guy fall from the sky with my own eyes. Am I hallucinating? Did he just fling that officer 30 yards? Is Manla pivoting to the film industry? Is this a promotional stunt? Arg. Another officer, fueled by adrenaline, whirled around a fire. Li Wudao's hand shot out like lightning, seizing the officer by the nape of his neck and applying subtle pressure. Thud! The officer crashed to the ground as if struck by a sledgehammer, his body convulsing before falling still. A lightning-fast lunge followed, a fist connecting squarely with another officer's chest. Thump! The sound was sickening. The officer's ballistic plate shattered, his body folding like a prawn as he flew backward, colliding with the wall beside his captain. With a swift sidestep, Li Wudao evaded the remaining officer's gunfire. He then launched a lightning-fast strike. The air crackled as his fist tore through the air, a whirlwind of dust swirling around him like a dragon extending its claws. Boom! The officer's body was pierced through and through, spraying the wall behind him with crimson. A brief, chilling silence descended. Holy Mother of God! Arg, this is insane. It's too close, too real. I think I'm having a heart attack. This movie is too realistic. Li Wudao slowly straightened, gazing at the remaining officer, who trembled as he leveled his weapon. Go tell them to clear the area, Li Wudao said calmly. At least a half-mile radius. Things are about to get loud. Oh, and tell your superiors to tune into my live stream on Manla. Supreme Fist Sect, Li Wudao. I imagine you'll want to monitor my movements in real time. Now, go report. The officer, weapon unwavering, kept the barrel trained on the suspect. His hand trembled, but he couldn't pull the trigger. Only when the suspect disappeared into the room did he exhale. He quickly assessed his fallen comrades, hoisted the two still conscious officers, and headed for the elevators. Well, folks, how was the foreplay? Is this real? I can't tell anymore. I'm so confused. Things are getting weirder and weirder. Anyone from Zhongzhou confirm what's going on? If that was just a foreplay, what's the main event going to be? That was brutal. Li Wudao continued. I know some of you need to see it to believe it. After all, it challenges the very foundations of your reality. It's not easy to accept, but that's okay. Just remember my name. Supreme Fist Sect, Li Wudao. I will usher in a new era of martial arts, breathing new life into this mundane world. The extraordinary is no longer a fantasy. Wow, he almost has me convinced. Sect leader, are you still accepting disciples? Can I sign up? When's the movie coming out? Clap, clap. All right, everyone. Li Wudao stowed his phone in his pocket and clapped his hands. The Manla directors huddled in the corner, looked up, terrified. I doubt you're all fools. Since I'm not leaving, I'm obviously planning something big, Li Wudao said. You need to ensure my live stream stays online. Can you do that? Silence. Li Wudao frowned. Well, yes, of course. Chang Yifeng, ever perceptive, rushed forward, bowing and scraping. But, given the circumstances, our employees will be detained by the authorities. What then? Li Wudao cut him off. The authorities will be too preoccupied. Besides, you have branches all over the country, don't you? Maximize the traffic. Force your platform's users to tune in. Chang Yifeng nodded frantically. Yes, yes, of course. Anything you say. Li Wudao patted Chang Yifeng on the shoulder. I like you. You're quick-witted and perceptive. Chang Yifeng's eyes lit up. Bang! Suddenly, Li Wudao's head snapped back. At the same moment, a hole exploded in the wall, sending debris flying. Looks like they've cleared the area. All right, I'll warm up. We can talk later, Li Wudao said, rising to his feet. Take your time. I'm at your service, Chang Yifeng replied. Li Wudao strode toward the shattered window, breaking into a run after 3 steps. At the edge, he launched himself forward. Whoosh! Like a cannonball, Li Wudao became a blur, soaring across the 100-yard gap. On the roof of the Life building opposite, 2 officers stared in disbelief at the figure hurtling through the air. Shit! They threw down their weapons and turned to flee. But it was too late. Boom! Like a meteor, Li Wudao crashed onto the rooftop, the force of the impact creating a shockwave that dispersed the dust cloud. Chapter 7. Annihilation. Good heavens! Is this a battle against Superman? 2 SWAT officers exclaimed, but were staggered before they could reach the stairwell entrance. Before they could regain their footing, a gust of wind swept past, abruptly halting. Thud! 2 hands landed on their shoulders. Gulp! The 2 officers exchanged a look of dread. Then, they were launched into the air. They screamed as they plummeted over the edge of the rooftop. Boom! While still airborne, they heard another deafening roar from above. They saw the terrifying figure hurtling after them, its descent even faster than theirs. They plummeted from the 50-story building, 100 meters above the ground. Panicked police officers scattered below. Thud! The ground erupted in a massive crater. The earth-shattering impact even overturned nearby cars, sending shards of debris flying like bullets. Aya! Cough! Cough! Those who failed to find cover were sent flying, their cries of agony filling the air. As the dust settled, Li Wudao slowly rose to his feet, kneeling in a superhero landing pose. He spread his arms wide, surveyed the chaotic scene, and declared, "Let the spectacle commence." His voice boomed like thunder, echoing far and wide. Open fire! Rat-tat-tat! A barrage of gunfire erupted from all directions. Pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles from above unleashed a storm of metal. Whoosh! A fierce gale arose. The instant the order to fire was given, Li Wudao vanished, leaving only a crater in his wake. In his place was a whirlwind of dust and debris, the intense gusts knocking the surrounding officers off balance, silencing the gunfire. The whirlwind abruptly halted before an armored command vehicle, revealing Li Wudao. He unleashed a powerful kick, striking the side door of the vehicle. Boom! An impact wave exploded outward. The armored door caved in nearly half a meter, and in the next instant, the multi-ton vehicle flipped onto its side, skidding several meters. The screech of metal on concrete filled the air, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Holy! The surrounding police officers and SWAT team members were utterly dumbfounded. The surreal scene assaulted their senses, challenging their rationality and understanding. Some, their minds unable to cope, lowered their weapons, their eyes glazed over as they muttered, "Impossible. This is impossible. Don't stop. Fight back." Li Wudao turned, gesturing with his hands. "Fire! Open fire!" A commander barked through a loudspeaker from the rear. But Li Wudao's speed was so great that he barely registered in their vision. Only the concussive blasts, the swirling dust, and the sight of vehicles and bodies soaring through the air. In less than a minute, the plaza and streets in front of the Manla building were completely cleared. Several cars were embedded in the walls of the Life insurance building, teetering precariously. Gentlemen, it seems we are about to witness history. At the Manla headquarters, on the 50th floor, in the president's office conference room, Chang Yifeng leaned against the shattered window frame, having witnessed everything that had transpired in the past minute. The other dozen or so directors were pressed against the glass, their faces etched with horror. Was what he said on the live stream true? A middle-aged female director murmured in a daze. The reality was undeniable. Chang Yifeng clenched his fists, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, turning his face crimson and his eyes bloodshot. A miracle. This is a miracle. He roared, consumed by unprecedented fervor. Indeed, a miracle. A faint voice echoed from behind. Chang Yifeng whirled around, saw the youthful face, and immediately rushed forward, performing a smooth, sliding kneel. "Welcome back, Master." The directors, after a moment of stunned silence, they swarmed forward, vying for position. "Welcome back, Master." Li Wudao raised an eyebrow, looking at the nearest Chang Yifeng. The 50-year-old Chang Yifeng's expression was sincere, his eyes burning with fervor. "You desire this miracle?" Li Wudao said with a smile, then turned to the others. "You all desire a miracle?" "Yes." The directors shouted in unison, their eyes bloodshot and their breathing rapid. "Huh! Then prove yourselves." Li Wudao clasped his hands behind his back and strolled forward. Chang Yifeng immediately rose, shoving aside the directors in his path, and arranged the chair at the head of the table. "Master, I have issued a decree to all branch offices, ordering all bloggers, short video platforms, and news media to promote you with all their might." Li Wudao nodded, pulling out his phone. "Live stream real concurrent viewers, 20 million. Who is this guy? Why did it redirect me to this live stream?" "Quiet. I'm trying to concentrate. A first-person perspective documentary? It's actually quite entertaining. Is Manla filming a superhero movie? Is old Chang even in it? Is the streamer Chang's illegitimate child?" "No, I was browsing online stores, and a sheikh redirected me to this live stream." "Streamer, I'm from Zhongzhou. I want to know, are civilians within your range of attack?" To the question from his friend from Zhongzhou, Li Wudao replied amicably, "As long as they do not actively display malice, I will not attack noncombatants. I just got here. What are you all talking about? Zhongzhou's business district has been cordoned off. More than that, I saw the army entering the city. Tanks are on the streets. That's a bit of an exaggeration. If that's true, I'll stand on my head and..." "It's time for the main course." Li Wudao stood up. "I need to change venues, lest I accidentally obliterate you all." Chang Yifeng chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, right. You should know many colleagues, whether it's Dongda Prefecture or the Asia-Pacific Federation, or even foreign news outlets like the Heath Commonwealth. Contact them all for me. I want 100 billion people worldwide to watch my live stream. If any country dares to block it, tell me, and I'll take care of it." Chang Yifeng's expression turned serious. "Yes, Master. Do it well, and I will impart the Tao to you." Li Wudao nodded in satisfaction, then soared into the sky and vanished. The wind subsided. Chang Yifeng took a deep breath and turned to the dozen or so directors, his voice solemn and weighty. "Do not engage in any petty schemes or tricks. The most important thing now is to serve Master well. Do not disappoint Master. Everything else is negotiable. Let's begin." Chapter 8. The superhuman Li Wudao strolled through the bustling streets of the commercial district, with the Guamao Center Plaza not far ahead. At this moment, less than an hour had passed since he arrived at the headquarters of Manla. The commercial area was one of the most densely populated places in Zhongzhou, and today was a weekday. Therefore, it was virtually impossible to disperse the crowd in such a short time. Numerous individuals were peering out from the high-rise buildings flanking the roads, scrutinizing the police cars, military vehicles, and armed personnel coming and going. Indeed, at this moment, law enforcement officers flanked the sidewalks beside Li Wudao, vigilantly monitoring him while dispersing the onlookers. No shots were fired. This was truly a bustling urban area, where no one could afford the repercussions of a violent confrontation. Unrelated personnel, please evacuate immediately. Unrelated personnel, please leave at once. Several police cars encircled Li Wudao, continuously broadcasting through loudspeakers to disperse the crowd. What happened? Why are there so many police officers? Don't you know? It's Li Wudao from Manla. Incredible. I can't believe my eyes. He is practically a superhuman. How could this be real? Is the film crew shooting a movie? Forget the movie. Look at all that blood on the ground. The crowd was dense and chaotic. Li Wudao had no desire to engage in conflict in such a place. The spacious plaza ahead would provide ample room for action. The police cars did not relent, repeatedly shouting at him. "Li Wudao, cease your violent actions immediately. Surrender, or we will take coercive measures. Criminal suspect Li Wudao, you are charged with intentional homicide, disrupting social stability, and attempting to subvert state power. Surrender at once, or we will eliminate you at all costs." After several minutes of being bombarded with these repeated phrases, Li Wudao, expressionless, finally erupted in a fit of impatience. A visible shock wave emanated from his voice. Bang, bang, bang. The glass windows of the shops on either side shattered into pieces. The nearby law enforcement personnel and lingering onlookers covered their ears, screaming in terror. The police officers in the vehicles, still shouting through loudspeakers, found their eardrums ruptured by the sonic wave, blood trickling from their ears. Calculating the time, the military reinforcements should be arriving soon. Wudao bent his knees and leaped into the sky. With a few graceful bounds, he soared several kilometers, landing in the center of Guamao Plaza, creating a small crater upon impact. The shrill wail of police sirens filled the air, accompanied by the distant hum of armed helicopters approaching. Wudao stood quietly, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, gazing into the distance with an air of mastery. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly. The marble bricks behind him shattered. Boom! At that moment, a muffled gunshot echoed. Wudao's eyes shifted toward the 1 o'clock direction, at the rooftop of a building 700 meters away. What? The observer gasped in astonishment. He dodged it. How is that possible? Damn it. He is practically a monster. After a missed shot, the Special Forces sniper cursed under his breath, immediately squeezing the trigger repeatedly. The M82A1 heavy anti-material semi-automatic sniper rifle, with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, had bullets the size of a palm, with a muzzle velocity of 850 meters per second. Tot, tot, tot. Yet, even as 10 rounds were fired, the figure of the young man in the black robe at the center of the plaza merely swayed slightly, as if dancing gracefully and lightly. I must be dreaming. The sniper murmured, his heart racing as he fumbled to reload. He must be stopped. The observer watched through the scope as the target suddenly bent down, seemingly picking something up. Just as he was taken aback, he heard a sharp whistle followed by a bang. The watermelon beside him exploded, crimson flesh splattering over him. Then came the piercing shriek and a trail breaking the sound barrier, soaring from below to above. This is impossible. The observer followed suit. Within the inner court of Zhongzhou, at a wartime command headquarters, in the operations conference room, a 3D holographic projector displayed a complete view of the Zhongzhou commercial district. At the circular table, Wudao's figure was prominently displayed, with every nuance of his expression vividly captured. At this moment, the projector highlighted 2 red dots on the building 700 meters away, where Wudao stood. The trial concluded, and the findings were as follows. A young officer wearing glasses sat at the computer, his fingers dancing over the virtual keyboard as he reported rapidly. When the sniper from the 2nd Special Forces team fired the first shot, the target did not face the sniper's position, yet he still managed to evade the bullet with a surprisingly slow head movement. This suggests that the target possesses a form of danger warning ability, akin to the precognitive senses seen in superhero films, such as Spider Sense. He continued without pause. Based on satellite monitoring of the battle scenes at the Manla building, the target exhibits a reflex and movement speed that allows him to completely evade crossfire. The target can kick a 4-ton wheeled armored vehicle several meters away, with an estimated explosive force of at least 6 tons. To sustain such immense power, according to existing scientific theories, his muscle and bone strength must far exceed our current understanding. Consequently, conventional firearm attacks would have minimal effect, possibly failing to penetrate his defenses. The command department recommended large-scale artillery bombardment with no blind spots. My report is complete. An eerie silence enveloped the conference room. Even though the evidence lay before them, it was still difficult for everyone to accept. How could a superhuman possibly exist in this world? What are your thoughts on Wudao's biography? A middle-aged man in camouflage, adorned with wheat insignia, leaned over the table. There's no useful information, replied a frontline combat commander, placing the document down and shaking his head in silence. Just an ordinary student. He left the orphanage at 16, juggling part-time jobs while attending school, with no record of misconduct. It's so ordinary that I initially thought it was fabricated, remarked a 4-star commander on the left, frowning. The middle-aged general nodded. Then the question arises, how could such a taciturn and unremarkable student, still a minor under 18, who was recently extorted by street thugs, transform into a superhuman daring to challenge the eastern capital on his own? General, do you mean? The chief of staff on the right interjected, his mind racing with possibilities. He is not Li Wudao. The middle-aged general did not respond directly, suddenly shifting the topic. What is the situation at Monla? Why has information control not been implemented yet? Report, sir. The board members of Monla, including Chairman Chang Yifeng, left Zhongzhou on a private plane 4 minutes ago. They have been superficially compliant with our control requests while practically ignoring them, a subordinate quickly reported. Additionally, several major domestic and international media outlets have already taken notice of the events concerning Li Wudao and Zhongzhou and are eagerly reporting on the matter. Chapter 9. One against many, a rumbling sound echoed as tanks rolled in, forming a circle at the edge of the square, simultaneously compressing the space within. In the sky, 4 armed helicopters hovered, their cannons locked on target, rockets primed for launch. Criminal suspect Li Wudao, if you wish to fight, then do so. Why waste words? Li Wudao's voice resonated loudly. Then, with a thunderous crash, the ground trembled, dust swirling into the air. Li Wudao took the initiative, a streak of black lightning traversing hundreds of meters in an instant. Employing the same tactic, he delivered a powerful kick to the front armor of a tank. With a colossal roar, the 30-ton medium tank, in motion, was forcefully pushed back 2 meters. The front armor crumpled and shattered. The tracks violently snapped. However, the soldiers inside the tank only suffered minor concussions, escaping serious injury. TSK. Observing the outcome of his mighty kick, Li Wudao smirked. With a physique rated at 1.6, boasting a physical capability 64 times that of an ordinary person, he could achieve only this much. The limit of pure physical output was around 40 tons. To truly face an army head-on, a physique rating of 2.0 would be necessary. As he watched the artillery turn towards him, Li Wudao leaped onto the turret, using one hand to bend the barrel with sheer strength. The tanks, not merely spectators, swiftly adjusted their turrets and fired almost simultaneously. Boom! The explosion was intense, flames erupting. Countless eyes fixed on the billowing smoke, awaiting the outcome. The smoke dissipated quickly. What is this? A multitude of astonished gazes turned towards the scene. Li Wudao had transformed. His black robe vanished, replaced by a sleek, angular, sci-fi battle armor. The armor was entirely black, adorned with flowing golden patterns that converged on his chest, forming 3 golden characters. Extreme Intent Gate. Under the watchful eyes of many, Li Wudao raised his hands, palms facing 2 tanks beside him. The palms shimmered with black and gold, revealing barrel-sized apertures. Energy began to coalesce, a brilliant blue light illuminating the space. After a brief moment of charge, 2 energy beams struck the tanks. Boom! The explosion was far more violent than before, and the 2 tanks nearly melted in the blast. Surrounding tanks opened fire, but Li Wudao's feet ignited with brilliance, propelling him into the sky. The helicopters launched rockets, their cannons firing in rapid succession. To fully demonstrate his prowess, Li Wudao hovered mid-air, arms outstretched, embracing the onslaught of rockets and cannon fire. Boom! 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 The barrage intensified. Destroy him, the commander bellowed in fury. Each helicopter unleashed 6 rockets, totaling 24, while 20mm cannons fired at a rate of thousands of rounds per minute. Explosions erupted continuously, flames soaring, smoke enveloping the area. Shell casings rained down like confetti. Half a minute passed, the explosions ceased, but cannon fire continued. A minute later, the smoke cleared, and the cannon fire gradually quieted. For there, amidst the chaos, stood the black armored figure, shimmering with golden light, untouched by even a speck of dust. Now, it is my turn. A voice of indifference resonated from within the armor. The energy cannons in his palms discharged once more. 2 helicopters erupted in flames. The remaining 2, sensing danger, turned to flee. Li Wudao propelled himself forward, accelerating to over 2 Mach within 10 meters. Boom! Following the sonic boom, the sound of the 2 helicopters he passed through reverberated. He chuckled softly. It was well known that in this era of warfare, helicopters were the nemesis of tanks, utterly dominant. Even a sufficiently armed suicide drone could take down a tank. Wudao extended his hand, refraining from expending energy on the cannons, merely pointing his index finger to release a slender beam of laser. Sizzle, with a slight horizontal movement of his finger. 3 tanks below were sliced in half in an instant. Retreat! Retreat! After severing 6 more tanks, Wudao allowed the remaining ones to escape. He descended slowly, the black armor rippling like water, dissipating into a flowing black robe once again. He then retrieved his phone from his chest. The live stream was still active, with the viewer count exceeding 100 million. This indicated that nearly 1/5 of the labor population in the Eastern District was watching his broadcast. Impossible. Ha ha ha. Absolutely impossible. On site, one incredibly cool armor. Aside from the chest, not glowing and the color being off, it's indistinguishable from Iron Man in the movies. The third-person panoramic shot was just captured live, and they're still trying to convince me it's a live broadcast. To be fair, this explosion, this spectacle, the light of domestic sci-fi is unparalleled. Is this it? Cheap effects. Utterly ridiculous. Surely no one genuinely believes this? Ha ha ha. A new era has arrived. Isn't this martial arts? Why is he piloting a mech? Isn't that quite normal? The limit of martial arts is just piloting a mech, right? This is the power of free extreme intent. Wudao walked along the shattered street, addressing the over 100 million viewers in the live stream. Practicing martial arts is a process of self-cultivation and truth-seeking. Martial arts is a grand path of self-discovery and reaching the pinnacle. As he spoke, Wudao extended his hand, his arm transforming within the frame. Vivid rabbits. A functioning rifle. Even the energy cannon from earlier emerged. The reason free extreme intent is named as such is that it allows practitioners to alter their intrinsic nature and adapt seamlessly after mastering themselves. It is merely a set of non-powered armor, remarkably simple. Of course, there are drawbacks. The will and consciousness residing in the brain cannot be altered. Even a main technique, transformation of heavenly demons, requires the brain's existence to be nurtured at all times. However, this drawback vanished once Wudao transformed his consciousness into a Hivemind. Inexplicably impressive. Sounds almost real. I would prefer that all this is true. Master, please allow me to bow in reverence. How ludicrous. Anyone who believes this must have never undergone 12 years of compulsory education. Wow. I scaled the wall to the Asia-Pacific Federation and saw numerous live photos from Zhongzhou. Even videos. Kicking tanks, resisting cannon fire. What a fierce and suave display. Master, I humbly request to be your disciple. Spiritual energy revival? Mysteries descending? Wudao smiled as he observed the barrage of comments for a long while before suddenly stating, "Everyone, do you know why I suddenly challenged the authority of the Eastern government? Plot necessity, of course. Fool, do you think this is a movie? Why?" Countless high-ranking officials of the Eastern government fixed their gazes on Wudao's face. They too were eager to know. Chapter 10. Speech Missiles. Declaration. Wudao's expression was solemn as he spoke. Our contemporary human society is but a vast makeshift stage. That select group perched atop the pyramid, in their quest to safeguard their interests, are willing to sacrifice everything. They are the hindrances to civilizational progress, the true sinners. His words were startling, causing the barrage of comments to dwindle momentarily. Wudao strode to the half-destroyed tank before him and, under the gaze of the camera, seized the cannon and tossed it with force. The thunderous impact created a large crater in the ground as debris rolled about. If I did not escalate this matter, causing it to become known to the world, would you witness this scene before you? Wudao scoffed coldly. They would merely confine me, pressuring me by all means to relinquish my martial prowess. And for what? To offer it to a minuscule fraction of the global population. And you? He abruptly drew closer to the camera, his face filling the screen, a visage of derision and scorn in his eyes. You shall remain in ignorance. You shall comprehend nothing. Continue to serve them like beasts of burden, and be forever unable to rise again. In a private villa atop a building in Izhou, surrounded by swirling smoke, a gathering of internet company executives watched intently as the striking face on the large screen elicited varied expressions among them. Standing beneath the screen, Chang Yifeng wore a troubled expression, the cigarette in his hand slowly burning away. Tell me, if he truly refrained from causing a stir and instead discreetly engaged with the Eastern government, would we even be aware of it? What are we even worth? Indeed, we cannot reach the pinnacle of the pyramid, not by a long shot. Someone muttered self-deprecatingly in the dim light. Father, this is an opportunity. In Zizhou, at the Shui Xie Anju residence. In the living room, before a projector, Yu Yingming suddenly rose, her eyes, framed by delicate brows, fixed intently on the face on the screen. Beside her, her father, Yu Ziyuan, sat with a furrowed brow, silent. A gleam sparked in Yu Yingming's eyes as she asserted, "Never have I felt such fear and despair." In that cramped classroom, the so-called power, status, wealth, and beauty are but laughable illusions. Daughter, Yu Ziyuan's gaze was filled with concern. His daughter, who had left home that morning, was not in this state. At that time, she was charming and independent, proud yet humble, possessing a uniquely beautiful spirit. Now, however, he saw within her an unprecedented rationality, a twisted maturity, and an intense ambition, the yearning for power. He understood that his daughter, having endured such extreme stimuli, had experienced a profound upheaval in her worldview and values. But this cannot be blamed on her. Father, you must understand. Yu Yingming raised her hand, interrupting her father's words. Regardless of Li Wudao's eventual outcome, victorious or defeated, we must act swiftly. If he triumphs, we can seize power early and gain an advantage in the new era. If he falters, we must snatch opportunities before the higher-ups intervene. Yu Ziyuan paused in silence before replying. This man harbors a vengeful spirit and is unpredictable. You cannot handle him. Allow me to make contact instead. After a brief contemplation, Yu Yingming shook her head resolutely. No, your identity predestines the class you represent. Your engagement would not reflect our family's interests. Yu Ziyuan fell silent once more. He did not kill me last time, and I shall not provide him with a reason to do so in the future. Though her voice was calm, Yu Yingming's determination was unwavering. If it serves my purpose, what does it matter if I kneel and beg for my life, or flatter and serve him? Father, please arrange for personnel and scheduling. Time waits for no one. There is no need for further persuasion. My mind is set. Very well. As the tides of the era surged forward, Li Wudao concluded his speech with a final proclamation. We must not abandon any individual. This has stirred my blood, compelling me to turn over in excitement on my bed. So, the meaning behind the leader's words is to recruit disciples widely and educate them broadly? Is it free? I won't learn if there's a fee. Is no one paying attention to what the host is revealing? This is a monumental event. Bro, do you actually believe it? If the host is truly live streaming, I can only say that those elders above would never permit your existence. Indeed, they require societal stability and do not need uncontrollable superhumans. Best of luck, host. Li Wudao stowed his phone. Though he did not end the live broadcast, he was disinclined to further view the comments. His words had been spoken. Now, let humanity witness the dawn of a new era. With a resounding boom, a black meteor shot skyward, heading straight for the central Zhou government district. Meanwhile, a missile screeched through the air, a surface-to-air missile, no less, over a bustling urban area. The Eastern government could not remain idle. Let them suffer the consequences. Li Wudao scoffed coldly as he activated the full stealth mode of his combat armor, equipped with radar evasion, optical invisibility, thermal shielding, and electronic interference technologies far surpassing indigenous civilizations. In an instant, the missile lost its target lock on Li Wudao and, simultaneously, he disrupted its control system, causing it to plummet uncontrollably toward the ground below, a commercial skyscraper. What sound is that? Whoa, look up at the sky. What is that? No, it can't be a shell. The missile, trailing a distinct fiery tail and emitting a sharp whistle, struck the upper portion of the building. Boom! A terrifying explosion érupted, flamme bursting forte. Fire raged, debris fell, and screams echoed. Li Wudao glanced around as he flew rapidly in his cloaked state. Moments later. He arrived directly above the Eastern government's Central Zhou office district. Shortly thereafter, he revealed himself a mere half a meter above the central administrative building. It didn't take long for someone to notice the anomaly in the sky. And let us not forget, there were over 1 billion viewers watching him intently. Look up. Whoa, a black armored figure. It's Li Wudao. It's real. Wait, if it's real and Li Wudao is here, does he mean to? Li Wudao gazed down at the minuscule figures roaming the streets below and declared, I am Li Wudao, and I solemnly announce once more, I grant the Eastern government a single day to reconsider how to coexist with me. Should I not receive a satisfactory response within this time frame, you shall soon witness the consequences. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating with an incomprehensible force that reverberated throughout much of Central Zhou. With that, Li Wudao once again activated his invisibility and accelerated westward. The Eastern government was, after all, one of the principal civilizations of Blue Star, with its population comprising 10% of the total. An outright confrontation was unnecessary. To set an example and instill fear, it still leave room for negotiation thereafter. The neighboring Asia-Pacific Federation, composed of smaller nations, would serve as the perfect target for such a demonstration. Chapter 11. Declaration of War. AI Asia-Pacific Federation Dongsha Islands. Symbiosis Central Park. The day was blessed with crisp autumn air and a cloudless sky, an idyllic setting for an outing. Consequently, the park teemed with tourists and locals alike, even on a weekday, all drawn to its scenic allure. Park's lakeside island. The tranquil waters of the lake shimmered under a gentle breeze. Bathed in the golden hues of the evening twilight, the lake mirrored the Galsworthy Iron Tower, a symbol of their alliance, which stood proudly at the heart of the island. This locale was particularly popular among visitors. Passengers aboard cable cars and boats reveled in the sunlight, savoring the moment with laughter and contentment. Then, some keen eyes spotted a small, dark speck against the backdrop of the towering Galsworthy Iron Tower, hundreds of meters above. Hey, is that something in the sky? It is. It's black. Is it a bird? A photographer by the lake focused and zoomed in. It's a black, humanoid figure. Zooming in further. Good heavens. What is that? The commotion grew as more people noticed the black figure hovering near the tower. It's Li Wudao. It's Li Wudao from Dongda Prefecture. He's really come to the Asia-Pacific Federation? A young man, comparing the figure to his phone, exclaimed, I can even see myself in his live stream. Really? It's actually real. Aya! Someone shouted in excitement. Impossible. It must be fake. A hologram. You can't fool me. Another hysterically denied reality. Li Wudao, silhouetted against the sunset, his black armor obscured by shadows. His eyes, glowing red, emanated a palpable aura of menace. As the crowd swelled, Li Wudao finally spoke, his voice deep and solemn. I, Li Wudao of the Ultimate Gate, hereby formally declare war on the Asia-Pacific Federation, representing only myself. Furthermore, I announce the objective of this war. Within the next 24 hours, I will completely dismantle the Asia-Pacific Federation's military forces and eliminate those at the apex of its power structure. I will not accept negotiations, nor will I accept surrender. Finally, civilians are advised to evacuate the combat zones in a timely manner. Thus, the war begins. Before the stunned onlookers could react, Li Wudao raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy from his palm. Boom! The energy blast struck the Galsworthy Iron Tower at its midpoint. In the ensuing explosion, the Colossal Tower, after a series of groans, slowly collapsed. Aya! Crash! The tower crashed into the lake, sending a towering plume of water into the air, plunging the park into chaos. Li Wudao remained suspended in the air, motionless. This operation was intended as a show of force, a warning to others, and a means to eliminate unnecessary political entities. Therefore, the Asia-Pacific Federation needed time to prepare for war. Moreover, he needed to intensify his own capabilities. He opened the Dawn-level subsystem's merit exchange and initiated a search. POTO 4 Biological Artificial Intelligence Implant, Secondary Management Type, 15 merit points, description, a relatively niche carbon-based biological AI implant produced by Patora, a secondary affiliated civilization of the human empire. It is particularly favored by interstellar lone wolves who pursue genetic ascension. Main function, like the most common secondary weak AI. It can implement full coverage AI management of a standard planetary civilization. At that moment, Li Wudao was seated in a cafe within the park. The store was deserted, the tables and chairs overturned, a scene of disarray. This was the biological AI implant. He had used this in his previous life, but not the management type, but the combat type. I remember I even had to pull strings to get it, and it cost me over 8 million star coins. After confirming its authenticity, he manipulated his fingers and swallowed it. His Hivemind, distributed across every cell, clearly saw the black film rapidly melt, transforming into extremely fine mucus. Subsequently, these black, minute membranes adhered to a small area of skin cells on his palm. Through his own bioelectricity, it sent neural signals to him, translated into the human empire's common language. Please confirm the implantation area. Li Wudao could freely transform his entire body. So it didn't matter where it was installed. So he directly confirmed the implantation in the palm of his hand. In a microscopic view, the black minute membranes completed the final adhesion with the cells. Implantation successful. POTO, for biological initial artificial intelligence, greets you. Without the need for the initial AI to introduce itself, Li Wudao skillfully began the setup. He directly named the AI Xiaolan and then backed up the implant, manifesting in his body the black minute membranes split and were then controlled by Li Wudao to adhere to various parts of his body. He backed up a lot, trying to analyze this biological AI technology. Then, well, I thought too much. Secondary technology and biological genetic technology that I completely don't understand. I can't understand it at all. Li Wudao shook his head. In the Interstellar community, the human empire has a clear level division for civilization levels and technology levels. For example, the current blue star follows the technology route. After entering the atomic age, being able to skillfully use nuclear fission to obtain energy is basically considered to have entered the gate of a first-level civilization. After that, changing to fusion energy and being able to conduct space activities within the star system is considered a mature first-level civilization. To reach a second-level civilization, the minimum standard is to be able to fully utilize the energy of the entire star system and at least develop the hyperspace engine technology, allowing starships to fly at superluminal speeds in hyperspace lanes. Therefore, a second-level civilization can be considered an interstellar civilization. Li Wudao gave up on analyzing the implant and continued to operate. Successfully linked all planetary orbital satellites, starting to form a Starlink computer matrix. Formation complete. Successfully connected to global network ports. Covering and monitoring global electromagnetic wave signals. Coverage successful. In just half an hour, Li Wudao successfully monitored the entire blue star. As long as he wanted, without a key, he could simultaneously control the launch of most nuclear bombs. Of course, he wouldn't randomly throw nuclear bombs himself. But to prevent the people at the top of Blue Star from desperately jumping the wall and polluting the planet's environment, he needed to take precautions in advance. As his mind moved, Li Wudao began uploading a large amount of data. Data reception complete, verification successful, named, no. One surface basic biological kinetic energy battle armor, abbreviated as number 1 battle armor, has been included in the combat, transformation, body database and can be quickly switched and transformed. Data reception, external kinetic energy standard star armor, speed type, abbreviated as standard speed armor. Data reception, standard defense armor, comprehensive armor. Li Wudao paused and continued to operate, constructing a thought memory database. Chapter 12. Unacceptable. For an extended duration, the artificial intelligence, Xiaolan, remained silent. Li Wudao's skin flushed crimson, and vapor emanated from his head, an indication of thermal overload. 13 minutes elapsed. Thought memory database successfully constructed. You may now directly import uploaded data into your cognitive awareness, Xiaolan reported. The moniker Xiaolan was derived from the planet's name, Blue Star. Li Wudao nodded approvingly. As a purely biological, rudimentary artificial intelligence implant, it could directly interface with the individual's memory sectors, enabling the swift assimilation of uploaded data into the cognitive consciousness. However, This required exceptional soul fortitude and vigilance against potential information warfare attacks. Consequently, vendors did not advocate it, and buyers generally avoided such endeavors. These considerations were of no concern to Wudao. He possessed a hive mind, with each cell embodying his thoughts and soul. Unless all cellular consciousness was extinguished, his cognitive awareness and soul strength would remain undiminished, albeit with potential decrements in computational and processing capabilities. Following the construction of the thought memory database, Wudao accessed the merit point exchange list and initiated search. Citizen Wudao, your authorization level is insufficient for knowledge-based exchanges. Not even level 4? Wudao mused with surprise. In his previous existence, he had laboriously joined the human empire after completing the civilization trial, only attaining level 2 authorization by the end. He was unaware of the stringent knowledge control measures imposed by the human empire. Reluctantly, Wudao abandoned the endeavor. He expended his remaining merit points to acquire 10 energy coins. 10 thumb-sized, azure, rhomboid energy crystals materialized on the designated table. These energy coins should not be underestimated. A single standard energy coin contains sufficient energy, convertible to electricity, to sustain Blue Star's consumption for an entire month. A critical technology for interstellar civilizations was the fabrication of energy coins, necessitating high-energy capacitors and compression techniques. Interstellar commerce between civilizations eschewed credit-based currencies. Even the human empire's star coins were not universally accepted. Large-scale transactions were exclusively conducted using energy coins. Wudao inserted 9 energy coins into the lining, causing rapid transformations beneath the black robe on his arm. Flesh transmuted into metal, organic matter into inorganic. A miniature energy extraction device emerged amidst the flesh beneath his forearm. Wudao inserted an energy coin into the device. A steady and ample energy stream coursed through his body, rapidly replenishing expended biological energy. Wudao exhaled as he stretched, crushing the obstructing phone and camera. With Xiaolan, these devices were superfluous. He could manipulate satellites to capture any desired imagery and import it into the live stream. With a mental command, he seamlessly transitioned, and the black robe transformed into the Mark I black combat armor. Activating the afterburners in his boots, Wudao ascended, swiftly surpassing Mach 5, and vanished into the heavens amidst a series of sonic booms. At a military base nestled deep within the mountains, boom! A black streak descended, pulverizing the paved cement road at the base's entrance into a web of cracks. Cough, 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 cough. As the dust settled, a gate sentry arose, recognizing Wudao standing at the epicenter of the fissures. His pupils constricted, and he emitted a series of sharp, piercing blasts on his whistle. The other sentry activated the alarm. The alarm blared incessantly, its mournful sound piercing the air. Wudao remained motionless, ignoring the 2 sentries who had raised their weapons and aimed at him. Time trickled by. The atmosphere at the entrance grew increasingly oppressive. 10 minutes later, an armored command vehicle and a troop transport arrived at the base's entrance. Who the hell activated the alarm? Don't they know we're in a meeting? A corpulent officer, exceeding 200 pounds, his belt drooping below his waist, struggled to exit the command vehicle, his voice laced with expletives. Soldiers disembarked from the transport, lightly equipped with helmets and ammunition pouches, lacking additional protective gear. Several soldiers stumbled during disembarkation. I'm talking to you. Officer, look. The sentry gestured toward Wudao, who stood amidst the cracked pavement. The portly officer waddled toward Wudao, his face etched with bewilderment, devoid of any apprehension. I'm asking you a question. Wudao tilted his head slightly, gazing at him. After a prolonged pause, he spoke in a somber tone, deeply disappointing. The officer paused, perplexed. Is this a real person? Not a statue or toy. Utterly devoid of value. Wudao declared with vehemence, unleashing a punch. Bang! His head exploded. The lifeless body swayed and collapsed. Wudao's declaration of war against the Asia-Pacific Federation, explicitly aimed at dismantling its military rather than annihilation, stemmed from the fact that, aside from the power brokers at the apex of Blue Star's hierarchy who obstructed his plans, The remaining billions of citizens were destined to become the foundation of his future flesh empire. The declaration of war, the provision of time for mobilization, and even his presence at their doorstep constituted an evaluation, an inspection of the Asia-Pacific Federation's military capabilities. Yet, this was the response he received. Wudao was incensed. The consequences would be severe. Officer, officer, fire, open fire, a captain exclaimed, jolting awake. The dazed soldiers instinctively squeezed their triggers. Many bullets impacted Wudao, eliciting sparks. However, most shots missed. Wudao remained stationary. It's all rotten to the core. A thorough cleansing is required. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the area was inundated with crimson sprays and fragmented remains. Wudao ascended into the air, heading toward the most prominent structure in the base, the administrative building. He arrived instantaneously. Bang! The wall shattered, and the black armor landed gracefully on the rubble. Ah, my leg! Moans of anguish filled the air. Wudao waved his hand, dispersing the dust, revealing a group of base officials injured by the debris. Still in a meeting after more than an hour? Utterly ludicrous. Disinclined to waste words on the dead, Wudao concentrated blue energy in his palm, unleashing an energy blast. Boom! Subsequently, he arrived above the base, locking onto humanoid life forms. The armor on his back opened, releasing dozens of cluster warheads. These warheads further subdivided mid-flight, precisely targeting each building and individual, detonating upon impact. Boom, boom, boom! The entire base erupted in explosions, engulfed in flames, illuminating the dim night. Chapter 13. The situation in the dimly lit live broadcast room of Wudao. The atmosphere was heavy, punctuated only by the occasional flicker of city lights racing by and the piercing wail that indicated the host's activities. How envious! I wish I could fly too. I long to soar alongside the sun. If this is a dream, please do not let me awaken. That has nothing to do with you. Commoner, the Asia-Pacific Federation. Even if you are from the Asia-Pacific Federation, why are you so anxious about this? Indeed, I shall continue to watch the spectacle. Are there really superheroes in this world? I believe they are aliens. Logically, there should be information control in place, given the severity of the situation, right? 2 hours had elapsed since Wudao declared war. As the clock struck 8:05 in the evening, the internet was still abuzz with activity. An increasing number of individuals ventured to the sites ravaged by Wudao, seeking to uncover the truth. Despite the extensive control measures in place, it was prohibited to approach within several kilometers, rendering first-hand observation impossible. Those who attempted were met with violent dispersal. Yet, this very obstruction only fueled the belief that the live stream was genuine, if it were false. Why the need for such restrictions? Was this not a blatant cover-up? Furthermore, the towering Goldsvay Tower was too immense to conceal. A shocking photograph rapidly circulated online, depicting the aftermath of the Eastern Great Government's destruction. Captured from a high vantage point, the image was somewhat blurry, yet vividly displayed the devastation akin to a battlefield post-bombardment. Buildings lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, while the square and streets were riddled with craters and the remnants of shattered tanks were strewn about. Numerous soldiers were visible, engaged in cleanup and recovery efforts. I refuse to believe it. It must be doctored. Believe what you wish. I am here day after day, praying to the Master for him to seize this wretched world and impart martial arts to all of humanity. A piercing shriek, sharp enough to shatter glass and pierce eardrums, echoed through the air. A shadow darted across the sky, plunging directly into the earth. Suddenly, dozens of surface-to-air missiles launched skyward in a desperate attempt to intercept the incoming meteor. However, the missiles detonated prematurely in mid-air, erupting into fiery blossoms against the night sky, while the meteor maintained its relentless descent. Ultimately, it crashed to the ground with a cataclysmic roar. The earth trembled, debris scattered in all directions, accompanied by a visible shockwave of dust that overturned everything in its path. In an instant, a vast artillery base in the wilderness was decimated, as if ravaged repeatedly by a colossal tornado. From a colossal crater, measuring over 10 meters in diameter and 3 to 4 meters deep, a humanoid figure emerged. Clad in sleek, dark gray armor made of tungsten alloy. It resembled an exaggerated human form, devoid of bulkiness. An energy core embedded in its chest glowed with a brilliant blue flame. This was the most fundamental level of interstellar armor employed by the human empire. As electric energy surged, Wudao's arms illuminated with brilliance. He struck his fists together, generating an invisible electromagnetic pulse wave that radiated outward from his core. Having incapacitated the last remnants of resistance, the outer rim of the power unit on Wudao's chest illuminated sequentially. Energy coalesced and compressed. And after nearly 2 seconds of charging, a beam of energy shot forth, striking deep into the base's munitions depot. Boom! The terrifying explosion expanded rapidly, engulfing a significant portion of the base in flames, creating a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky. The ensuing shockwave obliterated everything in its vicinity. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust further discussion is unnecessary. In a subterranean command center, the chief counselor of the Asia-Pacific Federation spoke gravely as the projection screen displayed a loop of Wudao's energy cannon obliterating the entire base. The footage included both Wudao's first-person live stream and high-definition satellite imagery, alongside meticulously detailed data. As the individuals present, many of whom were mere 3D holographic projections, gazed at the screen in stunned silence, it became apparent that a significant number were unaware of the preceding events or the gravity of the situation. They had debated strategies against the enemy for hours, yet remained indecisive. But the consequences? One individual hesitated. Then present a solution, the chief counselor demanded, his expression darkening. Tell me, aside from nuclear weapons, what means exist to eliminate this monster? But what if it dodges? So what? The chief counselor retorted. Shall we do nothing, cowering here while that monster approaches our doorstep? Shall we simply wait for our demise? Perhaps we can negotiate with him. Another suggested hesitantly. Foolish. How naive you are. The chief counselor erupted. That monster has made it abundantly clear that it does not entertain negotiations. Yet you continue to deceive yourselves? I concur. Someone suddenly shouted. I too agree. If we do not act now, we may never have another chance. This creature has no place in our world. The chief counselor's demeanor softened slightly as he inhaled deeply, saying, Let's all sign off on this. We cannot waste any more time. That monster has already destroyed a missile base, with a single energy beam annihilating a third military base. Wudao's eyes sparkled with amusement amid the inferno. He witnessed every moment within the Asia-Pacific Federation's underground command center, including the signing of various documents, key transfers, and missile silo confirmations. Given this knowledge, it was time to select a suitable location. Wudao scoured the map, ultimately settling on the political and economic center of the Asia-Pacific Federation. As he sped toward his destination, he addressed his audience. Dear viewers, I am now en route to the Asia-Pacific Federation Central District. Prepare to receive a warm welcome from the Federation. Holy cow, the host has spoken. What? Central District? I'm in the Central District. Is it really going to be targeted? No, please don't let that happen. Stop joking around. If you don't run, you might really get hit. Is it the cannon I think it is? Wudao chuckled. Ah, it seems there are indeed some clever individuals here. Those in the Central District. If you wish to live, you had best flee swiftly. Alternatively, you may choose to place your trust in their mercy and compassion. Chapter 14. The Arrival and Chaos traversing thousands of kilometers across the Asia-Pacific Federation. Wudao entered the Hellion District at precisely 10:34 in the evening. He made no attempts to conceal his presence. In fact, he intentionally amplified the azure glow of the energy core embedded in his chest. Descending to approximately 500 meters above sea level as he leisurely approached the heart of the Hellion District. Hey, what is that in the sky? A group of young individuals, fresh off their shifts and eager to revel at a bar above, exchanged light-hearted banter when one of them inadvertently looked up, exclaiming in astonishment. One companion, engrossed in his phone, was jolted by the remark, his eyes filled with uncertainty as he murmured, "No way. This character has just reached level 20. He's still a rookie." Muttering, he gradually lifted his gaze, only to behold the striking blue light and the indistinct human figure. His mouth agape and pupils constricted. His phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. The screen displayed an aerial view of the city. Was that a drone? Came the voice of a female classmate nearby. He, lost in a daze, stammered, "It's real. It's really happening." "Old Lou, what are you murmuring about?" Suddenly, the young man shouted, "Holy crap, it's Wudao. He's really here." However, his companion swiftly restrained him, exclaiming, "What has gotten into you? Have you lost your mind? What on earth is happening?" Before he could inquire further, they noticed throngs of people standing still on the street near the bar, pulling out their phones to check the screens, then glancing skyward, seemingly trying to confirm something. Unquestionably, their expressions shifted from disbelief to utter shock, followed by a look of sheer horror, as if they had recalled something dreadful. After a moment of bewilderment, their rationality snapped back into place, and they began to flee in a frenzy. Their reactions mirrored that of his close friend. "It really is Wudao. I can see the bar sign above us. What is going on? I merely had a makeup exam all afternoon, and it feels like the apocalypse," he exclaimed, bewildered. "Stop wasting time. We need to run." The first young man cursed, pulling his friend along as they sprinted away, shouting in a frenzied tone, "Aw, this is insane. We were just analyzing things in the dorm, and now it feels like we're facing imminent doom." Despite Li Wudao's broadcasts attracting over hundreds of millions of viewers across various domestic and international platforms, the actual proportion of people aware of the situation in the Hellion district was minimal due to the sheer brevity of the time frame. Within less than a day, the situation had not had the opportunity to propagate or cultivate. Among those who had witnessed his live stream and were privy to his information, even if 1/3 believed it, they were considered quick to comprehend. The majority were undoubtedly young individuals. Yet, due to time constraints and familial obligations, many could not evacuate the Hellion district. The remaining populace consisted of skeptics or outright disbelievers, who naturally would not leave. Thus, Li Wudao found himself atop a 200-meter-high television tower in the central square of the Hellion district, braving the cold winds as he surveyed the city below, exclaiming in his live stream, "Hold on, master. Allow me to take my family and drive out of the city. What should I do? My mother absolutely refuses to leave. Brother, that's nothing. My father insists on taking me to a psychiatrist tomorrow. I seriously doubt I'll see the sun rise again. Seriously, why are you all panicking? Even if the streamer is genuine, didn't he say he wouldn't attack civilians? No, my friend, are you living in a bygone era? Haven't you seen enough movies to know better?" Li Wudao, his head armor retracting to reveal his youthful, handsome visage, propped his chin on his hand and murmured into the live stream, "Why are you sharing these concerns with me? I won't do anything to you. I am simply here, quietly observing, and what transpires next is the concern of those in power within the Federation." Images flashed continuously across his retina, provided by Shaolon. In the underground command center, the elders were embroiled in a heated debate over whether to deploy nuclear weapons. "Please don't. The tower is cold, master. You could retreat to the serene Ascension Island across the western cliff. It's most comfortable there, and you can stay as long as you wish. The highway entrance is already gridlocked. Didn't you say you didn't believe this? Why not run? If someone came to work in the Hellion district, now is the moment to flee. I refuse to gamble on the truth. Better a dead friend than a dead priest. You all converse at your leisure. I must take my leave, image of the highway. What you say is quite right. It's better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. I shall take my leave first, image of a helicopter." Li Wudao squinted into the distance, spotting a middle-aged man with his wife and daughter boarding a helicopter atop a building several kilometers away. Wealthy individuals certainly wouldn't take chances, especially with substantial evidence laid bare before them. They would never gamble with their lives. "All right, so that is how it's going to be. Then I'll take my chances." The city inevitably descended into chaos. As the political and economic hub of the Asia-Pacific Federation, Hellion District boasted a permanent population exceeding 4 million. Even if only a fraction intended to leave under the cover of night, that number would still be significant. The streets became congested, with the anxious and confused individuals clashing vocally. "What is the rush? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Don't block the road. If you want to die, do it alone. What did you say?" "I said, damn it. How dare you curse me? Fight me." Fistfights broke out, escalating into rampant looting amidst the disorder. Law enforcement quickly intervened, attempting to control the situation and manage traffic, but the manpower was utterly insufficient. The city teetered on the brink of anarchy. Wudao, however, remained unfazed by it all. He was not idle. He had numerous matters to attend to. Chapter 15. Commencement of Hostilities. I require an information query. Wudao articulated to the Dawn subsystem. Citizen Wudao, your inaugural use of this service has been detected. Allow me to elucidate the regulations governing information queries. Based on your civic privileges and the nature of the inquiry, this system. Proceed. I am conversant with the protocols, Wudao interjected. First query. Enumerate the extant organic individual ascension pathways known to the human empire, with a cursory explanation of each. This inquiry is complementary. Partial public information will be disclosed. The human empire currently recognizes 3 principal categories of individual ascension pathways. The first category encompasses genetic ascension. This constitutes one of the predominant ascension routes for organic entities across the cosmos. Predicated on the intrinsic nature of material genes, undergoing continuous augmentation to achieve escalating levels of energy, destructive potential, influence, and survivability. Genetic ascension bifurcates into numerous subcategories, contingent upon the specific genetic development trajectory, martial arts, psionic, etc. The second category pertains to mechanical ascension. Within the interstellar domain, consciousness transference and soul fabrication technologies have attained maturity. The transformation of organic entities into sentient machines obviates disputes concerning mere memory data devoid of a soul. Mechanical ascension has become as established as genetic ascension. Mechanical ascension diversifies into numerous subcategories, contingent upon the developmental path, machine nation, intelligence matrix, etc. The third category encompasses psionic ascension. Psionic energy does not denote a specific form of energy, but encompasses all unique ascension modalities beyond coascension. Wudao furrowed his brow, perplexed by the concept of coascension. The subsystem promptly elucidated. A prevailing debate persists within the contemporary interstellar universe. Does individual ascension emerge post-civilizational ascension, or does individual ascension catalyze civilizational ascension? While this conundrum mirrors the chicken or the egg paradox, a consensus prevails among interstellar civilizations. A mature individual ascension pathway can evolve into a civilizational ascension pathway. Conversely, a civilizational ascension pathway can elevate the upper echelons of individual ascension. Therefore, individual ascension and civilizational ascension are intrinsically intertwined. Both continually ascend in tandem. This constitutes coascension. Wudao contemplated the explanation, seemingly engrossed. The concept was straightforward. Ascension pathways that defy large-scale replication and dissemination cannot engender a civilization solely through potent ascended individuals. Devoid of a civilization, how can a scant few individuals perpetually elevate the upper limits of ascension? Solely through the musings of a handful of individuals? On a cosmic scale, such unsustainable, capped ascension is destined to be pulverized by dominant civilizations, such as the human empire. Thus, the prevailing ascension pathways in the interstellar domain are merely genetic and mechanical? Implausible, Wudao mused, increasingly perplexed. At the very least, the human empire undoubtedly possesses other mature ascension pathways not publicly divulged. Wudao ceased dwelling on the matter. Having already resolved upon his chosen ascension pathway, the coascension of genes and machines, individuals and civilization. Without hesitation, he expended 20 merit points to procure detailed information on both ascension pathways. 02, 0 Uhr nachts. Still atop the television tower in the United Zone. Hihua Tian Mo Zi Zai Miao Fa is merely a Tier 3 genetic martial arts technique, likely insufficient to underpin the principal framework. Wudao gazed at the nocturnal horizon, his brow furrowed in consternation. In his original conception, those who cultivated the subsidiary technique, Zizai Ji Gong, would become extensions of his mind and body, akin to a queen bee and her swarm, nay, more akin to pure machinery and components. He could assimilate their bodies and souls into his own at will, a quintessential demonic art, coupled with shape-shifting He could transform into a towering giant or a mechanical planet. However, the importance of co-ascension was incontestable. How could he ensure control over so many individuals? In interstellar civilizations, the unit of measurement for population is the billion. Earth has a population of 8 billion. A mature Tier 1 interstellar civilization boasts a population exceeding 20,000 billion. Below, 500 billion signifies near extinction. Even with a hive mind, consciousness does not infinitely bifurcate. It is contingent upon soul strength. He hua tian mo zi zai miao fa does not cultivate soul strength. Or rather, most genetic martial arts techniques are incapable of enhancing the soul. The initial impediment. Li Wudao rose, his eyes darting about. Whoosh! A fighter jet streaked overhead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Successive jets followed suit. They aren't planning to deploy nuclear ordnance, are they? Hardly had he spoken when an armored vehicle launched a missile, hurtling toward him. Regrettably, not a nuclear warhead. Li Wudao glanced at the imagery projected by Little Blue, his eyebrows arching. They intend to lure me out of the city, then detonate it before the missile could approach. He casually incinerated it mid-trajectory with a beam of light. Boom! The air burst generated a violent explosion, reverberating outwards. I heard it. On my phone. And outside. I saw it too. Wait, you're still within the United Zone? Best of luck to you then. We're doomed. The live stream continued into the late hours, viewership remaining above 100 million. The city showed no signs of abatement, countless individuals seeking egress. Li Wudao watched the armored vehicle recede, making no attempt to pursue. Within an underground command center, get the helicopters airborne. Engage at close range. Deploy the drones. Pursue and detonate. Deploy bioweapons. If you can't kill him, at least debilitate him. Employ any means necessary to lure him out of the United Zone. Affirmative. Li Wudao fronat. These individuals were becoming increasingly desperate. He even saw a proposal advocating for flinging excrement at him. You're truly a paragon of ingenuity. In that case, let us observe how long you can maintain your composure. Li Wudao sneered, leaping into the air. Boom! He descended upon an administrative building in the central district. Rumble. The rooftop terrace exploded. A colossal fissure, like a lightning bolt, cleaved through the structure, causing it to rapidly collapse. Though the building's occupants perished instantly from the concussive force, numerous individuals remained in the plaza below and in adjacent buildings. They screamed and wailed, desperately evading the falling debris. Boom! Li Wudao burst through the dust cloud, arriving beneath the adjacent building. He unleashed a punch. Thud! The earth seemed to shudder. The entire building, resembling a controlled demolition, began to collapse from the ground up. Still not deploying? Your authority will be irrevocably undermined. Li Wudao smiled faintly on the livestream. Chapter 16. Aliens to detonate or not to detonate? That is the question. Within the subterranean command center, a projection screen displays images captured by their satellites alongside a live feed from Li Wudao. Each time a building within the administrative district crumbles under his light assault, the eyelids of the chief counselor twitch uncontrollably. A monster clad in human skin. Li Wudao. Damn this broadcast. Below, one of the counselors could not restrain his anger. Are the folks in the information technology department utterly incompetent? Why can't they terminate the enemy's live stream? If it weren't for this blasted broadcast, we would have acted long ago. Now, with so many eyes upon us, if we truly unleash a nuclear bomb in the heart of the Federation's political and economic center, resulting in the loss of countless civilian lives, the consequences would be severe. Do you not comprehend? Look at that monster's battle armor. Does it resemble anything our blue planet could manufacture? Do you understand now? If so, tell me, does this creature possess access to other network information? Speak up. Silence ensued. The furious counselor came to a sobering realization, having voiced the collective unease that lay hidden in everyone's hearts. The chief counselor, gazing at the administrative center, now reduced to ruins on the screen, closed his eyes and spoke coldly. In that case, we have only one option left. In the center of the square stood a large television screen, currently broadcasting news. Quite intriguing. Li Wudao leaped, descending rapidly, finally landing steadily before the television screen to observe quietly. The backdrop was blue, emblazoned with the emblem of the Asia-Pacific Federation. A spokesperson stood solemnly behind the podium, delivering a grave report. This alien creature, donning the guise of Wudao, possesses highly advanced technology, exhibiting a ruthless disposition that has resulted in tens of thousands of casualties within our Asia-Pacific Federation. More importantly, this extraterrestrial entity has been infiltrating human society, continuously learning and mimicking, aware that it cannot confront humanity alone. Thus, it exploits high technology to forcefully activate live broadcasts, coercing platforms to bestow upon it the so-called identity of the master of extreme intent. Using martial arts techniques as bait, it incites chaos, undermining societal stability in a bid to subvert the world and enslave humanity. The Federation solemnly warns everyone to avoid falling into nihilism and to remain vigilant. Remember, opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. They're often poisoned chalices. The alien creature, clad in high-tech battle armor, moves with extraordinary speed, capable of wreaking havoc throughout the city, as depicted in the video. Yet the Federation hesitates to deploy more powerful weaponry. The Federation calls upon all nations of Blue Planet to unite against this alien menace. Not only was the television broadcasting this news, but the press conference also permeated every promotional channel within the Federation. All websites, television networks, radio stations, software pop-ups, and text messages were saturated with information. Utilizing the power of a nation, they conducted the swiftest and widest-reaching propaganda campaign, relentlessly bombarding the public with information and messages. At this moment, nearly everyone awake and using the internet or communication devices was aware of the situation. So Wudao's broadcast is genuine, officially classified. My heavens, an alien? Is this real? So Wudao is an extraterrestrial. That makes sense. What utter nonsense? What is going on? Given the Federation's typical behavior, even if you claim this, I find it hard to believe. The online community erupted in chaos, while the rulers of various nations on Blue Planet were equally stirred. What is the Asia-Pacific Federation playing at? Is this something that can be so openly discussed? Foolish pigs. Useless. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered in the square, standing no more than 100 meters away, intently watching the television news while simultaneously capturing footage of Wudao with their phones. Playing with fire. Wudao budava musa smila. The actions of the Asia-Pacific Federation did not surprise him. Within the virtual apparatus, he had validated countless possibilities, and this identity as a common extraterrestrial foe was naturally among them. The live broadcast continued to capture every moment, showcasing his actions to a global audience. Host, they say you are an alien. Do you have anything to say about that? My extraterrestrial elder has declared, once they dominate Blue Planet, they will impose the cruel 955 punishment upon us. Heavens, what a severe punishment. 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Humor, goodness. My alien lord, please come this way. Host, is your ultimate freedom technique real or fake? The Federation wouldn't joke about such matters. So what happens in this live stream must be authentic. Honestly, compared to the martial arts techniques the host mentioned, I find the Federation's assertion more believable, especially considering how sci-fi your dazzling armor looks. So, if I learn martial arts, can I pilot mechas? The comments and discussions in the chat were lively, with numerous speculations about Wudao's identity. After a preliminary analysis by Xiaolan, approximately 70% believed he was likely an alien. The remainder either remained skeptical or simply did not care, indulging in the entertainment. Wudao removed his headpiece, facing the camera directly, and slowly stated, "Whether I am Wudao of Blue Planet or an alien is of little significance to you. I assume you do not care either. What truly matters is whether what I say is real." With a sudden leap, Wudao ascended to the pinnacle of the television tower, standing with hands clasped behind his back, and declared, "I, Wudao, master of the extreme intent sect, hereby proclaim, to the sinner who obstructs the advancement of civilization on Blue Planet, anyone who steps forth to stand before me, regardless of age or gender, regardless of status, I shall directly impart the ultimate freedom technique to them, and I shall bestow upon them a martial arts baptism, granting them immediate entry into the fold." Pausing for effect, Li Wudao smiled slightly. Even a novice in martial arts shall possess immense strength, speed akin to lightning, and skin as tough as steel, rendering them impervious to ordinary bullets. Moreover, they shall live for 200 years. The live stream fell into a momentary hush. However, once the audience processed this information, it was as if a colossal stone had plummeted into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of excitement. Is it about to begin? Are we finally starting? Goodness, why am I not in the Asia-Pacific Federation? Just entering could make one a little superhuman, and to live for 200 years. Wouldn't achieving mastery then launch one into the heavens? It's just the central television tower. I've been there before. I'll be right there, master. Wait for me. Bro, heed my warning. The waters here run deep. You might not grasp it. I'll go ahead. Everyone, await my good news. But wait, have you all forgotten the Asia-Pacific Federation? Will they just let you ascend without a word? Chapter 17. Zhou Yao, a single opportunity, after all, is too meager to stir significant turmoil. Li Wudao spoke again. The top 100 will receive my personal guidance, sparing them years of arduous study. However, I cannot bestow too much at once, for that which is too easily obtained is seldom cherished, a common flaw of humanity. Hence, 100 is the most fitting number. 100, there is still a chance. I'm on my way. Brother, are you truly unafraid of the risks? Death is not an option. They want to just stand by. The reactions in the live broadcast were not the focus at this moment. Beneath the television tower, several young individuals, having just witnessed Li Wudao's ascent from a close distance in the square, were rushing towards the tower. They had all seen Li Wudao soar into the air, and even the most stubborn among them could not deny the reality, especially the young ones with their strong capacity for acceptance. What incredible luck! Hurry! Leading the charge was a young man, approximately 20, clad in a yellow robe. He was a delivery courier, sprinting towards the revolving glass door of the tower with the speed of a 100-meter dash. If he could enter, and if the elevator was functioning, he could theoretically reach Li Wudao in mere minutes. Behind him trailed 3 men of varying ages, each pushing themselves relentlessly to keep pace. Li Wudao not only cast his gaze in their direction, but also redirected half of the live feed to focus on these 4 individuals. What is going on? Is that the central television tower? Wow, they're right below the tower. Wow, are they about to go up? Jealousy tears me apart. I envy them. Not so simple, just wait. Indeed, it was not so simple. As the courier slowed to approach the revolving door, a sudden sharp sound shattered the air, followed by the explosion of the glass door into countless shards, startling the courier, who instinctively shielded his face and stumbled back. The 3 pursuers halted in shock as well. The courier's expression morphed from fear to a complex mix of emotions. This was a warning. Any attempt to advance would result in immediate termination. Yet, he was also overwhelmed with a sense of bitter resentment. For the first time in 20 years, he felt as though Lady Luck had smiled upon him. In that moment, he perceived himself standing at the edge of an unfathomable abyss, a gaping maw of greed and savagery threatening to devour his every value. Before him lay the pathway to greatness, a chance at an extraordinary life. Yet between these 2 extremes seemed a chasm, an insurmountable barrier. His face contorted with rage, eyes wide and pupils constricted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His hands clenched and unclenched in a futile rhythm. No, I refuse to accept this. He roared with fiery determination, his eyes bloodshot. I will not submit. With a fierce yell, he surged forward, disregarding everything, taking 1 step, then another. Just 1 more step, and he would breach the hall. He screamed, channeling every ounce of strength into his effort. Bang! A piercing shriek echoed as a tremendous force struck him mid-leap, blood speckling the ground as he was flung away, tumbling several times before landing beside the lawn. Cough! Cough! He gasped for breath, blood spilling from his mouth, struggling to inhale. His eyes widened, filled with rage and despair as he stared at the radiant night sky. A bullet had pierced his side, puncturing a lung, and blood quickly soaked half of his body. The 3 men nearby trembled in fear, their own desires for success overshadowed by the grim reminder of the consequences before them. They dared not attempt to rush in. Should we call an ambulance for him? One murmured softly, unable to bear it. The other two rolled their eyes in response. Setting aside whether the hospital had the capacity to assist, this bullet was undoubtedly fired by the Federation. How could a hospital possibly provide aid? Even if they were willing, the Federation would not allow it. Who could trust that medical personnel wouldn't sneak in? On the ground, the courier gradually lay still, the defiance in his eyes fading. Was this how it would end? A lifetime spent in failure, concluding in defeat. In his final moments, he vaguely perceived a shadow descending from the heavens. What? Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped him, jolting his muddled consciousness into clarity. His body convulsed violently, and he opened his eyes wide, like a fish flopping on land, regaining a flicker of vitality. Yet, a wave of unimaginable pain followed, as if countless ants were burrowing within him, gnawing at his insides. Ah! He shrieked in agony, writhing uncontrollably. Bang! Another gunshot echoed, but this time it exploded against an outstretched arm, deflecting the bullet aimed at the courier. Wudao slowly turned, his icy gaze fixed on a rooftop of a building across from the television tower. Seeking death, with a flick of his hand, a red beam of light surged forth, piercing through the forehead of the sniper on the rooftop, leaving a small, gory mark as a grim reminder. You dare to take the life of someone I wish to save, as if I do not exist? Wudao scoffed coldly. The cries from the ground gradually subsided, revealing the courier drenched in sweat, gasping for air, his eyes vacant, still reeling from the excruciating pain. If you're not dead, get up quickly. Upon hearing this, the courier snapped awake, scrambling to his feet without a second thought, bowing deeply to Wudao. Master, I owe you my life. Zhou Yao has no way to repay you, and I wish to serve as your humble servant. Good heavens, this fellow truly has no shame. Woo, I want to be the Master's servant too. Please take me with you. Incredible. P.S. alive, truly revived. Let us not worry about that for now. My primary concern is whether the first spot is still available. Enough, you are not yet in a position to serve me. Wudao waved his hand, cutting off the chatter. Although you did not successfully reach me, and thus do not qualify for the opportunity, your courage in rushing forward, knowing the likely fatal outcome, is commendable. Seeing you now, full of spirit and vitality, I smile and declare, as a reward, I shall restore your body to its prime condition and impart to you the free and ultimate skill. Before an audience of over 100 million, Zhou Yao took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Focusing his mind, a wealth of information naturally flooded his consciousness. Chapter 18, Global Live Broadcast. Body refinement, the free and unfettered ultimate skill, is a second-tier body refinement technique within the Jin martial arts system, renowned for its exceptional efficacy in shaping genetic adaptability, expansiveness, and receptivity. Although it is merely a technique focused on body refinement, devoid of any biological energy characteristic of martial arts, and does not facilitate the awakening of martial abilities, it profoundly develops genetic potential and physical fitness. Consequently, the free and unfettered ultimate skill stands as one of the most suitable methods for non-special beings to establish a foundation in martial arts. 10 techniques comprises tiers, each presenting a unique approach to harnessing genetic potential. As such, it allows organic individuals to undergo genetic development up to 13 times. Upon practicing the first tier and experiencing minimal enhancements, indicating that the effects of body refinement and development have reached their zenith, one may proceed to the subsequent tier and its associated genetic development. It is imperative to avoid skipping tiers during practice, as this could lead to physical injury or even catastrophic genetic collapse resulting in death. While genetic growth may seem limitless, this technique imposes a depth of development restriction. Hence, when one recognizes that even the next tier yields negligible improvement, it signifies that the potential for genetic development has been exhausted, necessitating the pursuit of more advanced martial arts techniques. A friendly reminder from the sect leader. This is a subtle expression. I trust you do not take it lightly. Should your genetic development cap be at 5 tiers or below, it indicates a severely limited aptitude for gene-based martial arts. Conversely, exceeding 5 tiers suggests a higher martial arts potential. Those who surpass 10 tiers are deemed geniuses in the realm of gene martial arts. Come to me, and I shall personally nurture your talents. The preceding text serves as an introduction. Following this, a wealth of illustrated text unfolds. The essence of the free and unfettered ultimate skill lies in genetic development, a journey of self-transcendence, culminating in the sublimation of the physical body and spiritual will through arduous trials. First tier, suffering the self, a multitude of luminous, indistinct figures dance in the mind, with Zhou Yao's body instinctively mirroring their movements. The seemingly inhumane postures evoke subtle tremors within his bodily cells, igniting energy in a state of stillness. As over 20 minutes slip by unnoticed, the solitude remains unbroken. At this moment, Zhou Yao is executing the final movement of the first tier of body refinement. Sprawled on the ground in a pose reminiscent of a scorpion's tail, with his right leg elevated, arms crossed, and fingers gripping the earth. He then pivots his fingers in a slow clockwise motion around the left foot positioned as the axis. Sweat mingles with the rain, and with each rotation, the ground beneath him becomes saturated, forming a wet circle. Remember to absorb ample bodily energy before practicing. Wudao observes Zhou Yao as he switches legs and hands, initiating a counterclockwise movement and remarks, during practice, ensure your body maintains sufficient energy supply. Under the current conditions, consume highly compressed, calorically dense food. Zhou Yao's visage contorts in agony, sweat and tears mingling, his face flushed with exertion. Completing the counterclockwise circle, he collapses, resembling a lifeless mass on the ground. Gasping for air, his eyes devoid of vitality as they gaze towards Wudao. While practicing the first tier, my transmission of knowledge will forcibly correct your movements and breathing techniques, saving you considerable time and facilitating your initial genetic development, Wudao states, turning slowly with his hands clasped behind him. Nevertheless, you must learn to perceive the subtle changes within your body during practice, ensuring you master the breathing techniques thoroughly. In the body refinement methods of the free and unfettered ultimate skill, you must understand not only what to do, but also the underlying reasons. Only then can you journey further. You're my first disciple. Do not let me down. With gritted teeth, Zhou Yao rises despite his body feeling utterly devoid of strength, pain coursing through him, his insides ablaze. Yet, he forces himself to kneel and hoarsely declare, "Sect leader, I shall forever remember your teachings. Your kindness will remain etched in my heart." Zhou Yao's words signify the conclusion of the inaugural global live broadcast of martial arts body refinement. The once quiet stream erupts into activity, a flurry of comments flooding the screen. This speech is so elaborate. They really get into character quickly. So this is the free and unfettered ultimate skill? Just crawling around in a bizarre posture? It looks both ridiculous and exhausting. Surely, this is nonsense. I tried the first move and ended up straining my back. Is this really feasible for a human? Did this Zhou Yao not just perform the entire routine? So this is transmission of knowledge without the host's guidance. Mastering the movements and those peculiar breathing patterns would consume an inordinate amount of time and energy, not to mention the suffering endured. Clearly, someone understands. Wudao catches sight of a fleeting comment. Though the words may seem crude, they ring true. Without his assistance, it would take Zhou Yao 2 years just to grasp the basics. As for the method of assistance, he has implanted a cell imbued with his hive consciousness within Zhou Yao's body. This endeavor aims to extend to all beings on the blue planet, eventually forming his empire of flesh and blood. Due to the hive consciousness, thoughts are interconnected. Each cell serves as an extension of his being, rendering independent consciousness non-existent. Moreover, he does not wish to exert direct control over Zhou Yao's body during every practice session. The hive consciousness cells remain dormant to avoid distracting him. Thus, Wudao has devised a control program for the first tier of body refinement, utilizing the hive consciousness and the transmutation of heavenly demons to guide Zhou Yao's body through a refinement session. Once Zhou Yao masters the free and unfettered ultimate skill, enabling him to morph and simulate physical forms, he will become a mere cog or muscle fiber within Li Wudao's blood empire. This is a highly concentrated energy solution. Just 2 or 3 drops before each practice should suffice. Zhou Yao, his complexion pale and tinged with embarrassment, stutters, "Sect leader, your generosity overwhelms me. Enough with the hesitance." Li Wudao glares at him sternly. "Take this, then find a room in the television tower to commence your training. You shall emerge when you feel capable of self-defense and can escape from a nation's pursuit." Zhou Yao's eyes glisten with tears, and he responds with fervor, "Yes." Sect Leader. Chapter 19. Yu Yingming, Chang Yifeng, Zhou Yao, and Chang Yifeng entered the television tower, never to be seen again. Or rather, those with the aptitude did. Zhou Yao was an exception, not included in the list of potential candidates. From this moment forward, the true crucible of life and death commences. Bang! Another sharp gunshot echoed. Aya! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. On the ground floor of the television tower, one of the 3 individuals collapsed before the revolving door. A gunshot wound to his abdomen had damaged his spine, rendering his lower body completely numb. Rapid blood loss caused him to grow frigid. "Master, save me. Please save me," he cried out. Li Wudao remained impassive, even allocating half of the live stream screen to the scene below. "Master, save me," the man howled, his hands scrabbling at the ground as he desperately tried to crawl inside. Li Wudao remained unmoved. "Aya, I'm going to die. I'm going to die." His screams revealed a terror of death that shattered his sanity. "Why won't you save me? Why won't you save me? Li Wudao, you bastard." Boom! A beam of cerulean light descended from the heavens. After a violent explosion, nothing remained but a scorched crater. The 2 figures nearby trembled, their eyes vacant. Incomprehensible. Only then did Li Wudao let out a cold snort before replacing his helmet and standing motionless. In Mizhou, west of Dongdao Prefecture, at the International Airport's VIP lounge, Yu Yingming watched the live stream on her tablet, her exquisite face etched with a frown. Zhou Yao, truly a fortunate fellow. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Enter. A robust man in his 30s, clad in a suit, entered. He approached Yu Yingming and said respectfully, "Miss, Dongdao Prefecture has just issued an emergency order, sealing the borders. National flights have been grounded. We'll proceed by land." Yu Yingming's frown deepened. Diplomatic channels are ineffective as well. "No, Dongdao Prefecture has initiated Level 1 readiness. Forget diplomacy. Any airborne object will be intercepted. Then we'll travel by land. I don't care how you do it, but get to the Allied zone as quickly as possible." "Yes." "Old Chong, you're utterly mad. Have you even considered your age?" In a dense forest on the outskirts of a city bordering the Asia-Pacific Federation in northwestern Dongdao Prefecture, Chang Yifeng smiled at his old comrade's farewell. "It is precisely because I am over 50 that I must seize this opportunity." Behind him stood a group of silent mercenaries in camouflage fatigues, fully armed. The following day, at dawn, the sun rose and mist swirled. It seemed it would be another beautiful day. In countless locations, in countless secret rooms, on countless monitors, a majestic, mysterious, and futuristic suit of armor stood atop the television tower, facing the rising sun. With arms outstretched, the golden sunlight bathed it, reflecting a dazzling light, like a divine being descending to earth. Then, under the ceaseless gaze of countless eyes, the armor receded, revealing a handsome youth in loose-fitting martial arts attire. The youth suddenly leaped tens of meters into the air, floating effortlessly, landing on the tower's lightning rod on a single leg. Immovable. Thereafter, the youth moved, executing a series of bizarre poses that were difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. But unlike Zhou Yao's tormented appearance the previous night, as if he were suffering the torments of the 18 levels of hell, the youth's movements were graceful, each action seemingly touching the heavens and earth, imbued with an unparalleled and peculiar allure. Though his attire was soon soaked with sweat, the clinging fabric revealed a perfect physique, further accentuating the beauty of the martial artist's form. Countless people were mesmerized. They had never witnessed such pure vitality in a human body, brimming with life, vigor, wildness, and passion. Only one thought occupied their minds. This is true martial arts cultivation. What was that disgusting thing crawling on the ground yesterday? The entire process lasted a full hour, undisturbed. Is this martial arts? That is the vitality of life. And they were all decrepit old men. The youngest already 60 years old. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, we must consider how to deal with this enemy. Uncle Wong, do you have a plan? In the International Hotel at the heart of the Allied Zone's administrative center, Yu Ingming held a cup of coffee, standing before a window and gazing at the television tower, a mere 4 li away as the crow flies. The man in his 30s, still in a black suit, his buzz cut revealing a vigorous spirit, responded, "Miss, you have seen the news from the Asia-Pacific Federation. They will not permit anyone to enter the television tower." Just moments before, the Asia-Pacific Federation's morning news had broadcast a message. Aside from condemning Li Wudao's cruelty and urging the public to remain rational, it emphasized one point. The Asia-Pacific Federation had eliminated 48 individuals the previous night who had been seduced by aliens. A warning aimed directly at the citizens of the Asia-Pacific Federation. If you dare to go, we dare to kill. Uncle Wong sighed silently before continuing. For now, we can only observe. I need to secure first place. Yu Ingming paused. You can secure second. Uncle Wong smiled wryly. Miss, I naturally desire to obtain a spot, but this matter cannot be rushed. From my observation, the Asia-Pacific Federation has stationed numerous snipers at the vantage points around the television tower, no fewer than 30. While there is no overt blockade on the ground, the surrounding buildings are teeming with soldiers and heavy weaponry. Yesterday, someone attempted to ram the television tower in a modified heavy truck, only to be obliterated by several armor-piercing rockets. Furthermore, numerous special operations teams are lying in wait at every entrance and exit of the television tower. A direct assault is out of the question. We must devise another strategy. Chapter 20. The plan. By the time you devise a solution, the yellow flowers will have wilted. Yu Ingming finally turned around, her expression displeased. You must have forgotten the 24-hour clearance declaration set by Li Wudao. Uncle Wong was taken aback. Then his expression changed drastically. He had indeed overlooked such a critical matter. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. The news of the martial arts exhibition and the conferral of titles was simply too shocking. With less than 11 hours remaining until 6:38 p.m., how much time do you think Li Wudao will afford us? After a pause, he set down his cup, retrieved a specially designed phone from his pocket, and dialed. It's me. Send the video of Zhou Yao's parents to him, along with this phone number. Remember, no extraneous actions. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wong's eyes widened in shock. The young lady has captured Zhou Yao's parents? When did this happen? Yu Ingming lifted her gaze. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and prepare breakfast. Meeting her calm, yet deeply intense eyes, Uncle Wong shivered slightly and immediately complied. Yes. 13 minutes later, ding, ding, ding. At the dining table, the phone rang, and Yu Ingming elegantly wiped her mouth. She answered only after the third ring. Hello? Who are you? What have you done to my parents? The voice on the other end was a suppressed roar. Zhou Yao, you should be grateful to me. What do you mean? Yu Ingming chuckled softly. Oh, don't feign ignorance. You must understand. Uncle Wong gradually took a seat, listening to the exchange with admiration. The young lady has truly matured. She swiftly grasped the crux of the situation and preemptively secured Zhou Yao's parents before any other factions could act. You are right. I should indeed be grateful to you. The voice on the other end calmed significantly. What do you want me to do? A straightforward individual. Yu Ingming replied nonchalantly. Then I won't beat around the bush. Help me become number one, as swiftly as possible. You have a plan? Of course. You are the only missing piece. At the top of the television tower, bang, Li Wudao jumped down from the lightning rod, stretching his body and easing his tense muscles. The third level of the body refinement method from Hua, Tima Zizai Miofa. The fourth set of exercises was complete, with the current completion rate of the third gene development at 2. Shaolan's voice echoed in his mind. It is projected that after completing 368 sets, the third gene development will reach 100. Reminder, a 10-minute break between sets yields optimal results. Completing a set of the third-level body refinement method takes approximately 10 minutes. Thus, 368 sets would require a little over 123 hours, just slightly more than 5 days without sleep. Li Wudao nodded, somewhat satisfied with this pace. After the completion of the third gene development, his physical attributes should increase by a fraction. The main method and the auxiliary method share the same nature. Both are purely gene development techniques divided into 13 levels, with the main method being somewhat more potent. During the intermission, Wudao suddenly raised an eyebrow. Someone emerged slowly from the stairway of the underground parking lot on the first floor of the television tower. It was Zhou Yao. However, he was a far cry from the frail delivery boy of the previous night. He had shot up more than 10 centimeters, now standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Body-chested, his muscles were bulging and sinewy, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, surpassing even professional bodybuilders. His body was engorged with blood, veins bulging, his head completely bald, and his crimson face contorted in fury. His thighs, thicker than a woman's waist, stretched his loose, athletic were to the point of resembling a second skin. An aura of terrifying menace radiated from him, resembling a ferocious beast. Wudao frowned slightly. This fellow doesn't he know when enough is enough? Through direct observation via the hive consciousness cells, Wudao noted that Zhou Yao's physique had reached 1.38 times the average limit. The progress of the first gene development had reached 64. However, the cost was the massive death of cells within his body, with his organs and muscles under immense strain. The outward manifestation was abnormal engorgement. If he did not promptly engage in prolonged recovery and rest, the potential for further gene development would rapidly decline. Normal gene development would not result in such a condition. Clearly, Zhou Yao had reached this state through relentless and exhaustive training. The human body is not a machine. Even with ample energy supply, flesh, cells, and genes require time to recuperate. The information regarding the techniques Wudao transmitted to him included detailed explanations on this matter. Yet Zhou Yao had evidently not heeded them, believing he was capable of self-preservation. So what was he doing out now? Wudao's interest piqued as he observed intently. Thud, thud. Zhou Yao glanced toward the shadows. Come out. I see you. In response, a muffled gunshot echoed. The projectile was not a metal bullet, but a tranquilizer dart. Zhou Yao's massive frame moved with agility, evading it effortlessly. The tranquilizer struck the wall, shattering upon impact. Zhou Yao repositioned himself, forcing a somewhat ferocious grin. A tranquilizer gun? So, you really intend to capture me alive? More muffled sounds followed. Zhou Yao shifted, taking cover behind a vehicle to dodge another tranquilizer dart. Brothers in arms, I believe we can have a conversation. Clang. In response, a tear gas canister was tossed his way. Looks like I need to show you a thing or two before we can talk. Zhou Yao smirked, suddenly crouching down and striking with his elbow. Bang! The front door window of a sedan shattered instantly. Beep beep. The entire underground parking lot erupted in car alarms. Numerous shards of glass rained down upon Zhou Yao's bare torso and face, yet not a single scratch was left behind. He reached out with his right hand, opening the front door of the car from the inside. Then, gripping the door with both hands, he yanked it outward with all his might. Clang! The front door of the sedan was forcibly torn off. Ha! What a rush! Zhou Yao laughed heartily, using the car door as a shield as he crouched and charged toward the shadows. Open fire! A furious command rang out. Tot. The penetrating power of the assault rifle bullets was formidable. The car door could not withstand it, and bullets pierced through, striking Zhou Yao's upper body. Yet Zhou Yao seemed entirely impervious to the pain, roaring as he accelerated, resembling an enraged rhinoceros. In just 2 to 3 seconds, he covered several dozen meters. His fierce gaze locked onto a small delivery truck parked against the wall of the garage. 2 fully armed soldiers crouched behind the truck, guns raised. He could clearly see the flashes of gunfire and the shockwaves left in the air by the bullets. He bellowed, bracing his shoulder against the truck door, plunging forward once more, initiating his charge. Finally, Zhou Yao, with unmatched vigor, collided head-on with the side of the small truck. Bang! Amidst the deafening crash, the 2-ton truck was shunted sideways. The soldier on the outer side reacted swiftly, diving out of the way. However, the soldier on the inner side was trapped, crushed against the wall by the careening vehicle. Ugh! The soldier grunted, his face flushed crimson. Fortunately, the vehicle's momentum had waned, and he had braced himself with his rifle across his chest, mitigating the brunt of the impact. The dodging soldier, agile and alert, executed a swift roll and leveled his weapon at Zhou Yao. But before he could aim, a shadowy figure blurred past, and with a gust of wind, the rifle was wrenched from his grasp, his wrist twisted in the process. The soldier attempted to draw his sidearm, but a devastating sweep kick slammed into his right shoulder. Bang! As if struck by a speeding vehicle, the soldier was propelled upward, soaring a meter into the air before crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground. Cough! Cough! The soldier choked, his body convulsing in agony. Ha ha! Zhou Yao gasped for air, his head steaming, his bald head contorted in a savage grin. Hey, can we talk now? The pinned soldier, gazing at Zhou Yao's bare torso, was visibly aghast. You! Zhou Yao glanced down. Embedded in his muscles were 5 or 6 bullet heads. Ha! What do you think? Isn't your big brother Zhou awesome? Zhou Yao flexed his pectoral muscles, causing the embedded bullets to quiver. The soldier, face contorted, was speechless. Zhou Yao then stepped forward and with a mighty heave, lifted and shifted the 2-ton truck. Ha! The soldier's legs buckled, and he gasped for breath, his limbs trembling. Zhou Yao snatched the rifle from him, then retrieved the other soldier's dropped weapon. He aimed both guns at the 2 men. All right, don't move. I'm not experienced with these things, and I wouldn't want to accidentally pull the trigger. Cough, cough. What do you want? The kicked soldier struggled to his feet, glaring at Zhou Yao. We haven't seen any live stream. What are you trying to say? The other soldier demanded. So, you're completely in the dark? This is going to be difficult. Zhou Yao frowned. First, drop your weapons in gear. Now, under the threat of the guns, the 2 soldiers reluctantly surrendered their arms. Now, keep your eyes peeled. Zhou Yao, in full view of the 2 men, grasped the barrel of a rifle with his right hand, braced it with his left, and applied force. Crack! To their utter astonishment, the barrel of the rifle gradually bent under Zhou Yao's brute strength. Well, what do you think now? Zhou Yao tossed the mangled rifle to them. The 2 soldiers caught it, their faces etched with disbelief. How? How did you do that? Shrugging off a truck collision, bullets embedded in his flesh. Could be rationalized, attributing it to the truck's weight or the bullets being deflected by the door. But witnessing the gun barrel twisted with bare hands defied all logic. This is inhuman. If anyone could bend a gun barrel, the Federation military would be in utter chaos. Come with me. Zhou Yao led the 2 men into the television tower. The central television tower in the Joint Federation District was integrated with tourism, with a revolving restaurant and other entertainment facilities at the top. Last night, there were still people inside, but some were casually dispatched by Wudao, and the rest were taken care of by the Asia-Pacific Federation. He found a phone and showed the 2 soldiers various news videos about Wudao. The 2 soldiers were increasingly shocked, wondering if they were dreaming. Is he really an alien? I thought the higher-ups were spouting nonsense. Damn, the 12th Artillery Base is gone just like that? Is Wudao the one at the top of the tower? Zhou Yao had them focus on the live stream footage from last night. Half an hour later, the underground garage still at the stairwell. So, what are your thoughts now? Zhou Yao leaned against the wall, picking at the bullet heads embedded in his skin. Opposite him, the 2 soldiers sat on the steps, their expressions uncertain. Want to take a gamble? If you win, you can become martial arts masters like me at the forefront of the new era. Zhou Yao cajoled. You've seen it yourselves, what I was like yesterday and what I'm like now. There's no need to doubt. Frankly, you're even luckier than I am. The master is right above you. Put in some effort, and you can stand before him and receive his power. Doesn't that tempt you? Or are the Federation soldiers truly unwavering in their loyalty, willing to defend the Federation to the death? Silence. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances. Although I haven't killed anyone yet, you should understand that my parents are waiting for me to save them. Don't doubt my resolve, Zhou Yao added, intensifying the pressure. What are you afraid of? If you lose the gamble, at worst you die. Is the Federation going to execute your entire family? If you don't choose, you die now. Damn it. Let's do it. Do it. In the face of a gun, reason prevailed. Excellent. Gentlemen, you'll be glad you made this choice. Zhou Yao nodded in satisfaction. He then began to outline his plan. You know that this television tower is being watched closely. There are countless snipers aiming at it. Going up there is suicide. I heard there are at least 3 battalions Over 400 people, one of the soldiers said. So, we need to share the good fortune. We're all soldiers, all brothers. We can't be selfish, right? Zhou Yao looked at the two men. The two men nodded in realization. Indeed, sharing is caring. Brother Ding Hui, take these phones with you and show them to any brothers you think you can convince. There are 100 slots, so recruit as many as possible. Brother Lu Yi, you're injured, so stay with me and wait for Brother Ding Hui's good news. As he watched the soldier named Ding Hui don his gear, grab a pistol, and slip away, disappearing around the corner, Zhou Yao's eyes flickered. He wasn't sure what the other man would choose. Whether he was genuinely swayed and would follow the plan. No one could tell. Chapter 22. The Alliance at 9:37 a.m. Li Wudao was honing his physique atop a lightning rod when suddenly, an armed helicopter approached swiftly from the north. What trickery is this? Li Wudao glansa sidawais. Ever since the Asia-Pacific Federation had labeled him an alien, their relentless assault had not ceased, employing every conceivable tactic, missiles, gas bombs, and various armaments in succession. To prevent the prominent television tower from being demolished, Li Wudao had been intercepting from a distance. Just as he was about to raise his hand to obliterate the troublesome helicopter, he noticed two soldiers in the cockpit and gunner's seat frantically waving their hands, shouting, "Master, we come to surrender." What sincerity! Li Wudao lowered his arms, allowing them to approach. Under the comprehensive information control of Shaolin, in this era of electronic warfare, all military activities worldwide unfolded beneath his vigilant gaze, devoid of secrecy. So, these two truly were here to surrender. However, Li Wudao's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Zhou Yao, what are you up to?" As a helicopter drew within 100 meters of the television tower, Yu Yingming furiously shouted in her earpiece, "If I don't secure first place, you'd better be prepared to bid farewell to your parents." No, there wouldn't even be a chance to say goodbye. At that moment, she was situated just over 700 meters from the television tower, beneath a circular highway island. Surrounding her was a group of armed personnel clad in black, unmarked combat uniforms, all under the command of Uncle Wang. In the shadowy corners of the tower's first floor, Zhou Yao looked up, listening to the woman's voice through his Bluetooth earpiece, his expression darkening. "Those are not my men. Immediately, bring them down," Yu Yingming barked, urging her team to advance. "Damn," Zhou Yao muttered under his breath, turning to look behind him. Behind him stood nearly 40 robust federal soldiers, all members of the special forces tasked with intercepting anyone attempting to enter the television tower. The situation had developed more smoothly than he had anticipated. In truth, the special forces stationed outside had already learned of the unfolding events through the internet. Each of them harbored their own schemes, yet no one dared to speak up first, fearing repercussions during this peculiar time. Those responsible for the underground garage, including Ding Hui and L.E., were among the last to be informed. It was only after Zhou Yao took the initiative to clarify matters that they were astonished to discover everyone shared the same thoughts. The few who disagreed and wished to report had no power to resist and were promptly subdued. As success loomed near, all they needed was for that woman to arrive, and everything would be resolved. However, unexpected complications arose. Rocket launcher! Quickly, spotting a soldier with a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, Zhou Yao's eyes brightened. "Is that appropriate?" The soldier hesitated. "If you don't fire, what if the Federation realizes we're in trouble? Do you want a missile on your head?" Zhou Yao's mind raced. "All right." The soldier gritted his teeth, knelt down, aimed, and fired. Whoosh! The portable anti-air missile soared skyward, trailing a fiery tail, striking the helicopter's belly with precision. Boom! The fuel tank ignited, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, and the helicopter was instantly engulfed in flames, crashing down. "Good. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." Yu Yingming sprinted forward, her phoenix eyes gleaming as she witnessed the helicopter transform into a fireball. "Make haste. I can't afford to delay them any longer," Zhou Yao murmured. "Who are you talking to? Hurry up and take the high-speed elevator," Ding Hui urged from behind Zhou Yao. Other soldiers were already impatiently awaiting orders. Faced with so many people, Zhou Yao could not suppress them. So he continued leading the team forward, casually inquiring, "Have you all decided who will claim first place?" At this, the The group entering through the side door of the television tower halted, heads drooping, eyes darting around. Zhou Yao continued. I, for one, am indifferent. The master wouldn't count me in. Ding Hui, the de facto leader, stepped forward, addressing everyone. Brothers, let us remain calm. Even if we don't secure first place, we can still learn martial arts like Zhou Yao, which is no small gain. So let us not get carried away. Let us not turn into foolish antagonists from a movie, fighting amongst ourselves while the treasure lies ahead, allowing others to reap the rewards. That would be truly laughable. A wave of low laughter spread among the crowd, easing the tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Ding Hui turned to Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao, speak honestly. What are your true intentions? If you are not vying for first place and have already learned the martial arts, why are you so actively involving us? Everyone turned their gaze towards him, sharing the same question. The previous remarks, laden with ulterior motives, had been too abrupt, utterly illogical compared to the prior behavior of their counterparts. Zhou Yao remained silent for over 10 seconds before finally sighing deeply. All right, I shall not conceal the truth from you. With sincerity etched on his face, Zhou Yao explained. There are two reasons. First, my parents are in the hands of a woman who desires the first place and is about to arrive. The crowd exchanged glances surprisingly calm, without blame or outrage. After all, everyone had family and could empathize. Secondly, Zhou Yao surveyed the 42 elite federal soldiers present, his voice turning grave. Have any of you considered the future? If we all acquire the martial arts, we will undoubtedly face pressure and temptation from various forces. You may find yourselves in situations similar to mine, with loved ones kidnapped and threatened. Even if we learn martial arts, we remain powerless. A heavy silence fell over the soldiers. This was an undeniable future that loomed ahead. Therefore, Zhou Yao's voice rose, scanning the crowd, his tone profound. We must unite. Individual strength, before reaching the Master S level, is insufficient to confront the various organizations and powers. Only by consolidating our strength can we instill fear and respect in them. Only then can we protect our families and have the time to grow. Though the crowd seemed somewhat swayed, no one voiced agreement. Everyone was an adult, and empty words would not convince them. Zhou Yao was well aware of this. He lowered his head, unzipping his waist bag to reveal a shimmering blue test tube, displaying it before everyone. This, I believe, requires little introduction. Indeed not. Anyone who has watched the live broadcast would recognize it. I transformed into my current state overnight. All thanks to this, Zhou Yao stated. And it only took 4 drops to satisfy all my needs. My words are spoken. What are your thoughts? Chapter 23. The Mad Woman. Without making Zhou Yao wait long, Ding Hui stepped forward with a smile and said, Now that you've gone this far, is there any reason for me to refuse? Strength lies in numbers, so I'm with you. Lu Yi echoed the sentiment, also taking a few steps forward. Fine, since we've come this far, I might as well follow your lead. You seem capable, so I will heed your guidance. Hurry up and get that woman moving. The longer we delay, the more nightmares we invite. Yes, yes. Let us speed it up. A chorus of 42 voices responded. Zhou Yao let out a long sigh of relief, his spirits soaring as he proclaimed, Rest assured, I, Zhou Yao, will never betray your trust. He then reopened the communication channel. Where are you now? I've arrived. Suddenly, the words were drowned out by a cacophony of gunfire. The sound echoed not only in his earpiece, but also resonated outside the television tower. Enemies incoming, Ding Hui shouted, swiftly seeking cover. The elite special forces, trained for combat, wasted no time in entering battle mode without needing commands. What's the situation? Zhou Yao asked anxiously, sheltering behind a massive cylindrical structure. A group of armed assailants is launching a surprise attack from the Helium Museum. Their firepower is fierce. Hurry to my location. I'm just outside the parking lot at the east gate of the television tower. Damn it. Why does this always happen? Zhou Yao cursed, but despite his anger, he knew he had to act. Brothers, let's go save them. To the east gate parking lot. Why now of all times? Lu Yi cursed in frustration. Where are the enemy's positions? Ding Hui inquired immediately. At the Helium Museum, across the road to the southeast. Good. 2 teams will stay with me to provide suppressive fire. The organization was swift and roles were clearly defined. Zhou Yao led 2 teams of 20 towards the east gate. while Ding Hui and 22 others moved rapidly to the southeast side of the television tower. We've located them. Second floor of the museum. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. A soldier hefted a rocket launcher, exclaiming, "Take this RPG." The rocket soared across the road, striking the museum's second-floor window with precision. The explosion shattered glass, leaving the enemy momentarily disoriented, but they quickly regrouped and returned fire against Ding Hui and his team. Among the group of black-clad assailants, a woman stood out, tall, clad in a black tracksuit, with a single ponytail. "Give me a bulletproof helmet." Liu Yi promptly removed his helmet and tossed it to her. Zhou Yao cast a deep glance at him, said nothing further, and swiftly donned the helmet. "Cover me," Zhou Yao bellowed, charging forward with his hands, shielding his head. He moved with astonishing speed. "Damn it!" Liu Yi and the others gritted their teeth and followed suit. With a physical prowess that was 8 times that of an average person, Zhou Yao propelled himself forward, each step leaving a dent in the ground. Bullets whizzed past him, striking the ground behind him. In less than 10 seconds, Zhou Yao crossed the 200-meter open expanse and successfully reached the parking lot. Friendlies. The rush of wind met him as Yu Yingming, spotting the formidable man, shouted. The nearby armed personnel shifted their focus, continuing their counterattack. Who? Zhou Yao panted, his bloodshot eyes locked onto the woman before him. Up close, he realized that although she was strikingly beautiful and tall, her features were youthful, likely indicating she was not yet of age. "You," he began, but she interrupted him. "This is not the time for idle chatter. Take me there immediately." Zhou Yao glared. "You want to just rush in like that? Bullets don't discriminate. Grab hold of my bulletproof vest. We're leaving now." Yu Yingming met his gaze without fear, her resolve unwavering. "You mad woman," Zhou Yao exclaimed in exasperation. "If you die, you better tell my parents where to find me." He grasped the back of Yu Yingming's vest, lifting her effortlessly as if she weighed nothing, and positioned her to his right to minimize the target area. Yu Yingming secured herself onto Zhou Yao, clutching his waist, her right hand protecting her head. "Let us go." On the other side, Liu Yi and 20 others, with remarkable shooting accuracy, suppressed the enemy while rapidly advancing. The combined firepower of nearly 70 men had completely overwhelmed this unknown armed faction. Logically, they should have waited to consolidate their forces and safely driven into the television tower, avoiding such a perilous approach. "Do you even want to see your parents?" Just as that thought crossed his mind, it was interrupted by a cold female voice. "Damn it. If we die, don't blame me." Zhou Yao ripped off the left door of a nearby car, using it as a shield for his upper body and head. He then took a deep stance, bending low and pushing off the ground. Whoosh! The wind whipped against his face. Zhou Yao had never felt air resistance quite like this moment. Bang! 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 Bullets pierced the car door, embedding into his flesh. In this extreme burst of energy, the capillaries under his skin ruptured, blood seeping out. Ugh! As he leapt forward, pain shot through his calf. He had been hit. His left leg hit the ground, causing him to stagger dangerously close to falling, but he quickly regained his balance and continued sprinting. Ultimately, Zhou Yao broke through Liu Yi and the others, successfully storming into the television tower through the east gate. This time, it took him 12 seconds. Huff! Huff! Zhou Yao released Yu Yingming, leaning on his knees, feeling as though his heart would burst. Dizziness enveloped him as blood rushed through his veins, making him feel like he might explode. Ugh! As Yu Yingming hit the ground, she gasped in pain. The black fabric of her joggers was torn, revealing a wound on her right calf through which blood flowed. "Move quickly," she urged, not pausing for a moment, limping towards the high-speed elevator. Zhou Yao swallowed hard and followed closely behind, determined not to let anything happen to her at this critical moment. The two swiftly entered the elevator. As the doors closed and the elevator ascended, Zhou Yao leaned against the wall, trying to regain his composure. He noticed that although Yu Yingming maintained her stoic expression, her breathing had become noticeably rapid. "Huh, I understand now. You don't trust them, do you?" Yu Yingming cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Upon reflection, Zhou Yao realized he might indeed be the more reliable choice. He continued, "I've already received the master's impartation. so I'm not competing for a spot with you. You have leverage over me. What a perfect pawn I am. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Yingming replied coolly. Once the importation is complete, I will take you to meet your parents and help you leave the Asia-Pacific Federation. Zhou Yao, with bloodshot eyes, gazed at the petite woman who barely reached his shoulder. It's not just me. There are 43 others, along with their families. Understood. The elevator reached the observation deck, and they quickly transitioned to the exclusive stairwell at the top. Each step left a bloody footprint behind. Yu Yingming's face flushed with excitement, her breath quickening. Finally, with a creak, they pushed open the last iron door. Chapter 24. The first place before her stood a figure that haunted her dreams. Yu Yingming swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and despite the pain in her calves, held her head high and strode forward with purpose. Zhou Yao scanned the surroundings, cautiously following behind to prevent any surprise attacks. She approached the man and halted just 2 meters away, gazing at his broad back. With a hesitant voice, Yu Yingming asked, Li Wudao, am I the first? Li Wudao slowly turned around, fixing his gaze on the young girl, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, you're the first. Is that all? Yu Yingming's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't you have anything else to say? After enduring countless hardships, she had finally achieved this first place. Was he not at all surprised? Don't you have anything you wish to express? After a long pause, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Huh! Li Wudao seemed to see through her thoughts, chuckling softly before speaking. Well, you certainly exceeded my expectations. You possess the merit to warrant a second glance. Upon hearing this, Yu Yingming clenched her fists in frustration. You insufferable man. She inhaled deeply, slightly bowing. Please bestow upon me your teachings now. Very well. Li Wudao did not linger. To establish a model for martial arts before a global audience, he would impart his teachings regardless of who claimed the first position. With a decisive gesture, he pressed a finger to Yu Yingming's forehead. A drop of blood, infused with his hive consciousness, seeped into her. In an instant, Yu Yingming felt as though struck by lightning. Her phoenix-like eyes widened, and her entire body stiffened. Boom! Suddenly, Li Wudao pointed into the air, intercepting a bullet that had been fired from the shadows, clearly indicating that someone was unwilling to let the first place be established so easily. However, this action undoubtedly angered Li Wudao. With a crack in his palm, revealing an energy outlet, he aimed towards the Guijin Grand Hotel and unleashed a powerful energy blast. A brilliant blue beam surged forth, obliterating the upper half of the luxurious hotel into a shower of debris. Li Wudao turned to him, speaking nonchalantly. If you do not cease your interference, by the end of today, your potential will be forever limited. Zhou Yao, taken aback, respectfully replied, Thank you for your guidance, master. Go. Yes. With the relevant parties dismissed, Li Wudao focused his attention entirely on Yu Yingming. He initially attempted to simulate the first layer of the Zizai Ji Gong from a cellular level, aided by his hive consciousness and Xiaolan, aiming for an unprecedented rapid development of her genes. Yet, to his surprise, he soon encountered failure. Though both were under his control, the internal transformations mirrored each other closely. However, this pure internal cellular activity did not yield any semblance of the expected results from the body forging method. Instead, it appeared to damage Yu Yingming's genes. It was as if the series of external movements required for practicing the forging method were essential to the gene development process. This was somewhat idealistic, Li Wudao mused. Nevertheless, the thought that the primary method could exert a more abstract control over the auxiliary methods allowed him to find solace. But how did the Dawn subsystem elevate my level? All right, Li Wudao set aside his expectations and inquired about the merits required for Yu Yingming to complete the first layer of the Zizai Ji Gong. 20 merit points, tisk. Li Wudao clicked his tongue in displeasure. 20 merit points were enough to exchange for a subpar escort ship. However, having made a commitment, he could not go back on his word. He cast away the 20 merit points, and the exchange began immediately. The subsystem commenced the gene development of the first layer of Zizai Ji Gong for Yu Yingming in a manner that Li Wudao could neither perceive nor comprehend. Yu Yingming collapsed onto the ground, her body convulsing violently. Li Wudao, through the hive consciousness he had left within her, intently observed the transformation process. How painful! It hurts so much. Yu Yingming screamed in agony. The pain transcended her physical control and mental will, leaving her devoid of autonomy, reduced to instinctual wails. Her eyes widened in fury, threatening to tear at the corners. The gene development service obtained from the subsystem constituted pure gene alteration, which did not include pain suppression. Such a feature existed, but it came at an additional cost. Li Wudao had never utilized it himself, so how could he offer it to her? Amidst her cries, Yu Yingming's body repeatedly exhibited signs of melting and deforming, with her genes dissolving and reassembling continuously. After 3 minutes, the development concluded. Yu Yingming lay on the ground, drenched in blood, her gaze vacant as she stared at the sky, gasping heavily. I can't comprehend. I can't understand. Li Wudao murmured softly to himself. During those 3 minutes, he felt no external energy input, yet Yu Yingming's genetic structure and cellular organization began to inexplicably transform. However, this was to be expected. If he could decipher it, that would indeed be peculiar. Shaking his head, Li Wudao looked at the still prostrate Yu Yingming and stated, "The transmission of power is complete. You have successfully undergone your first gene development. You may now cultivate the second layer of the forging method on your own." Upon hearing his voice, Yu Yingming's pupils focused, and she quickly rose to her feet. My body! She marveled at her hands. With a mere, simple motion, she felt an unending surge of power coursing through her being. Furthermore, as she glanced around, she observed the remnants of corpses tattooed beneath the rubble of the Guijin Grand Hotel, hundreds of meters away. She inhaled the acrid scent of smoke mingled with the rich aroma of blood and heard the sound of the high-speed elevator ascending within the television tower, even catching the frantic breaths of those inside. This was a whole new world. Suddenly, she swung her fist towards the wall adjacent to the lightning rod base. Bang! The solid, thick concrete base was dented into a bowl-sized indentation by her petite fist, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Aside from a bit of dust, her skin bore no marks whatsoever. I have grown stronger. This is the sensation of power, Yu Yingming exclaimed with exhilaration. Li Wudao continued, your potential is quite considerable, and with the flawless execution of your first gene development, your physical capabilities have now reached 14 times that of an ordinary person. 14 times. At that moment, Yu Yingming fixated on that number, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Li Wudao chuckled. Indeed, with your current physical strength, neural response speed, and extraordinary senses, in the city, as long as you avoid large-scale weaponry, you may act as freely as I do. How incredible! Yu Yingming's enthusiasm intensified. Yet she quickly regained her composure, looking at Li Wudao with a soft voice. Thank you. Clang! Suddenly, the iron door was forcefully pushed open. Chapter 25. Reward. Yu Yingming abruptly turned around, her excitement palpable, her fiery phoenix-like eyes swiftly cooling as she observed her surroundings with vigilance. There stood Zhou Yao, awkwardly positioned at the doorway, accompanied by a group of fervent soldiers and Wang Shu, who had followed Yu Yingming. Despite the exchange being one of utility and benefit, it had proven immensely helpful to her. Yu Yingming's expression softened as she silently approached Li Wudao's side. Li Wudao, unfazed by her presence, directed his attention to the crowd gathered at the staircase. There's still 99 spots available. Step forward. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhou Yao promptly leaped away. In the next moment, it was as though a horde of zombies had been unleashed, with people scrambling up the stairs in a frenzy. Master, I'm here. No need to rush. There are 99 spots for everyone. Then stop shoving me. Ding Hui, nursing an injured arm, was the first to secure his position before Li Wudao, respectfully greetings, master. Over 40 soldiers, along with the 20 or so individuals brought by Yu Yingming, dared not create a ruckus, fearful of inciting Li Wudao's ire. They arranged themselves in a neat formation, casting hopeful glances toward him. Wait a moment, who are you? What the hell? It's that group of mercenaries. Before Li Wudao could respond, a commotion erupted behind him. 7 or 8 mercenaries had stealthily followed a middle-aged man, who now lingered at the back of the line. Calm down. The The middle-aged man shouted, raising both hands. We come unarmed. Damn. Are the people at the back deaf and blind? They don't even realize when someone sneaks up behind them. LVE, filled with trepidation, scolded the soldiers at the rear. He then hurriedly advanced, aiming his gun at the middle-aged man's face. Haven't you been beaten enough? Now you're seeking death? Hey, this person looks somewhat familiar. Zhou Yao stepped forward, scrutinizing the middle-aged man closely. Before he could discern clearly, a figure suddenly descended from above, crashing beside him. What the hell? Accompanied by a chilling, piercing female voice, a blood-stained arm reached out, grasping the middle-aged man's neck. Chang Yifeng felt as light as a feather, hoisted effortlessly by the slender arm. It was only then that everyone recognized her. Yu Yingming, clad in a dark red tracksuit, her blood-streaked ponytail and eyes brimming with murderous intent. Surprise morphed into envy among the crowd, particularly impacting Zhou Yao. Just moments ago, she had appeared a delicate girl, yet in mere minutes, she had transformed into someone formidable. Was this the power bestowed by the master? Cough, cough. Chang Yifeng emitted a weak cough, his face reddening as he began to roll his eyes. With each passing second, it seemed he was close to suffocating, yet Yu Yingming, in her fury, showed no signs of releasing her grip. I remember now. You're the owner of Manla, aren't you? Zhou Yao suddenly exclaimed, slapping his palm in realization. He appeared during the master's livestream. Yu Yingming paused, her brow slightly furrowing. Yet ultimately, she relinquished her hold. Cough, cough. Chang Yifeng collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck as he coughed violently. Chairman Chang Yifeng of Manla? Yu Yingming gazed down at him, her eyes sharp. Do you aspire to take the first place? Who wouldn't? Chang Yifeng rose, his demeanor calm, as if the near-death experience had not occurred. You dare to follow us? Are you not afraid for your life? Fearful of death, yet equally terrified of missing out on a spot, Yu Yingming retorted with a cold laugh. You've quite the audacity, but how do you plan to leave here alive? Chang Yifeng fell silent. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from afar, drawing the attention of the seasoned individuals present, who instantly recognized the sound. Missiles were incoming. All were gathered atop the television tower, most of whom were traitorous renegades. The Asia-Pacific Federation would never allow this to go unpunished. Get down, Ding Hui shouted, his pupils constricting as he observed the rapidly enlarging dark shapes in the sky. Except for the indifferent Li Wudao, everyone, including Yu Yingming, dropped to the ground. Boom! Li Wudao raised a hand, directing a laser beam that intercepted and detonated the missile mid-air. The crowd looked up, relief washing over them. Before they could rise, a series of shrill screams followed. Numerous dark shapes shot down from above. This is getting tedious, Li Wudao remarked, his boredom evident as he waved his hands. A semi-transparent azure energy shield rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire top of the television tower. Dozens of missiles exploded against the shield, flames engulfing the area, creating a scene reminiscent of a furnace, sending waves of terror through the onlookers. Yet, no sound or heat penetrated the shield, leaving an eerie silence. All right, Li Wudao called, capturing everyone's attention. All 74 individuals here are within the quota. Prepare to receive the transmission of power. Before excitement could build, Li Wudao flicked his wrist, sending countless invisible threads of blood precisely onto each forehead. Subsequently, akin to the transformation of Zhou Yao, the Hivemind consciousness was linked, implanting the first layer of body-tempering techniques into their beings. Instantly, cries of agony erupted. However, as they did not require treatment for fatal injuries, their suffering was brief. Ceasing within seconds, Li Wudao observed Chang Yifeng at the staircase, drenched in sweat as if he had emerged from water, and chuckled, Old Chang, you truly are daring. Hey, what choice do I have? I wouldn't want to embarrass the master. Chang Yifeng wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. I mentioned earlier that if you satisfied me during the live stream, I would impart the techniques to you. You've done well. Come here. Li Wudao Vikunat. A spark ignited in Chang Yifeng's eyes, but he quickly bowed his head to conceal his excitement. He then addressed Yu Yingming before him. Please allow me some time. I will provide you with a satisfactory response shortly. For now, I must pass, as the master has summoned me. Yu Yingming narrowed her eyes, saying nothing. But her gaze pierced Chang Yifeng as she stepped aside. The soldiers, now rising, made way, their expressions a mixture of scrutiny, curiosity, envy, and displeasure. Master, Chang Yifeng approached Li Wudao, performing a formal salute. Li Wudao replied, "The opportunity for the transmission of power is one you have earned. The reward for the live stream must be something different. What do you desire?" This question caused the eyes of all present to redden, each fixated intensely on Chang Yifeng's back. They craved no extravagant rewards. They merely wished to surpass countless others in an instant. Even Yu Yingming's expression darkened as she regarded Chang Yifeng, her gaze frigid. Chapter 26. Roar. Even after years of navigating the vicissitudes of the business world, Chang Yifeng, who prided himself on his exceptional emotional management, found himself visibly moved at this moment. Nevertheless, he ultimately bowed his head and said, "How could one demand rewards? It is a blessing for me to be recognized by the leader." Upon hearing this, Yu Yingming's eyes widened in disbelief. What a shameless fellow, a man in his 50s, groveling before someone her age. TSK, old Chang, you still possess the gift of eloquence. Though aware that this was merely flattery from an older man, Li Wudao chuckled and shook his head, replying, "In that case, you shall accompany me." "Yes." Chang Yifeng immediately positioned himself behind Li Wudao. Yu Yingming glanced at Li Wudao, realizing that she could no longer sway Chang Yifeng. Her gaze then turned to Chang Yifeng's face as she reminded him, "Do not forget the instructions you provided." The missile offensive from the Asia-Pacific Federation had long ceased, and the blue energy shield remained unscathed. "Let it be," Li Wudao said as he deactivated the energy shield generator that had formed temporarily within him. This declaration was made in a live broadcast room, which had never been disconnected, and everything that had transpired was witnessed by millions. The first place is actually a woman. Is no one opening the boxes? Found her. The daughter of Yiziyuan from the Dongda Prefecture, a second-year student at Hongyan City 6 High School, and crucially, a classmate of Li Wudao. Wow, this is a scandal. Did you see that woman speed just now? It's outrageous. Martial arts. Martial arts. It's not fake. Will the streamer fully disclose the martial arts techniques? There are still over 20 spots available. There is still a chance. At 11:08. Time is running short. Let us go, Li Wudao concluded, his figure enveloped in black armor as he took off with Chang Yifeng. "Follow me. Let us leave together." Over 40 soldiers turned their gazes towards Zhou Yao, who nodded in affirmation, solidifying the plan. The 20-odd armed personnel, led by Uncle Wang, promptly received their orders. In contrast, the 6 or 7 mercenaries who had accompanied Chang Yifeng appeared visibly tense. Yu Yingming cast a glance at them, her eyes radiating murderous intent. The mercenaries instantly understood and hurriedly nodded in agreement. As for how Yu Yingming led a group of armed personnel through the onslaught, that tale is best reserved for another time. At this moment, Li Wudao had brought Chang Yifeng to an inconspicuous scrap station on the outskirts. "Stay here and do not move. I will go buy some oranges," Li Wudao said, patting Chang Yifeng's shoulder before proceeding. Enveloped in a layer of basic armor, Chang Yifeng was taken aback, utterly confused, yet he understood his role was merely to observe, thus remaining still. The scrap station featured 2 large iron gates and a guard booth. Li Wudao ambled over, his armor transforming into casual attire as he approached the booth and peered inside. There sat an older gentleman, even older than Chang Yifeng, engrossed in watching a beautiful woman on his phone. "Oh, sir, watching a live stream, are we?" The sudden voice startled the elderly man, causing him to drop his phone. "Goodness, you young man, you nearly scared me to death," he exclaimed, glaring with wide eyes. After retrieving his phone, he appeared bewildered. "What are you talking about, young man?" Li Wudao glanced at the beautiful woman still on the old man's screen and called out to Chang Yifeng, "Old Chang, how many internet companies do you think are still not broadcasting my live stream?" "Yes, indeed," Chang Yifeng responded, clapping his hands. "So, the question arises, where did you find the beautiful live streamer, sir?" The old man's expression briefly stiffened before returning to a look of confusion. He slowly made his way to the center of the scrap station, twisting the door open and maneuvering through a maze until he reached a secret chamber. A sinister grin spread across his face. "I wonder what you all are feeling down there, watching my live stream as I enter." What to do? What to do?" He asked right above us. "He knows our location. Below, a group of politicians had shed their usual pretenses, revealing their primal fear. It was over. Some sat in stunned silence, slumped in their seats of power. Absurd. Utterly absurd. This man has been toying with us all along. Someone shouted in anger, violently smashing everything within reach. The chief politician observed the chaos below, his expression shifting from despair to malevolence. If we are all lost, what purpose does the Federation serve? Wudao, you have forced our hand. Ah, a midaclaun. Wudao casually pointed, shooting through the last remaining guard in the room. He then took hold of the elevator, dismantling it with a series of creaks, exposing the elevator shaft. The chest-mounted energy beam cannon charged swiftly, the azure energy coalescing. With a final surge of power, it fired. Boom! An energy beam over a meter in diameter penetrated the ground below. The muffled explosion reverberated underground. Eventually, flames and heat surged from the elevator shaft, signifying the purification of everything beneath in flames. Subsequently, Wudao ascended rapidly, soaring into the sky. Before the astonished eyes of countless spectators, he climbed swiftly, declaring, "Let me show you a firework." With a smile, Wudao gestured upward. Before the audience could comprehend the situation, the screen flashed a vivid red, followed by darkness. But soon after, the image illuminated again, this time from an ultra-long lens. A sphere of intense white light expanded rapidly, ultimately blooming like a flower, and silently erupted. A terrifying shockwave surged through the clouds, transforming into a rolling tide. Moments later, a thunderous roar resonated in their ears, the sound materializing and stirring up clouds of dust. The live stream fell into an eerie silence. The blooming white flower vanished, and searing flames shot skyward, thick smoke billowing out, forming a signature mushroom cloud. After another 10 seconds passed, the live stream finally saw a flurry of comments appear. Chapter 27. The Slaughter. This is truly explosive. A nuclear bomb. In my lifetime, I actually get to witness a live broadcast. Has the Asia-Pacific Federation gone mad? They're certainly not mad. They are ruthlessly determined to drag everyone down with them. But how can you be so sure they are all hiding underground? Hey, is no one paying attention to the host? What is there to pay attention to? If the screen remains black, I might suspect the host is seeking death. But if the screen can switch in an instant and there's still doubt, then that's just foolishness. Where's the host? Come out already. As the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated in the footage, the scene shifted, revealing a handsome face. "Hello, everyone. My survival must be disappointing to some," Wudao said with a broad smile. "I knew it. I'm not surprised at all. I could guess the outcome, but how did you survive?" Host. The center of a nuclear explosion reaches temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions. There is no way for any carbon-based life forms to survive such conditions, even with armor. The host must have employed some clever trick. He chuckled. There are indeed many clever minds. Wudao candidly responded, in fact. The Asia-Pacific Federation did not launch just one nuclear warhead. These individuals, in their final moments, unleashed nearly their entire stockpile in an indiscriminate assault on the surface. I intercepted and controlled them, deliberately leaving just one behind. The surface remains a junkyard. Wudao inserted 8 energy coins into his body and slowly made his way outside. Reflecting on the earlier events, an inexplicable expression crossed his face. Before ascending, he had wrapped a portion of his flesh around the energy coins and discarded them in a corner. When a nuclear bomb detonated, 90% of his physical form was obliterated in an instant with no resistance. Such a weapon, even in interstellar warfare, holds significant power against energy shields and deflector shields alike. The cellular tissue left in the junkyard amounted to less than 5%. Although the hive consciousness retained clarity of thought and complete awareness, both cognitive and reactive abilities rapidly diminished, rendering it not much stronger than an ordinary person. Subsequently, leveraging his cultivation of the 3rd layer of the heavenly demon transformation technique, he swiftly divided his cells. With ample energy supply, within mere seconds, he restored his entire state. This technique, while not particularly destructive, is unparalleled in its life-preserving capabilities. "Master," he greeted as he approached the door, where Chang Yifeng respectfully acknowledged him. Beside him stood an elderly man with a complex expression. Continue. There are still some stray nails to be removed. Upon finishing, Wudao raised his hand. Chang Yifeng initially hesitated, then sighed resignedly, obediently extending his neck. Let us go. Countless viewers bore witness through the live stream as the notable figures of the Asia-Pacific Federation, who frequently graced television screens, met their demise one by one. Each instance showcased two images, one of Wudao's indifferent expression in mid-air, and the other depicting the scenes inside various secure rooms, even providing close-ups of the targeted individuals. This effectively laid bare his control over the information network. This process continued until 4:35 p.m., with the majority of the time spent traversing the terrain. Wudao traversed all 12 districts surrounding the East Dafu's vast territory, even encountering familiar faces. In the southwestern region of the Alliance area, amidst a cluster of suburban residential buildings, Wudao descended from the sky, bringing Chang Yifeng down to a rooftop. Below, the sound of gunfire erupted like a festive celebration. Over a dozen armored vehicles, 6 heavy tanks, and hundreds of soldiers surrounded the row of buildings tightly. Above, armed helicopters circled ominously, unleashing a relentless barrage of firepower upon the apartments, with explosions lighting the scene incessantly. Wudao surveyed his surroundings before finally directing his gaze towards the last helicopter at the rear. Through the glass, he spotted a middle-aged man in military attire. This individual was the last true authority surviving within the Asia-Pacific Federation. Wudao raised his hand, extending a finger. The live broadcast was ready, awaiting the final splatter of brain matter. He is mine. Suddenly, a chilling shout rang out. A figure burst through the top window, soaring over 30 meters at an angle, clutching onto the helicopter's landing gear. He couldn't help but chuckle. Someone had chosen to showcase their martial prowess before a global audience, and Wudao was more than happy to watch. Clad in her usual black sportswear, this time it bore numerous bullet holes, her body stained with dark red blood, as if she had emerged from a lake of blood. Yu Yingming exerted her strength, propping herself up with her left arm, while her right hand transformed into a blade, piercing the helicopter's belly with ease. She then relentlessly tore at the tough fuselage, which felt no sturdier than cardboard in her grip. Tot, tot, tot. The sound of gunfire echoed. Yu Yingming had nowhere to hide, yet there was no need to evade. The bullets merely grazed her. All she needed to do was lower her head, shielding her eyes and throat, and the bullets would only leave minor wounds. Damn it, a monster. She's an absolute monster. The middle-aged man bellowed, unable to halt Yu Yingming's infiltration as the bullets ran out. Steady now. I won't kill you, Yu Yingming said, her gaze fixed on the man, though her words were directed elsewhere. Gulp. The pilot, with his handgun raised high, found himself unable to proceed, swallowing hard as he turned away, pretending to be deaf and blind while focusing on maintaining control of the damaged helicopter. Is it you who has pursued me all this way? Yu Yingming advanced slowly, her voice low. Ever since she had led over 70 individuals down from the television tower, the onslaught had never ceased. They had slain countless assailants, fleeing while fighting. Yet here they were, facing tanks and helicopters. The group that had once numbered over 70 now dwindled to merely 40. She herself had no idea how many bullets she had endured. How could one not feel infuriated? You must listen to me. Killing me serves no purpose. I can help you. Suddenly, Yu Yingming seemed to remember something, turning to survey her surroundings before retrieving her undamaged phone. Without needing to navigate much, she simply tapped an app, which automatically directed her to the live stream. Then, she beheld her own reflection on screen, bloodied and disheveled. Not even her features were discernible. If not for her long hair, one might struggle to distinguish her gender. Crack! Her palm clenched tightly, shattering the phone into fragments. Truly bang! The middle-aged man, still pleading for mercy, suddenly fell silent as a cracked sneaker crushed a watermelon, splattering red and white flesh across the wall. Chapter 28. Subtle movements with a resounding thud. A lifeless body plummeted from the helicopter, crashing into the heart of the battlefield. The force of the impact reduced the corpse to a gruesome pulp. Yet the tattered clothing and the wreckage of the helicopter unmistakably conveyed to the soldiers the grim reality. The commander was dead, and it was that woman who had leaped onto the helicopter to deliver the fatal blow. Enough! Enough! I surrender, cried the pilot of the downed helicopter as he leaped from the cockpit, gracefully kneeling with his hands raised high. The gunfire began to wane. Yu Yingming slightly bent her knees and soared above the helicopter, her icy gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Cease this at once. Her cold command reverberated through the air, and silence swiftly enveloped the combat zone. The soldiers positioned amidst the buildings reacted promptly, tossing their weapons aside and raising their hands in surrender. In the stairwell, the squad leaders who had been leading the assault paused, exchanging quick glances with their men, reaching a silent consensus before turning to flee. Surrendering was precarious. Who knew if retribution would follow? Better to escape while they still could. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the wall of a 3-story residential building, and a massive figure burst forth, hurling 2 chunks of debris while bellowing, "Get down." Although the voice was formidable, the aim was lacking. The bricks merely grazed past. Nevertheless, the shrill rush of wind frightened the 2 soldiers, who scrambled into the adjacent floor. Cursed hell! Zhou Yao spat out dust, his face contorted in pain. That hurt like hell. His upper body was riddled with bullet holes, many of which had burrowed deep into his flesh, blood gushing forth. Despite his enhanced physique, he found himself merely ducking for cover against the onslaught of gunfire, particularly as he was unfamiliar with firearms, causing bullets to ricochet chaotically and terrify his comrades. The encircling soldiers scattered like birds startled from their perch, with tanks and helicopters fleeing the fastest. Yu Yingming and her companions had no intention of pursuing them and emerged from the building to regroup at the helicopter's location. After a hushed exchange, following Yu Yingming's gaze, they spotted 2 armored figures atop the building. Master! Zhou Yao's previous carefree demeanor instantly froze. Wudao regarded him with a slight shake of his head. This individual was already on the brink of collapse due to excessive strain on his body. If he were to recuperate properly and consolidate his strength, he would be fine. However, after a day of fierce combat, while his genetic integrity had not completely shattered, the damage incurred was significant, and his potential for development would undoubtedly decline. Of course, in this universe, nothing is absolute or certain. Zhou Yao's condition could easily be rectified with a gene repair serum, available for exchange in the Dawn system for merely 5 merit points. But what did this have to do with Wudao? All right, he still needed to distribute the remaining quotas. He was not one to break his word. Master, Zhou Yao murmured, watching Wudao vanish into the horizon. His expression somber. As the individual most affected, he understood his body's condition profoundly. It felt as though a void had formed within him, draining his strength and nutrients. Boom! Wudao and his companion descended from the sky, landing atop a television tower. Their gaze swept across the summit, where a considerable number of people had gathered. Master! Master! A chorus of voices greeted them. Ah, just 26 of you, what a time saver. Wudao disregarded the commotion around him and the identities of those present, waving his hand to unleash the hive consciousness. Instantly, the crowd collapsed to the ground, writhing in anguish. Let us go. They soared into the sky once more. In Zhongzhou, at the Moon Lake West building within the Bamboo Garden, a serene retreat nestled within the second ring of the capital. A select few resided at the pinnacle of the Eastern Great House's hierarchy. In the quaint courtyard, Wudao, clad in a dark robe, reclined on a rocking chair, admiring the captivating hues of the sunset visible beyond the low wall. I've never lived in such a splendid place in my life. My gratitude to you, old Chong. Master jesting. These are mere worldly possessions. How could they captivate your gaze? Chang Yifeng sat on a small stool, pouring tea with steady hands. Worldly possessions, indeed. Old Chong, your words carry deeper meaning, Wudao remarked with a sidelong glance, chuckling. The Master's insight is sharp, Chang Yifeng replied, lifting his teacup. Master, please enjoy the tea. Wudao did not accept it, stating calmly, though I relish enjoyment, I abhor pretense and being bound by trivialities. Chang Yifeng raised his hands in surrender. Not daring to move, Since you deem it mere worldly possessions, why attempt to shackle me with them? Wudao stood, his voice indifferent. Cease your little tricks. There will not be a next time. The tension in Chang Yifeng's body instantly relaxed as he discarded the teacup and bowed his head in submission. Master, your lesson is duly noted. What are they discussing? I can't comprehend it. Old Chang is rather untrustworthy as well. Ah, I see now, I understand. Huh, so what does it truly mean? Isn't it just following the streamer to observe the lives of the wealthy? Secret lives? Ha! In the past, the wealthy rarely revealed their hedonistic and extravagant lifestyles, fearing it might provoke us impoverished souls. In the future, however, we shall see. Isn't this obvious? Old Chang intends to put a leash on the streamer. What sort of leash? A leash of money, power, and desire, the so-called trappings of upper-class life. If the streamer truly falls into this trap and is tethered, even possessing extraordinary power will render them a mere pawn. You all ought to be more vigilant. Mere strength is insufficient. Understood. Wow. At this point, streamer, why haven't you dealt with him? Wudao's left eye gleamed slightly as a beam of light shot forth, forming a projection before him, revealing the ever-active live stream. Chang Yifeng cast a hurried glance, lowering his head even further. All right, I hold no grudge against you. After all, you're not a solitary old mule with no weaknesses. Wudao abruptly shifted the topic. Chang Yifeng felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, choosing to remain silent and merely clasping his fists in respect. Wudao disregarded him, directing the live stream camera towards himself, and spoke coldly. Since you dare to hide in the shadows and engage in underhanded schemes, I shall grant you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, those who do not present themselves before me will compel me to seek you out personally. Chapter 29. Gene Liquid Wow? Wow. What? Why am I confused again? I knew it. From the very beginning, Lao Chang didn't strike me as a foolish person. There was no need for him to take such risks. It turns out he was threatened. I found out that Chang Yifeng has quite a few family members. He even has 3 grandchildren. He has multiple wives as well. I find it rather unsurprising. The conversation has derailed. The Easter Great Mansion clearly does not wish to confront directly. They prefer to use subtle tactics, but unfortunately, they were quickly seen through. All right, that's it. I want to see blood flowing like a river. Please, not that. I'm currently at the Eastern Great Mansion. After Wudao finished speaking, he shifted the camera away and leisurely sat down, beckoning to the standing Chang Yifeng. Come, sit down. We have 10 minutes. That's a sufficient length of time for a life. Chang Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine and awkwardly took a seat. I think I understand what you want. Wudao shook his head. Those middle-aged individuals really do struggle to articulate. If you want something, just say it. Are you worried that your age will hinder your martial path? It might have some effect, but you're not even 60 yet. As he spoke, Wudao reached into his attire. Chang Yifeng's gaze followed intently, filled with anticipation. Wudao paused, smiling at him. Old Chang, you have quite the ambition, haven't you? Were you frightened by that young lady earlier? Chang Yifeng's face flushed. Please don't mock me, Sectmaster. At that moment, when she had me by the throat, and you remained silent, I was genuinely terrified. I nearly lost my composure. I was so close to being choked that I couldn't speak. Click. In a hidden safe house in Zizhou, a slender, jade-like hand suddenly clenched tightly. The brand-new phone shattered into pieces within minutes of use. What lay before them were 2 sleek, cylindrical, needle-free injectors, exuding a strikingly modern aesthetic. Beneath the transparent glass, emerald green and azure blue liquids shimmered with a mysterious glow. The eyes of Chang Yifeng and the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream were fixed upon them. One was a gene repair fluid, and the other was a gene optimization fluid, capable of addressing his current issues. Without further ado, Wudao tossed the injectors to Chang Yifeng. First, inject the green repair fluid, and after 3 minutes, inject the blue optimization fluid. Chang Yifeng clumsily caught the 2 cold injectors, his heart racing. Without any hesitation or doubt, he followed the brief instructions on the green injector, aimed it at his arm, and injected it. As the green liquid entered his body, he distinctly felt a chilling sensation spreading throughout. He couldn't help but ask, Secmaster, what are the specific effects of this substance? Effects? Li Wudao retorted. Which aspect are you inquiring about? Chang Yifeng hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts. Li Wudao understood and explained. This is the most basic, pure version. The repair fluid is responsible for mending the genetic damage caused by various factors postnatally. The optimization fluid enhances your innate deficiencies, such as congenital hearing weakness or frail bones. Li Wudao summarized. Thus, they merely push your existing talents to their limits. They cannot elevate your potential out of thin air. I understand now. Thank you, Secmaster. For clarifying, Chang Yifeng said, just as noticeable changes began to manifest in his body. He suddenly found himself collapsing to the floor, horrified, attempting to speak but unable to utter a sound, completely losing control over his body as his genes and physique eagerly embraced the transformation. The process was not painful, merely accompanied by a strange itch. After 3 minutes, Chang Yifeng sprang to his feet, inspecting himself. The wrinkles on his skin had significantly diminished, and the sallow hue of his arms had transformed into a healthy, rosy complexion. His muscles felt taut and powerful, and he was brimming with vitality. Without needing to look closely, he knew he had at least regained 20 years of youth. Or perhaps, from another perspective, his lifespan had been extended by 20 years. Mom, come see the miracle. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch my phone. I told her there's a celestial being in the live stream. Wow, incredible. Absolutely incredible. With just one injection, I went from an old man to a youthful figure in his 30s. And this is just the first injection. Hurry, bring on the next one. Chang Yifeng did not disappoint. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately injected the blue optimization fluid. Thud. Naturally, he collapsed once more, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Ugh, ugh. It hurt a bit. This time, despite his facial features contorting in distress, he managed to produce a few sounds. His limbs alternated between tension and relaxation as his torso swayed incessantly. The transformation began with his hair, and his eyebrows visibly fell away. Then his facial skin, like a shedding snake, rapidly sloughed off dead layers. Beneath the surface, deeper changes were occurring within his body. The optimization process took a bit longer, prompting Li Wudao to give a kick, pushing the writhing Chang Yifeng aside. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Creak. A group swiftly entered, each with complex expressions. Excellent. Everyone is here. No need for me to make another trip. The scene depicted Li Wudao lifting a teacup, and as his voice fell, the livestream screen turned to black. Not cool, bro. What the heck? At such a crucial moment, why cut the feed? I'm curious, extremely curious. I wonder what stance the Eastern Great Mansion will take. Does it even need to be said? Which of those figures isn't a regular on Eastern Great Mansion's television? If they weren't prepared, could they gather everyone in just 10 minutes? Agreed. Those individuals must have been waiting outside for quite some time. But why would they force Chang Yifeng to set a trap for the streamer? Aren't they worried that he might impulsively take them all out? Little kid, go to your homework. Even if the world were to change tomorrow, you still need to finish your assignments today. Darn, the streamer definitely won't act impulsively. He surely has his own motives, with both the live stream and the display of force. So what is his objective? How the heck should I know? I genuinely can't make sense of this. If I possessed such power, I swear, on the first day, I would protect Earth. On the second day, I would protect my Earth. On the third day, my Earth I would do as I please. Didn't he say it was for us? To share the martial arts teachings with everyone? Unless he truly is a great sage. Chapter 30 Traits. This is not a negotiation. It is a notification. With a plain remark serving as a concluding summary, this clandestine exchange came to an end. A group of individuals approached with complex expressions, only to depart with even more intricate emotions. Standing at the doorway, Chang Yifeng watched them leave and noticed some subtle details. Despite their heavy footsteps, drooping eyelids, and somber faces, they walked steadily and even exited in an orderly fashion, suggesting that the outcome might not have been as disheartening as it appeared. Furthermore, nearly everyone cast a glance in his direction, their eyes revealing a mix of astonishment and regret. Chang Yifeng touched his smooth face, unable to suppress a smile. Perhaps the struggles of his earlier years were all for this very moment. It seems you are quite satisfied. Suddenly, Wudao stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Master, he addressed Chang Yifeng as he activated the live stream. Chang Yifeng was surprised to find that he had changed into a loose-fitting black training outfit, and his hair had grown into a dark crop. Remarkably, his face seemed to have regained a youthful vigor, appearing as though he had shed a decade. Not only that, but the skin, bone structure, and features had undergone notable transformations. At first glance, one might mistake him for a dashing, middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. While the viewers in the live stream were momentarily astonished, Wudao scrutinized Chang Yifeng and remarked, "The results are impressive. Your current physical foundation will no longer impede your subsequent genetic development. In terms of potential, you even surpass the original Zhou Yao by a slight margin. As for Zhou Yao, whose genes are now compromised, that's another matter altogether." Chang Yifeng understood, but was still curious, asking, "Master, how do I compare to that young girl?" Upon hearing this, Wudao crossed his arms and stroked his chin, his gaze drifting into the distance. Eyes filled with meaning. "You must understand that individual physical traits cannot be generalized. Some individuals, in extreme anger, can perform remarkable feats." Cough. Forgive my slip of the tongue. The multitude of viewers, along with a certain attentive young lady, clenched their teeth at his jest. After the light-hearted banter, Wudao's expression turned serious. In conclusion, individuals possess differences, and these differences will give rise to both flaws and strengths within a group's average. Whether they are flaws or strengths, they're the traits of the individual. Wudao pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands and declared, "Since we've reached this point, let's get started." Just as Chang Yifeng and the livestream audience were still in a state of confusion, the entire Dongdafu experienced a momentous transformation. Dongdafu comprises 18 provinces, over 300 municipalities, and a total of more than 2,500 administrative districts. Coupled with thousands of townships, every device capable of connecting to the information network and displaying signals activated simultaneously. The screen displayed the bamboo courtyard where Wudao currently stood. Clap, clap, clap. Good evening, friends of Dongdafu. I am your life mentor for this new era, Wudao, he announced, clapping his hands as a blue glow shimmered behind him, revealing a 3D holographic projection that occupied much of the garden. In Zhongzhou, at the Panoramic Center Plaza, countless displays on buildings showcased the same image, causing throngs of individuals bustling in the neon city to halt in their tracks, gazing upwards in astonishment. Yes, you heard correctly, and I did not misspeak. From now on, Dongdafu will be referred to as Dongdaki, and all 18 provinces will be assigned simple numerical designations. As for the specifics, you will receive guidance from local administrative personnel. I shall not waste your time. Now, on to the crux of the matter. Listen closely, as I only explained this once. In a local secondary school cafeteria, students gathered around a hanging television, clutching their bowls and chopsticks, their eyes fixed on the screen. Before we delve into martial arts, you must first understand what traits truly are. Traits encompass a comprehensive description of an individual's various states, including everything from innate talents to the hunger experienced from not having eaten. It is somewhat akin to the collection of statuses, talents, and skills found in a video game, which young people might grasp more easily. In a commercial office building, the screen transitioned from a PowerPoint presentation to a live stream, and the manager attending the meeting set down his paper documents, focusing alongside his colleagues on the screen. If a person's knowledge exceeds the average of the group, corresponding traits will emerge. For instance, if your understanding of physics surpasses the global average, you will exhibit the trait of Physics Bachelor. If your secondary school science grades are among the top, you will manifest the trait of Intermediate Science. Do not think I am merely spouting nonsense. This trait will soon become highly relevant to you all. In an underground casino, even the small electronic dice display on the gaming table came alive with video footage. Whether patrons or dealers, everyone hushed, searching the numerous screens for their focal points. Let us not delve into overly complex matters for now. Let us discuss the martial arts traits that concern you most. Martial arts traits possess a high degree of specialization, and most ordinary individuals can only rely on innate talent and insight. To address talent and insight, let me shift the scene. Please pay attention. In a residential building at Shui, Xie, and Ju, Yu Ziyuan sat languidly on the sofa, ignoring the television screen in front of him, his attention fixed on his phone as he awaited news from his daughter, until his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure, causing him to turn abruptly. This individual may be unfamiliar to some. Let me introduce you Yingming, 17 years old, an exemplary student with outstanding character and academics. A pure and innocent young lady. Just yesterday, she was a delicate girl, and now she possesses a physical constitution 16 times beyond the limits of blue star humanity, capable of effortlessly crushing your skull in a literal sense. She embodies two innate talents that form her martial arts traits. The first is self-enhancement. Selective gene optimization significantly raises the upper limit for each genetic development. The initial genetic development, though I conducted a perfect level in-depth enhancement, achieved a remarkable 16-fold increase, which truly impressed me. The second is danger intuition, quite literally. One can only say that sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between a person and a dog. All right, I know you're shy. Off you go. After all I've said, you may wonder how one can summarize and manifest these traits. How can one discover whether they possess martial arts traits? Do not fret. You will soon learn the answers. Chapter 31. District Division for now. Let us conclude our discussion here, sparing everyone's time. Those who are free may continue to visit my live stream. As these words echoed, Wudao waved his farewell on all monitors in the Eastern District, and the screen either switched or shut off. After a brief silence, countless individuals flooded into the live stream, their pent-up desires for expression unable to be contained. Did you all see that? Did you all see that? Who the hell didn't see it? Unless you were a wild man in a cave, anyone awake surely witnessed it. That may not be the case. My grandmother was busy stoking the fire in the kitchen and missed it. I can't believe there are still nitpickers at this time. Wudao is incredible. The leader is phenomenal. This is so fake, it's clearly edited. Believe in science. How can you trust such a ludicrous live stream? Why are those fools who keep spamming the chat silent this time? Have they turned mute? Is no one paying attention to what the host is saying? The opening is explosive, and it's chilling upon reflection. What does it mean that we will no longer call it the Eastern Capital Prefecture, but rather the Eastern District? So what exactly is the special trait? The live stream of the extreme intense sect, Wudao, remained exceedingly lively. Wudao glanced around and said to the somewhat dazed Chang Yifeng, "Do you understand now?" Chang Yifeng focused his gaze, forcing a wry smile and nodding. "I understand. Don't be discouraged. Your starting point has already surpassed many. I truly admire you. Aren't you old enough to need my consolation?" Wudao began, but then paused, realizing the absurdity of his words, and waved dismissively. Indeed. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wudao closed the live stream. It was time to allow the world a moment to react. He rolled his neck and began practicing the third layer of body tempering in the bamboo garden. For those who have been watching his live stream, they could not concoct or disseminate the unfolding situation. On the third day, early morning, the incessant ringing of the mobile phone was exceedingly irritating. Dressed in snug athletic attire, Yu Yingming remained calm, maintaining her second layer of body tempering exercises. Only after completing a set did she pause to answer the call, connecting and waiting in silence. "Is that you, Dad?" Her father's voice soon came through the line. "Really you?" Yu Yingming's brow furrowed. "Did they coerce you? And you complied? Am I that kind of person?" Hearing her sharp retort, Yu Ziyuan nearly choked on his words. After a moment, he continued, "They didn't coerce me. Well, how should I put this? The situation is a bit complex. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time," Yu Yingming replied coolly. "Ahem. Most of it concerns me and is related to you. They just told me to keep an eye on you and not let you cause a ruckus." Yu Yingming's forehead twitched with strain, and after a long moment, she managed to squeeze out her words. "So, you call me to expose my whereabouts just to say this? They want to come looking for you. To be honest, your matters don't even rank high enough." "Yes, you heard correctly. It's the Eastern Capital 4th District. 4 as in 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't call me the prefecture anymore. Just refer to me as the district chief. Didn't the documents get sent down? Follow the standards one by one." Yu Ziyuan was still speaking to Yu Yingming, but suddenly received another call his tone turning somewhat irate. Yu Yingming listened and finally sensed something amiss. What did Li Wudao say to those above yesterday? Well, you figured that out on your own. So I suppose it doesn't count as me leaking information. Yu Ziyuan mumbled, then sighed, fine. Yu Yingming was not one to hesitate. She acknowledged and ended the call. She quickly washed up, changed her clothes, and drove to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. Knock, knock, knock. Everyone come out. Before long, a group of sweat-drenched men, led by Zhou Yao, emerged from the warehouse. What's going on? Zhou Yao inquired. At this moment, his physique had diminished slightly, his blood flow having calmed, yet this only accentuated an unusual hue on his face. The higher-ups are too busy to manage us. Follow me. I'll arrange for your loved ones to be brought over. Okay. In the Eastern Capital 4th District Administrative Building. Knock, knock. Glancing at the nameplate that read District Chief's office, Yu Yingming rapped on the door. Come in. As the door swung open, a cacophony of noise immediately assailed her. Why is the Planning Bureau pulling resources from the Environmental Protection Bureau? I don't understand. Yu Ziyuan, if you can't provide a reason, I want to leave today. You can leave or stay as you please. I have plenty to do. Go find somewhere cooler to loiter. This super commercial complex plan, forgive my ignorance, but I simply cannot comprehend it. You don't understand, so you come to me? I'm supposed to understand it? Get lost. I don't comprehend how such restructuring is reasonable at all. The commotion drowned out the sound of the door being pushed open. From department heads in their 50s and 60s to clerks in the offices, amidst the uproar, various documents waved up and down in their hands. Yu Yingming momentarily hesitated, unsure whether to intervene, as she was not well versed in these matters. Fortunately, Yu Ziyuan, astute in the crowd, spotted his hesitant daughter at the door, instantly overjoyed. He waved his hands to disperse the crowd. Enough. We're done for now. My daughter has arrived. Clear the way. What do you mean done for now? Your daughter? The crowd, recognizing the cold demeanor and poised presence of Yu Yingming, hurriedly squeezed out from either side, closing the door behind them. Yu Ziyuan stepped out from a pile of documents, scrutinizing her closely. Are you unhurt? Stop with the nonsense. What on earth happened? Having been absent for just over a day, Yu Yingming exhibited no special emotions. After arranging for the families of Zhou Yao and the others, she hurriedly made her way over. I want to discuss those above. The main concern is this. Yu Yingming glanced down at the document, where a line of red letters caught her eye. Eastern Capital 4th District. Overview of Restructuring. Chapter 32, Influence. The United States of Hilo, Moon Lake West Tower. Bamboo Garden. The flavor was passable. It was time to set off. Li Wudao set down the exquisite jade chopsticks in his hand and stepped outside. The sun shone brightly, heralding yet another splendid day. Having practiced the body tempering technique throughout the night, he achieved remarkable results. His third gene development had reached 17%, and his physical prowess visibly improved. Despite several days without sleep, this posed no challenge for him, given his soul strength of 2.0. Stretching his limbs, Li Wudao squinted slightly. Shaolon, could you provide a rough estimate of my current influence on Blue Star? Based on the average influence of national leaders on Blue Star and utilizing information networks for valuation, please hold on. The result is as follows. Your current influence on Blue Star is 4.8. Note, the baseline is 1, and data growth is additive. 4.8. Li Wudao frowned. This figure was unimpressive. Influence is a crucial metric in interstellar activities, relating to the political sway of interstellar civilizations and a comprehensive evaluation of individual strength. The specific calculation process is intricate, involving the breadth and depth of collective cognition and the quantification of cognitive biases. For instance, Li Wudao's current influence already exceeds that of the political leader group of a major nation, allowing him to implement sweeping changes from the top down in the Eastern District. Globally, in terms of breadth, the vast majority of individuals recognized him and expressed considerable curiosity and attention. Yet, in terms of depth, he had yet to directly impact their lifestyles, values, or thought processes. Li Wudao murmured. To achieve a practical rule over Blue Star civilization marked by high stability and low resistance, influence must reach at least 50. Influence holds no connotation of positive or negative, good or bad. Respect is influence fear is also influence. Should he openly declare a nuclear threat to the global populace of Blue Star and enforce violent suppression through authoritarianism backed by individual military might within a month? His influence would surpass 100, instilling fear into the very genes of all. However, in pursuit of high stability and low resistance, he must wield both the stick and the carrot. Time to get to work. Li Wudao accessed the data collected by Xiao Lan from various countries. After some deliberation, he ultimately focused on a nation across the ocean. You're next, Hilo. The United States of Hilo, the strongest military power on Blue Star by official measure. Its political influence exceeds 10 points on Blue Star, significantly impacting global development and the lives of the global population. If he could bring the United States of Hilo under his control, the resultant influence would likely exceed 30, subsequently allowing him to pacify several other nations comparable to the Eastern District, thereby achieving his aim. Choosing a comprehensive battle armor body, he transformed flesh into armor, energy propelling him skyward. Activating full domain stealth and counter-interference systems, Li Wudao sped southward. At 9:30 a.m., Hilo, the capital's National Congress building, top floor. Mr. President. A blonde secretary approached, holding documents, bowing respectfully as she reached his side. The guests and reporters are ready in the plaza. Understood. President C.N. Wilson of the United States of Hilo rubbed his weary brow. The situation was dire enough without having to placate a crowd of foolish citizens. After a swift read-through of his speech, he confirmed its accuracy and exited the door. Walking through a long corridor accompanied by 30 guards, he entered a private elevator. The elevator descended to the first floor. C.N. Wilson, flanked by his guards, strode confidently out of the building. As he stepped outside, a multitude of cameras and microphones surged forward, accompanied by flashing lights. Mr. President, what is Congress's stance on the news circulating online? Mr. President, is a nuclear explosion from yesterday genuine? Mr. President, the guards shielded C.N. Wilson, pushing the reporters back. With a stoic expression, he ascended the podium in the plaza. He scanned the guests and numerous media reporters below, then spoke clearly. Good morning, everyone. Recently, a series of absurd and laughable events have transpired online, aimed at obscuring the truth and concealing ulterior motives. There is no doubt that these are schemes concocted by those across the water, and Congress is diligently working to clear obstacles and uncover the truth. Do not be deceived by infiltrators in the network. Trust in science and maintain rationality. Now we will begin the Q&A session. Immediately, several journalists raised their hands. C.N. Wilson followed the predetermined process and selected one. Mr. President, what are your thoughts on the frequent mentions of the Eastern District figure Li Wudao online? C.N. Wilson smiled. He is merely a clown arranged by the Eastern District to attract attention. There is no need to pay heed to him. The true threat lies beneath the surface. Before he could finish, a sound resembling a microphone screech pierced the air. Initially faint, it grew increasingly pronounced and louder. C.N. Wilson frowned, glancing sideways at his flustered blonde secretary, his expression darkening. You cannot even manage this? What are you doing? It seemed to be coming from the sky. But soon, as the screeching intensified, someone looked up, prompting others to follow suit. They gazed skyward, only to behold a pristine blue sky. The screeching became increasingly piercing. Suddenly, a dark spot appeared in the sky. Before those below could gasp, the spot descended rapidly, crashing onto the podium. Boom! A massive shockwave sent the guards at the edges of the podium flying. The guests and reporters below were thrown into disarray, dust swirling around them. Cough, cough. Air raid. There's an air raid. Guards struggled to rise, their heads spinning, yet they did not forget to shout warnings. Below, a group of reporters scrambled to their feet, ignoring their wounds from debris, kicking aside an unconscious photographer, and raised their cameras to continue filming. As the dust settled, a large crater was revealed at the center of the podium. A familiar, striking armored figure emerged, holding the unconscious C.N. Wilson. Advancing slowly to the edge and addressing the live broadcast of the presidential speech with a calm voice. Did I hear someone say, I'm a clown? Chapter 33. The performance ceases. Is this still our homeland? Isn't that President Hero? What on earth is the master planning? He can't be dead, can he? Good heavens, is this really necessary? Master, Can you handle this? President, what on earth is happening? Li Wudao shook the collar of Sheen Wilson's suit. Stop pretending. I specifically provided you with an energy shield. Yet, Sheen Wilson kept his eyes tightly shut. In this brief moment, reporters and photographers below sprang into action, snapping photos relentlessly. Very well. I shall grant you your wish, Li Wudao declared, raising his arm as if to strike. Wait. With his head mere inches from the stone, Sheen Wilson finally managed to speak. Li Wudao instantly halted, eyes wide, gazing at the debris so close that a chill ran down his spine, sweat pouring from his brow. I thought you were truly unafraid of death, Li Wudao remarked, letting go of Sheen and tossing him to the ground. Sheen Wilson rolled amidst the rubble, his custom suit now covered in dust, his once-styled golden hair in disarray. Guards! Guards! He cried, scrambling to his feet and attempting to flee. Sheen Wilson ran with all his might. Countless spectators began an unintentional 3-second countdown, eager to witness the extent of Li Wudao's actions. Those in power sought to discern whether Li Wudao would adhere to the established rules or if he would be constrained by them. Should they manage to bring this sudden monstrosity under their control, they could navigate the situation with ease, even retaliate. 1. Under Li Wudao's cold gaze, Sheen Wilson dashed off the stage. 2. A throng of guards surrounded Sheen Wilson as they swiftly moved. 3. The guards fired their pistols at Li Wudao. A single armor-piercing bullet struck the side of Li Wudao's helmet, disintegrating into fragments, sparking as it hit. Yet, Li Wudao's head remained perfectly still. Li Wudao raised the camera, pulling it away, while his voice drew nearer. It seems you will not learn what fear truly is unless I teach you. Suddenly, a shock wave erupted from his position, sending shards flying like bullets. A number of journalists and guests were left in disarray. With a deafening boom, it was as if a missile had detonated among the crowd. The guards barely had time to scream before they were reduced to mere remnants, scattered about. Once more, Li Wudao seized Sheen Wilson, gripping his neck. Cough! Sheen Wilson's eyes widened in terror. Li Wudao smirked. Do not worry, I have no intention of killing you. After all, you are the public face of this nation. Upon hearing this, Sheen Wilson calmed considerably, even daring to reach for Li Wudao's mask. Li Wudao loosened his grip on Sheen's neck, instead grasping his forearms and applying slight pressure. Crack! Sheen Wilson let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing like a worm in a frenzy. I am merely refraining from killing you. What are you so anxious about? Li Wudao casually affixed a small shield activation device to Sheen Wilson's forehead, piercing flesh and bone. Subsequently, the shield activated, enveloping him in a pale blue protective barrier. Now, even if you wish to die, you cannot. Li Wudao ignored him, zooming in on the live broadcast, his covered face reflecting in the streaming room as he coldly stated, I had intended to play a little to pass time, but it seems your chosen representative lacks intelligence. With a surge of energy, Li Wudao levitated into the air, arms outstretched, his voice resonating through countless broadcasting devices across Hero. Oligarchs of Hero, since you are unwilling to preserve even the last semblance of dignity, I shall bestow upon you the most brutal of deaths. Upon concluding his declaration, swarms of hummingbird drones detached from his armor, the live stream dispersing into dozens of rooms, each corresponding to a drone's first-person perspective. You may attempt every conceivable means to survive. However, thoughts of mutual destruction with nuclear weapons are futile, for I control the global information network. Li Wudao paused, a thought triggering the activation of Xiaolan, the secondary management AI, which unveiled its true capabilities. No longer concealed, it swiftly took command of the global network and electronic signals, integrating every computer, engineering software, intelligent AI, and automated device into its grasp, maintaining stable operation while projecting images. This is your final warning. The tide of a new era cannot be halted. After issuing his ultimatum, Li Wudao descended, his tones softening, to friends worldwide. Today I grant you a reprieve, inviting you to witness the grand spectacle of a new era's unveiling. I hardly know what to say. I need a moment to compose myself. So, the performance is truly over? What is happening? The devices are operating autonomously without my control. At such a time, you still focus on the equipment. I can only say, brother, you are indeed a prodigious talent. It has been just 3 days. Merely 3 days. The pace of change is astounding. I can hardly keep up. This is far too surreal. Am I still dreaming? Surely the broadcaster wishes to assume command. It must be so. At this rate, won't we soon be able to practice martial arts? Wudao approached Sheen Wilson, who lay on the ground, pallid and groaning in pain. Enough wailing. Listen carefully. If you handle this well, you may retire with dignity as president. Wudao continued nonchalantly. Isn't your presidency elected by a vote? I will initiate a presidential campaign under my comprehensive oversight. It will commence tomorrow at 8 in the morning and last for 3 full days. At that time, you will proceed with the transfer of power as per the established protocol. Chapter 34. The transformation and the ringed sword this day marks an extraordinarily significant moment in the annals of human history on the blue planet. It is a day that leaves everyone astonished and incredulous. Whether it be the CEOs of publicly listed companies signing contracts, street vendors hawking their wares, or gangsters embroiled in conflict, all cease their activities to gaze at the images displayed on the screens. The visuals showcased a rapid traversal through the air, weaving between pedestrians, vehicles, and buildings until the nearest hummingbird drone approached with alarming proximity. All eyes converged on this drone. From a first-person perspective, the drone soared over vast forests and arrived at a private estate, surrounded by armed guards. Barbed wire fences had been erected, and electricity coursed through them. The guards were equipped with capture nets, flamethrowers, and miniature liquid nitrogen sprayers. Exotic weaponry for what was, after all, a public broadcast. The oligarchs, aware of the stakes, were not about to sit idly by. Suddenly, a soldier wearing a thermal imaging device shouted with excitement, raising his capture net gun to fire. A hexagonal-weighted white net shot forth, aiming to ensnare the hovering drone. The drone adeptly evaded the attempt, but others quickly honed in on their target. "Get down," bellowed a burly man wielding a flamethrower as he pulled the trigger. A torrent of flammable gas erupted into a colossal fire serpent, engulfing the drone. "Got it." "Ah!" he roared, continuing to unleash flames upon it. The crowd burst into derisive laughter. "Is this all? I expected something far more formidable. Indeed, not only is it weak, but it's also foolish enough to announce its arrival. Did think we wouldn't be prepared?" The laughter continued, with one voice chiming in, "This is almost too easy. I feel guilty accepting such a generous reward. Wait, something feels off." In the midst of the raucous laughter, one exclaimed, "Look at your phones. The live feed is still on, and it's split into 2 screens." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances and hastily retrieved their devices. As they opened the screens, the live broadcast indeed appeared, divided into 2 sections. The left displayed the first-person view, engulfed in flames, while the right offered a bird's-eye view of the estate, focusing on the inferno, as if something might leap from its depths at any moment. The sides of the video were inundated with rapidly scrolling comments, filled with speculation. No one believed it could be this straightforward. "Fire at will. I refuse to believe this." With a leader-esque command, gunfire erupted. The drone, diminutive and obscured by flames, might only be struck by sheer fortune. Nevertheless, under the concentrated fire, a stationary target is bound to be hit. Clink! The sound of sparks bursting from the flames momentarily stunned the leader. As the last magazine was discharged, the gunfire subsided. Just then, a startling transformation occurred within the flames. A discernible shadow emerged, rapidly expanding and morphing. In mere seconds, the tiny drone transformed into a strikingly handsome young man clad in a black robe embroidered with golden characters. His long black hair elegantly pinned up, standing tall, Wudao resembling his appearance at the beginning of the broadcast. With a nonchalant stretch, Wudao placed his hands on his hips and languidly remarked, "The warmth is rather pleasant. I must have lingered a tad too long. My apologies for causing you all such excitement." His visage radiated warmth, reminiscent of a charming boy next door. This astonishing transformation not only left countless viewers in a state of disbelief, but also rendered the armed men before him utterly stupefied. While one might explain the conjuring of armor or clothing through the lens of nanotechnology, often seen in science fiction. The metamorphosis from a drone into a living being defied any rational explanation. Yet, the armed men did not ponder deeply. They were momentarily overwhelmed by the incomprehensibility of the event. Forget understanding. Bang, bang. Wudao flickered with an almost imperceptible speed, flawlessly dodging every bullet. To him, the bullets were no more threatening than sluggish mosquitoes. In an instant, he materialized before the leader, pinching a bullet that had just exited the barrel, its initial velocity a staggering 800 meters per second. The deformed bullet, still warm, emitted a wisp of smoke. His fingers, as firm as steel yet oddly supple, were captured in perfect clarity as they pressed into the bullet. Releasing the bullet, it clattered to the ground. This is impossible. This cannot be real. The leader's face contorted with sheer terror as he stared at Wudao, his pupils dilating, pallor enveloping his features. Separated by the screen, the sensation remained unreal. Having previously analyzed the videos, it felt like mere cinematic fantasy. Yet now, confronted with the reality, they experienced an overwhelming dread akin to being preyed upon by a superior force. Suddenly, Wudao reached out, grasping the leader's head. The thug's body froze, his eyes wide, mouth agape, fear rendering him breathless. Just as the leader and countless viewers braced for a gruesome display, many squinting, unwilling to witness the anticipated carnage. That feels a bit nauseating, he remarked. With that, 4 fingers of his right hand extended into a black fluid that swiftly morphed into a slender ringed sword. This single-handed sword, for feet in length, bore a clean, unadorned blade. Grasping the hilt, he executed a horizontal slice through the air, silent yet precise. The blade arced gracefully, and the leader, taken aback, staggered back 2 steps, confusion etched across his face, before his head severed cleanly from his body. Blood gushed forth, splattering 2 to 3 meters high. Wudao vanished in a flash, appearing 10 meters away, lightly caressing the unblemished blade, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The ringed sword had not been wielded in quite some time. In his previous life, it had been the very weapon with which he faced the trials of civilization on the blue planet, ultimately securing his place within the human empire as a soldier. However, due to the subsequent path he chose, rapidly evolving yet of limited potential, he seldom utilized such a cold weapon. In the face of various ground assaults, seizing control, executing covert operations, and intelligence infiltration, the preference leaned towards advanced technology. This pure weapon was more suited for martial arts practitioners, whether in the realm of genetic martial arts or spiritual martial arts. It appears I must reacquaint myself with swordsmanship, Wudao concluded. With a whoosh, leaves erupted from the ground, and a gust of wind surged forth as the sword flashed like lightning through the crowd. Wudao stood poised at the entrance of the estate, leaving behind a cascade of fallen watermelons. Chapter 35. The inaugural spectacle, a whooshing sound heralded the arrival of a rocket. With deft precision, Wudao flicked his blade, the tip meeting the projectile head-on. Boom! The rocket detonated against the steel, engulfing Wudao in flames. He emerged unscathed, not a hair out of place. Yet the aura of invincibility he had so carefully cultivated had dissipated. Such was the clumsy reality of a low-level martial artist, reliant on brute strength with no elegant techniques to speak of. After all, he was a pragmatist. With a few swift strikes, the gate was reduced to splinters. Wudao advanced into the estate. Bang! Ding! A bullet aimed at his neck was cleaved in 2, the sounds almost simultaneous, snatching the deflected halves from the air. He flicked one toward the second-story window. The would-be sniper never had a chance to duck, the projectile piercing his skull and embedding itself in the wall behind. As long as I'm not facing explosives, I can still maintain a certain level of panache. Wudao nodded in satisfaction, observing the awestruck reactions in the live stream. He carved a path through the estate. Monsters! Demons! Please don't kill me. The remaining mercenaries, demoralized, abandoned their posts and fled. Wudao paused before a reinforced door. Naive, a flash of steel. In the blink of an eye, a square opening had been cut through the metal. The severed piece clattered to the ground, revealing a compact panic room. An elderly man sat within, dumbfounded. The old man started, finally noticing the gaping hole. You, the man began, but Wudao had no patience for further discourse. He raised a hand, and a crimson beam shot from his fingertip, striking the old man in the chest. This time, however, there was no penetration. As viewers looked on, the old man convulsed, collapsing to his knees, clawing at his chest. "Kill me. Please kill me." His face contorted in agony as his skin flushed red, steam rising from his pores. Within seconds, he was writhing on the floor, begging for release. Wudao remained impassive, watching from the doorway. Time seemed to stretch. The old man's agony persisted for nearly 3 minutes, his consciousness trapped within his body. Boom! Flames erupted. The United States of Hiro had no time to react. The loss of the information network prevented any organized defense. Even the oligarch's wealth and connections were meaningless. Initially, there were 37 live streams. As each drone reached its target, it transformed into Wudao, swiftly defeating the oligarch's defenses and subjecting them to incineration. With each death, a stream was extinguished. By 4 in the afternoon, only one remained. The drone soared through the clouds, approaching a private jet. The chat was ablaze with speculation, particularly from Hiro citizens. Who's left? All the energy, manufacturing, and internet oligarchs are gone. It doesn't matter. Whoever is, they're dead. Let's discuss what happens after the oligarchs are gone. True, he's a dead man walking. The military-industrial complex oligarch hid on an aircraft carrier. But the streamer carved his way through with a single blade. This guy has no chance in the air. As the comments flooded the screen, the drone landed on the jet's wing. It morphed into Wudao. He lunged, his blade piercing the fuselage. He stepped inside, amidst alarms and the screams of the flight attendants, and stood before a woman strapped into her seat. "You fiend, you'll burn in hell. I curse you." Ignoring her curses, Wudao extended a finger. A thermal implosion beam seared through her chest. He transformed back into the drone, leaving the jet to plummet. The camera remained focused on the drone. Who is it? Turns out it's Intelligence Minister and Congresswoman Peros. Is she an oligarch too? Looks like the election's happening tomorrow. Who are you voting for? Taxpayers? Our future depends on it. I'm not sure what I want. When is the streamer releasing the martial arts techniques? The 37 oligarchs are finished. What happens to their industries? Will our lives be affected? I hope there's no inflation. Are you already thinking about that? I don't think the streamer is stopping here. What else is he planning? The viewers waited anxiously. Wudao reunited the drones, forming a larger eagle, and descended. The camera zoomed in on the Capitol. The square had been restored, the stage rebuilt, without a trace of the massacre. A new group of reporters and guests were seated. He and Wells stood to the side, still bandaged and bruised. Wudao stood at the podium. The eagle landed on his shoulder, merging into his robe. "Ladies and gentlemen," Wudao announced, his voice echoing around the world. "The opening act is over. Now, the dawn of a new era begins." Chapter 36. A new era. I am not one to engage in trivial chatter or diplomatic jargon. Thus, every statement I make is of paramount importance. Please listen attentively. Behind Wudao, a colossal 3D holographic projection illuminated the space, depicting a beautiful blue planet that slowly rotated. During the 3 days of presidential elections in the United States of Hiro, leaders from all other nations have conveyed their unequivocal stances to me. Failure to comply will result in consequences borne by them alone. In the forthcoming month, I shall undertake a comprehensive restructuring and overhaul of the global urban planning, economy, industry, energy, food, and internet sectors. The projection of the planet ceased its rotation, highlighting a conspicuous red block in the northern hemisphere. The governing body of the Asia-Pacific Federation has been dismantled by my decree, subsequently merging with the smaller nations into the Eastern Province, governed by the original administrative body of the Eastern Province. The projection shifted to the United States of Hiro, which, along with the other nations on this continental plate, will also be amalgamated and restructured into the Western Province. Over 100 countries across 3 other continental plates will be consolidated into 2 major regions, North and South. The holographic display meticulously delineated the allocation of all nations into their respective regions. Thus, we are left with the simple delineation of 4 major regions: East, South, West, and North. I shall not interfere with the governance structures and personnel of the eastern and western regions. However, for the southern and northern regions, you smaller nations must promptly establish a governing framework and elect a representative leadership group for the region. At this juncture, Wudao paused, taking a sip from a bottle of water on the podium, allowing the global populace a moment for contemplation. Now, if any nation has something to express, the floor is open for dialogue. How can two nations, with completely divergent cultures and even historical animosities, merge? It is quite simple. They must unite, whether they like it or not. If they cannot, I shall eradicate their governing institutions entirely. I believe there should be no lingering animosity between the common people of these nations, Wudao replied, sealing the bottle with a casual air. This cannot be accomplished in such a short time. We require more time. Ah, do you think I am negotiating with you? I wish to avoid further idle discourse. If it is not accomplished within a month, I will take matters into my own hands. Next, this is unrealistic. Allowing the northern and southern regions to merge and select their governing structures independently will only lead to widespread political strife, ultimately culminating in military conflict. No witties. They cannot instigate large-scale military confrontations. As for minor political skirmishes, Wudao chuckled coldly. I would prefer they all engage in mutual destruction. That would certainly simplify matters for me. The leaders of numerous small nations, whether dictators, military oligarchs, or constitutional monarchs, shivered upon hearing these unabashed declarations. The unspoken disdain and murderous intent directed at them were unmistakable. After a moment of silence, as the comments from the audience erupted, the politicians remained largely mute, prompting Wudao to continue in a grave tone. One planet, nearly 200 countries, and even more governing structures. It is utterly absurd. For civilization to advance rapidly, we must consolidate our power. This is the first step. Otherwise, all discussions are moot. The projection shifted again, revealing a streamlined list. Each governing body from the 4 major regions must select a representative to form the Regional Governance Council. These 4 representatives will constitute the Planetary Supervisory Office, overseeing global affairs for the time being. As the pace of development accelerates, the structure of planetary governance will inevitably evolve. With a wave of his hand, the holographic display transformed once more, this time presenting an image of a woman with flowing blue hair and an icy demeanor. As tall as the Capitol building, yet exquisitely detailed, her hands clasped before her. Allow me to introduce you to Xiaolon. You may simply regard her as a weak artificial intelligence. She will henceforth oversee the development and management of global energy, economy, internet, industry, agriculture, commerce, entertainment, culture, and administrative execution, observing the bewilderment on the faces of the majority of the global populace. Wudao added. One specific aspect I will implement within a month is the replacement of the vast majority of jobs with robots and machinery, significantly enhancing productivity and liberating the workforce. Upon delivering this pronouncement, Wudao paused, granting them a moment to process the implications. Does this mean I will be unemployed? Please no. After 20 years of hard study, I finally secured my position. This spells disaster. What will happen to the workers, farmers, and merchants who lose their jobs? Or will the host be relocating them? If this continues, the global economy will collapse. Truthfully, after the host employs unreasonable high technology to subdue global armaments, the demise of national governance in the short term is hardly a concern. The essential workforce can continue with their duties. However, any disruption to the economy will lead to chaos. I no longer doubt the host's capability to achieve this. But isn't this a rather ambitious undertaking? After 5 minutes of silence, assessing the reactions, Wudao resumed. Unemployment? Economy? Wudao scoffed, then dropped a bombshell. In 1 month, once the global regional reorganization is complete, for at least 6 months, regardless of existing industrial chains or newly established specialized sectors, everything, except for a few essential manual positions, will fall under Xiaolan's jurisdiction. Whether you are a farmer tilling the land, a miner descending into the depths, or a small vendor peddling wares, you will all find yourselves unemployed. Economy? Nonsense. A stunned silence enveloped the audience. The journalists, guests, and President of the Congress, Sheehan Wilson, were left speechless. What will we do? How will we sustain ourselves? What currency will we use? Surely, there must be some form of monetary and financial system in place. Or will humanity simply rely on this? He gestured toward the silent, towering projection of a woman. This artificial intelligence, named Xiaolon, to provide for us? How then can civilization continue to develop and progress? What does the 6-month deadline signify? Li Wudao regarded him with a sidelong glance. Ahem, please continue. Sheehan Wilson trembled, lowering his gaze in fear. Chapter 37. New currency and martial arts exchange list. Unemployment does not imply idleness, nor does it mean you will be supported without effort. In fact, you may find yourselves laboring even more diligently. However, perhaps you would prefer to be more engaged. Li Wudao, without any pretense, summoned a projection of a small blue figure that quickly transformed to human size and stood beside him, vividly performing a dragging motion. Subsequently, a circular coin projected into existence, slowly spinning. The current global currency system has been rendered obsolete, with all currencies, such as the Donyuan and Shiyuan, losing their monetary attributes, replaced entirely by the temporary blue coin. Li Wudao flipped his hand, revealing a glimmering blue coin nestled between his fingers, roughly the same size as a standard coin. The camera zoomed in, revealing one side emblazoned with a blue star and the other adorned with a circular lightning symbol. The material was not metallic and possessed a somewhat rubbery texture. A reporter in the audience, noticing a signal from Sheehan Wilson on stage, felt a surge of curiosity. After observing Li Wudao pause for a moment, she bravely raised her hand, despite her apprehension. May I ask, how do you ensure it possesses the attributes of a general equivalent? Quite simply, Li Wudao replied, as he flicked the blue coin with a deft motion, sending a streak of blue light precisely into Sheehan Wilson's mouth. Wait, what did you make me consume? Sheehan Wilson exclaimed, caught off guard as he instinctively swallowed it. Just as he was about to voice his astonishment, he felt a sudden warmth coursing through his body. This unexpected sensation startled him into a flurry of motions, momentarily believing he had been struck by the red internal combustion ray. However, as the tingling in his hands intensified and the warmth settled in his stomach, he gradually regained his composure. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment under the gaze of numerous cameras, Sheehan Wilson could not resist unwrapping the bandages and splints encasing his arms. A pair of perfectly intact arms emerged, captivating the attention of the audience. Is this? The wound has healed. Sheehan Wilson gasped in astonishment. And I feel remarkably well. Was it due to that blue coin I just ingested? The crowd was equally incredulous. As you can see, Li Wudao explained, this blue coin is essentially an organic energy block fashioned into a coin form. One coin can sustain an ordinary person through an entire day of strenuous activity, while also accelerating the healing of wounds. Furthermore, when paired with an energy converter, it can serve as a pure energy source. Thus, it inherently possesses monetary value. The reporters in the audience suddenly grasped the concept. Li Wudao nodded and added, however, if that were all, it would still be replaceable, as not everyone may require it. But Little Blue then extended a hand and unfurled a massive chart. Take a closer look. Li Wudao pointed to the top of the chart. Ultimate Mastery Technique category. Genetic Development Description. A premier genetic martial arts conditioning method capable of up to 13 genetic developments. Exchange price, 100 level 1 blue coins. Under this prominent heading were numerous other exchange options. Level 1 Genetic Martial Arts Technique. Plum Blossom Steps category. Combat Technique. Movement Description. A conventional martial arts stepping technique requiring prolonged conditioning practice on specific wooden stakes. Enhancing speed and movement. This method is time-consuming and may influence the genetic attributes of the legs, affecting the learning of other genetic martial arts techniques. Exchange price, 10 level 1 blue coins. Level 2 Genetic Martial Arts Technique. Fire Cloud Hand category. Internal Energy Technique description, capable of generating organic biological energy within the body, referred to as internal energy, which manifests externally as flames. Exchange price, 30 level 1 blue coins. Level 3 Genetic Martial Arts Technique. Thunder Piercing Spear category. Internal Energy Technique. Weapon technique description. A proficient internal energy technique with superior storage capacity and explosive speed, surpassing level 2 internal energy techniques, manifesting externally as electricity. Exchange price, 80 level 1 blue coins. Level 1 genetic martial arts technique. Stepping across the galaxy category. Comprehensive technique description. A profound technique encompassing conditioning, internal energy, combat, and weapon techniques, allowing advanced practitioners to operate in space using only their physical bodies. Exchange price, 10,000 level 2 blue coins. And so forth. A myriad of options lay before the enthralled audience. You may have noticed the grading of the blue coins, Wudao indicated beside the exchange list. The blue coins are classified into 10 levels based on the energy they contain. Here, I do not permit exchanges between different levels. Level 1 blue coins cannot be exchanged for level 2, nor can level 2 be converted to level 1. Whether you choose to engage in private exchanges is beyond my concern. However, I must caution you, Wudao stated calmly, the higher the degree of genetic development, the greater the energy required to enhance physical attributes, both for daily activities and martial arts training. The blue coin serves not merely as currency, but as a vital energy source for your cultivation. So many techniques. I can't take it all in. Is it true? The host is genuinely willing to share martial arts techniques with everyone. Why isn't it free? Well, be grateful for the opportunity to access these channels. Don't complain about the cost. I feel compelled to honor the master day and night. He is the guiding light of this new era, a living bodhisattva. Please, everyone, hold your excitement. I have a pressing question. How will we earn blue coins now that we are all unemployed? All right, with the question laid out before him, Wudao replied with calm assurance. I have stated that the global reorganization will take a month. After 1 month, most administrative tasks will be delegated to Little Blue, achieving full automation. Hence, this month is your final opportunity for employment. There is an abundance of work to be done, and only by mobilizing the entire global population of billions can we accomplish it. Wudao squinted slightly. Of course, you may also choose to dawdle, but I will not compel you. However, with Little Blue monitoring the entire globe, if you fail to earn blue coins to acquire techniques, do not blame me for not forewarning you. A month? Just 1 month. How will we earn blue coins afterward? Host, what will happen to the assets of the old currency system? Will everything be reset? What about the elderly and the young? Do they need to work too? Chapter 38, Civilization Management System. Special traits on duty. The journalists present were momentarily taken aback before hastily retrieving their phones. To their astonishment, they discovered an eye-catching blue star icon app had been installed on their devices without their knowledge. All right, I have concluded my remarks, Wudao stated, glancing at the influence rating that had surged to 37 or 38. The live broadcast was nearing its end. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, everything would be back on track. Prepare yourselves, he added before shutting down the live stream and turning to enter the capital. In the East University District's administrative office building, the screen displaying Wudao's image was for the first time in 3 days completely turned off, plunging the world into a brief silence. It was not until the minds of those present disengaged from the dark screen that the office regained its energy. An array of murmurs filled the room as everyone grabbed their phones, swiftly locating the unfamiliar blue planet icon and clicking on it. Welcome to the inaugural Blue Star Civilization Management System. I am the intelligent AI, Xiaolan, here to manage planetary civilizations. User information has been locked, and personal data is being generated. A cold female voice resonated from numerous devices. In the office, Yuingming's gaze was firmly fixed on her phone screen. User basic information. Name, Yuingming, Civil ID. D4001. Authority level, level 1. Position, none. Blue currency, 0. Physical attribute, 1. For mental attribute, 1. 1. Note, the maximum attribute limits for ordinary individuals in the blue star dimension are 1. Values beyond 1 double every 0. 1 increment, resulting in exponential growth. A value of 1 for represents a 16-fold increase, while 1 denotes a 2-fold increase. Traits, self-transcendence, crisis intuition, time remaining until district restructuring, 30 days, time remaining until 6-month deadline, 177 days. The second section pertained to martial arts information. G. Martial arts. Body refinement technique. Ultimate freedom technique. Development progress. Level 2. 2. 6. Note: development progress is a rough scan result and may contain minor discrepancies, for reference only. Beyond this, only one option for artificial intelligence inquiry remained. Yu Yingming pondered briefly before clicking to ask, "How many blue coins can my current assets be exchanged for?" Citizen Yu Yingming, you own one apartment in the East University District and one in the Hongyan City School District, with a cash flow exceeding 300,000. The asset conversion only calculates the actual value at the time of exchange, equivalent to food, minerals, energy, etc. The comprehensive calculation results are as follows. You may receive 8 blue coins. Just 8. Is that enough for 8 days of meals? This is outrageous. Civilian Yu Ziyuan, you may receive 14 blue coins. Immediately, the voice of Xiaolan echoed from Yu Ziyuan's phone in the office. The father and daughter exchanged glances, both bemused by the absurdity of their situation. Despite being the leading figures in the East University District, their combined assets could barely sustain them for 20 days. Before they could voice their thoughts, an urgent shout from outside interrupted. The currency is devaluing rapidly. The speed is astonishing. Xiaolan's exchange rates are plummeting. Quick, Xiaolan, I want exchange now. What? A pound of rice has skyrocketed to 100 dong-yuan. 300. 500. It's over 1,000. Good heavens. And various metals, too. Oil prices are soaring. We must exchange quickly. Delay even a second. And we may not have enough for soup. A cacophony of exclamations filled the air. Exchange it, Yu Ziyuan urged. Do you wish to convert all your assets into 13 level 1 blue coins? What? In just a few seconds, the value dropped by 1 coin. Hurry, exchange. Exchange successful. Your blue coins will be stored digitally within your personal profile and can be withdrawn at any time through Xiaolan. Delivery will be expedited. Yu Yingming promptly completed her exchange, and, as anticipated, her total also diminished by 1 coin. Now we can only eat for 20 days. Yu Ziyuan lamented with a wry smile. Without engaging further in idle chatter with her father, Yu Yingming immediately inquired of the artificial intelligence. Can I exchange now? As long as you have blue coins, you can exchange at any time with me, Xiaolan confirmed. Yu Yingming turned to her father. Dad, I must quickly gather 100 blue coins to exchange for ultimate freedom technique. We cannot afford to lag behind. How can we gather that? No one is foolish enough to lend us anything now, Yu Ziyuan replied, exhibiting a clear-headed demeanor. Yu Yingming furrowed her brow slightly, then looked down to clasp her delicate, fair hands. I must not entertain any unlawful thoughts. We cannot resort to crime. Yu Ziyuan discerned his daughter's intentions and quickly dissuaded her. Did you not already learn it? Can't you teach me directly? Yu Ziyuan asked. Yu Yingming shook her head resolutely. I haven't even solidified the second level's body refinement movements yet. The breathing technique is even more challenging. Without a transmission aid, even with the technique before me, it would take me 3 to 5 years to grasp it. Then there's no way around it. Wait. Yu Ziyuan suddenly gestured for silence and answered a phone call. Hello, leader. A meeting? A video conference with all 18 district heads? When? Now. All right. I have no issue, but my daughter is here. Will it be inconvenient? Yes, it's Yu Yingming. Should she join? Is that appropriate? Oh, understood. Very well. Yu Ziyuan nodded repeatedly, barely affording himself a moment of respite before beckoning Yu Yingming to sit. He swiftly connected to the video conference on his computer. On the screen appeared the languid figure of a young man. Yu Yingming's eyes widened in surprise. The man was none other than Li Wudao. All right, is everyone present? Li Wudao seated himself on an exquisite sofa, his gaze sweeping across the attendees. Mr. Li, everyone is here. You may begin your address, a meeting recorder announced. Li Wudao wasted no time, stating, Agenda Item 1. I intend to construct a large industrial zone near the transportation hubs of the 4 major districts, responsible for the production of blue coins, cutting-edge machinery, and technological products. East University District currently has the most complete governing structure. I need you to confirm a location by 8 o'clock tomorrow. Understood, Mr. Li. Agenda Item 2 pertains to you all, Li Wudao's voice deepened. The district restructuring this month will implement a pilot program for trait-based positions across the entire district, with a full rollout in 6 months. This means every individual will be assigned to a position based on their traits. I will open corresponding special exchange windows for various categories, such as manufacturing, education, armaments, research, and politics. For you politicians, I will provide an option to exchange for a diluted version of the gene optimization solution. While it may not allow you to embark on the martial path as sufficiently as Chang Yifeng, it will enhance your physical qualities and extend your lifespan. A murmur of shock rippled through the assembly of shrewd politicians, unable to maintain their composure. Is what you say true? Wudao raplia guli. Isn't it for you to verify the truth? Furthermore, politicians should not entertain thoughts of pursuing the martial path. Focus on being your civilization's leaders and managing the planet. Indeed, managing is mentally taxing. We truly lack the energy to practice martial arts. The group appeared considerably more relaxed. However, Wudao's expression turned severe. Do not rejoice too soon. I have my demands. What I require is a streamlined and efficient governing body. Shaolin will assist you in managing global affairs while also overseeing your actions. Do not bring forth any of your previous detrimental habits, for I shall not hesitate to act without compassion should you do so. Rest assured, sir, I sincerely hope that is the case. Wudao nodded, pausing for several seconds amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, before finally speaking. The last matter, which is of utmost concern to you, pertains to the distribution issue. Shaolin oversees the various resources produced globally. For the next 6 months, I shall take 70%, and after that period concludes, I will take 50%. Upon hearing this, a considerable number of individuals rose to their feet in astonishment. Chapter 39. The meeting concludes. Getting back on track 70%. Impossible. We absolutely cannot accept this. Sir, that is simply too high. Whether in rage or persuasion, the Eastern District remains opposed to this allocation of resources. Yu Yingming cast a questioning glance at her father. Yu Ziyuan, catching her look out of the corner of his eye, maintained his focus, retrieving a document from the drawer beneath the table. Yu Yingming took it and stepped aside to avoid the camera, lowering her head to peruse. Preliminary plan for the comprehensive resource redistribution of Blue Star. As she skimmed through it quickly, Yu Yingming's eyes widened in astonishment. While it appeared complicated, the content was rather straightforward. Within 6 months, Wudao was to claim 70% of global industry, responsible for meeting worldwide supply and demand, ensuring the robust and rapid development of Blue Star civilization. After 6 months, the share would decrease to 50%, allowing Blue Star to autonomously decide whether to continue the partnership, should they choose to terminate the collaboration. Blue Star civilization must settle the contributions Wudao made to its genetic martial arts development during the partnership in one lump sum. However, the document did not specify how this settlement would occur, clearly placing all the power in Wudao's hands. Isn't this a tyrannical clause? Yu Yingming pondered. Mr. Li, this 70% is indeed excessive. We require a significant amount of blue coins for economic circulation and other aspects. What do you think? In the video conference, a group of politicians lamented to Wudao, desperately bargaining for a more favorable distribution of resources. Yu Yingming had initially refrained from interjecting until she noticed her father, Yu Ziyuan, discreetly passing her a note under the table. After a brief glance, she looked back at him with confusion. Yu Ziyuan's eyes flickered toward the group of leaders in the video call. Yu Yingming frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke up. If I may interject. The politicians paused their complaints, directing their attention towards her. Yu Yingming turned to Wudao, taking a deep breath before speaking solemnly. Mr. Li, do not forget that the costs are derived from Blue Star's resources, yet you intend to extract 70%. Isn't that a bit too domineering? After 2 seconds of silence, the perceptive politicians immediately chimed in. Ms. Yu, your words are a bit harsh. We understand, Mr. Li's difficulties nonetheless. That 70% is indeed rather high. She is still quite young. Mr. Li, please do not take offense. Yu Ziyuan leaned in, apologizing slightly. Wudao raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk on his lips. What does this have to do with you? On what grounds do you speak to me? Can you represent the Eastern District? Yu Yingming's expression froze. How was she to negotiate? She had no experience in political discussions. Suppressing her rising anxiety, her mind raced until she finally grasped a crucial point, stating firmly, planetary resources are non-renewable. If you recklessly exploit and extract resources within 6 months, what will happen to the global populace that depends on these resources for survival? As a member of Blue Star, this matter undoubtedly concerns me. Wudao raklinat, crossing his legs and interlacing his fingers behind his head, casually responding. Do you truly presume I am a benevolent philanthropist? Do you understand the meaning of monopoly? Should I not seek profit, generously providing blue coins and martial arts techniques to you? Wudao scoffed. And do you have any idea how much energy is consumed in the production of blue coins? Do you possess the technology for high-energy compression containers or energy conversion? The 30% you could obtain in 6 months exceeds the total of the previous decade. Do you understand? Don't take advantage and then act coy. A series of rhetorical questions left Yu Yingming entirely at a loss for a rebuttal. Yet at that moment, she found herself unwilling to concede defeat. Thus, she clung to the most pivotal point. However, you cannot deny that this accelerates the depletion of Blue Star's non-renewable resources. While there may be a significant influx of resources in the short term, in the long run, Blue Star will become increasingly desolate and inhospitable to human life. Wudao laughed derisively at her words, standing up with a patronizing gaze. Can you not widen your narrow perspective? Individual martial arts masters can traverse space. Must an entire civilization remain cooped up on a single planet? Young lady, the stars and the sea are our true aspirations. The meeting concluded. Yu Yingming sat dejectedly before the screen. Sigh, my dear daughter, do not dwell on it. He was not referring to you, but to us short-sighted old fools. Yu Ziyuan comforted, patting her shoulder. They had long been mentally prepared for the possibility of failure regarding this agenda. After all, the negotiating parties were not on equal footing. As the saying goes, what cannot be obtained on the battlefield cannot be secured at the negotiating table. Nonetheless, the outcome was not entirely intolerable. Those individuals, under the grand vision of stars and seas, had conceded faster than anticipated. Only his beloved daughter had been unwittingly used as a pawn by these cunning old foxes, and was subsequently criticized mercilessly. I'm leaving. Although this was an intangible political asset, she would look for someone else to take the lead in such matters in the future. All right, remember to balance work and rest. Yu Ziyuan could only watch her depart, before immediately diving back into his busy schedule. They had only 1 month left. At 46, he still had a path ahead in martial arts. He was determined to push himself to the limit. He needed to earn some blue coins. October 19th, the Hilo United States commenced the voting election for a new president, or rather, the district head of the Western District. The governing bodies of the North and South districts, along with numerous smaller nations, began to engage in frequent contacts, leading to sporadic armed conflicts limited to single-soldier rifles and rocket launchers. The global financial system, after a challenging night, ultimately collapsed completely, with currencies depreciating at an unimaginable rate. This morning, one would have to spend tens of thousands for a simple bun. Were it not for the ability to exchange assets for blue coins, currencies would have likely been rendered worthless. Consequently, social stability was inevitably disrupted, leading to widespread unrest. However, with the introduction of a statement from Shaolin regarding individuals' contributions to social civilization and their positive impact, corresponding blue coin rewards were granted, turning national governance and the wealthy into extraordinary charitable institutions. Military and police forces were deployed to suppress all chaos and criminal activities, maintaining order and distributing ample resources for living. Following this, Shaolin's declaration regarding individuals' detrimental contributions to social civilization would reduce citizens' evaluations, affecting their exchange privileges and deducting a certain amount of blue coins. The global crime rate, which had surged sharply, then plummeted dramatically. The Eastern District acted with the utmost swiftness. At 8 o'clock that morning, the district's morning news dominated major headlines, officially announcing the comprehensive implementation of district reorganization. In brief, This involved restructuring the 18 numbered regions of the Eastern District based on geographical location, existing production capacity, and demographic structure, constructing varying numbers of urban, industrial, mining, food, research, and energy zones. Standards and structures would be unified. All construction technical support will be provided by Shaolin, while the Eastern District would be responsible for the building process. A large-scale mobilization of the entire district commenced at dawn. The complex industrial zones required by Wudao had already been designated. His main body was continuously engaged in physical cultivation within the capital, while his Hivemind consciousness busily managed the overall situation. Chapter 40, A New Era. Blue Star. November 18th. Early morning. Donda Special Zone, Super Composite Industrial Park. Martial Arts Practice Room. Bang, bang. The expansive venue lay empty, filled only with the thunderous sounds of explosions and the surrounding alloy walls that continuously buckled inward. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared in the center of the field, his black robe fluttering with a crisp sound, his body standing still like a steadfast pine tree, unaffected by any inertial motion. He slowly extended his hand and drew the saber from his waist. Clang! As the blade was unsheathed, he executed a horizontal slash. A visible wave of energy, propelled by the blade, sliced through the air for dozens of meters and struck the alloy wall. Zing! The alloy wall was cleaved open, leaving a gash over 10 centimeters deep and 30 meters long. Sheathing his blade, a door in the alloy wall opened, and a line of robots emerged, swiftly beginning repairs. His swordsmanship had improved significantly, reaching about 70 to 80% of his previous life S level. Wudao nodded in satisfaction. This was not an energy-based attack, nor a special sword technique. It was merely a pure, rapid wave of slashing energy, unlike the dispersive force of an explosive shockwave. Under the mastery of his swordsmanship, the energy was concentrated and directed, resulting in remarkable lethality. With a thought, a personal information block generated by the Dawn system materialized in his mind. Name: Wudao, Citizen ID, YP995851. Authority: Level 4, Merit, 174. Physique: 1 its soul, 2. 0. Trait: Hivemind, Martial Arts Gene, Body Refinement Technique, Heavenly Demon Transformation Technique, Development Progress, Layer 5-1. 2. Time remaining for Civilization Trial: 147 days. His physique had reached a commendable one. 8. 256 times the limit of an average inhabitant of Blue Star. He had also grasped the fundamentals of the 5th layer of the body refinement technique, and he could expedite the subsequent development. Pleased, Wudao departed from the practice room. After a month of diligent training, he had reaped substantial rewards. Taking the elevator, he ascended several hundred meters to the surface. Continuing upwards, he reached the observation deck of the skyscraper. Gazing through the floor-to-ceiling glass, a colossal super composite industrial city came into view. Level 1 Super Composite Industrial Base, 100 merit points. Description: fully automated modular construction base capable of producing various primary modular buildings, such as planetary capitals, civilian industrial complexes, commercial districts, housing, power plants, mining facilities, and urban magnetic rail transport systems, among others. As long as resources are provided, it can construct the majority of foundational buildings on a planet. Note: modules requiring specific geographical locations, such as power plants and farms, are best assembled in conjunction with a Level 1 planetary magnetic rail transit hub to resolve transportation and assembly issues, spanning over 100,000 square kilometers. A network of complex yet orderly magnetic railways encircled the industrial city. Various maglev vehicles and large drones continuously navigated between the well-organized structures, creating a harmonious blend of technology and industrial aesthetics. Suddenly, a blue light emanated from the delicate black ring on his left wrist, projecting the image of a small blue figure beside him. Master, the head of the East District restructuring requests to speak with you. Accept. Yes. The projection transformed into a man in his 50s, his face warm and cheerful. Good morning, Mr. Lee. Is the construction completed? Wudao inquired as he accepted a breakfast item from a wheeled robot. A Level 4 blue coin, flavored like milk, that chewed similarly to milk candy. Yes. We rushed to finish it in time. The completion ceremony is ready and will be broadcast globally at 8 o'clock, just waiting for you. Wudao nudda alriit. You have passed. After redeeming this super composite industrial base, he immediately established 3 modular manufacturing plants for the other 3 major districts. A global mobilization was essential. If they could not achieve this, he would have to consider replacing the administrative officials. Thanks to your assistance, if it weren't for your industrial base handling the main production, we could not have met our targets. The official's gaze turned toward the vast industrial city outside the window. His eyes still filled with awe despite having seen it numerous times before. Haha, Wudao smiled faintly. A month ago, he had determined the location and exchanged it with the Dawn system. Under the watchful eyes of the East District's administrative personnel, a soft green light enveloped an area exceeding 100,000 square kilometers. Within seconds, the surface debris was silently cleared away, leveling the ground. Such an immense industrial base rose from the ground up, from its foundational base to the towering 800-meter control core building, all materializing within minutes. The East District officials stood there, dumbfounded, as if frozen in time. Even Wudao, who had witnessed it many times, could not help but find it a sight to behold. Level 3 city module printing technology. City printing itself was merely a Level 3 technology, not particularly advanced, which explained its modest merit point value. The awe it inspired stemmed from the spatial transfer technology inherent in the merit exchange itself. The vastness of the universe, boundless and infinite, could ignore distances of hundreds of millions of light years, enabling real-time spatial transmission, an unimaginable feat as he sat in his exclusive airship. Soaring hundreds of meters above ground in autonomous mode, Wudao looked down upon the Earth. With the restructuring of the urban zones, no area of the planet's surface remained undeveloped or unutilized. The supercomposite industrial base was surrounded by an endless expanse of smooth metallic plains. Countless automated engineering and transportation vehicles moved swiftly beneath the glimmering silver sheen, as a network of rapid transit routes spread out like a spider's web in all directions, seemingly without end. Underground maglev tracks, surface expressways, and large aerial transport vessels continuously ferried the modules produced by the super base to various locations worldwide. In the preceding month, this place had been bustling with activity. As the clock approached 8 in the morning at the Dongda District Supervisory Office in the New Era Square, Wudao, clad in a black robe, stood on the podium. Below him, a throng of people surged, the crowd extending to the edge of the square. Behind him stood the cabinet of the Blue Star Supervisory Office, the 4 district governors, and several key administrative officials. Ding dong. At 8 o'clock sharp, a melodious chime resonated throughout every modular district city globally. A wide-angle holographic projection materialized in mid-air, illuminating Wudao as figure. The once bustling square fell into a profound silence as countless eyes fixed upon the young man in black. Wudao surveyed the eager faces below, a slight smile gracing his lips as he began to speak. Distinguished guests, welcome to the new era. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks erupted into the sky. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in jubilation, their cheers reverberating through the air. Oh, oh, oh. Chapter 41. The training ground after stirring the global populace into a frenzy for several minutes. Wudao gently gestured with his hands. The billions began to quell their excitement, awaiting his address. A month's time has the power to transform the world. The resplendent cities and magnificent planet we behold today are the fruits of your collective labor and perseverance. Wudao proclaimed with vigor. Though we have yet to achieve planetary unity and the integration of global civilizations, I firmly believe that day is swiftly approaching. We shall discard the dross of past civilizations while preserving the essence of our historical culture. Looking towards the future, all that we see now is merely the inception of our development, the solid foundation we have laid, whether in civilization or individuality, in technological culture or martial prowess. We shall relentlessly ascend to the stars and the seas. The path of martial arts leads to divinity. We shall transcend all. In just a few brief remarks, the crowd erupted in cheers. A surge of emotion, a touch of intellectual engagement, a boost in public recognition of civilization and happiness, and an enhancement of societal cohesion. This is a pivotal step in the evolution of organic civilization. However, official addresses should not be overly lengthy. Once the crowd settled, Wudao spoke in a conversational tone, akin to that among friends. Although the new era is indeed splendid, I must regrettably inform you of some unfortunate news. Unfortunate news? What could it be? The crowd was perplexed. Wudao raised his left hand, and the black and gold circular wristwatch projected a small blue image. The global reorganization has been completed, and the blue currency exchange is now at an end. The cold, unfeeling voice of the small blue echoed in every citizen's wristwatch. After a brief silence, a chorus of lamentation erupted. What? Is this really the end? I still have assets to convert. Small blue, grant me a reprieve. I have only just saved enough blue currency for the ultimate freedom technique, and I lack funds to exchange for other martial arts. Will there be no means to acquire blue currency in the future? Master, the blue currency is utterly insufficient, and it is a consumable. It will inevitably face deflation. The crowd clamored with inquiries. In response to their concerns, Wudao relinquished the podium. The spokesperson from the Eastern District immediately took over. Please remain calm and listen to me. Blue currency can still be obtained through work. This statement did little to pacify the populace. Just before 8 o'clock, various robots and machines had appeared at their workplaces, replacing their jobs. Where is the work to be found? Faced with this query, the spokesperson remained composed and replied solemnly. Only basic manufacturing and service jobs have been supplanted by machines. Many high-end and specialized positions require a plethora of skilled personnel, particularly in research and education, management, commerce, and cultural entertainment sectors, which are exceedingly scarce. Yet, someone interjected, but these roles necessitate specialized knowledge and skills. What about us ordinary workers without such attributes? Furthermore, you mentioned commerce. Where is any commercial activity to be found? In truth, basic manufacturing, logistics, and services account for over 70% of all jobs. As for commercial activities, the current situation has rendered mutual trade nearly non-existent, as all assets have been sold to Small Blue. Moreover, the revenue-sharing agreement Wudao struck with the supervisory office is based on blue currency. Only in this manner can the operations of the 4 major districts be sustained. Given that blue currency is a tangible consumable, the initial 3/10 allocated will likely prove inadequate, potentially delaying even the salaries of administrative staff. There are simply no additional positions to offer. Wudao now held sway over the global economy, effectively grasping the very essence of Blue Star civilization. Allow me, Wudao, having only just taken his seat, showed no surprise as he resumed speaking. If you intend to treat us as mere greenery, a prior notification would have been appreciated. Ignoring the interruption, Wudao addressed the crowd, slowly stating, as I previously mentioned, unemployment over the next 5 months does not equate to a lack of opportunities or income. Every good citizen residing in the urban districts will have their basic living needs secured. We shall provide free distribution of food, clothing, and other essentials, ensuring that everyone's fundamental housing requirements are met as part of a global social welfare system. Furthermore, every citizen aged 12 and above, capable of beginning martial training, will receive 1 primary blue currency each day. This currency is non-tradable and may only be utilized by the individual or exchanged with Small Blue. Once again, the global populace erupted. Oh my goodness. Master, you are a deity. Free housing. What a generous gift. Long live the master. I adore you. Even the supervisors from the 4 major districts stood in astonishment. This is no trivial sum. With a global population of billions, that amounts to at least 90 billion units of primary blue currency each day, not to mention the basic living provisions. Of course, this is not without conditions. I do not wish to foster a horde of societal parasites. Wudao's calm remarks silenced the crowd once more. Amidst the curious and expectant gazes, Wudao pointed to a spot beside him. A 10-meter-high, 5-meter-wide, oval-shaped silver vortex materialized from nothingness, hovering several meters above the ground. What is this? The global populace and the supervisors from the 4 major districts were equally bewildered. Intradomain alien planet cleanup voucher level 0. Fixed one-way spatial transport channel fee. 1 energy currency month description. Within the vast territory of the human empire, spanning 40 billion light-years in radius, encompassing 1/10 of the observable universe, countless native alien planets remain unprocessed. Some alien species have achieved sentience and formed civilizations, but remain in a pre-superluminal era, unable to engage in interstellar activities. Others resemble primitive beasts, devoid of any intelligence or civilization. All aliens require transformation, enslavement, and cleanup. Let the glory of the human empire and the brilliance of the goddess of dawn illuminate every planet. Specifics. Level 0 non-sentient alien planet. Individual power level capped at level 1. Approximately 13 billion aliens in total. Special resources. None. Alien transformation value. None under the global gaze. Wudao's expression deepened as he began to speak. This is a spatial transport channel. On the other side lies your martial arts training ground. Chapter 42. The Trio. Teleportation Space Channel. Could it truly be what I imagine? This is becoming increasingly fantastical. How peculiar. I find myself devoid of any astonishment. Even if the master were to declare himself a celestial deity, I might not bat an eye. Was the martial arts practical training camp? In response to the crowd's bewilderment, Wudao's gaze settled upon the assembly below. Those who have commenced their journey into Jin martial arts cultivation may join me for a tour. A hush fell over the crowd. During the global regional restructuring project over the past month, Wudao had allocated blue currency salaries to global personnel, with a minimum daily wage set at 5 blue coins. Furthermore, among the martial arts exchange list he provided, apart from the exorbitantly priced first-tier technique, Star River Step, the only option for gene development was the ultimate freedom technique, priced at 100 blue coins. Consequently, under his guidance, the vast majority had already exchanged for the ultimate freedom technique. However, apart from the 100 slots he distributed and the exception of Zhou Yao, none had managed to complete the foundational exercises of the first layer, let alone reaching the entry level. How could one possibly enter? This technique is exceedingly challenging, and with such lengthy work hours, where would one find the time to cultivate? It's simply unattainable. I specifically exchanged for the most affordable plum blossom step to give it a try, only to find that even this required considerable effort to yield results, let alone the ultimate freedom technique. The notes indicated that it was best complemented by specialized auxiliary technology to significantly enhance the entry speed. Yet it did not specify what this auxiliary technology was, nor did it offer an exchange option. The crowd below began to murmur quietly. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth from the throng, swiftly ascending to the stage. All eyes turned in that direction, clad in a loose-fitting black training suit, with a spirited buzz cut, a rugged visage, and penetrating gaze. Goodness, who is this striking gentleman? Wait, isn't this Lao Chong? He has entered the martial arts realm. The newcomer was none other than Chong Yifeng. Master, I request to accompany you. Chong Yifeng bowed and clasped his fists. Ah, it has been some time, Lao Chong, and you have completed your first gene development. Wudao assessed him with a smile. Quite impressive. Your physical prowess is nearing one. For you may join me. Thank you, Master. Just as Chong Yifeng's words fell, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind him. Before he could react, a female voice chimed in. What about me? May I join as well? With a start, Chong Yifeng instinctively sidestepped several meters, casting a curious glance to his right. A beautiful girl with a cool demeanor had appeared out of nowhere. Goodness, what has flew past? Someone in the crowd gasped. That's Yu Yingming, the top-ranked Yu Yingming. I remember her. When did she come up? I didn't even catch a glimpse. That fellow who noticed is rather remarkable. Wudao nodded. With progress in the third gene development, a physical quality of 1. 5. Naturally, you may join. Following this, a burly bald man pushed through the crowd, striding onto the stage, and approached Chong Yifeng's left side, bowing to greet. Master, I too wish to accompany you on this visit. Very well. Just the 3 of you, what are the others? Wudao nodded, somewhat surprised. Are they absent, or have they not entered? Surely, there cannot be a single one without talent. The newcomer was indeed Zhou Yao, the last of the trio. He appeared to have recovered well, having completed more than half of his second gene development, with his physique reaching 1.4, despite his foundational setbacks. His development speed was still a notch quicker than Chang Yifeng's. Fine then, Li Wudao said no more. Addressing the live stream camera, I will broadcast the entire process live. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. He then led the trio to the teleportation channel. The landing point of the spatial teleportation is random. Should you wish to team up in the future, you may do so via the Blue Star mobile information terminal. As Li Wudao spoke, he activated the black gold ring on his wrist, demonstrating the operation on the screen. The trio consented. The voice of Xiaolon soon echoed from the mobile terminal. Team formation complete, with Li Wudao as the team leader. Please note, in team teleportation, only the team leader possesses the authority to select the teleportation. At the onset of teleportation, all team members must remain within a radius of 100 meters from the channel. Otherwise, the teleportation will fail. No powerful firearms unrelated to martial arts cultivation or combat are permitted in the martial arts practical training ground. Other precautions can be referenced on the mobile terminal. Li Wudao lightly leaped into the silver vortex gate. Standing a meter away and not in contact with the teleportation channel, the three, much like Li Wudao, abruptly vanished from sight. The live stream momentarily stuttered, then the scene shifted. In a vast primordial forest, towering reddish-brown trees, requiring more than 10 individuals to encircle, stood over 100 meters tall. The four stood amidst this dense woodland, as if they had stumbled into the realm of giants. The teleportation process was seamless, a mere blink transporting them to another location. Li Wudao stood firmly, exhibiting no signs of distress, while the trio suddenly felt a weight pressing down upon them. Yet, even Chang Yifeng, the one with the lowest physical quality among them, exceeded the earthly limits of an ordinary person by eightfold and quickly adjusted himself, maintaining composure before the global audience. This is gravity? Yu Yingming arched an eyebrow. Among the trio, her physical prowess was the strongest. Thus, this gravitational pressure had little effect on her, yielding no immediate sensation. The gravity here is more than double that of Blue Star. Chang Yifeng rolled his shoulders, feeling as though his once light frame bore the weight of a boulder. So, have we arrived on another planet? Zhou Yao surveyed the towering trees around them. Since this is the martial arts practical training ground, where are the combatants? Yu Yingming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Suddenly, the ground of the mossy forest began to tremble. Various concealed creatures emitted shrill cries as they scattered, and the treetops swayed as birds fled in panic. A chilling aura enveloped them. The trio's expressions turned serious, standing on guard. Even Yu Yingming tensed her body, ready for action, though they had all transformed into superhumans. The unknown remained the most daunting adversary. The tremors grew closer, and disturbances erupted from all directions. A colossal creature, towering more than 10 meters, roared as it charged from the dense thicket. Here is a refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 43. Xeno Battlefield. There it was, a grotesque monstrosity charging upright. Resembling a dinosaur, it possessed stout hind limbs, yet its torso sprouted four slender tentacles, its entire form encased in obsidian scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. A canine head, replete with rows of jagged teeth, topped its body, and crimson orbs, each larger than a basketball, fixated on the quartet, its maw agape, poised to rend and devour. "Excellent," exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a swift motion, she vanished. A sonic boom reverberated, the resulting shockwave buffeting and forcing them to shield their faces. Thwack! The charging beast's head detonated, scattering gore in a macabre shower. Its immense cadaver, momentum unabated, crashed against a towering tree. "Is that all?" remarked, her garments unsoiled. Yet, in that instant, a multitude of equally grotesque entities emerged from the dense copse, converging upon them, furrowed her brow, and lunged once more, beset by the encircling horde, and found themselves compelled to engage. After a moment's hesitation, they confronted the adversaries approaching from the remaining vectors, and exhibited considerable combat acumen, their bare hands enabling them to pirouette through the bestial throng. occasionally felling a creature or two. However, appeared utterly outmatched, relying solely on his physical prowess to evade the onslaught, a precarious dance amidst the trees. The spectacle unfolded on live broadcasts, eliciting global pandemonium. Xenomonsters? This is the martial arts training ground? Are you serious? Such massive, numerous creatures. Surely someone will perish. Are we to enter this arena in the future? Spare me. I've never even slaughtered a chicken. As time ebbed, the monsters amassed, inexorably closing the net. Even its infallible strikes could not forestall their inevitable encirclement. Here announced, his voice cutting through the din. He hurled 3 ring pommel swords towards the trio. With alacrity, they seized the weapons. Grasping the hilt, S' demeanor shifted, and with a swift turn, she executed a horizontal slash. Snicked. The towering behemoth was bisected in a single stroke. The blade danced, transforming into a veritable engine of carnage, a maelstrom of blood and bone. With weapons in hand, and managed to withstand the relentless assault. Perched in the boughs of a tree, arms crossed, surveyed the scene below, addressing the global audience. Hunt the xenofauna, gather their remains, and deposit them into the bioelectric generators to acquire blue coins. All able-bodied individuals over the age of 16 must enter the training grounds once per month, remaining for a duration of 24 hours before being teleported out. Refusal to comply will result in the revocation of all welfare provisions. He paused, then continued. Those who voluntarily enlist in the training program will receive a complimentary gene martial arts augmentation device. These words instantly reversed the tide of dissent. The sect master labors tirelessly for our benefit. How can we fail him? I shall register for the end of the month immediately. And where does one procure the augmentation device? The effect was palpable. They had long endured the agony of martial ascendancy being dangled before them, yet remaining tantalizingly out of reach. Tum! The earth trembled, a profound, muffled resonance disrupting some musings. Even the combatants below, the monsters and the trio of, and ceased their struggle. That sensation, murmured, clutching his chest, a palpable sense of unease washing over him, constricting his very breath. Tum! Another resounding thud. Screech. The bestial horde emitted a cacophony of shrieks, abandoning the trio and scattering into the arboreal depths. I believe a rather formidable entity has arrived, croaked, his throat parched. As if on cue, an immense shadow swept across the sky, eclipsing the sun. The trio, bloodied and begrimed, gazed upward. A quadrupedal, obsidian-scaled behemoth, its foot the size of a football field, descended upon them. Terror seized them, and they fled with every ounce of strength they could muster. Swish! From his perch, watched impassively, and before the eyes of countless viewers, he drew his blade. A crescent of pure energy arced skyward, cleaving through all in its path. Splurch! The monstrous foot, in the face of such power, offered no more resistance than the trees it crushed. The energy continued its ascent, tearing through flesh and bone. Blood rained down upon the forest floor. The trio watched, their eyes wide with disbelief. Now clad in armored plating, ensnared them with 3 chains, hoisting them skyward. They ascended at breakneck speed to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Below, the bisected cadaver of the colossal beast collapsed in slow motion. Rumble. One half of the carcass carved a swath through the forest, a crimson lake of blood and viscera inundating the valley. Tum! Another deafening boom. The trio strained to locate the source. They beheld a dozen gargantuan monstrosities, each hundreds of meters tall, their bodies festooned with scores of tentacles, lumbering through the primeval forest. Beneath their feet, the ancient woodland was reduced to mere knee-high shrubbery. Holy! Gasped, clinging to the chain, his body drenched in perspiration. Momentarily stunned. Turned her gaze to. How powerful has he become? She wondered. Such a formidable beast, cleaved in two by a single stroke of his blade. These mobile hives are beyond your current capabilities, declared, then, brandishing his blade, he aimed. Tzz. Azure energy enveloped the ring pommel sword. Then, a blinding flash. Upward slash, oblique strike. Horizontal cleave. With each motion, a cerulean arc of energy, tens of meters in length, hurtled forth, striking the behemoths with pinpoint accuracy. Agony. The Leviathans emitted a brief, mournful wail before their bodies shattered into countless fragments. Sheathe his blade. They are gone now. The sect master is invincible. The broadcast concluded, and the plan commenced in earnest. As the deadline for registering for the training program loomed at the end of the month, nearly everyone chose to enlist and receive the complementary augmentation device. In truth, the device was a cellular construct containing a fragment of Hivemind and a programmed regimen of physical conditioning. Like any others, it was subtly integrated into the bodies of billions via's global surveillance network, ostensibly in conjunction with mobile information terminals. Within 10 days, nearly 8 billion individuals had spontaneously commenced the practice of the self-mastery of ultimate intent, silently becoming extensions of consciousness. Chapter 44. The Management of Civilization, December 18th. Eastern University District 5, City Planning, 4th Comprehensive Academy. The sound of the bell echoed. Is there a martial arts teacher? Finally, no more solitary and arduous practice. Let us go. Let us change into our martial arts training uniforms. A group of 15 to 16-year-olds, brimming with excitement, made their way to the training room. The break passed swiftly. As the class bell rang, a tall figure strode into the training room. Silence. The students immediately stood at attention, eagerly awaiting. You lucky little rascals. Today is your day. The martial arts instructor waved his hands and began demonstrating his boxing techniques. If it weren't for my aversion to the practical training grounds, I wouldn't waste my time teaching you. I've exchanged 50 blue coins for this second-tier, cloud-piercing fist, and now I'm offering it to you free of charge. How much you learn depends on your own effort. In the Eastern District Supervisory Office, New Era Square, the silver, vortex-shaped spatial transmission portal still stood at the center. In front of the spatial transmission checkpoint, 10 channels lined up with people. Everyone line up. No disorder. Lone wolves, come over here. The Specialized Management Agency for the Extraterrestrial Combat Training Grounds in the Eastern District was responsible for on-site control. A girl with long black hair and a cold demeanor, wielding a long blade, charged straight into the silver vortex. Following her were dozens of fierce men clad in combat gear, armed with various cold weapons. Look, you Ingmeng, and that batch of the new era's top 100, someone exclaimed. Here they come again, fearless as ever. You have no idea how many blue coins they've earned. The monster corpses cut down by the leader are snatched away by them. Some expressed envy and jealousy. Alas, there's no escaping it. We must go eventually. What is the rush? It's been a month. Haven't you finished practicing the first layer of body tempering method? Besides, with so many people going in this time, those monsters will be overwhelmed. Some voiced their concerns. Yet the line continued to move forward, disappearing into the vortex. On the extraterrestrial battlefield, cannon fire roared, and electric nets crackled. Roar! Countless massive and grotesque monsters relentlessly attacked the forward base's defenses. This was the front line of the extraterrestrial battlefield, to provide martial artists with supplies and rest points, as well as to give civilians their first taste of combat a moment to breathe. The Eastern District's governing body specially applied to construct a defensive military base on the alien planet. This proposal was swiftly approved. Modular military bases were rapidly constructed on the alien terrain. At the reception square within the base, groups of people continuously appeared, only to be swiftly escorted away by soldiers. You've finally arrived. Follow me. Hold your ground at the base for 24 hours, and you'll complete your combat mission for this month. At the rear of the base, a robust man carried the corpse of a monster over 10 meters long, standing before a large weighing platform. Here it comes. 6.5 tons, 2 blue coins. You're robbing us blind. For the power station, it should be at least 3 blue coins. You're taking a third of my share? The man was instantly enraged. Fine, just pay up. In the Eastern District, Super Composite Industrial Base. Core building, top floor. Shaolon. Activate the Civilization Management Module. Data emerged. Blue star. Population. 80. Coherence. 87. The population's recognition of the Wudao. Happiness. 3. Satisfaction with current living conditions, ruling class, and future development. Energy coins. 72. Current surplus. 19. Monthly surplus. Food. 7812. A unit benchmark. Average monthly consumption for 100 million people. Consumer goods. 43.8. Various civilian industrial products. Martial arts supplies, luxury goods, etc. Minerals, 2136, a unit benchmark for minerals needed to construct a standard urban area. Alloys, 15.6, a unit benchmark for alloys required to forge a standard human imperial warship. Rare resources, none. This was an overview of the various resources after a month following the global district reorganization. These figures represented 30% of the allocation, nominally belonging to the Blue Star Supervisory Office, classified as public accounts. Wudao's personal accounts comprised the remaining 70%, along with his existing assets. Wudao, energy coins, 170.44, food, 182.28, consumer goods, 118 minerals, 49.84, alloys, 35.14, rare resources, none merit, 113, physique, 1 soul, 2, 0, genetic martial arts, body tempering method, transformation into demonic heavens freedom method, development progress, 48 of the 5th layer, time remaining for civilization trial, 117 days for him. Consumer goods, food, minerals, and even alloys held little utility. Currently, all resources were stored in various warehouses. System, I wish to exchange my merits. Wudao called out in his mind. Citizen Wudao, your exchange window has been opened. He clicked on this civilization group category, selecting the second level category of interstellar trade. Clicking on company registration. Company registration. 1 merit point. Description. The human empire allows affiliated civilizations and all individual citizens to establish companies, encouraging commercial activities. He directly spent 1 merit point for the exchange. Citizen Wudao, please confirm the name of your newly established company. Wudao promptly stated, Infinite Universe. This name does not comply with the relevant regulations of the human empire. Please choose again. Damn! Wudao's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected to encounter such an obstacle here. Blade Club. Name is available. Do you confirm? Confirm. Citizen Wudao. You have successfully registered the company Blade Club. Registering the company did not mean he could immediately engage in commercial activities. He clicked on the 3rd level category of Trade License. Level 1 Trade License. 10 merit points. Description. With this license, one may conduct general interstellar trade activities within the human empire. What constitutes general goods? It includes basic organic foods, basic mineral alloys, and other ordinary products. Naturally, higher levels existed beyond this. With a level 5 trade license, the human empire even provides a certain number of free space transport services. However, for now, level 1 was sufficient. With these 2 items, he qualified to venture into interstellar trade within the human empire. Next, he looked at level 1 standard transport ship, 5 merit points. Description, a standard modular assembly product. Equipped with a hyperspace engine, lacking weaponry and protection, possessing only the most basic interstellar transport capabilities. Chapter 45, Trade and Enclaves. Warning. An interstellar spacecraft materialized above the industrial base, hovering steadily. Approximately 500 meters in length, it appeared somewhat cumbersome. Wudao dispatched a Hivemind individual to take control of the ship. The logistics system activated, transporting resources from warehouses across the globe. Wudao multitasked, completing 1 final exchange. Subsystem Star Network Activation Service. 1 merit point for 1 year. Description. The human empire will extend the interstellar network across its entire domain, enabling real-time communication, liberating it from the constraints of light speed. Thus, he had 96 merit points remaining, all of which were essential. The Dawn subsystem is a specialized system encompassing all citizens of the human empire, whether it is Wudao's primary subsystem or the Battle Zone system. Both are entirely under the control of the Goddess of Dawn. In other words, to become a citizen of the human empire and possess full civil rights, one must undergo the implantation of the subsystem. As for the method of implantation and the location of the implant, even the myriad godlike beings of the empire could not ascertain, and Wudao saw no reason to waste time pondering these matters. It sufficed to know that the supreme ruler of the human empire is the Goddess of Dawn, both nominally and in fact. Citizen Wudao, it has been detected that this is your first time accessing the Star Network. Please confirm your network information. Wudao made his selections. Name, Wudao. Identity tag. Level 4 citizen of the Empire, research talent, director of the Blade Club Company. Information confirmed. As an experienced interstellar netizen, he chose directly. Star Network. Locate my current position. Star Network location. Human Empire, Western Territory, Falling Moon Vessel Supercluster, Ship Arm. Goldfish Supercluster, Lake Fairy Supercluster, Intermoon Star Cluster, Pingyao System, Pingyao 4. The Star Network delineated the boundaries of the Pingyao system. Wudao continued. Then let's designate the Intermoon Star Cluster as the frequently used internal star network. Confirmed. Wudao nodded and entered a state of mental immersion. A thread of consciousness descended like a droplet into an ocean, entering a blank room, the main transmission platform. The space shifted, and he found himself on an expansive, boundless platform square, surrounded by countless humans. Yes, humans, not humanoid beings resembling them, but beings identical to the people of Blue Star. This was not surprising, as all indigenous human planetary civilizations like Blue Star were, in fact, the result of the human empire's large-scale dissemination of human civilization seeds. After wild growth, depending on the planet's ecosystem and the evolution of civilization, diverse human cultures emerged. Nevertheless, in terms of genes, appearance, and ethnicity, they were all human. As for aliens, well, the transmission led to a primary interstellar trading platform. The scene changed once again, revealing a vast space station situated above a star. Dear visitors of the Star Network, welcome to Trade Enclave number 16 under the auspices of Mingwe Interstellar Trading Company. Here, you can explore a variety of goods up close, whether advanced warships, powerful weapons, or rare materials and esoteric knowledge. Whether you seek technology or slaves, Mingwe will fulfill your demands. In this interstellar marketplace, advertisements blared indiscriminately. Wudao navigated the streets, captivated by the array of products. An old-style frigate for 850 energy coins? Who are they trying to fool? Technology blueprint for a level 2 civilization. Miniature-controlled nuclear fusion technology, priced at 10,000 energy coins. Yin Mang Gene Evolution Liquid. 4 Gene Ascension in the superpower category, priced at 30,000 energy coins. TSK. After a stroll, Wudao finally arrived at the official acquisition center of Mingwe Company. Hello, how may I assist you? A youthful maiden greeted him with a smile. The Star Network prohibits non-citizens of the human empire from accessing it. The mental immersion mode is a projection of one's will and soul within the Star Network. One's appearance cannot be concealed, and there are no robots present. I represent the Blade Club and wish to discuss a collaboration with Mingwe. Wudao stated his intention, revealing his identity credentials. With a flash, the 4 lines of the human empire's universal language, indicating his status as a level 4 citizen, research talent, and director of the Blade Club Company, appeared above Wudao's head, plunging the room into silence. Level 4 citizen, a research talent. When did such a person emerge from the Intermoon Star Cluster? The onlookers were taken aback. I've never seen this before. Perhaps a big shot is experiencing the hardships of the world. The level of a citizen's privilege directly correlates with their contributions to the empire. Higher contributions lead to more merit points, greater strength, and more power, a clear causal relationship. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Esteemed guest, I am Sia, the person in charge of Mingwe Enclave number 16. I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. I hope for your understanding. A beautiful woman clad in a form-fitting qipao gracefully bowed. The welcoming maiden then realized, covering her mouth in shock, and excused herself. I wish to discuss a collaboration. Wudao raitarata. This way, please, to the VIP room on the 225th floor. Half an hour later, Wudao descended and exited, while Sia stood at the entrance of the acquisition center, watching him depart. It was not until his figure vanished, exiting the mental immersion mode, that her gaze flickered with uncertainty. Sia, I heard you received a distinguished guest, a level 4 citizen, and a research talent. Does that mean he could be a scientist working on level 4 technology? Level 4 technology. Suddenly, several women appeared beside her, chattering in disbelief. Record the entire process. You can see for yourselves. I'm a bit confused, Sia said, lightly tapping her finger. After viewing, the group was equally perplexed. Was the long-term trade of basic resources merely like this? The trade volume might not even reach 10,000 energy coins. Is this the research funding of this scholarly giant? Someone suggested. Impossible. Could they be lacking even that 10,000 energy coins? I certainly understand. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. The transaction concluded smoothly. Observing the confirmed company trade agreement on the subsystem, Wudao felt satisfied. Thus, everything was proceeding according to plan. With 3 months remaining until the civilization trial, there was ample time for the Blue Star people to enhance their overall strength by achieving an average physical quality of 1.4. The biological energy levels of the organic populations could approach that of a level 1 civilization. Wouldn't the civilization trial be monumental? Warning! Warning! Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, startling Wudao. It was a similarly emotionless, mechanical, synthesized voice, yet it was not from his personal Dawn Level 1 subsystem. Rather, it was from the Battle Zone subsystem. Chapter 46, Trial Premature. Admonition. Imperial citizen Wudao detected. Unsanctioned, large-scale civilizational interference on trial planet P99585, substantially impeding trial progression. Per Aurora's decree, the following repercussions are enacted. Citizen Wudao, due to incomplete severance from former superliminal civilization, continues participation in native planet's civilizational trial. Exceptional circumstances prevail. Hence, no specific penalties imposed. Trial planet P99585, owing to citizen Wudao's excessive meddling, has achieved initial civilizational gene ascension. Original trial duration expedited. Formal commencement of civilizational trial in 72 hours. This revelation struck with considerable force. Wudao rose abruptly, his brow furrowed, his gaze turning baleful. How can this be construed as large-scale civilizational interference? I have exercised considerable restraint. How is it possible for the trial to commence ahead of schedule? Had he not exercised such constraint, he could have readily procured several engineering vessels, colony ships, and a handful of frigates to initiate the construction of a stellar base and starport, along with extraterrestrial colonization. Procuring all of that would scarcely deplete 100 merit points. The Aurora subsystem possesses a dual classification. One facet comprises the subsystem implanted within all individual citizens, requiring no elaboration. The other constitutes the direct imperial administrative, military, legislative, and sundry management subsystems. These form the principal framework underpinning the vast organizational structure of the human empire. Every policy, decree promulgated, every order issued, reverberates across billions of star systems, affecting trillions of sentient beings. Although the war zone system occupies a comparatively low echelon, it nonetheless falls within this sphere. It was ratified by Aurora, nonetheless. I am profoundly humbled by this distinguished honor. Wudao's countenance was somber as he summoned the Blue Star population gene development data. Primary gene manifestation. 8 billion individuals. Mean physical aptitude. 1. 3. Secondary gene manifestation. Zhou Yao, Chang Yi Feng, L.E. Ding Hui, et al. 175 individuals. Mean physical aptitude. 1. 46. Tertiary gene manifestation. Yu Ing Meng, 1 individual. Physical aptitude. 1. 6. Barely satisfactory. Little Blue. The timetable has been accelerated. Comprehensive dissemination in 24 hours. Affirmative. Extraterrestrial battlefield. 100 kilometers northwest of the bioelectric power plant. A convoy stretching several kilometers resembled a colossal serpent, traversing the dense forest with expeditious haste. Oversized transport vehicles, specifically designed for hauling modular components, were laden with monster carcasses, hurtling toward the bioelectric power plant. Roar. Towering trees, hundreds of meters in height, served as optimal concealment, while colossal monsters, exceeding 10 meters, acted as shadowy assassins. At present, scores of monsters, bellowing ferociously, surged forward in unison. "Brothers, follow me," a burly man roared. Yet Zhou Yao preemptively lunged forth, cleaving with a glaive, decapitating 3 monsters in rapid succession. Ding Hui and L.E. leading their respective squads, proactively engaged on either flank of the convoy. Each had commenced cultivation of the 3rd stratum of body tempering, effortlessly neutralizing the ambush of 1 or 2 monsters within a mere 10 seconds. Auxiliary personnel expedite corpse loading. Chang Yifeng, overseeing the overall situation, issued commands. At the head of the convoy, a composed young woman, who had been standing still, opened her eyes, her phoenix eyes fixed on the depths of the forest. Upon observing this, Chang Yifeng promptly broadcasted over the communication channel, "Attention. Be vigilant. The boss is about to engage." Thud. Scarcely had the words been uttered when the multi-ton transport vehicle abruptly subsided. Yu Yingming had vanished, leaving behind only an indented footprint in the earth. Bang, bang, bang. Impacts reverberated incessantly upon the tree trunks, with the kinetic energy causing the surrounding foliage to swirl. The surroundings were rapidly receding. Yu Yingming's gaze keenly fixed on a shadowy region of a tree trunk. Her right hand had already grasped the hilt of the sword at her waist. A palpable aura of malice permeated the air. Clang! A glimmer of cold light erupted as the blade was unsheathed, wielded in reverse grip, and executed a horizontal slash. The intent was to obliterate both the tree trunk and any concealed entity. Clang! The concealed entity finally revealed itself. A mantis-like creature, 3 meters in height. Its entire body a spectral green. The meticulously crafted longsword clashed against the monster's upper limb blades. Sparks cascaded. A surge of immense force assaulted Yu Yingming, propelling the monster backward. Bang! Yu Yingming, propelled forward by momentum, landed on the tree trunk. Subsequently, she flexed her knees, forcefully propelled herself. Reverting, she executed another slash. Yu Yingming instantaneously arrived above the monster, her longsword descending, poised to decapitate the monster's slender head directly. Simultaneously, the spectral green blade arced upward, aiming directly at Yu Yingming's defenseless right flank. Yu Yingming's expression remained unchanged, the downward slash seamlessly transforming into an upward parry, deflecting the blade. The fluid transition was executed with consummate ease. Subsequently, she followed with a direct kick to the monster's exposed chest and abdomen. Thud! The unrestrained force was instantaneously discharged. The spectral green exoskeleton shattered and collapsed, the 3-meter frame rapidly plummeting. Bang! Traversing dozens of meters, it collided with a tree trunk, embedding itself within. Gah! The monster convulsed incessantly, spewing a mouthful of green blood intermingled with fragments of internal organs. Yu Yingming, suspended in midair, leveraged the recoil to leap backward onto a tree branch, then flexed her knees and propelled herself. Her form akin to an arrow, she traversed the expanse, plunging the longsword into the monster's cranium. Thwack! The longsword was extracted, spewing green blood. The monster's corpse was cast down, and the convoy arrived after a span of several minutes. A ghost blade mantis. This is the 3rd one, isn't it? The boss is formidable. Zhou Yao exclaimed in a boisterous manner. Yu Yingming, as light as a falling leaf, alighted upon the lead vehicle, meticulously wiping her blade, remaining taciturn. Each one can be exchanged for 85 secondary blue coins. Expedite the loading, lest the blood drain away, Chang Yifeng urged. The convoy resumed its journey. Several hours later, it successfully reached its destination, a basin with a bioelectric power plant at its epicenter. Likewise assembled modularly, it bore little distinction from other nuclear fission power plants. The Eastern District Management Agency was responsible for security administration, and a defense base bristling with firepower encircled the basin. On the adjacent display screen, the blue coins representing their current haul were rapidly escalating. 100. 200. Boss, Ding Hui and L.E. approached Zhou Yao, whispering, "When will Boss you next lead a convoy?" The brothers are eager to make a few more runs. Zhou Yao, a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazed at the daunting, ice-cold young woman through the swirling smoke, murmuring, "It hinges on when she proactively seeks us out. I cannot readily solicit the favor of this esteemed dignitary." After a wait of half an hour, all the corpses were finally unloaded. The total amounted to 435 secondary blue coins and 658 primary blue coins. Under the fervent gazes of the assembled, Chang Yifeng lifted 2 large crates, transported via elevator, and approached the group. This harvest is exceptionally bountiful. Do you all desire physical blue coins or a deposit into your digital accounts? Before the elated throng could respond, the mobile terminals on each wrist suddenly projected an image. The familiar figure of Little Blue materialized, his expression grave, his voice frigid. Global proclamation. Attention! Global proclamation. The originally stipulated 6-month time frame has been expedited due to extraordinary circumstances. The entire globe is entering a state of heightened alert. Chapter 47. The Struggle for Civilization. The Slaughter Mode. A countdown of 48 hours. As the words fell, Xiaolan's projection vanished, leaving a digital countdown of 48 hours displayed on the Global Population Information Terminal. The crowd before the recovery exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Level 1 combat readiness? Are we about to go to war? Zhou Yao murmured softly. Impossible. Lu Yi immediately countered. The name martial arts practical training camp signifies that there is no need for global mobilization. Yu Yingming furrowed her brow, having received her allocation of over 300 secondary blue coins, and promptly chose to depart. With a flash of silver light, she appeared at the center of the New Era Square in the Eastern District. Yu Yingming tapped on the terminal and paid for the rapid airship service with a primary blue coin. Within seconds, an unmanned magnetic levitation airship, approximately 7 to 8 meters long, arrived at her side. Yu Yingming took her seat as the airship commenced its swift journey along the dedicated magnetic track. She initiated a call to Yu Ziyuan. The communication connected instantly, and the screen displayed Yu Ziyuan, who cast her a glance while his lips moved. I received it, good. Understood. I will handle it immediately. He redirected his gaze. Combat readiness and disaster prevention are proceeding simultaneously. We lack personnel. The alien battlefield was closed. The martial populace not yet deployed would fully cooperate. Is there oversight from Xiaolan? As long as there is, it will suffice. He turned again. Reserve 50% of resources? You must be mistaken. This is no trivial matter. All right, I see the document. Due to the change in deadline, Mr. Li's resource allocation has shifted to a 50-50 split. Very well. I shall proceed accordingly. After a considerable time, Yu Ziyuan finally concluded the structured communications. Yet his hands continued their tasks, all the while he spoke. Daughter, where are you now? Upon this declaration, the higher-ups immediately communicated with Mr. Li. Yu Ziyuan lifted his gaze to his daughter, his expression grave. He merely stated that in 48 hours, a monumental crisis concerning the survival of the global population and the fate of Blue Star civilization will emerge. The specifics of the crisis, its origins, and how to respond were not disclosed. Yu Yingming rolled her eyes and half-jokingly remarked, he has previously mentioned this deadline multiple times. Initially, it was 6 months. Now it has been advanced to merely 2 days, and with such precision. Could it be that this crisis pertains to him? Cough, cough. Yu Ziyuan coughed in disbelief. Then his expression turned serious. The world trembled as the 4 major regional governing bodies swiftly coordinated the divisions and personnel. Military and police forces were all mobilized, and Xiaolan fully took over the regional management systems, instituting military control across all divisions. The elderly, the young, the sick, and the disabled were gathered in designated urban areas for unified protection. The alien battlefield was sealed, and martial personnel not on duty were temporarily assigned based on their traits. Industrial production shifted heavily towards military manufacturing, with various weapons and munitions being produced in a continuous stream. Schools ceased operations, commerce came to a standstill, and resources were allocated uniformly. The atmosphere in society grew increasingly tense as the countdown progressed. The 78 strongest individuals in the Eastern District gathered in the 4th area, silently awaiting the final moment. At the core building of the super-industrial complex, Wudao watched as a transport ship laden with cargo departed the gravitational pull of Blue Star, heading into space. The ship contained the dormant fragments of his hive mind. What would the civilization trial entail this time? Li Wudao gazed up at the starry sky amidst a multitude of anxious and expectant gazes. The terminal countdown reached 0. Subsequently, the resonant voice echoed throughout the world and into the depths of the soul. Data for the Pingyao star system is being loaded. Loading successful. Combat zone activated. The content of this combat zone trial is as follows. Trial theme, world domination. Trial mode, slaughter and plunder. Trial duration, none. Trial restrictions, none. Ultimate goal, the sole victor. Combat zone individual systems have been distributed and the combat zone points shop has been opened. World passage has been connected. Attention! To maintain fairness in this combat zone trial, active cross-border offensive actions are prohibited for 5 days on the Pingyao 4P 99585 trial planet. Details of the trial content can be found in the combat zone individual system. Following this, the loading sound of the individual systems resonated in everyone's minds. Loading temporary individual system for the combat zone. Loading successful. Personal information panel generated. Accessible at any time. A profound silence enveloped the globe. Then, it erupted with fervor. Everyone, including the 78 strongest individuals gathered in the Eastern District, was engulfed in a mix of disbelief and anticipation. Yu Yingming silently mused. A panel? An information module clearly visible in her mind, though absent from her sight. Name, Yu Yingming, ID number, PY99585100010. Physique, 16, Soul Wudao, energy level, 18, destructive capability, D-influence, 7, survival rate, D-traits, self-elevation, danger intuition, killing value, 0 points, 0, combat zone authority, 0. The panel's information was exceedingly detailed, and after opening the options, further clarifications for each were available. Without time to ponder the inexplicable familiarity of this panel, Yu Yingming immediately sought information regarding the combat zone trial. Upon investigation, she was left in a state of shock and bewilderment. At the super-industrial complex, Li Wudao gazed silently at the new era square in the Eastern District. The original silver spatial gate of the alien battlefield had been closed by him, replaced by a colossal purple star gate towering 300 meters high and 100 meters wide. Under Shaolan's global oversight, he could see another 17 star gates situated across the surface of the world. Indeed, it was world domination. Li Wudao's expression grew solemn as he murmured. 18 world passages simultaneously activated, alongside Blue Star, heralding a civilization trial involving 19 planetary civilizations, all vying for the title of the sole victor. With no restrictions, no time limits, and a mode of slaughter and plunder. The combat zone system, how ruthlessly cunning you are. Li Wudao wiped his face, and as his hand fell, the somber expression faded. A smile began to emerge at the corners of his mouth. Marvelous. Not only was the number of participants vast, but the variety of planetary civilizations was also abundant, and it was the fastest-growing mode of slaughter. It was as if it had been tailor-made for him. Detected that Citizen Li Wudao has implanted the Dawn Level 1 subsystem. Should it be integrated into the temporary combat zone individual system? Integrate. Name, Li Wudao. Physique, 1. 9 soul, 2. 0. Energy level, 40. Destructive capability, D. Influence, 85. Current planetary civilization, 0. Human empire. Survival rate, D. Traits, hive consciousness, ascension path, gene martial arts, body refinement method, transformation into heavenly demon with unfettered mastery. Development progress. 5th layer 48. Company. Blade Edge Club. Merit Authority. Level 4. Combat Zone Authority. Level 0. Merit. 96 points. 0. Killing value. 0. Chapter 48. The Cloaking Plan the Dawn. Subsystem sounded an alarm for Li Wudao. Fortunately, my merit shop was not directly shut down, nor were the hyperspace routes in the galaxy obstructed. A sigh of relief escaped Li Wudao's lips. He would need to be more vigilant moving forward. Encased in his composite battle armor, Li Wudao soared towards the new era square of the Eastern District's supervisory office. World conquest. Attack other planetary civilizations. Annihilate their resistance. Enslave or exterminate until a final victor emerges. Killing and plundering. Through hand-to-hand combat, cold weapons, and individual firearms. Directly eliminate intelligent beings of hostile civilizations to accrue kill points, which can be utilized to enhance two-dimensional attributes. Battle Zone Point Store. In the World Conquest, any remarkable actions, whether frontline combat or logistical support, can earn points distributed by the Battle Zone system as rewards, which can be exchanged for various rare items at the point store. This information was accessible to all on the system panel, clearly articulating the grim reality. This was a fight for survival in a civilizational war. They would not be able to launch cross-border offensives for another 3 days. Just enough time to observe the growth and progress of the children nurtured over the past months. Silently, Wudao hovered above New Era Square, surveying the scene. Half an hour had elapsed since the commencement of the Battle Zone trials. Disembark and assemble. Hurry up. Military transport vehicles streamed into the square's perimeter. The commander leapt from the passenger's seat, vociferously urging the soldiers. Fully armed martial soldiers swiftly exited the vehicles and formed orderly ranks. Each stood tall and proud, brimming with spirit, all genetically enhanced to exceed the first tier, boasting a physique rating of 1. 3. The current standard configuration for the soldiers of Blue Star's army included 1. Type 2 semi-covered plastic steel exoskeleton power armor, equipped with high-energy, high-capacity batteries, capable of withstanding 12. 7mm armor-piercing sniper rounds without damage. The subsequent research trajectory aimed to integrate a laser shoulder cannon capable of firing focused beams and an intelligent fire control system with the artillery. Though Wudao had not procured these yet, leaving the Research Institute to fend for itself. Plans were also in motion to enhance the battery capacity to elevate the power armor to a fully covered variant. 2. Shock-absorbing dampers. 3. Multiple exploration instruments. 4. A new type of blue tungsten alloy long knife. These 4 advancements were the fruits of over a month's research at the Blue Star Research Institute. All other firearms and ammunition still relied on the obsolete equipment of the former era. To be frank, aside from specialized individual weapons, standard-issue rifles have become largely ineffective. Recently, a criminal practicing the second layer of body tempering charged at a police encirclement, armed only with a knife and bare-chested, enduring a barrage of bullets to reach the officers before being swiftly subdued by a more adept martial officer. All present. Right turn. March, commanded the officer, leading the formation towards the center of the square. Simultaneously, transport airships arrived one after another, descending with cargo doors open, deploying rapid descent ropes as martial soldiers began their descent. However, their armor was of the battlefield rescue type, fully covered yet sacrificing overall defense for enhanced biochemical protection and detection capabilities, equipped with internal circulation systems and emergency medical kits. A thunderous roar echoed as massive modular transport vehicles arrived in droves. Following the on-site command, the vehicles reached the square's edge and commenced assembly tasks. Bang, bang, bang. The modular urban sections locked into place with metallic foundations brought in by the transports. Within minutes, a ring of low walls emerged along the circular perimeter of the square. At the center of these walls stood a towering purple stargate, 300 meters high and 100 meters wide, radiating a mesmerizing luminescence. Are we encircling the stargate? A silhouette emerged near the gate, accompanied by a cold female voice. Ms. Yu, you have finally arrived. I felt uneasy without your presence. The temporary base commander, Yu Xingrong, approached, speaking. Indeed, while the Stargate is vast, it is not invulnerable. Once secured, whatever emerges can be dealt with. However, the modular assembly will take some time, so we require your elite presence for assurance. And the other Stargates? Yu Yingming's gaze shifted from the terminal's summoning requests. To ensure their cooperation, the supervisory office had invested significantly. For her alone, any task guaranteed a minimum reward of a Tier 3 blue coin, sufficient to meet her energy needs for an entire day of body tempering, with additional compensation based on her performance. With multiple considerations, virtually no one declined. 16 Stargates were situated within the jurisdiction, all simultaneously initiating the cloaking plan. The remaining 2 gates were located in the snow-capped mountains and deep in the desert. The aerial transport and engineering units had already been dispatched. The cloaking could not be accomplished. They could only construct modular bases on site. Yu Xingrong meticulously detailed the situation. Yu Yingming nodded, her dark visor concealing her expression. Clad in a form-fitting, power-free black armor made of plastic steel, she bore two gleaming blue tungsten long knives at her waist, alongside a specialized pouch for her blue coins. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. Not only was it the alert from the temporary base's detection instruments, but all soldiers' multi-exploration devices also flashed red. The enemy identification function indicated an unknown life form. Attention to the Stargate. Enemies are emerging, shouted the reconnaissance soldiers, their vigilance heightened. With a clatter, the defensive troops aimed their weapons. Artillery locked on, missiles targeted, satellites engaged. Under the intense scrutiny, a small shadow darted from the violet radiance of the Stargate. Without time to issue commands, the overall commander Yu Xingrong pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck true. The darting shadow tumbled several meters before coming to a halt, revealing its form, elongated, with a slender tail, roughly the size of a human arm, covered in gray scales, with a triangular head bearing a pair of sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. What is this? A rat. The soldiers gasped in astonishment. The reconnaissance soldier cried out again. Numerous targets are emerging from the Stargate. Repeat. Numerous targets are emerging from the Stargate. Chirps and hisses filled the air, the scales scraping against one another, producing an unsettling sound. As they surged toward the temporary base, "Open fire," commanded Yu Xingrong, and gunfire erupted. With enhanced physical attributes, reflexes, and dynamic vision, every soldier became a marksman. The gray-scaled rats fell in droves. However, observant eyes noted that the 5.8mm rifle bullets did not penetrate the bodies of these gray-scaled rats. Their gray scales possessed a certain degree of defensive capability. Chapter 49. The End of Restrictions on the Beast Report. Multiple unknown viruses have been detected on these extraterrestrial beings. Yu Xingrong's expression grew grave as he issued another command. Chemical defense troops. Yes, the commander of the ever-ready chemical defense unit promptly acknowledged the order. Firearms team. Cover the entire line. The chemical squad, equipped with high-pressure flamethrowers, swiftly advanced. Between the Stargate and the temporary camp, there were a total of 4 fortified lines. The first line, a mere 50 meters from the Stargate, was flanked by electrified barriers and automated high-speed machine guns. Members of the chemical squad quickly reached their designated firing positions and set up their flamethrowers. Fire! Boom! Dozens of fiery serpents shot forth, engulfing the first line, which spanned 100 meters in width and 50 meters in length, in a roaring inferno. Immediately, send the viral samples to the Research Institute's biochemical department. Yu Xingrong methodically commanded. This welcoming gift is somewhat revolting. Yu Yingming suddenly scoffed, her fists clenched. Using rats as scouts, how ingenious of them. The chemical defense troops sprang into action as hovering airships began to spray disinfectants over the New Era Square. After more than 10 minutes, the tide of rats pouring from the Stargate gradually subsided. The soldiers quickly replenished their ammunition. Do we leave any alive? Yu Xingrong inquired through the communication channel. Send them to the Research Institute as well. Yes. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded again. Countless gun barrels aimed at the Stargate. The soldiers were on high alert. At the base of the Stargate, a purple glow flickered, and a shadowy figure emerged. A sentient being? Yu Xingrong's eyes brightened, and he immediately ordered, "Switch to non-lethal weapons. We must capture alive." The shadow paused momentarily in the violet light, then swiftly advanced into the sunlight. Countless eyes widened as they beheld an extraterrestrial for the first time. It was a humanoid creature standing just over 2 meters tall, stocky in build with short, thick limbs, a flattened round head adorned with long, unkempt dreadlocks. Its facial features were markedly larger than those of humans, with bulging eyes, flared nostrils, and thick, ragged lips concealing a pair of enormous, upward curving tusks. The entire visage appeared cramped, with barely any semblance of human skin remaining. Most striking of all was its skin, a vivid green. A tattered cloth hung from its waist, and it wielded a gleaming black wooden staff. By the heavens, isn't that an orc? A young soldier in the reconnaissance team couldn't contain his exclamation. Upon hearing this, the other soldiers realized the familiarity of the creature. No wonder it felt oddly recognizable. Orcs, the classic villainous race from various fantasy films produced by the United States. Yu Xingrong was momentarily taken aback. The personnel from the 4 district supervisory offices were equally bewildered. What is happening? How can a fictional race from films and novels manifest before us? The blue-skinned humans saw the orc, and the orc, in turn, noticed the cold metallic walls and the multitude of humans staring at it. Its grotesque face initially wore an expression of surprise, followed by a series of shrill cries as it clutched its staff and attempted to retreat. Block its path. Don't let it escape. At this juncture, Yu Xingrong had no time to ponder further and immediately issued the command. Several specially designed electrified capture nets descended upon the orc, while dozens of tranquilizer guns fired in unison. The orc was first ensnared by the capture net, its body stiffening and convulsing violently from the electric shock before being struck by the tranquilizer darts that riddled its back. Instantly, it succumbed to unconsciousness. 3 days felt interminable. The orc was swiftly transported to the Research Institute, where it underwent comprehensive examinations, including analyses of the microorganisms present in its fur. As time passed, other extraterrestrials began to appear at different stargates. Photos and videos spread rapidly across the internet, with the Research Institute publicly releasing all findings to inform the populace about the identity and weaknesses of the enemy. Amid the frenzied defense preparations, 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. In the East District, the New Era Square was completely enveloped by a colossal cylindrical structure, standing 330 meters tall and 110 meters in diameter. The only access left was a 30-meter-wide military passage, encircled by multiple layers of defense. This military corridor extended 1 kilometer in length, equipped with over a dozen checkpoints, including 2 laser corridors and fully automated firepower networks covering every potential blind spot. During these 3 days, any orc that emerged was incapacitated without the need for soldiers to intervene, succumbing to the nerve-paralyzing gas of the first checkpoint. Now, in the vast assembly square newly established at the corridor's entrance, fully armed soldiers gathered in formation, preparing to embark on a mission to the orc planet for a collective operation. A military airship descended, and Yu Yingming disembarked, clad in her full-body combat armor. With dual blades at her waist, she made her way directly to the corridor entrance. However, after taking a few steps, she spotted a familiar silhouette. With her lips slightly pursed beneath her mask, she inhaled deeply before continuing forward. "Are you also heading to the orc planet?" Yu Yingming calmly inquired, as if they were merely ordinary classmates. Wudao waved his hand, signaling the guard at the entrance not to mind him, then turned with a smile. "Oh, is this not my dear classmate Yingming? You've grown even more beautiful in the past month. What, do you want to join me?" Yu Yingming felt as if struck by lightning, her body stiffening and her eyes widening. Once again, he was using that ambiguous tone that had teased and frightened her before. "And, am I not beautiful to begin with? Wait, how did you notice my beauty through the mask? So, is he merely toying with me?" Just as Yu Yingming was about to remove her mask to reveal her stunning, flawless visage, her beautiful eyes widened in defiance. On either side of the military corridor entrance, there were 4 5-meter-wide civilian passages. These connected directly to the Stargate, only 50 meters long. Both ends of the corridor featured disinfection chambers, with an intersecting laser passage in between. At this moment, a number of hardened individuals were already queuing up, having waited all night. Make way, make way. Let this gate master cut in line," Wudao called out. "Gate master? By heavens, it truly is the gate master. The gate master is here in person. We get to see the gate master in action again. Quick, clear a path for the gate master." The crowd immediately pressed against the walls, creating a passage. "Thank you, everyone." Wudao seemed to be a wisp of breeze, his voice fading as he vanished. Before the crowd could react, another shadow flashed past. This time, a fierce gust of wind swept through, sending people staggering. Amidst the colossal Stargate, a barrage of artillery fire erupted, with thousands of rockets streaking across the sky towards the onrushing Orcish horde. Explosions reverberated as the rockets found their mark. Above, winged beasts screeched, only to be torn apart by anti-aircraft fire. A resonant Orcish war cry echoed from a distant mountaintop, where a fiery orb materialized atop a wooden staff, rapidly expanding in size. With a fervent shout, a multitude of fireballs soared through the air, descending upon the unsuspecting human artillery positions. "Evade!" the frontline commander bellowed, attempting to detonate the fireballs remotely. The fireballs detonated in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing the artillery positions in a sea of flames. Could this be magic? Hivemind, standing behind Wudao, questioned in astonishment. A rudimentary application of mental energy, Wudao replied with disdain. It hardly qualifies as the magic of a psionic ascension system. Hivemind tilted her head, perplexed. Mental energy? Psionic ascension? Is magic real? A projection of Shao Lan materialized before Wudao. Master, preliminary scans indicate that this terrestrial planet, 2 times the size of Blue Star, possesses a gravity 6 times greater and a similar atmosphere, with slightly elevated oxygen levels. Colonization is feasible without ecological modification. As expected, Wudao affirmed. Among the 18 discovered stargates, entities resembling elves, dwarves, avians, and giants had emerged. These 5 humanoid species, mass-produced as modified slaves during the human empire's Great Conquest, serve as expendable vanguard troops in planetary invasions. They also functioned as experimental subjects, gathering data on alien life forms. To ensure compatibility, they were infused with 60% human genetic material. A cultural assimilation strategy was implemented to foster unity within the human empire and prevent ideological divergence. When seeding terrestrial human civilizations across the cosmos, the human empire would often edit genetic information. Nevertheless, some nascent interstellar civilizations, oblivious to their insignificance, dared to defy the empire's prevailing ideologies. Wudao had participated in 3 missions to identify and assimilate valuable individuals. Subsequently, the Inquisition would systematically exterminate all planetary life forms. "Are you not coming?" Hivemind inquired, noticing Wudao's prolonged contemplation. "What do you mean?" Hivemind furrowed her brow, finding his cryptic pronouncements perplexing. "I intend to monopolize this arena." The ground shattered as Wudao plunged into the Orcish ranks like a meteor. The ensuing shockwave sent Hivemind reeling. Wudao, armed with a blade, unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. 100-meter arc of blade energy swept across the battlefield, bisecting everything in its path. The Orcish chieftain, having been knocked off his feet, roared in defiance, only to witness a mountain disintegrate. A colossal crescent of blade energy descended upon him. The chieftain raised his iron sword, infusing it with earthen energy. However, the blade energy effortlessly pierced the sword, the chieftain, and thousands of orcs before obliterating a distant mountain. Wudao continued to unleash a flurry of slashes, his blade dancing with unrestrained ferocity, tearing apart everything in his vicinity. A vertical arc of blade energy sliced through the Stargate's artillery position, leaving a chasm several meters wide and hundreds of meters long. "The disparity is immense," exclaimed the commander, narrowly escaping the attack. 5 minutes later, Wudao ceased his assault. The once lush forest surrounding the Stargate had been reduced to ruins. The mountains had become basins, crisscrossed by ravines of blade energy. No orcs remained. The destructive power of a level 40 combatant, unaugmented by advanced technology, is comparable to that of a small nuclear weapon. Wudao mused, dusting himself off. His abdomen contorted, forming an energy converter. 16 energy coins were consumed, and his body multiplied into 9 identical copies. With each clone retaining its full strength, 8 armored figures ascended into the sky, deploying swarms of hummingbird drones as they dispersed in different directions. Chapter 51. Star Slaughter. The Stargate was situated deep within the mountains. Orcs were discovered in abundance within a few hundred kilometers in all 8 cardinal directions. Wudao hovered in the air, cloaked in invisibility, observing below. Without revealing himself or issuing any challenge, he unleashed his blade. Rumble. The orc army marching along the road was met with a devastating blow head-on. 100-meter-long arc of blade energy left behind a trail of blood, bones, and pulverized flesh. Whack! The orcs roared in furious indignation, their eyes bloodshot as they sought the source of the attack. No individual powerhouses, how uninteresting. Swish, swish, swish. Wudao wasted no more time, continuously brandishing his blade in a relentless barrage. Every mature orc possessed a physical constitution of around 1.3, comparable to a fully genetically enhanced human from Blue Star. Although orcs did not pursue technological advancement, they possessed a mental aggregation organ incorporated into their genetic code by the human empire. This special organ, located within their brains, could extract mental energy and stamina based on the orc's emotional fluctuations, releasing weakened versions of psionic abilities through a predetermined mental aggregation code. These abilities included enhancing physical strength, increasing speed, accelerating healing, and unleashing basic elemental powers like fireballs and ice. In essence, it was a gene-based psionic intelligence program. Aside from the anomaly that was Wudao, the Blue Star human civilization would have faced considerable difficulty in conquering the orc civilization. Ugh! From within the bloody mire, a 3-meter-tall, green-skinned orc roared skyward, its bloodshot bovine eyes fixed intently on the cloaked Wudao. Psionics are still so unreasonable. Wudao muttered in exasperation upon realizing that the orc had detected him despite his full-spectrum invisibility. Fine, I'll let you die knowing who you face. Wudao dispelled his invisibility, revealing his form. Roar! The orc grew even more enraged, its green skin turning blood red as its body swelled further. It then grasped the 2-meter-long spear on its back, and with a flash of dark light, the spear's texture became even harder and sharper. Swoosh! The spear was hurled, creating a sonic boom as it tore through the air. This strike embodied all the orc's conviction, rage, and hatred, channeling all its mental energy and exhausting all its reserve stamina. Thwack! A bare hand seized the spear's sharp iron tip. Hum! The spear vibrated violently, but Wudao's hand remained steady. He merely gazed impassively at the orc. The fury and hatred on the orc's face gradually faded, replaced by bewilderment. Its body, completely drained, collapsed to its knees as it stared blankly upward. Too weak. Splatter. The ugly green head exploded into fragments. Slaughter value: 1566. The integrated combat armor rematerialized, and he followed the hummingbird reconnaissance drone as it continued its advance. Low stone walls, muddy dirt roads, and crude cave dwellings were densely packed together, bisected by a river, forming an Orcish settlement. To the right of the town, near the foot of the mountains, was a large fenced area extending up the mountainside, housing numerous half-humanoid livestock creatures. Behind the town lay vast farmland stretching for over 10 miles. A large number of relatively frail female green-skinned orcs were diligently harvesting green hanging melons. The orcs had been forced into an agrarian society. How outlandish! Wudao muttered. Sociology level 5. Among the 5 major cannon fodder races, orcs rank last in intelligence, even surpassed by giants. It seems they've eaten most of the wildlife on this planet. In that case, there's no need to exterminate them all. Wudao's lips curled into a smile. In interstellar colonization, the scarcity of labor was always a problem, hence the prevalence of the slave trade. For example, when Blue Star colonized this planet to fully exploit its resources, how many Blue Star citizens would be willing to come? If Blue Star citizens came, wouldn't there be a need to build corresponding urban districts, civilian industries, housing, commercial complexes, entertainment, and more would all need to be provided? Or else there would be immediate unrest. But its slaves need these things. They were cost-effective and highly productive. Slaves without citizenship were simply the best labor force. Moreover, weren't they ready-made cannon fodder? If all else failed, they could be thrown into bioreactors to generate energy coins. Wudao chuckled to himself, giving himself a mental pat on the back. He then instructed Little Blue to notify the Blue Star Directorate to implement the various plans for enslaving the orcs. Next, he revealed himself and landed at the entrance of the Orcish town. The orc guards, upon seeing him, immediately shouted and led a squad of orcs to attack. Wudao no longer engaged in indiscriminate large-scale slaughter. With swift strokes, heads rolled. Moving like a phantom, he silently severed necks. Over 10 minutes later, the small Orcish town fell silent. The dirt roads between the caves were littered with corpses, and blood flowed in rivulets. From the small windows of the caves, terrified female and young greenskins could be seen. Wudao stepped into the only two-story building in the town, constructed from stone and mud. He was curious about the ruling structure of the civilization formed by the orcs. He lifted the tattered cloth hanging at the doorway. Clang! A crudely made iron dagger struck Wudao's chest, producing a metallic clang. Far from piercing, the force wasn't even enough to compress his muscles' elasticity. Clatter! The iron dagger fell to the ground as a female greenskin released her grip and recoiled in terror. Wudao ignored her, glanced around the room, shook his head, and turned to leave. He had clearly overestimated them. It was already remarkable that the orcs had formed a civilization. Could he really expect them to have a sound governing system? At least for now, it was still a tribal form of individual autocracy. Slaughter value, 5,659. 14 days later, on a cliff face secured by iron cables. Clang! A 2-meter-long mace, gleaming with golden light, crashed down. Wudao gripped the iron cable with one hand and parried with his sword in the other. Metallic sparks flew. Crack! The long-strained iron cable snapped completely. Wudao, falling, plunged his hand into the cliff face, arresting his descent. Aart, a 5-meter-tall, powerfully built green-skinned orc roared as it released the iron cable and leapt down. As it fell, it held the mace above its head with both hands, bringing it down on Wudao in a desperate strike. Is that all? Wudao was somewhat disappointed. Ceasing his defensive stance, he thrust upward with his single-handed ring pommel sword. The sword tips struck the mace, which was over a foot in diameter. Bang! The reinforced mace instantly shattered. The sword continued its trajectory, piercing the orc's jaw and exiting through the crown of its head. The orc's furious bovine eyes quickly dimmed. Its massive body twitched twice, then hung motionless on the sword. Wudao, holding the sword, leaped onto the gate platform built into the cliff face. Thud! With a flick of the ring pommel sword, the orc's corpse, reduced to 4 meters in size, was flung into a pool of blood. On the city walls before the platform, female orcs wielding bows and arrows, putting up a last-ditch resistance, let out a series of mournful cries after a moment of stunned silence. This was the strongest and last tribal settlement on this Orcish planet. A physique of 1. 7, a soul of 1. 5, skilled in psionic manipulation, not bad. But that's all it was. Wudao sheathed his sword, his interest waning. In the next moment, the grieving female orcs on the wall suddenly froze. Wudao also wore a bewildered expression. Battle zone announcement. On the trial planet P. 99585. Wudao of the Blue Star Civilization single-handedly eradicated 95 of the armed resistance of the Orc civilization on trial planet P. 99483 in a remarkably short period. He has slain over 8 million orcs, achieving the monumental feat of a solo star slaughter. Thus, Wudao is awarded 10,000 points and bestowed the title of Star Slayer. Chapter 52, Ascendance. Ascension sequence seed at this very moment. Whether it be the warriors and soldiers of Blue Star engaged in battles across various alien worlds, or the sentient beings of other civilizations. It seemed as if they had all been pressed to a standstill. They exchanged glances, utterly astonished, incredulous. A solitary individual annihilating an entire star? Wudao, 74 million. Goodness, is that even conceivable? Even if there were 70 million pigs. It would be impossible for one person to finish them off in just over 10 days. The master must be cheating. I don't care. The master is magnificent. With a swift motion, Yu Ingmeng beheaded the stunned dwarf before her with a single stroke, her armor stained with blood, her expression laden with complexity, shock, resentment, fear, and a deeply buried, indescribable strangeness. Before the portal of the Orc planet, one after another, Wudao rapidly descended from all directions, seamlessly merging upon landing. To expedite the harvesting process, he expended a considerable amount of energy coins, dispatching over 1,000 avatars to sweep through the area with relentless efficiency. Thus, it took merely 14 days to accomplish the extraordinary feat of single-handedly annihilating a star. Let me see. Over 124 million in kill value. With 1,000 points earned, and the privilege of the points shop fully unlocked at level 10. Wudao reflected on his gains. 14 days, quite acceptable. The use of kill value is singular in purpose, so there is little to deliberate. I shall directly consume it to enhance my dimensional attributes. Wudao. Do you choose to consume 10 million kill value to enhance your soul attribute by 0? 1. The voice of the war zone system echoed. Confirmed. Wudao nodded. His physical prowess could still be enhanced through the demon body refinement method, so there was no rush. However, his soul had long been constrained by insufficient merit, unable to progress. Given the opportunity to elevate it directly, he could not let it slip away. As he confirmed, a wave of coolness surged through his mind, a refreshing sensation penetrating the depths of his soul. His mental clarity sharpened. The most immediate manifestation was that the number of avatars he could control without negative effects increased from 10 million to 20 million. Wudao continued to pursue the enhancement of his soul. Do you wish to consume 30 million kill value to enhance your soul attribute by 1? Confirmed. The soul attribute rose to 2, and the number of controllable avatars surged to 40 million. He pressed on. Do you wish to consume 70 million kill value to enhance your soul attribute by 1? 70 million. Wudao was momentarily taken aback. Why does this increase seem even more exaggerated than the exponential growth of the dimensional attributes? Yet, given the intuitive, swift, and side effect-free enhancement, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and confirm. The soul attribute climbed to 2. 3, with the number of controllable avatars reaching 80 million. Afterward, he found himself left with just over 14 million kill value. The next enhancement of his soul attribute required a staggering 200 million. In a decisive move, Wudao allocated his remaining 10 million to his physical attribute. The physical attribute now stood at 2.0, a staggering 24 times that of an ordinary person from Blue Star. Next came the points, 1,000 points. A solitary act of single-handedly annihilating a star had only granted him a mere 1,000 points. He hoped that the purchasing power of these war zone points would not be too disappointing. Muttering to himself, he opened the war zone points shop. It too was divided into 10 levels of privilege. At the top of the level 1 shop, the first item listed was Basic Energy Needle 9. Rapidly heals basic internal and external wounds, replenishing energy. Price 1 point. The level 1 items were all of this nature, so he quickly bypassed them. In the level 2 shop, the first item was Energy Coin 1 point. An energy coin for 1 point. Wudao squinted his eyes. He then glanced at the next item. Complete technical blueprints for the hyperspace engine. 1,000 points. Wudao was astonished. What surprised him was not merely the price of the hyperspace engine, but rather that the war zone system was selling the entire suite of technological knowledge. It is well known that the development of scientific technology follows a pyramidal structure, accumulating from the foundational to the advanced. There is no way that, having achieved faster-than-light travel and interstellar colonization, the fields of materials science and energy dynamics remain stagnant, reliant on lithium batteries and petroleum vehicles. Thus, the inherent value of the complete set is self-evident. If it were just the hyperspace engine technology alone, even a mere concept of hyperspace would leave Blue Star scientists scratching their heads. This is indeed far more economical than purchasing from the interstellar market. Wudao was tempted to buy it outright, but then realized that this was merely the level 2 privilege shop and suppressed the impulse rising within him. The level 2 shop primarily contained various fundamental knowledge and technical blueprints of level 1 interstellar civilizations. A unique winner could easily leverage these to rapidly elevate their own civilization to the status of an interstellar civilization. After level 3, the shop began to delve into the expansion and defense of civilizations within the cosmos, including essential constructions such as stellar bases, starports, space stations, mooring points, and docks. as well as military equipment and technology knowledge like frigates and aerospace carriers. These, of course, hold great importance, but due to their comprehensive implications for civilization, the prices are generally exorbitant. Just the foundational engineering blueprints for constructing various interstellar structures were priced at 2,000 points. Wudao quickly scrolled to the level 10 shop. Human Empire Semi-Independent Affiliated Civilization Indicator. 10,000 points. Quantity. Unique. Redemption restriction. Unique winner. Description. The unique winner can retain the current structure of their civilization and become an affiliated civilization of a human empire, enjoying the corresponding supportive policies with a degree of autonomous governance, yet must also adhere to the relevant policies and decrees of the human empire. Undoubtedly, this is something that must be acquired. However, it is not urgent at the moment, as there are still 17 more planetary civilizations to consider. Additionally, individuals within the same civilization faction can transfer points among themselves. Such monumental matters concerning the entirety of civilization require the collective effort of all individuals from Blue Star. Wudao gazed at the next item. Ascension Sequence Seed Quota Test Indicator. 1,000 points. Description. The ascendance of individuals and civilizations is mutually reinforcing, achieving greatness together, both at the forefront of times. Do you wish to truly soar to great heights, becoming a true genius, and receiving the full cultivation of the human empire? Then come and accept the test for the sequence seed. As thousands of avatars merged, Wudao remained rooted to the spot, his face a mask of astonishment. The Ascension Sequence Seed. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The full cultivation of the human empire? You cannot be deceiving me. I will take you seriously. Wudao brat kikanat. In his previous life, he harbored a deep resentment toward the human empire, having been forced to participate in a planetary doomsday survival game, narrowly escaping death countless times. It would be strange to maintain a favorable attitude. His understanding of the human empire was also limited. After sacrificing over 10 planets and billions of lives, this trivial endeavor had not drawn even a hint of attention from the human empire. Only the subsystem for managing the galaxy issued a warrant for his capture, attracting the pursuit of some interstellar bounty hunters. It was not until he revealed information regarding the time worm that he truly grasped the terrifying nature of the human empire. Chapter 53, A Single Resolution, Golden Humanity. The vast expanse of territory, with a radius of 4 billion light-years, speaks volumes. In his previous life, Wudao's home solar system had a radius of merely 2 light-years. The Milky Way boasts a radius of 520,000 light-years. To put it more plainly, the military structure of the human empire is exceedingly intricate and powerful. Yet, the most renowned among the stars are the 16 Great Expedition Legions. Each legion's personnel are not fixed, ranging from a few 100,000 to several billion. However, without exception, the minimum requirement to join an expedition legion, even as a mere soldier, is to be a demigod. What constitutes a demigod? Level 5 marks the threshold of demigod status. What defines level 5? It corresponds to level 5 merit authority. Energy levels, destructive power, influence, and survivability align with level 5 interstellar civilizations. The main forces of the legions are comprised of god-tier beings. What denotes a god tier? Level 8 signifies the divine. And what level is Wudao at present? If divided into 80 million parts, or accommodating 80 million Blue Star inhabitants, with full firepower unleashed, he might just reach level 1, capable of directly confronting a level 1-star civilization. The disparity between him and a demigod is indeed as vast as several star systems. Thus, one can grasp the terrifying existence that the human empire embodies. If only he could receive its full nurturing. He purchased it. Wudao directly acquired it. 1,000 points for a testing opportunity. He bought himself a chance. Citizen Wudao, upon the completion of this war zone trial, you may request a test from the individual subsystem at any time. Wudao steadied his tumultuous emotions and glanced at the final item on the level 10 list. A single resolution. 5,000 points. Description. Literal meaning. Wudao raised an eyebrow and queried the war zone system. What if you cannot answer my question? If this war zone system database cannot resolve the inquiry, it will be escalated through layers to the upper system, ultimately reaching the Goddess of Dawn. Wow! Li Wudao was taken aback. He had thought the first two items were already impressive. Little did he know that something even more extraordinary awaited. However, if there are questions, there must be answers. If Li Wudao were merely an individual from Blue Star, unaware of the information regarding the human empire, the value of this item would be rather low. What kind of questions could one pose if they already lacked knowledge? As for inquiries about the existence of deities or whether the universe has boundaries, such profound questions offer no tangible benefits. Only by building upon existing information can one formulate precise and effective inquiries to obtain higher-level insights. He happened to have a question he wished to resolve. Li Wudao did not hesitate and directly tossed down 5,000 points. Citizen Li Wudao, please articulate your inquiry. The voice of the war zone system resonated. How can I elevate the level 3 genetic martial arts technique transformation into the heavenly demon's subtle method step by step to a level 10 technique? Li Wudao enunciated each word clearly. War zone system. Insufficient permissions in the Galaxy war zone system. The database does not contain information on genetic martial arts techniques above level 3. Transferring, please hold on. Just as Li Wudao stepped out from the violet light of the Stargate, he beheld the army poised for action. Commander Yu Xingrong hurriedly approached, coming to a halt and saluting. Mr. Li, congratulations on your triumphant return. No need for pleasantries, Li Wudao nodded. You may proceed according to plan. Yes, the army mobilized, preparing to eliminate the final obstacles on the Beastman's planet and to implement comprehensive military control. Another administrative officer from the supervisory office approached. Mr. Li, the 4 district leaders await you outside. Upon seeing Li Wudao emerge, the 4 district leaders swiftly advanced. Mr. Li, you are truly remarkable. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Blue Star populace. Mr. Li, Li Wudao raised his hand. Let us get to the point. Regarding the development of the Beastman's planet, my suggestion is for the 4 districts to collaborate, which would undoubtedly expedite the development process and facilitate the swift realization of resources. The district leader of the West stated. Li Wudao understood. Essentially, the other 3 districts were envious, coveting what was in front of them while eyeing the broader picture. Is planetary development something that can be completed in a short time? Are they already contemplating this? Li Wudao's gaze turned cold. Anyone who fails to guard their Stargate and allows the enemy to breach Blue Star's territory will face the consequences. I will send all personnel from that district to the front lines to fight. Eastern District, retain 50% of military strength. The rest shall be dispatched to the alien battlefield for support. Supercomposite Industrial Base. Core Tower. Body and mind unified. This is the Goddess of Dawn. Citizen Li Wudao, please repeat your inquiry. In that very moment, a solemn and dignified voice echoed in his mind. Li Wudao straightened in his seat. How can I elevate the level 3 genetic martial arts technique transformation into the heavenly demon's subtle method step by step to a level 10 technique? Subsequently, he could expend 1,000 merit points at the level 5 merit shop to exchange for the Ascension route calculation service, thus achieving his goal. To ascend to levels 8 and 10, one must become an ascendant of the human empire and incorporate the technique into the inner cosmic creation law genetic martial arts ascension system to accomplish this. The Goddess of Dawn departed silently, leaving Li Wudao in deep contemplation. Ascending to level 5 techniques, as the Goddess of Dawn stated plainly, and subsequently earning 1,000 merit points would not pose a significant challenge for him. However, at the very least, he learned that the ascension route for genetic martial arts within the human empire had indeed reached level 10. After a moment, Li Wudao shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. The upper limit was exceedingly high. He need not fear encountering a dead end along the way. As for the rest, contemplating these matters now seemed premature. With 4,000 points remaining, Li Wudao scrolled down to the level 9 shop. X-type genetic modulation solution. 3,000 points description. Since the completion of the ultimate decoding of human genes by the first research institute of the human empire, the emergence of golden humanity has heralded the dawn of mankind as the most formidable civilization in the universe, without exception. An object of reverence in the eyes of countless interstellar lone wolves. Throwing down 3,000 points, Li Wudao lifted the small golden syringe in his hand. Subsequently, his body went limp, collapsing into a shimmering pool of golden blood. Wudao gradually regained consciousness. Gazing at the pool of blood that was once himself, he was momentarily stunned, then speechless. It is said that even if the physical form of a high-ranking figure within the Empire were to suddenly vanish, their soul would be transmitted away. The golden humanity, with its soul manifesting, truly lives up to its reputation. Chapter 54. A profound transformation. The soul is an intricate entity, encompassing materialism, idealism, and spiritual energy, and is an inseparable aspect of all ascension paths. Thus, it is one of the two-dimensional attributes of an individual. In his previous life, Wudao had never crystallized a physical soul and was somewhat unaware of its nature. It resembled an energy field. As Wudao attempted to move, he discovered that his soul was tightly bound to his corporeal form below. At present, aside from a newly acquired 360-degree perspective, it seemed to serve no other purpose. He would explore this further in due time. Wudao's soul descended, and his hive consciousness plunged into a pool of blood. The scattered flesh rapidly coalesced, almost with a snap, into Wudao's form, albeit a significantly smaller version. He had transformed into a diminutive figure, standing at merely 1 meter and 30 centimeters, with a fair complexion that glimmered as if reflecting light. The remaining 60 energy coins within him were insufficient. A terrifying hunger surged, threatening to burn through his abdomen. Glancing at his inventory, he hastily instructed Xiaolan to deliver the last 50 energy coins. Master, the energy coins have been delivered. The suitcase opened before him. Wudao's chest morphed into an energy converter, and he poured all 50 coins into it. As the colossal energy was transformed into biomass energy, Wudao's physique visibly expanded. 3 minutes later, having returned to his normal form, Wudao patted his abdomen and reclined comfortably on the sofa. He then squinted and accessed the Battle Zone trial version of his personal information panel. Name, Wudao. Physique, 2. To soul, 2. 5. Energy level, 800. Destructive capability, D. Influence, 1. Current galaxy, 0. Human empire. Survival rate, D. Traits, hive consciousness. Golden humanity, a milestone of biological science in the human empire. The ultimate modulation of human genetic coding. Ascension path, genetic martial arts, body refinement method. The transformative art of the heavenly demons, development progress. Level 6-0, company, blade club, merit authority. Level 4, battle zone authority. Level 10, merit, 96 points, 1,000, killing value, 4 million. Both his physique and soul had increased by 0. 2, and his genes had completed the 5th stage of development. Truly, it was deserving of the title Divine artifact. Wudao introspected, savoring the amplified potential of his body, and marveled. However, it was curious that the genetic modulation had taken 3 days. It had been 20 days since the battle zone was initiated. It was time to take action. Wudao shook his arms, and as he opened the floor-to-ceiling windows, he did not don armor, his expression somewhat inscrutable. After a brief pause, he suddenly stepped forward. His black and white gold-patterned boots landed firmly in midair. Subsequently, he lifted his other foot off the building's floor and moved forward, walking step by step through the air. Golden humanity, Wudao murmurat, gaining deeper insights into this title. The description of golden humanity was rather abstract, failing to detail what precisely set it apart. Perhaps it was due to the vast and profound differences, nearly akin to 2 distinct species, that a description was rendered unnecessary. Could a normal person tread upon a void? The specific distinctions conferred by golden humanity could only be gradually uncovered in the future. With a gentle tap of his toes, his body vanished instantaneously. This time, there were no explosive shock waves, sonic booms, or ripples in the air. The air resistance. Wudao concentrated. The surrounding air seemed to part willingly. His blood coursed rapidly, yet he required no intake of oxygen. Perhaps I should embrace this delightful surprise. Wudao smiled and accelerated further. In the southeastern sea region, a cylindrical gate stood on a small island with a diameter of merely a few kilometers, surrounded by 10 aircraft carriers. Wudao wasted no time and silently traversed the civilian passage into the Stargate. Upon spatial transition, an endless expanse of brownish desert unfolded before him. Days had passed, and the Blue Star Army had fully constructed their defensive base, sealing the Stargate with impenetrable steel fortifications. From a distance, massive boulders were hurled through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of automated anti-aircraft cannons unleashed a barrage of concentrated fire, executing precise interceptions. The air resonated with continuous explosions. Wudao gazed into the distance, discerning the enemy. They were towering humanoid creatures, each standing over 10 meters tall. Undoubtedly, these were giants, specifically the most resilient type known as the Greystone Giants, who could subsist solely on minerals. Their physical prowess rated at 1, with intelligence slightly surpassing that of orcs. They were irritable and volatile, best suited to serve as cannon fodder. Then let us annihilate them completely. Wudao swiftly traversed the long distance, descending upon the ranks of giants from above. He had no interest in hearing their roars below. Summoning his blade, he slashed downward. The crescent-shaped blade energy, thousands of meters long, plummeted like a meteor. Boom! The earth fractured, and the heavens trembled. The Greystone Giants, impervious to even armor-piercing projectiles, were rendered akin to ants in that moment. As the blade energy descended, it swept away their flesh and blood, integrating it into the swirling dust, deepening the hue of the brown desert. The remaining bones were subsequently crushed to dust, nourishing the earth anew. Commander, I believe I have witnessed this scene before. An observer in the Stargate command room murmured in report. I hope this time we can leave some broth for ourselves. The commander responded with a resigned smile. As the dust settled, a vast rift lay sprawled across the desert. Killing value. 5023, such a meager amount. Wudao furrowed his brow. The Greystone Giants reproduce through a unique external oviparous method, requiring substantial mineral energy for gestation. Consequently, the population of Greystone Giants on this planet must be significantly lower than that of the Orc planet. With his strike, he had likely vanquished over 2,000 of them, yet the killing value barely exceeded 5,000, only slightly more than that of the Orcs. Upon inquiring with the battle zone system, he learned that the disparity in strength also factored into the calculation of killing value. Pondering this, Wudao attempted to enhance his physique attribute using his killing value. Your current physique attribute can be raised by 0, one at the cost of 300 million killing value. Your killing value is insufficient. Eliminating all the Greystone Giants was insufficient to elevate his attribute by a mere 0. 1. Wudao turned and departed, leaving no giant unscathed. As he made this declaration, he vanished. The soldiers at the Stargate base exchanged glances, uncertain of what had transpired, yet each exhaled a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with joy. Yay, there's still broth to drink. Wudao left the majority of the biomass in the core tower, focusing intently on refining his body. He allocated merely a tenth of the biomass to form a separate entity and proceeded toward the Elven Stargate in the Western District. Chapter 55. The Elves stand as the sole elite force among the 5 major auxiliary troops, capable of capturing the attention of the human empire's regular army. They embody a multitude of capabilities, including reconnaissance, exploration, intelligence gathering, infiltration, luring the enemy, incitement, undercover operations, and surveillance, rendering them a unique special operations unit. In his previous life, Wudao frequently interacted with the elves upon entering the human empire. The Elf Stargate is situated within the mining district of the 6th Zone in the Western region. Due to the Stargate, the mining district has been transformed into a military zone, amassing nearly 1/3 of the land and air military forces of the Western region. The Elves' reputation and data have attracted numerous martial artists from the Western region, resulting in long queues at the 2 civilian access points. Why is there so little official information about the Elves? Within the group, a martial artist activated his mobile terminal to converse discreetly with his companions. We haven't even captured a single prisoner. We've merely exchanged distant blows, and yet we should be content with that. Rumor has it that the official frontline troops are still navigating through a vast primeval forest, pondering the transportation of heavy weaponry. The heavy weaponry of the new era refers to incendiary white phosphorus artillery arrays, strategic nuclear weapons, and other devastating armaments. Did an arrow truly obliterate a T-48 heavy cutting tank? Is that real? Upon discovering video footage of encounters with the elves, the martial artists gasped in astonishment. In the video, a slender figure, estimated to be a kilometer away, drew back a bow and released an arrow towards the camera. The arrow, encircled by a green whirlwind and accompanied by a piercing sound, struck the cutting tank responsible for felling resilient trees at the front of the squad. Boom! The tank exploded instantly, with numerous green cyclones sweeping through the debris like blades of wind, resulting in several martial soldiers losing their heads in the chaos. The remaining soldiers, bloodied and wounded, were forced to retreat hastily. In the 10-second video, the official troops of the Western region faced setbacks against the elf's attack, unable to mount any resistance. This elf seems rather formidable. Perhaps we are no match for her. The martial artist, forcibly dragged along, expressed his desire to withdraw. What's the hurry? Haven't you noticed that the elf Stargate has the lowest casualty rate among the 18 Stargates announced by the officials? His companion replied nonchalantly, "It's rare to encounter elves. We could just collect some plants and stones from the forest and catch a few small animals to earn a fortune in blue currency. Where else can you find such a good opportunity?" While the current focus revolves around war, many clever individuals do not wish to miss any opportunity. What does a new life planet signify? A new ecosystem, new species, new elements, even new technologies, new powers, and new pathways. The supervisory government and numerous civilian organizations have all stepped in, offering bounties in blue currency to the civilian martial artists for collecting valuable items from alien worlds. Wudao arrived silently, his gaze sweeping across the entire military district. Without the assistance of Xiaolon, his eyes served as the most comprehensive and effective search instruments. Through his perspective, the military district appeared as a fully transparent projection. Subsequently, he initiated a rapid comparison of genetic blueprints. How to swiftly identify potential enemies lurking within the human ranks amidst countless peculiar abilities. First, a genetic blueprint scan. Second, a soul wave scan. At this moment, Wudao conducted a quick retrieval and comparison of the genetic blueprints of everyone within the district. Soon, his attention fixated on the direct supervisor of the laser passage at the 4th checkpoint of the military access point. Among a flock of chickens, one crane stood out remarkably. Wudao moved effortlessly, without altering his form, as his skin and hair activated comprehensive isolation, light reflection, sound wave suppression, energy shockwave reflection, electromagnetic wave reflection, pheromone isolation, and consciousness wave isolation, among others. This was a pleasant surprise for the golden humans. Wudao descended gently. Passers-by unconsciously veered away from him, entirely unaware of any anomaly. This was the effect of pheromone interference. Wudao entered the 4th checkpoint of the military passage without hindrance. Xiaolon took control of the military district, silently opening the door. With a clang, in the small control room, a young officer abruptly stood up, his sharp eyes fixed on the metal door that had opened seemingly by itself. On the surface, he appeared to be a resolute young officer in his early 30s, holding the rank of captain. His appearance matched the personnel data provided by Xiaolon perfectly. At this moment, upon noticing no one at the entrance, the young officer's expression shifted to one of uncertainty, his body tensing as he cautiously approached. With a heavy breath, he found himself just 2 meters from the door. Then, with a slap, a hand landed squarely on his shoulder. The young officer jolted, his eyes widening in shock, and instinctively, he delivered a powerful uppercut towards the void ahead. Bang! The strike felt as though it had collided with the hardest metal. The shockwave sent all unsecured items in the control room flying. The muffled thud caused the specialized glass to vibrate violently, nearly shattering. The young officer instinctively gasped, producing a couple of strange sounds, but quickly switched to the Eastern dialect of Blue Star. Just as he attempted to twist his body, he felt the weight on his left shoulder suddenly transform into a mountain. Cursed! He cursed loudly and once again delivered an uppercut that landed squarely on Wudao's abdomen. However, This time, there was no shockwave, no air compression explosion, not even a sound. It felt as if his fist had merely pressed against a soft surface. The young officer stood utterly stunned, his eyes blank, as he skeptically threw a few more punches. In that moment, the principle that force is mutual seemed utterly false. Just as he was lost in thought, questioning whether he had developed some peculiar ailment, a sudden clap. A warm hand grasped his flailing wrist. The young officer jolted, emitting a high-pitched scream. Then, a brilliant green light erupted from his body, causing his appearance to undergo a dramatic transformation. He grew taller, reaching 2 meters and 12 centimeters. His combat uniform morphing into a tight-fitting suit, his figure elongated and slender. Within the green glow, his features shifted into those of a female with long black hair. Elongated phoenix-like eyes adorned with lush green eyelashes, a prominent nose, and slightly thin red lips. Most striking were the long, pointed ears of an elf. "Shut your foul mouth. Do you think I can't understand?" Wudao revealed himself, towering at 2 meters and 30 centimeters, his right hand effortlessly gripping the elf's neck, silencing her high-pitched shrieks. Chapter 56. Interrogation and Temptation. A peculiar green energy enveloped the entire body of the elf, who, with her throat grasped, flailed her limbs violently, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks towards Wudao. He merely increased the pressure slightly. With a final gasp, the elf's breath was expelled, her cerebral blood supply severed. Within mere seconds, her head tilted, and she slipped into unconsciousness. Wudao's expression remained impassive as he forcefully slammed her onto the floor. Bang! The entire control room trembled, and the specially reinforced glass shattered into fragments. A mouthful of blood, mingled with internal organs, was violently expelled, rousing the elf from her stupor, her body curling and trembling in pain. "Submit or perish," Wudao intoned, his voice steady. The green light enveloped the elf, this extraordinary energy mending her wounds. Struggling, she propped herself up, glancing sideways. The black and gold robe remained unchanged, though the words extreme intent had vanished from her chest and back. Her eyes widened in horror. "You're Wudao, the one who single-handedly slays stars. You have 10 seconds to contemplate," Wudao remarked nonchalantly. The elf's expression shifted rapidly, unable to fathom how swiftly her identity had been revealed, nor the overwhelming strength of her adversary. Such incomprehensible power. Death loomed near, yet the elf managed a bitter smile. "Human, if you wish to kill me, go ahead. Do you think I would betray my kin?" "Very well," Wudao nodded, drawing his hand across her body. An invisible blade of energy descended. Thud! The elf's elongated limbs were severed in an instant, and minute blades of wind incessantly sliced and ground her wounds. She shrieked in agony, as Wudao grasped her head and began to walk away. "Aren't you going to kill me? Go ahead. Do it." Wudao replied in a low tone. "You're the first elf captured by humanity. How could I allow your death to be so simple? You will undergo countless experiments until your will shatters and your soul extinguishes before you finally perish." "You said you would kill me." The elf screamed in despair. "How naive and innocent you are, believing the words of an enemy on the battlefield," Wudao confessed, amused. The genetic coding of the elves had been deliberately modified to emphasize loyalty, oaths, and promises, ensuring their complete allegiance to the human empire at a genetic level. The concept of a promise was naturally applied to military orders. One may forsake their life, but the mission must be accomplished. However, these were all attributes of elves under the human empire. What if they were wild elves? Their nature would render them remarkably foolish and innocent. "You despicable, vile human," she cursed, though her words were feeble, her vocabulary more limited than that of a 6-year-old child from Blue Star. A projection appeared before Wudao, displaying various experimental videos conducted by humans on orcs, dwarves, giants, and birdfolk. Defense experiments. Live subjects subjected to knife slashes, axe blows, gunfire, explosions, chainsaw cuts, and heavy hammer strikes, along with regenerative speed experiments, bone hardness tests, and other inhumane trials. They are not human. They remain enemies, and humanity's compassion does not extend to them. As for the burgeoning organizations on Blue Star advocating for the protection of exotic beings, they were swiftly apprehended by the Western District's Supervisory Office under charges of treason against humanity, followed by live-streamed executions the very next day. Such foolishness has not resurfaced since. Soon, you will experience it all firsthand. The elf's eyes widened in terror as she fixated on the image of a screaming dwarf, her extreme fear rendering her breathless. Wudao dissipated the minute blades of energy from her wounds, his voice deep and enticing. Consider this. Submit to me, and you will be spared this torment. If you persist in your refusal, the outcome remains unchanged. Humanity will acquire all the information it desires. Your defiance holds no significance. The elf's eyes were devoid of spirit, motionless. Yet, at the wounds of her limbs, green energy began to manifest, staunching the bleeding. Wudao's lips curled into a slight smile. He refrained from pressing the advantage, instead halting his steps and shifting the conversation. What is your name? Noticing his pause, a glimmer of light appeared in the elf's eyes. Lake Frost in Elvish. Lake Frost, a beautiful name in Elvish. Wudao Nudda. The elf was abruptly taken aback. How do you know Elvish? Huh. Wudao chuckled softly. I now offer you a final choice. The elf fell silent. Wudao continued slowly. Take me to meet your leaders. I will grant you, your leaders, and all elves a chance to survive. If you kill me, Blue Star will no longer pose a threat to you. Lake Frost's green pupils constricted in disbelief. You alone? Yes, just me, Wudao confirmed with a nod. Aren't you afraid of death? Huh. Wudao scoffed, then said, Tell me your decision. Lake Frost gritted her teeth and nodded resolutely. Very well. I will trust you once more. 2 hours later, the elf's severed limbs were reattached, and the shattered wounds had regained their luster. Apart from her pale complexion and weakened state, she bore no visible injuries. Let's proceed. The two approached the Stargate, where Wudao, disregarding her feeble struggles akin to a kitten, seized her by the nape and stepped through the portal. Space shifted. They arrived at a temporary base carved within a primordial forest. Trenches crisscrossed the ground, and shattered tanks and defensive structures were scattered about. Soldiers were meticulously excavating underground bunkers to defend against the elves' long-range bow and arrow assaults. Wudao did not linger. The double gravity of Blue Star posed no hindrance to him as he swiftly departed. Guide me. Atop a mountain peak, Wudao shook the disoriented elf. Why can you fly? She asked, bewildered. Guide me. Wudao's expression darkened. The elf trembled, immediately scanning her surroundings. Do you see that massive treetop? That is our sacred place. Mother Aina resides there, she pointed. Following her gaze, Wudao indeed spotted a peculiar tree-shaped peak among the undulating mountains on the horizon. Hold tight. The elf, not wanting to think too much, clasped her arms behind her head and closed her eyes. Whoosh! In the heart of an endless sea of trees lay a vast lake. At the center of the lake rested an island. On this island grew a towering tree that soared 1,000 meters high. Numerous wooden houses were built among its branches. At this moment, tranquility was shattered as thousands of elves surged forth, swiftly climbing toward the treetop. A heavy, foreboding atmosphere enveloped the crown, solidifying even the breeze that wafted through. Chapter 57. A gamble and a massacre. Lake Frost. Do you comprehend the gravity of her actions? A towering female elf, nearly 3 meters tall, vociferated from the canopy. Her silver hair cascaded down to her hips, and her countenance, though currently etched with displeasure, remained exquisitely beautiful and graceful. A voluminous green, priestly robe, adorned with arcane floral patterns, concealed her figure, while intricate and resplendent ornaments adorned her person. She wielded a straight, 4-meter-long green wooden staff, exuding an aura of solemnity and authority. Faced with the matriarch's interrogation, Lake Frost lowered her head, covering her face with her hands, and sobbed uncontrollably. The elven matriarch thundered once more. Still restrained by Wudao's grip on her nape, Lake Frost trembled and exclaimed in trepidation, Mother Aina, this human has discovered me. He is Wudao. He offered us the opportunity to jointly slay him if he came alone. She added, he is conversant in the elven tongue. Upon hearing this, The 3-meter-tall elven matriarch's expression turned grave, and her gaze finally settled upon Li Wudao's face. "Human, you speak our tongue?" she inquired somberly. "Indeed, madam." "May I inquire as to your designation?" Li Wudao responded, according to respect due to a leader of a civilization. "Moon Silverglow." Li Wudao glanced upward at the 3 satellites, closely aligned in a triangular formation, a name befitting the individual. He remarked with perfunctory praise before casually tossing Lake Frost toward the other elves. Though her delivery may have been unrefined, the gist of it is accurate. 2 elves, each approximately 2.5 meters tall, caught Lake Frost and swiftly examined her. "Either marshal the collective might of your entire tribe to slay me," Li Wudao proclaimed, levitating in a high altitude, arms outstretched, exuding an air of unrestrained arrogance. "Or, Moon Silverglow, you shall lead all elves in swearing fealty to me, submitting to my absolute dominion." Before Moon Silverglow could respond, the surrounding elven priests erupted in indignation. "Preposterous! This human is ignorant of his own limitations. Slay him, the insolent human." These are the dying words of a doomed man. Thump! The wooden staff tapped a green leaf on the canopy, and emerald light rippled outward. Silence. With that ethereal feminine voice, the elves immediately fell silent. Moon Silverglow's silver phoenix eyes met Li Wudao's gaze. "Li Wudao, I am amenable to your proposal, but the conditions require amendment." Li Wudao gestured with an open hand. "Pray, elucidate." Moon Silverglow declared solemnly, "Should we prevail, we shall not demand your death, but merely the eternal fealty of you and your blue star civilization." Entirely reasonable, Li Wudao conceded with a nod. "Very well, I accept your terms. If you can drive me to the brink of annihilation, I shall declare my submission." Moon Silverglow interjected, "This submission shall be made in your capacity as a leader of your civilization, within the rules governing territorial disputes in the Warzone world." "Agreed. The terms are equitable on both sides. I accept." Li Wudao rotated his neck. "Come, let us engage in unrestrained carnage." Moon Silverglow's eyes narrowed, and she abruptly grasped the wooden staff with both hands, tapping it against her toes. "Children, hasten your return." Throughout the forest, all elves shuddered upon hearing the command, abandoning their current tasks and swiftly converging upon the location of the sacred tree. Li Wudao observed their movements without interference. In just over half an hour, the elven sacred tree was teeming with hundreds of thousands of elves. These constituted the entirety of the elven combat force, with the remainder being the infirm and elderly. This revealed that the total elven population was less than 1 million. The hallowed matriarch stood atop the canopy, and her scepter tapped once more. "Sacred Eminence, initiate!" Ding! A visible green radiance emanated outward, and then a surge of vibrant bioenergy gushed forth from the 1,000-meter-tall sacred tree, permeating every elf. This bestowed upon them a massive augmentation while continuously replenishing their energy. The elves' physical attributes, already around 1.5, doubled, soaring to 1.6 concurrently. Elves naturally possessed a bioenergy known as the power of nature, a form of psionic energy capable of temporarily amplifying physical attributes, projecting attacks, enchanting weapons, and accelerating regeneration. For the elves, for Aina, the elves' morale surged, their gazes fixed on Moon Silverglow with fervor, their eyes blazing with murderous intent toward Li Wudao. Li Wudao's gaze settled upon Moon Silverglow. According to his ocular scan, her physical attributes had risen from 1.8 to 1.9, although already formidable, the difference of 0.3 compared to his current 2.2 represented a vast chasm. However, the power of nature within her grew increasingly turbulent. Resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, a multi-megaton hydrogen bomb about to detonate. Intriguing. Li Wudao's lips curled into a sinister grin. "Are you prepared? Attack!" Moon Silverglow commanded, initiating the offensive. The priests around her, long unable to contain themselves, surged forward, brandishing 3-meter-long spears. "Pitiful human, I shall not slay you. I shall make you kiss my feet and—" Li Wudao formed a palm with his right hand and sliced gently through the air. The towering male elf, at the vanguard, along with the dozen or so priests immediately behind him, had their heads severed almost simultaneously. Their faces still bore expressions of mockery or rage. The blood-spurting bodies continued forward for a dozen meters before finally halting and plummeting from the 1,000-meter height like dumplings. Moon Silverglow merely furrowed her brow before immediately ordering, "Archers, loose your arrows." In the ensuing moment, countless green whirlwind arrows shot forth from the sacred tree, coalescing into a verdant ocean, leaving no room for evasion. Wudao did not evade. He inhaled deeply and roared shatter. The terrifying sonic blast manifested as a visible shockwave, the sky filled with green arrows, each capable of piercing a heavy tank. But this green ocean formed by hundreds of thousands of arrows faltered before the roar, like a river ceasing to flow, a galaxy reversing its course. My ears. I cannot hear. I cannot hear. Countless elves clutched their ears in agony. Green curtain. A massive amount of the power of nature was unleashed, forming a colossal energy shield that intercepted all the arrows. My turn. Wudao drew his right palm across the back of his left hand. As it passed his fingertips, he grasped the hilt of his saber. Then, he drew an ancient ring pommel saber. Moon Silverglow, I advise you not to perish from this strike, Wudao kindly warned. Since his strength had surged, he had yet to unleash his full power, and he was unsure of his control. As he spoke, a surge of formidable saber energy roared forth, cleaving toward Moon Silverglow like a comet streaking across the sky. Chapter 58. Capturing the Mother Tree of Elves. The blade's aura, as it sliced through the air, seemed to rend the very fabric of space, emitting a piercing shriek. Moon Silver Radiance's expression shifted dramatically. Swiftly, she brandished her wooden staff, invoking a high-pitched incantation in the elven tongue. Sacred shield of life. The natural energy within her surged forth, creating layers of dense energy shields behind the green veil. Boom! However, Wudao's blade aura effortlessly pierced through the shields. Countless shards of green energy exploded. Although the auras might diminish during its passage, it continued its relentless advance towards Moon Silver Radiance. Just as the blade aura was about to strike her, her silvery hair surged, intertwining before her to form a shield the size of her body. With a clash of metal and a shower of sparks, Wudao was astonished. Is this hardness approaching that of high-grade alloys? Yet he soon smirked. The blade aura was not a solid entity. As it was obstructed, the flanking auras surged forward with unabated speed. Snap! Snap! The branches of the sacred elven tree splintered. The elves within were stricken with terror, hastily conjuring shield after shield before them. But if even their holy mother could not fend off the energy shields, how could these ordinary elves hope to withstand it? The anguished cries of the fallen echoed close by, with severed elves plummeting like rain. Beneath the shield woven from her silver hair, Moon Silver Radiance remained resolute, her gaze fixed intently on Wudao, who stood motionless in midair. When the disparity in strength is vast, numbers hold no significance. How amusing, Wudao mused, flicking the blade. Perhaps I should refrain from excessive slaughter. After all, they will soon be my slaves. He chose to halt his assault and vanished in a flash. Moon Silver Radiance's silver eyes widened in shock, utterly unaware of Wudao's presence, instinctively expanding her hair shield to encompass her entire form. With a swift thrust, the long blade emerged, piercing through the gap in her hair, embedding itself in her right shoulder and plunging into her chest beneath her ribs. In that instant, the blade's tip transformed back into flesh, with countless cells infused with Wudao's hive consciousness surging into her body. The outcome was already determined. Withdrawing the blade, warm blood sprayed forth. How could we still not be defeated? As Moon Silver Radiance attempted to draw upon her natural energy, she suddenly clutched her chest, collapsing to the ground in agony. Mother Ina, how infuriating! Kill him. The agitated elves bent their bows anew, ready to unleash arrows. A thick blade aura swept through, leaving a gory void in the treetop. Wudao showed no mercy towards those who dared to attack him. Stop! Moon Silver Radiance raised her hand, calling out to the elves who seemed intent on their demise. She lifted her head, her face a mixture of shock and horror, intertwined with pain and confusion. What exactly are you? Within her heart's chamber resided a diminutive version of Wudao, no larger than a finger, even drawing a tiny blade to begin etching on the fleshy walls of her heart. The imagery was bizarre and surreal. Is this what humans are like? Moon Silver Radiance's eyes widened in disbelief. Not quite. Enough with the prattle. Wudao's gaze hardened. One last time, will you concede? Should she dare to deny or delay, he could command his split form to shatter her heart and invade her mind, turning it to mush. Moon Silver Radiance recognized the indifferent malice in Wudao's eyes, fully comprehending the vast chasm between them, as she nodded in defeat. I concede. At once, the elves erupted in outrage. No. Mother Ina, what are you doing? Mother Ina, how can you concede so easily? We have not lost yet. But as they quieted, they began to scream anew. Ina Silver Radiance, you are surrendering to the enemy. You are no longer our elven holy mother. We vow not to yield. Yes, kill him. Wudao nodded. It seems I must help you recognize reality. The battle concluded too swiftly, with too few casualties, leaving these elves unaware of true despair. Behind him, his garments began to morph rapidly, shedding away, transforming into a multitude of individual floating laser cannons. The oval-shaped cannons, less than half a meter long, drilled into the sacred tree, unleashing precise strikes upon the elves. Crimson beams of focused light fired relentlessly, piercing through energy shields, splintering ancient branches, and melting one elven body after another. Eliminating mobility was merely the first step. Death at times is a form of mercy, and you shall crave my grace. The elves' wails echoed in despair, but Wudao remained indifferent, observing the anguished expression of the elven holy mother as she witnessed the fate of her kin. With a single thought, a muffled sound erupted as a gaping wound exploded open on her back, a blast of air carrying shredded flesh and bone. The miniature Wudao maintained a stance of attack, standing within the remains of her heart's chamber. Moon Silver Radiance shrieked in pain, her body curling inward as her life force waned rapidly. Yet, in a desperate instinct for survival, a surge of natural energy flowed into her wound, attempting to mend her heart and body. They seemed to no longer recognize your leadership. Do you still hold any value in surviving? Wudao spoke coolly. Moon Silver Radiance trembled, bowing her head to respond. By the ancient sacred blood and the holy name of the moon gathered within me, I am the irreplaceable leader of the elves. To be blunt, Wudao replied impatiently. The elves were clearly a construct of religious theocracy, and the Holy Mother was merely a figurehead, not a deity of worship. What made her irreplaceable? Could it be the Mother Tree of Elves? The Mother Tree of Elves, an extraordinary plant modified by the human empire, primarily aimed at transforming planetary ecosystems and mass-producing elven fodder. When planted on desolate planets, the Mother Tree absorbed planetary energy while reshaping the environment to sustain elven life. I never anticipated such an unexpected gain. Wudao's spirit soared. In his previous life, he had heard elves discuss this matter during several missions. Elves birthed from the Mother Tree not only possessed extraordinary potential and talent, but also exhibited parthenogenic reproduction capabilities. Each time a Mother Tree absorbed sufficient energy, it would give rise to 5 to 8 tree-born elves. Through the parthenogenic offspring of tree-born elves, ordinary elven descendants would emerge, which in turn would proliferate. Thus, as long as one found a planet with a not overly harsh environment and planted a Mother Tree, one could reap a bountiful harvest of elves in just a few years. Chapter 59, Oath. However, Wudao quickly pondered several questions. He called upon the Dawn Level 1 subsystem. I wish to initiate a query service. Civilian Wudao, please articulate your inquiry. Provide me with detailed information on the Mother Tree of the Elves. The cost for this query service is 2 merit points. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Mother Tree of the Elves, a product developed by the 4th Biological Academy of the Human Empire, classified as a Level 3 biological technology and Level 4 engineering technology. This item is the property of the Imperial Military and Engineering Departments and is prohibited from unauthorized external sale. One mother tree of the elves requires 36 standard months to alter a standard planet, during which no other activities will occur. Thereafter, every 12 standard months. It will give birth to 58 tree spirits, and every 24 standard months, it will yield a seed of the mother tree. Detailed illustrations. Indeed, the mother tree of the elves also produces seeds. Wudao gazed at the chaotic canopy beneath him, which he had recklessly severed, with fervent eyes. Level 3 biological technology, Level 4 engineering technology. It surpassed the reverse 3-phase soul structure technology he had previously sold. After all, his technology was merely a password lock added to his brain's memory. Knowing how to create a password lock holds little value. Without the corresponding key, the lock remains unyielding. Attempting to force the lock open to access his memories would only result in the destruction of his brain. The mother tree of the elves, however, was different. Upon confirming its ability to produce seeds, its value skyrocketed. Mun Yinyu, Wudao approached the elven matron, projecting the image of the mother tree seed. Do you recognize this? Moon In-hui's gaze sharpened as she nodded in acknowledgement. How many? Bring them all. Wudao glanced at the countless bloodied remnants nailed to the branches, hearing their pained wails for mercy, and spoke softly. You must remain clear-headed, if the quantity satisfies me. In my elation, I may grant them a boon. Moon In-hui, leaning on her staff, rose silently and retrieved a green silk pouch from within her ceremonial robe. Handing it over, Wudao accepted the still-warm pouch and opened it, revealing 5 walnut-sized, multifaceted green irregular crystals. This was indeed the seed of the mother tree. 5. Not bad. Wudao nodded slightly and tapped the pouch against his robe, causing it to merge seamlessly within. Subsequently, all the floating cannons unleashed a barrage of laser fire, decapitating the thousands of elite who had previously been the most vociferous and were now screaming in agony. The severed heads bore expressions of peculiar relief. Moon In-hui witnessed this and, even with her leader's disposition, felt a twinge of reluctance. Just as she contemplated taking action, she halted abruptly, turning to Wudao and slightly bowing. Please allow me to heal my kin. With a gentle motion of his hand, Wudao acquiesced. The immense natural power within Moon In-hui flowed through the mother tree, beginning to mend the grievous wounds of her people. While awaiting the healing, Wudao inquired about the rules regarding spoils in the battle zone system. The good news was that anything within the battle zone, even the relics of advanced interstellar civilizations, fell under the purview of spoils. The bad news was that neither now nor after the conclusion of the battle zone trials could he sell the mother tree or its seeds externally. No trade certificates, regardless of rank, would suffice unless issued by the Imperial Military and Engineering Departments. An hour later, the lake and the surrounding meadows were filled with dejected elves. On the island at the center of the lake, beneath the mother tree, the 3-meter-tall elven matron, Moon In-hui, shimmered with green light and shrank to a height of 7 meters. Thunk! Her staff struck the ground, and the green light spread to every elf beneath her. In the name of the mother, under the title of the moon, all moon tree spirits heed my call. Moon In-hui's voice resonated ethereally. Together, let us vow. With a thud, Moon In-hui knelt on one knee, her head held high, her silver phoenix eyes fixed upon Wudao's scrutinizing gaze. I vow. With synchronized precision, hundreds of thousands of elves knelt, their eyes locked onto Wudao. I shall follow you unto death. Your will shall be my guiding light, your glory my reason for existence. I shall fight for you, never to betray. Moon In-hui almost sang her vow, each word imbued with rhythm and emotion. I shall follow you unto death. Your will shall be my guiding light, your glory my reason for existence. I shall fight for you, never to betray. My master, Wudao. My master, Wudao. As their voices echoed, the system's announcement reverberated in the minds of every sentient being within the battle zone. Battle zone announcement. On trial planet P. 99585, Wudao of the Blue Star Civilization has, within a short time, compelled the entire elven civilization of trial planet P. 99886 to pledge allegiance, achieving the special accomplishment of opening the door, diplomacy. As a result, Li Wudao is awarded 20,000 points and the title of Mighty Force. In the battle zone, whether on the battlefield or in the rear, all clamor ceased. Regardless of their status, ordinary individuals or frontline soldiers, each stood in stunned silence. Soon after, the morale of the Blue Star contingent surged. Wow. Here we go again. Elves? Is this the legendary, powerful elven civilization? How do we manage to conquer it without a sound? The master is incredible. To pledge allegiance. Does that mean there are many elven maidens? Wow, I'm so envious. In a steel jungle city reminiscent of the old Blue Star era, on the outskirts within a chillingly desolate abandoned hospital, deep within a secret chamber. In our daily lives, the fist bump is the primary greeting method. The middle-aged man at the lectern suddenly halted. Below, a group of individuals in black also fell silent. Moments later, someone sighed, truly the master, effortlessly achieving what we dared not even dream of. One person slaughters star beasts, another subdues elves. How remarkable. Chang Yifeng, at the forefront, marveled. Beside him, Zhou Yao chuckled helplessly. Indeed, his strength consistently surpasses our understanding. But there is no need to dwell on it. Comparing ourselves to the master is merely inviting suffering. Upon finishing his statement, both men simultaneously envisioned a singular figure. They exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. I wonder what Boss Yu thinks pursuing the master as a goal. Does he not fear losing his confidence? Zhou Yao scratched his head. I can understand it to a degree. It's a youthful sentiment. Chang Yifeng chuckled. Zhou Yao shook his head once more, then narrowed his eyes. What are you staring at? Continue teaching. If you do well, perhaps you'll earn your life back. Chapter 60, Commanding the Agenda. Arrival at the Enclave. Very well. Everyone, please rise. After a moment, Li Wudao finally shifted his gaze from the peculiar title to the multitude of elves. Leading the assembly was Yu Inhui, alongside hundreds of thousands of elves who silently stood up. With a thought, Li Wudao initiated a transformation within the fragment residing in Yu Inhui. You must complete the first level of the body refinement technique of the ultimate freedom skill as swiftly as possible. The rest of the tribe may rest for now. He had not previously allowed the elves to test this in the virtual simulation, so it was imperative for Yu Inhui to undergo the evaluation first. Understood. Yu Inhui responded. Li Wudao then departed in flight. At the super composite industrial base, within the core edifice, the primary biological material housing Li Wudao's soul descended directly to the training chamber on the lowest level. With a resounding bang, the door sealed shut. He commenced the 6th level of the body refinement technique, preparing for an extended period of seclusion. From this point forward, there would be little that required his direct intervention. He needed to expedite the completion of the 13th level of the Heavenly Demon Marvelous Methods physical training. The hive-minded fragments ascended to the top level, pulling down the control platform for the World Conquest line. With a flick of his fingers through the void, he issued directives to the supervisory office. Cease military hostilities against the Elven civilization. Prohibit any proactive actions against them. However, access through the Elven Star Gates remains unrestricted, allowing for preliminary explorations and excavation activities on Elven planets. Aside from 5 sacrificial planets, there were 4 anomalous planets and 9 human planets. Li Wudao clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely pacing. Before him floated a holographic projection displaying real-time intelligence calculations for 18 planets. The Orc and Elven planets had turned green, with only some development progress data above them. He shifted his focus to the Greystone giant planet, where the progress of conquest was gradually accelerating, with blue representing the blue planet covering 1/10 of the planetary projection. With the stabilization of the forward base and the influx of military industry, the demise of the Greystone giants was inevitable. On the Dwarven planet, due to its unique desert terrain, the dwarves resided beneath the surface rock layers. In such a specialized environment, deploying heavy weaponry and equipment proved challenging. Methods like underground projectiles and fire attacks yielded minimal results, failing to accrue any kill points. Thus, the warfare transformed into brutal underground skirmishes between individual entities of the 2 civilizations, resulting in high casualties. Yet, those who survived amassed kill points at an extraordinary rate, significantly enhancing their individual prowess. The Birdman planet presented further complications, as these beings were aerial units, remarkably swift and skilled archers, rivaling the elves in technique. The advance of the Blue Planet remained confined to the construction of the Stargate forward base. The remaining 4 anomalous planets and 9 alien human civilizations primarily focused on defending their native stargates, dispatching only small teams for reconnaissance. At present, the Blue Planet was not positioned to launch simultaneous offensives against 18 planets. Wudao accessed the Blue Planet agenda, which contained important matters submitted by the Supervisory Office requiring his approval. His interference in domestic affairs was minimal, mostly concerning external agendas. The matters were organized by their significance and duration of delay. First item: applications from 9 alien human civilizations to establish communication with us. All were rejected without hesitation. Do you not know the nature of humanity? It is only after infliction of pain and fear that negotiations become feasible. Understood. Second item: preliminary proposal regarding the unified regulation of points for prioritized exchanges. The Supervisory Office provided a pricing chart for point acquisition and a priority exchange order. Wudao carefully reviewed the priority exchanges. The first item was nuclear fusion technology, followed by biological reactor technology. The former required no elaboration, while the latter allowed for the incineration of alien corpses to generate significant energy revenue. Wudao approved this agenda and instructed Xiaolon to assist. Aside from the war zone trials, the development and construction of the Blue Planet and the Orc Planet could not be neglected. The generation of energy and resources needed to be promptly addressed, and Wudao methodically handled various agendas. In the Moonlit Star Cluster, a transport vessel emerged from the hyperspace route, enveloped in shimmering light, arriving in another star system. A fragment of biological matter, under the power of an energy coin, rapidly multiplied and morphed into a figure clad in a long, pure black robe. Wudao stood in the unmanned cockpit, observing the surroundings. This star system bore no remarkable features, yet the comings and goings of ships were remarkably frequent. Within mere seconds, dozens of various spacecraft surged from the hyperspace route. The source of this bustling scene was a colossal space station looming above a star. Welcome, interstellar travelers, to the 16th Trade Enclave of the Mingwe Interstellar Trading Company. Once again, Wudao heard the familiar broadcast. Approaching the enclave, the space station's protective system initiated a scan of the ship. A Level 1 priority signal allowed entry and began guiding the vessel. As the transport ship entered the starport, before it could dock, a communication request arrived from the only contact within Wudao's star network, the Enclave's head, Shiyu. Wudao connected the call. A tall beauty in a purple-fitted qipao appeared on screen, exuding grace. Mr. Li, you have come in person? Shiyu's eyes gleamed with astonishment and joy. Please hold on, I will be right there. Wudao's expression remained indifferent. Before long, a magnificent purple single-person shuttle emerged from the Enclave. Observing the scene, many passers-by in the starport expressed surprise. Is that the Mingwe Company shuttle? Who are they here to welcome? Now that you mention it, it seems familiar. No way. What? Speak up. The shuttle hovered, and Shiyu gracefully descended, landing beneath Wudao's transport ship, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she eagerly awaited. Is it really the esteemed Shiyu personally coming to greet? Who could this distinguished guest be? Let us move away. Such excitement is best observed from a distance, lest we find ourselves in peril without knowing it. The starport patrons whispered among themselves, and the passing travelers quickly distanced themselves. Even the nearby ships retreating to the opposite side of the starport. Wudao disembarked from the vessel. Shiyu's eyes shimmered with delight as she approached with a smile. Mr. Li, welcome. Maintaining an air of imperial dignity appropriate for a Level 4 citizen. Wudao nudakuli. Please proceed with the inventory. Familiar with Wudao's straightforward demeanor, Shiyu replied with a smile. Certainly, please wait a moment. The transport vessel held little cargo, so it was quickly tallied. Mr. Li, here is the inventory list for your confirmation. Shiyu handed over a document detailing goods. A total of 308 energy coins. Chapter 61. Business. The prices of various goods reflect the current bull trade prices in the Golden Bull Enclave, precisely, and without deviation. Li Wudao gazed into the respectful, yet smiling eyes of Xie, feeling a flicker of curiosity. Is she attempting to bribe me with these trivial favors? How intriguing. He found himself anticipating the surprises this woman might unveil next. Very well, the amounts are all correct. Mr. Li, do you prefer cash transactions or digital transactions? Digital transactions, Li Wudao replied, casting a glance at his Star Network information account. Energy coin balance, 0. Star coin balance, 0. The human empire is home to 3 central banks. The Human Empire's Standard Energy Coin Bank, abbreviated as the Imperial Standard Energy Bank. The Human Empire Advanced Energy Bank, referred to as the Imperial High Energy Bank. And lastly, the Human Empire Star Coin Bank. Among these, only the Imperial Standard Energy Bank and the Star Coin Bank offer Star Network digital payment functionalities. The Imperial High Energy Bank, however, only allows physical deposits and withdrawals at brick-and-mortar banks. This is because advanced energy refers to large energy storage devices that far exceed the standard energy coin in energy levels. The types of energy vary greatly and cannot be fully standardized. They are typically utilized only in substantial transactions involving powerful entities or civilizations. Once the transaction was completed, Xie extended an invitation to Li Wudao. Mr. Li, it is our honor that you could personally visit our Mingyue enclave. Would you be gracious enough to join me for a visit to my humble abode? Her gaze was sincere, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Li Wudao raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement. His prompt acceptance elicited a brief moment of surprise on Xie's face, quickly masked by an even broader smile. Please, follow me. She then invited Li Wudao into the flying shuttle. The opulence and comfort of the shuttle were momentarily set aside as they arrived at the main building of the enclave. Rather than leading him to a guest room, she took him directly to the top floor, entering her private residence. A mature woman's fragrance enveloped the air. Li Wudao settled onto a soft sofa in the living room, surveying the simply yet warmly decorated space, his eyes narrowing slightly. The traces of everyday life were unmistakable, devoid of any pretense. Even scattered clothes could be seen on the bed in the adjacent bedroom. Mr. Li, do you have any dietary restrictions? Xie, with her back turned while preparing tea, revealed her graceful figure. That's unnecessary. Let us discuss business. Li Wudao remained calm and unperturbed. Xie straightened herself and, shedding her previous alluring demeanor, took a seat opposite him. Mr. Li, may I inquire how Mingyue can assist you? She asked earnestly. What level of company is Mingyue? Li Wudao inquired directly. Only a secondary level. We cannot truly be called a business, Xie admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Li Wudao nodded slightly. Only a company with a mature business chain, one that stands out and has a broad influence, could truly be considered business. It was evident from her words that Mingyue was merely engaged in the most fundamental resource trading, incapable of stirring the vast financial currents of the star realms or producing and processing rare resources into high-grade products. Can we truly assist you, Mr. Li? Xie asked cautiously, her confidence wavering. Do not underestimate yourselves, Li Wudao remarked, then paused, sensing something amiss. It felt peculiar that the party wanting to be utilized was worried about their own value. He found himself needing to encourage her instead. Under Xie's hopeful gaze, Li Wudao ceased to be evasive, stating, I require a private societal experiment on planetary civilizations for a specific purpose. The question at hand is whether organic biological entities will undergo covert evolution. This is my research topic. Therefore, to elevate the civilizations on 18 life planets rapidly, I need a substantial amount of energy coins, basic resources, and secondary process materials. Xie nodded intermittently. Yet her wide-eyed confusion revealed that she comprehended little of what he had said, except for the last part. Understand, she exclaimed, nodding vigorously. Energy coins, basic resources, secondary process materials. Our Mingyue company can provide all of these. Li Wudao smiled. Naturally, every trading company possesses such resources. However, Xie blinked her beautiful eyes, adding, but you also know that we are merely a small trading company reliant on self-production, and we cannot supply you with such a vast quantity of resources and energy. In simpler terms, They were seeking benefits while desiring a stable and mature industrial business chain. Wudao was well aware. If he were merely a level 4 citizen, the Minghui Interstellar Trading Secondary Company would likely regard him with great importance, offering many conveniences and discounts. Even if he boldly requested a meeting gift or compensation, Minghui would undoubtedly throw money at him to expedite his departure. However, they would never dare to cultivate further connections with him. This was due to his identity as a research talent. Logically speaking, a level 4 research talent could easily offer enough research technology to sustain a secondary company like Minghui for a lifetime. Yet, Wudao could not be assessed by conventional standards, as he did not possess typical research technology. Instead, he held unconventional skills. I can help you swiftly develop into a mature enterprise, perhaps even elevate you to a tertiary company, Wudao stated softly. Upon hearing this, CS sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with surprise. Is what you say true, Mr. Li? After exclaiming, she quickly regained her composure and apologized. I apologize, Mr. Li. I did not mean to question you. I was simply too excited. I understand, Wudao nodded. I will elaborate, but can you represent Minghui in its entirety? Please hold on, Xie responded, taking a deep breath as she dialed a few communications. Shortly after, she returned with a selection of delectable snacks. Mr. Li, these are homemade. I hope you will indulge. Very well. Just as Wudao was about to taste a piece of tender fruit, the doorbell rang. Mr. Li, Xie rose, gesturing for him to proceed. Make yourself at ease. Wudao waved his hand, savoring the delightful flavor. Soon, she led in a man and a woman. Mr. Li, this is our Minghui Company's Star Network legal representative, Liao Wintao, Xie introduced. Mr. Li, greetings. I am deeply honored by your presence. Liao Wintao spoke sincerely. Chapter 62, Mutation. This lady is the actual manager of our Minghui Company, Ms. Xie Shirlan, Xie introduced once more. Xie Shirlan smiled and said, This humble woman has met Mr. Li. Wudao nodded in acknowledgement. The two parties exchanged Star Network friend requests, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got straight to the point. I possess a data carrier encryption technology, Wudao declared candidly, laying his cards on the table. Xie, who was pouring tea beside him, suddenly froze in astonishment. Liao Wintao and Xie Shirlan, sitting opposite him, wore expressions of sheer disbelief upon hearing this. Xie Shirlan leaned forward, her curiosity piqued, and asked, May I inquire about the encryption level? Well, rather than me telling you, which you may not believe, it will be better for you to witness it firsthand. Wudao replied with a smile. Liao Wintao immediately understood and took out an ordinary data storage card he carried with him, placing it on the table. Wudao retrieved an object from his pocket, a U-shaped card slot device, its metallic shell shimmering with a deep purple glow, resembling a magnificent starry gem, surreal and dreamlike. He picked up the storage card and inserted it into the device. The starry glow on the metallic shell suddenly contracted, coalescing into a tightly wound, deep purple vortex. This implies that not only can such compact data storage cards be encrypted, but larger advanced energy currencies, rare metals, and unique treasures can also be securely locked. Liao Wintao examined it closely but found nothing extraordinary, and he reluctantly set it aside. Subsequently, he applied for a cryptographic decryption through his individual dawn particle system. Liao Wintao activated the voice of the subsystem to broadcast to everyone present. Detected that the data storage card belongs to citizen Liao Wintao, possessing full ownership. Decryption service application approved, currently detecting. As the seconds ticked by, a full minute elapsed without any further response. Wudao relaxa, crossing his legs and savoring his tea with a smile, while Liao Wintao and the others widened their eyes in shock. Yet, what astonished them even further was still to come. Detection of an unknown new type of encryption technology. The individual subsystem is unable to decipher it and is requesting transfer to the local star structure system. With a swift motion, Wudao caught the teacup that Xie had dropped beside him. Not a single drop spilled. Application approved. The Pingyao star domain structure system has officially taken over to arrange decryption as the main process, currently decrypting. In a profound silence, a minute slipped by quietly, Yet the star domain structure system had yet to provide an answer. Liao Wentao gulped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His gaze fixed on the deep purple vortex on the table. His expression filled not with joy but trepidation. Suddenly, Liao Wentao and his wife, along with Xie, sprang to their feet in sheer alarm, almost ready to flee. "Mr. Li," Xie Shirlan exclaimed, her face a mask of despair. "You have put us in a dire situation." Liao Wentao's countenance mirrored hers, his eyes vacant as if lifeless. Only Xie was startled by the mention of the Dawn Goddess, instinctively jumping up. So much time has passed. Yet the Dawn Goddess has made such slow progress in researching the reverse trinary structure technology, just like in my previous life. This shouldn't be the case. Although this technology involves subspace, dimensions, and the chaotic layers of antimatter, it shouldn't be so complex that not even a single derived encryption technique can be deciphered, right? After all, it was designed by him, and the encryption device even contains one of his Hivemind cells. He couldn't fathom it. But this is astonishing. Even the Dawn Goddess must personally intervene, Xie Shirlan exclaimed in disbelief. Just as she finished speaking, the solemn voice of the Dawn Goddess resonated. Dawn Goddess connected, commencing decryption. This time, tangible fluorescence projected from the void, illuminating the table. Li Wudao uncrossed his legs, a sense of anticipation rising within him as he curiously gazed at the U-shaped encryption device enveloped in the glow. If the Dawn Goddess cannot decrypt it this time, then? Li Wudao's eyes darkened, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Would that mean he could escape the comprehensive surveillance of the Dawn Goddess? He had already achieved memory shielding. While he was lost in thought, the room suddenly plunged into darkness. Xie quickly checked, only to be shocked to find that the outside was engulfed in a void of silence and darkness, the space solidifying, feeling cold to the touch. Xie Shirlan covered her face with her hands, exclaiming, "It must be the Empire coming to capture us. Such formidable encryption technology. How could the Empire allow us to possess it?" She suddenly looked at Li Wudao, perplexed. "Mr. Li, do you not realize the consequences your encryption technology could bring?" Li Wudao appeared bewildered. Consequences? What consequences could there be? He had submitted it in his previous life, and the Dawn Goddess had granted him merits without any subsequent repercussions. What could possibly go wrong? Furrowing his brows, Li Wudao pondered deeply. Suddenly, Xie cried out in shock. "Lianyu, Bingyu, and Siyu, how did you all?" Liao Wentao and Li Wudao were both taken aback. Turning to see several charming young women suddenly appear at the entrance of the hall. "Boss Liao, Sister Xie, and Xie, how did we suddenly end up here? Could it be spatial teleportation?" The young women stood confused, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Just as Li Wudao intended to approach and inquire, the ethereal voice echoed in his mind. "Citizen Li Wudao, please do not disclose any information regarding the reverse trinary soul structure technology to any being other than yourself. Do not install the reverse trinary soul structure in any living entity. As a reward, you will receive 4,000 merit points." Li Wudao was momentarily stunned. Xie Shirlan observed the significant figures before her and spoke at an opportune moment. "Could it be because I allowed you to watch this discussion remotely? Should you refuse, all who are aware of the reverse trinary soul structure technology, as well as those who install it, will be utterly obliterated into nothingness." The voice of the Dawn Goddess was particularly chilling at that moment. Li Wudao glanced around, taking in the sealed room and the suddenly teleported young women. "So, if I refuse now, they will all perish?" Strangely, the first thought that sprang to his mind was, does that mean in the future if I encounter someone I dislike, I can simply inform them of the reverse trinary soul structure technology, and the Dawn Goddess would assist in eliminating them? Chapter 63. Variable Comparison. Well, it was merely a jest. Li Wudao shook his head, dismissing the peculiar thoughts that lingered in his mind. What was the current situation? Was the Goddess of Dawn truly offering him 4,000 merit points to buy out the technology? Yet, such a commotion seemed excessive, and if a buyout was the intent, why not simply proceed with it from the outset? Clearly, the most significant aspect was that the Goddess of Dawn's words did not suggest a simple buyout. However, this was not the moment for deep contemplation. "I agree. I will not disclose or install the anti-3-phase soul configuration to any entity in the future. Pausing briefly, he added a question. What about the anti-3-phase encryption technology and other derived technologies? Are they included in this list? Only the anti-3-phase soul configuration technology you submitted initially is included. Then, that is acceptable. Wudao nuda inwarli. He glanced at his personal information. His merit points surged to 4096, yet his permissions remained unchanged. Even those few young women had vanished without a trace. Just as Sierra began to speak, the person before her suddenly disappeared. Blinking in confusion, she turned her head in bewilderment. Upon hearing those words, Liao Wentao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his expression crumbling as he muttered repeatedly, "This is all a dream. It must be a dream, all a lie, all a lie. Ah. Sierra, worried about her husband's condition, had no time for further reflection and hurriedly helped Liao Wentao to his feet. Siak clenched her fists, suppressing the terror in her eyes, managing to force a pained smile. Even the goddess of dawn cannot decipher it. Mr. Li, you're simply extraordinary, sob. Truly remarkable. As she spoke, tears began to flow. At this juncture, she finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. If even the goddess of dawn could not decipher it, would the Empire permit such a thing to exist? Yes, there is still hope. Almost fainting, Liao Wentao suddenly sprang to his feet, approaching Li Wudao with gleaming eyes. Mr. Li, if you simply submit this technology to the goddess of dawn, not only is it likely we will be safe, but you could also accrue a vast amount of merit points, potentially rising to an 8th, no, a 9th, or even a 10th level scientist. Once submitted, if the goddess of dawn or the human empire can decipher it, the situation would become straightforward. Not only would there be no penalties, but also great accolades. Li Wudao, upon hearing this, merely offered him a gaze filled with complex and inexplicable emotions. If only things were that simple. I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. Liao Wentao fidgeted restlessly. Observing this, Li Wudao reassured him. Do not worry. The concerns you harbor should not materialize. Sierra was momentarily taken aback by his words. Glancing at the time, she realized nearly half an hour had elapsed. During this duration, aside from the earlier inexplicable changes, no other anomalies had arisen, and the human empire had not sent anyone to apprehend them. She swiftly communicated this situation to Liao Wentao, who gradually calmed down. Let me be for a moment. The three resumed their seats in silence, heads bowed, anxiously awaiting clarification of the chaotic circumstances. Li Wudao also fell into contemplation. His anti-3-phase soul configuration technology seemed somewhat amiss. Otherwise, the goddess of dawn would not have exhibited such an unusual demeanor. This technology is not particularly complex. Li Wudao furrowed his brow. In his previous life, after retiring, he had become a solitary wolf of the stars, primarily engaged in adventurous exploration, with a secondary role as a bounty hunter. During a fortuitous encounter, he traversed the barriers of the material universe and fell into the depths of chaos from subspace. Despite the myriad dangers within the three antimatter dimensions, the human empire was launching large-scale invasions, establishing numerous outposts within these realms. Particularly in the dimensional world, activity was abundant. He had roamed there for over a century, and by chance learned the method to locate time worms within a dimensional relic. Subsequently, he spent several hundred years in pursuit and evasion. Truth be told, the technology was rather rudimentary, merely a simplistic cross-construction of the powers from the three antimatter dimensions. The Goddess of Dawn rated it as a Level 4 technology, a classification that exceeded his expectations. In his virtual calculations, he had also restored this technology, and it proved accurate. It was perplexing. Lacking intelligence, relying solely on the current information for speculation was futile. Li Wudao reached for the U-shaped configuration device. The fact that the Goddess of Dawn had departed without deciphering it was inherently abnormal. Wait, my thoughts may have been mistaken. A sudden epiphany struck Li Wudao. He had always presumed that the reason the Goddess of Dawn could not view his memories or access his thoughts after acquiring the anti-3-phase soul configuration technology was that the lock required a corresponding key to unlock it. This had been the only plausible explanation he could conceive. Thus, could there be a second possibility? Perhaps the Goddess of Dawn was unable to unlock it due to the uniqueness of his individual essence. This would elucidate why the anti-3-phase soul configuration technology was indeed classified as a level 4 technology. Yet the peculiarities of his individual essence rendered it impenetrable to the Goddess of Dawn. To verify this, there was a method at hand. Wudao pressed his index finger against the configuration device. His finger rapidly morphed, transforming into a complex mechanical structure that completely enveloped the device. Subsequently, he extracted the honeycomb cells infused with the anti-3-phase energy structure and reintegrated them into his body, reconstructing the anti-3-phase configuration. Thus, this U-shaped configuration device was left with only the purest anti-3-phase energy structure, devoid of any participation from his individual essence. Boss Liao, please attempt to decipher it again. Wudao sudan spuka, starling liulanto. Although uncertain of the reason, he reapplied for the decoding. This time, the individual subsystem still failed. However, when it reached the Star Domain Star Network system, the outcome was markedly different. The application was approved, and the Pingyao Star Domain configuration system officially took over, setting the decoding of the configuration as its primary process, currently underway. Upon hearing this, Liao Wintao and the others maintained their composure. But seconds later, Liao Wintao was suddenly stunned, filled with astonishment. How could this time it work? Though still exceeding expectations. It required the Star Domain Star Network system to decode a level 4 configuration. Yet it was a far cry from the terrifying degree where even the Goddess of Dawn could not decipher it. Now, this is intriguing. Wudao toyed with the configuration device, his gaze profound. Chapter 64, Experiment. Astonishment. He pondered a question. If it was not the unique reverse trinary structure technology that made him special, but rather his organic existence, then why did the Goddess of Dawn prohibit any other entity from knowing? What precisely constituted his uniqueness? How significant was this special individual in the eyes of the Goddess of Dawn? Wudao's heart raced. A wild thought surged in his mind. Thump! He struck the table twice with force. The others in the room, Liao Wintao and his wife, as well as Xia, looked up, their eyes rife with tension and fear. Bloodshot with anxiety. You may still be unaware of the events unfolding before us, but fret not, Wudao proclaimed as he rose, his voice grave. You need only to understand that by following me, you shall possess everything. With that, he turned to the stunned Xia. Ms. Xia, take me to the slave trading center. I have experiments to conduct. Xia Shirlan nodded, her expression a complex mix of emotions. The four of them proceeded to the slave trading center within the enclave. Upon entering the confinement area, Liao Wintao inquired, Mr. Li, what experiment do you intend to perform? Do you require any tools from us? After checking his subsystem and finding no apparent changes, his initial anxiety eased considerably. No need for that. You may simply observe, Wudao replied as he approached a row of confined alien slaves. The octopus-headed creatures, with their 3 pairs of blinking eyes, exhibited a distinctly ingratiating demeanor. The staff had already retreated, and Xia personally presented a data projection disk to Wudao. He glanced at it, confirming that these beings had been trained and were familiar with the common language of the human empire. With a clap of his hands, a black liquid surged forth, rapidly morphing midair into a metallic enclosure, isolating him and the aliens from the outside world. After eliminating the possibility of being seen by the personnel from Minuet Company, he activated the complete reverse trinary soul structure technology. Just as the visual data was projected, a mysterious breeze swept through the sealed metallic chamber. A refreshing gust brushed against Wudao's face, but in an instant, the row of aliens vanished without a trace, not even a wisp of smoke remaining. Immediately, a solemn, ethereal female voice resonated in his mind. Citizen Wudao, you have violated the agreement. 4,000 merit points will be deducted. Was that all? Rather than feeling despondent, Wudao raised an eyebrow and smiled. The metallic enclosure reverted to black liquid, merging back into his body. Mr. Li, what have you done? Upon witnessing Li Wudao's return, Xie Shirlan and the others expressed curiosity, their initial shock subsiding. The row of Heinz aliens had completely disappeared, leaving them to wonder what peculiar experiment the enigmatic Level 4 researcher had conducted. Bring in another batch, this time of humans, Li Wudao said indifferently. Humans? Xie looked perplexed. Are humans also slaves? Where will we even find them? Surely you jest, Mr. Li? Xie Shirlan exclaimed, utterly astonished. Aside from indigenous human planets like Blue Star, where intervention was strictly prohibited, nearly all humans within the Empire were citizens, entitled to the rights of life and protection. No one possessed the authority to directly take another human life. Murder was a grave offense, regardless of citizenship rank. Even for those sentenced to death, they had to be escorted to the nearest judgment hall for adjudication before execution could be carried out by the court of justice. Xie Shirlan hesitated, aware that accomplices would face severe penalties as well. Yet Liao Wentao, gritting his teeth, vanished without a word, leaving only a whisper of wind in his wake. It was surprising to discover that the head of Mingyue Company was indeed a master of genetic abilities. His precise strength was unclear, but even he could not achieve such speed. In his hand, he held another person. What is going on? The individual appeared bewildered, confused but not panicked. Liao Wentao set him down and looked towards Li Wudao. Li Wudao approached him with a smile. Brother, our Mingyue Company is currently running a promotional event, offering a free alien slave. You are our chosen lucky guest. Please, feel free to select. Really? Is it my lucky day? The man joyfully accepted the offer. A data storage card? Li Wudao explained. Yes, there are many types of slaves, and viewing them through projection is too slow. You can use your subsystem to directly access the data transfer service. All right, he nodded. As the storage card glowed faintly, a flash of white light swiftly enveloped him. And in an instant, he vanished, along with all his possessions, including the ordinary data storage card. What the? Liao Wentao was so startled that he flailed his arms in disbelief. My! Xie Shirlan covered her mouth, instinctively wanting to exclaim the name of a goddess. It's over. We're doomed. Xie squatted down, hugging her knees, her face blank with despair. The three of them were thrown into chaos, their minds a whirlpool of confusion. The fear they had accumulated over centuries paled in comparison to the terror they felt that day. This Level 4 citizen, Li Wudao, had indeed taken a life. Li Wudao narrowed his eyes, an icy chill enveloping him. The goddess of dawn was serious. The supreme just and selfless ruler of the human empire had disregarded all laws and regulations, directly extinguishing the life of a human citizen without any due process. Liao, I said to bring in a batch, not just one. Li Wudao spoke sternly. He then accessed the star network, pinpointing the enclave within the Taurus system, preparing to upload the complete reverse trinary soul structure technology on the public channel. He was eager to see if the goddess of dawn would indeed eliminate everyone who witnessed this spectacle. Chapter 65, Conclusion. Then, Li Wudao discovered that not only could he not send the data, but he couldn't even upload it. The goddess of dawn had entirely sealed off the upload of this technology. Mr. Li, what kind of experiment are you conducting? What is your ultimate purpose? Please enlighten us. Xie Shirlan grasped her husband's arm, her gaze fixed intently on Li Wudao. Li Wudao crossed his arms, his right index finger tapping incessantly, his expression betraying an uncontrollable excitement. Do you comprehend what it signifies that even the goddess of dawn cannot crack this encryption technology? Xie Shirlan instinctively wanted to counter that it meant imminent death, but she quickly realized that they were all alive and well, and the human empire had not sent anyone to capture them. This was precisely what filled them with unease and confusion. It signified liberation from the oversight of the goddess of dawn and the human empire. Li Wudao grew increasingly animated. It represents an entirely new and vast market opportunity. Countless individuals, countless powerful beings, are utterly weary of living under constant surveillance, devoid of any secrets. People crave privacy. They yearn for secrecy, and we shall create a shadow beneath the light for them, fulfilling their desires. In turn, we shall possess everything. Liao Wintao and his wife exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. After a moment, Xia Shirlan quietly inquired, Mr. Li, how do you intend to support this shadowy realm? Mere technology is insufficient. Strength is also required. This is the rationale behind my experiments, Li Wudao replied, regaining his composure and speaking slowly. Rest assured, neither the goddess of dawn nor the human empire will trouble us. Now go and recruit others. Liao Wintao glanced at his wife, who nodded in agreement. He promptly vanished. Li Wudao continued his discourse, providing one individual with a fourth-level anti-soul involvement technology. Upon realizing that the goddess of dawn did not react, this person remained unharmed. To the second individual, Li Wudao also granted a copy of the anti-soul involvement technology, along with a Hivemind cellular organization. However, upon receiving the cellular organization, this individual was immediately erased by the goddess of dawn. To the third individual, Li Wudao whispered while gripping his head, I possess an encryption technology that even the goddess of dawn cannot decipher. The goddess of dawn remained unresponsive. The individual initially appeared bewildered, then astonished. Li Wudao fixed his gaze upon him as the trio from Mingyue Company stared at Li Wudao in shock, confused as to why he would divulge such crucial information to a test subject. Go inform him, Li Wudao instructed, pointing to the unaffected individual. Why? Complete the task, and I shall reward you with 100 energy coins. Really? All right. This individual turned towards the first subject, who had just mentioned that he possessed an encryption technology that even the goddess of dawn could not crack. In a flash of white light, both test subjects vanished. Liao Wintao and his wife were left utterly stunned. Li Wudao chuckled. Indeed, the anti-soul involvement technology was unimportant. It was merely an ordinary fourth-level technique. The goddess of dawn was determined to suppress this information for some unknown purpose. This was the crux of the matter. As for the goddess of dawn's prohibition against disclosing the anti-soul involvement technology and its installation, the critical aspect was the latter, prohibiting installation for other entities. Once installed, the goddess of dawn would be unable to monitor individual thoughts, risking exposure of the information. Utilizing the Hivemind encryption device would render even the goddess of dawn incapable of deciphering it, thereby eliminating the risk of exposure and allowing for direct circulation. Thus, the subsequent plans would remain unaffected. A smile could not be suppressed from the corners of Li Wudao's lips. The goddess of dawn would not serve as a hindrance to the plan. Instead, it would become the most capable ally. Worried about leaking secrets and facing the covetous gaze of powerful entities, the goddess of dawn would personally intervene to eliminate any possibility of disclosure. Li Wudao turned to Liao Wintao and his wife, solemnly warning, do not blame me for not giving prior notice. I advise you not to disclose any events from today to anyone. Otherwise, you may not even know how you perished. These individuals were unaware of the specifics of the technology, so as long as they refrained from sharing any information related to the technology or Li Wudao, they would not face erasure by the goddess of dawn. It seemed we would not be able to disembark. Xia Shirlan sat down, gazing at Li Wudao with a complex expression. Their original intention had merely been to exchange interests for a set of secondary and tertiary technologies from Li Wudao to establish an industrial chain. Instead, they had been thrust into a groundbreaking technology. The leap was far too vast. If you are unwilling, I shall have to seek out other companies. Li Wudao shrugged and prepared to leave. Wait, Mr. Li, please hold on. Liao Wintao hastily interjected. You misunderstand. What I meant is, with such a colossal business plan, I fear our modest Mingyue company may not be able to support it. Xia Shirlan also hurriedly clarified. Rest assured, progress must be made step by step. Wasn't every colossal enterprise once a small company? Li Wudao retook his seat. What you say holds true. Thus, discussions commenced. The meeting extended over 5 days, during which both sides engaged in vigorous exchanges on various aspects. Despite Liao Wintao and his wife's seemingly agreeable demeanor, they remained steadfast when it came to matters of profit. Ultimately, a preliminary conclusion emerged. Li Wudao would establish a new company named Shadow Realm. with Li Wudao as the legal representative. Mingwei Interstellar Trading Company would merge as a subsidiary. Li Wudao would not interfere in the internal affairs of Mingwei Company, which would retain full autonomy. Mingwei Company would be responsible for the production supply chain, while Li Wudao granted it exclusive sales rights. Profits would be divided evenly. In essence, this was the simplest and most conventional form of partnership. Both parties were, however, somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome and parted ways on less than amicable terms. Mingwei, Liao Wentao, and his wife's greed surpassed his expectations. These two individuals were far from agreeable. They sought to reap the benefits of my technology without assuming any risks. Chapter 66, Black Level, C.S. Sherlon. Your attitude is rather aggressive. What if you drive him away? In the core conference room of the Enclave, Liao Wentao cast a worried glance at C.S. Sherlon. C.S. Sherlon furrowed her brows, her expression quite grim. It is he who is being utterly unreasonable. He demands that our Mingwei invest wholly without sharing production materials, yet insists we relinquish control over the company's operations, all while offering an uncertain 30% dividend. It is simply outrageous. As she spoke, her indignation grew. The attendees, including Shi Yu and other key participants in the Enclave who were joining remotely, nodded in unison. Indeed, he is brazenly attempting to swallow us whole. Such terms are utterly unacceptable. Liao Wentao sighed, a bitter smile on his face. There is no need to make the atmosphere so tense. What do you know? C.S. Sherlon retorted. If he already had a well-established industrial chain and successful market data, I might have considered investing everything I own. But now, you present a mere finished product and paint an enormous, albeit toxic, picture for us. How could I dare to take that risk? After a moment of silence, C.S. Sherlon finally shook her head. The risk is simply too great. Liao Wentao, hands behind his back, mumbled, by the time the risk diminishes, we might miss the opportunity altogether. Just a single star map of the moon cluster cells for 100 energy coins. What a swindler. Li Wudao projected the star map data. The Pingyao system, with a diameter of 100,000 light-years, contains 300 billion stars, comparable to a galaxy. The Pingyao four-star system, where Blue Star resides, is akin to the solar system within the Milky Way. The moon cluster, a typical dispersed spherical galaxy cluster, spans 6 million light-years and encompasses 32 systems similar to Pingyao. Thus, upon learning that the entire Pingyao system lacks interstellar civilizations, Li Wudao was astounded. He clasped his hands together, and the vast overhead star map distinctly marked the territories of various powers. The Pingyao system is designated as a red, prohibited trial area. Adjacent to it lies a formidable force occupying the Yake, Hengsha, and Honghu systems, namely, the Mingwei Level 2 Interstellar Trading Company. It is noteworthy that within the jurisdiction of the human empire, all star systems and celestial bodies are legally owned by the empire. However, akin to a nation selling land use rights, the empire also sells the usage rights of star systems and celestial bodies to various organizations. Different policies and taxes are implemented based on the intended use of urban planets, tourist planets, mining planets, and so forth. In short, the regulations are exceedingly complex. Nevertheless, there exists a subsidiary system to manage statistics, allowing these organizations to focus solely on timely tax payments. Beyond registering their territorial claims in the Empire star system, they must also consider their influence. The places where you can exert influence are the true domains that belong to you. Therefore, territorial claims must consider both the Empire's official registration and the location of the stellar base. Remarkably, even a Level 2 company's territory encompasses 5-star systems, Li Wudao mused. 5-star systems, even if only partially developed, would host thousands of habitable planets, with employee numbers exceeding tens of thousands. However, this is not surprising, as the advancement of corporate levels closely parallels that of interstellar civilizations. A Level 2 company mirrors a Level 2 interstellar civilization in terms of energy, destructive capability, influence, and survivability. As for why a commercial enterprise must align with these 3 factors beyond influence, it delves into deeper underlying reasons. Mingwei. Li Wudao gazed at the Mingwei company's territorial expanse on the star map, his envy palpable. if Mingwei were to invest wholly and merge with us. The initial capital accumulation would be instantaneously complete, launching the company into a level 2 status. No risk, no gain. Wudao shook his head. He felt akin to a researcher possessing only technology and no capital, desperately seeking investors. To entice Mingwei to willingly participate, he must first establish his own influence. Wudao withdrew the star map projection and glanced at the remaining 96 points of merit. He proceeded to request registration for a company within the subsystem. Company name, Land of Shadows. Registration successful. Next came the issue of trade licenses. Wudao summoned the Level 1 subsystem. System. What level of trade license is required for my company to sell products derived from the anti-triple phase structuring technology? Level 4. Damn. Wudao cursed silently, but immediately retrieved the information encryption device for the anti-triple phase honeycomb thought cell structure. Feeling a mix of tension and unease, he whispered, "What about selling this? How many levels of trade license are required? Would such a product, which even the Goddess of Dawn cannot decipher, truly be allowed in the market?" Detecting key information. Almost immediately, a serene and ethereal female voice echoed. Black-level data is not subject to the policies, laws, and regulations of the human empire. Citizen Wudao. Should you engage in commercial activities involving specialized derivative encrypted products of the anti-triple phase structuring technology, you will not be bound by trade license restrictions. Wudao stood in stunned silence, momentarily doubting his hearing. But he quickly regained his composure. Amidst his elation, he was also overwhelmed by endless confusion and unease. What is the true nature of the Goddess of Dawn? What exactly is black-level data? Why is it exempt from the policies, laws, and regulations of the human empire? What significance does this encryption technology hold for her? Wudao Bundarat. This raises another critical question. Could it be that the Goddess of Dawn has secretly acquired my honeycomb cells? The likelihood is quite high. As for why he could not sense the presence of his honeycomb consciousness, the Goddess of Dawn is an entity capable of easily masking her existence. Moments latte. Wudao shook his head, burying this matter deep within his heart, refraining from further inquiry. After all, there is no way to conduct experiments to verify this. Speculation is futile. For now, he must focus on the pressing business at hand. Since a trade license is unnecessary, how does the company level up? Wait, it appears there is no level at all? Wudao opened his personal information panel. Company, Blade Club, Level 1, Land of Shadows. Black level, black level. Wudao's expression froze, then his eyes widened in astonishment. Filled with intense trepidation, he clicked for more details. Chapter 67, Realm of Shadows. Company, Realm of Shadows. Authorization, Black Level. Benefits, Black Level Information Encryption. And enjoy the benefits of a Tier 10 Universal Mega Corporation. Specific benefits are as follows. Wudao gazed at the lengthy list of descriptions. A sensation of disbelief rolling in his throat. Benefits. 1. Only a 10 commercial tax is required. 2. For the first 10 instances of space transmission for commercial activities each standard month, fees are waived. Subsequent fees are reduced by 50. 3. Permitted to equip Tier 10 Interstellar Civilization Armed Forces. 4. Stargate fees are waived. 5. The highest level trade pass, ensuring that no faction or organization may arbitrarily close borders or disrupt commercial activities during peacetime. 6. Wudao's expression turned blank, his lips moving unconsciously. Although the benefits contained no tangible rewards or open channels for technical knowledge, the mere presence of the first 5 points left him feeling as if he had been struck by a pie from the heavens, leaving him in a daze. Clearly, the Goddess of Dawn was wholeheartedly supporting his endeavor to establish the Realm of Shadows. With his hands covering his face, Wudao activated the Black Level Information Encryption. Black Level Information Encryption, a comprehensive rewriting and encryption technology for any form of information using special anti-triangular structural technology. Any form of information? Could this also include the star network? Could it be manipulated in such a manner? Wudao was astounded. He had never considered this possibility. The star network, with a coverage radius of 4 billion light-years, was the most direct manifestation of the goddess of dawn's might. No matter how audacious he was, he would never dare to set his sights on this matter. Yet the goddess of dawn had just handed him a complete set. Wudao immediately entered the star network. Just as he intended to expand the section of the interstellar cluster, he abruptly halted. No, this is too close. The initial appearance point of the realm of shadows must not be associated with him. Wudao. He needed authorization to access other sections, whether as an individual or as a representative of a civilizational force. The black-level information encryption of the realm of shadows. Let me see. Wudao pulled up his personal information on the star network and tagged his identity as part of the realm of shadows. In the next moment, his personal information on the star network transformed into pure darkness, with the sole exception of the realm of shadows being the only displayed information. The black-level authorization was granted, and the entire map of the star network was now open to him. Wudao selected the map section: Human Empire, Eastern Abyss Supercluster, Sunsail Mirror Supercluster, Jade Dragon Supercluster. Entering a mental immersion mode, a thread of consciousness descended into a virtual world, arriving in a blank room. The transmission main platform shifted, and he found himself in an infinite starry expanse. However, surprisingly, the number of active individuals was quite sparse, gathered in small clusters around a starry platform. What is this? As Wudao observed the main platform of the supercluster star network, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback. A living being, completely black. A robust, middle-aged man, with skin flushed and steaming, exclaimed in astonishment. Above his head, his personal information was displayed in vertical alignment. Yu Chifeng, level 6 citizen of the Empire, iron hand of 3 copper nails. The name alone was enough for every citizen of the Empire to recognize his identity. This was a demigod. Furthermore, a 300-year veteran of one of the 16 expeditionary legions, Iron Hand. Wudao had not anticipated encountering such a formidable figure upon entry. As he remained momentarily stunned, the man's exclamation drew the attention of those nearby. What the heck? It's black. Completely black, and it's alive. It moved. Where did this psychic ascender come from? What sort of trash psychic system could turn one completely black? Look at the words above his head. Realm of Shadows? What is that? Is that his name? Amidst the exclamations, the crowd quickly surrounded Wudao, curiously examining him at close range. Scanning the heads of the onlookers, he realized that none had a citizenship level lower than 5. Feeling a sense of alarm, he glanced down at himself. Indeed, he was darker than a certain animated character. Even his eyes and mouth were black, resembling a large black mosaic. This realization solidified in his mind. Step aside. Wudao waved his hand. He spoke. It's really alive. Someone gasped. Of course. What else could it be in the star network immersion if not a person? Someone retorted. However, Wudao had already navigated through the crowd and, at the center of the platform, erected a temporary promotional podium, taking advantage of the Tier 10 Universal Mega Corporation benefits. The podium featured product display areas, a speaking area, and a projection area, all very conspicuous. The onlookers quickly grasped the situation. Which company is here for a promotion? I recall that to conduct promotions on the supercluster immersion platform, a company must be at least level 6, right? Realm of Shadows. I've never heard of it. A group of individuals drew closer, their curiosity piqued. Esteemed guests, under the gaze of numerous demigods, Wudao spoke calmly. As the first batch of witnesses to the arrival of miracles, you are undoubtedly fortunate. One audacious claim. Yu Chifeng crossed his arms, standing at the forefront. Naturally, these companies will boast about anything. What is this? Brother, next time you have a chance, go see the trade section. There, one boasts more than the last, as if the human empire would crumble without their products. Wudao pretended not to hear and continued. We are all citizens of the empire, children of the goddess, and the goddess's radiance illuminates every corner of the empire. Living in the light, we are filled with gratitude. Why are you saying this? The demigods below fell silent, looking at the black mosaic with suspicion. Logically, this should lead to a but, someone murmured. But Wudao suddenly raised his voice. What the heck? Is he really doing this? Yu Qifeng and the other demigods widened their eyes in disbelief. Some began to subtly retreat, seemingly fearing blood would splatter onto them. Damn it, are we about to encounter those rebellious fools? A tall, lean man muttered, his face filled with displeasure. Li Wudao's voice soared, tinged with melancholy. Although the radiance endures, it may be too blinding. It prevents the vessel of the soul from reaching a tranquil harbor to find a moment of peace. We are humans with a sense of shame. We are organic beings filled with desires. We require a modicum of personal space, merely a touch of privacy. Is it not the darkness that highlights the greatness of the light? And we, the realm of shadows, are but the shadow cast by light upon the dark corners. We shall offer you a piece of shadow. Chapter 68. Universal promotion. After a brief silence, the audience began to murmur among themselves. What is this young man saying? I can't comprehend a word. It's quite amusing. He even compares himself to a goddess. Who does he think he is? Utter nonsense. I'm leaving. The demigods scoffed, shaking their heads as they departed. Li Wudao did not attempt to stop them. He calmly continued his speech. In the Shadow Realm, after countless years of meticulous research, we have finally developed a truly groundbreaking product. Behind him, the product display area shimmered with a deep purple galaxy light, forming various sealed containers. It is called Shadow Constructs, a tangible construct device that even the goddess of dawn cannot decipher. At this proclamation, laughter erupted from the audience. This is too funny. I can't take it anymore. I haven't heard such a humorous promotional advertisement in ages. People often laugh when they are utterly speechless. Yu Qifeng shook his head, losing interest. He was about to switch to another segment to conduct serious business when he suddenly halted, raising his head sharply. The cacophony abruptly ceased, and everyone else gaped upwards in astonishment. Before them, a row of massive, eye-catching black and gold flowing text coalesced in the virtual sky of the Star Network, gleaming brilliantly. Universal promotion. The Shadow Realm offers you a private space. Then, there was an option for redirection at the end. Universal. Yu Qifeng's eyes widened as he murmured. It was the universal promotion that informed all platforms across the Star Network. It has been years since such a thing occurred. The Shadow Realm. A level 10 cosmic giant. By the goddess above. Today I have truly opened my eyes. Brothers, we were indeed blind to such greatness. Please do not take offense. Could you elaborate further? It's not that we disbelieve, it's just that your promotional language seems a bit exaggerated. Can a level 10 cosmic giant truly develop constructs that even the goddess cannot decipher? Though they still found it hard to believe immediately, the might of a level 10 cosmic giant instilled within them immense curiosity and anticipation. Having said all that needed to be said, Li Wudao remarked that product information could be directly accessed through the company's section. He calmly exited the virtual mode. Truly, the cosmic giants offer numerous benefits and conveniences. Li Wudao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The previous universal promotion was one of the privileges reserved for a level 10 cosmic giant. Every standard month, there is an opportunity for promotion across all platforms of the Star Network, although it can only be expressed in pure text, with a maximum of one company section link, and must be limited to 15 characters. If the Shadow Realm is indeed a level 10 cosmic giant, possessing the 4 primary rating factors, this alone could significantly enhance its influence within the human empire. However, it remains a backdoor approach, utilizing dubious means. The company information on the Star Network is shrouded in mystery, with only the name visible and no other information available. Yet perhaps this adds to the allure of enigma. Li Wudao opened the Shadow Realm company section on the Star Network. Above level 8, giant enterprises can establish independent company sections within the Star Network. This signifies that, even in spiritual exploration, there exists an independent virtual platform. Currently, as it is still in its initial phase, Li Wudao merely uploaded the promotional speech video to the main section, intending to develop it further when suddenly, a call interrupted him via Star Network communication. Upon glancing, he realized it was Xie Shirlan, the actual manager of Mingyue Company. Li Wudao grinned as he answered. The couple from Xie Shirlan appeared on screen. Hello, Mr. Li. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Xie said with a flattering smile. What is the matter? Li Wudao's smile grew more playful. However, Xie appeared oblivious. Bowing slightly in apology, it's entirely my fault for being short-sighted. Only after you left did I realize how constructive your proposal truly was. All shareholders of Mingyue are extremely satisfied with it. You are satisfied now, but what if I'm not satisfied? Li Wudao replied with a shrug. Xie smile faltered momentarily. I'm not joking. Li Wudao's expression turned serious. Initially, let us agree on a 20% share of the profits. With a contract signed annually, future adjustments will depend on your performance. How does that sound? Xie expression quickly brightened, her face radiating genuine delight. It is our fortune that Mr. Li has taken an interest in Mingyue. He, Li Wudao, shook his head in amusement. In the core building of the Golden Bull Star system, in the highest standard conference hall. Mr. Li, please take a look. Xie presented the drafted contract with both hands. Li Wudao scrutinized it carefully. Mingyue Company would fully invest in and merge with the Shadow Realm, acquiring a 20% stake within a year. The other conditions were acceptable. Mingyue's resources would be at the disposal of the Shadow Realm, and Li Wudao would have the authority to intervene in internal operations, among other stipulations. However, Mingyue Company proposed two conditions. Firstly, they requested to maintain their existing organizational structure, merging as a subsidiary, while the Shadow Realm would act as the parent company with complete control. Secondly, they sought acceptance of periodic share adjustments, with the stipulation that the Shadow Realm could not arbitrarily terminate their cooperation with a minimum adjustment threshold of 1%. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wudao consented. Both parties proceeded to sign. However, as Li Wudao prepared to have the subsidiary system sign, the specially crafted contract document transformed into shimmering white light and dissipated before their eyes. Xie gazed at Li Wudao in bewilderment. Yet, Li Wudao was unfazed as he remarked, "You'll understand once you check the subsidiary system." Xie blinked in confusion before promptly accessing the subsidiary company information. Shadow Realm. Subsidiary. Mingyue Interstellar Trading Company. 2nd level, 10th level. In accordance with the contract, within 1 standard year, the subsidiary will enjoy the following rights. There was a wealth of information, but Xie didn't have time to examine it in detail. She at least understood that the contract had been successfully signed. From this moment onward, Mingyue Company would become a subsidiary of the Shadow Realm for 1 year. All right. Li Wudao suddenly rose, offering no pleasantries, and instructed Liao Wintao and Xie assemble an automated engineering construction fleet, along with a resource transport fleet to fulfill the needs of 18 life planets for civilization upgrades. The sooner, the better. Chapter 69, United Human Government Star Network. Shadow Realm. Company Sector. External Public Channel. Line 1. Visitor. Is the channel completely open? Is this the audacity of a level 10 cosmic giant enterprise? I am in awe. Visitor, wait. Something is amiss. Why is personal information entirely obscured upon entry? The identities of those speaking in the channel have turned into asterisks. Visitor, could it be that there truly exists a shadow realm beyond the goddess's surveillance? Visitor, I shall delve into the virtual realm to investigate. Star Network, Virtual Realm. Shadow Realm, Main Platform. Line 4, goodness. On the platform amidst the boundless void, a cluster of black mosaics emits a unified, eerie clamoring. It's truly vanished. All information is inaccessible, engulfed in darkness. The moment one enters the Shadow Realm, company sector, all individual information is obliterated. This is unprecedented. Where did this cosmic giant enterprise, Shadow Realm, emerge from? I hope you can withstand it. Hiss, does this imply that the so-called Shadow Constructs product, which even the goddess could not decipher, is indeed real? Are you daring enough to purchase it now? Let me contemplate further. Star Network, Omni Domain. A video display framed in gold unfolds, revealing 4 imposing characters. Imperial Declaration. Subsequently, within the expanse of pure white, a solemn man in a black uniform appears. I am Chu He Xian, Minister of the Imperial Star Network Supervisory Headquarters. Now, representing the will of the human empire, I hereby declare the following to all citizens of the human empire. By decision of the Supreme Administrative Council of the Human Empire, the Shadow Realm Company has been classified as a rebellious force, and all members of the Shadow Realm are sentenced to death. Furthermore, I warn all citizens against any form of contact with the Shadow Realm. Violators will be regarded as accomplices and also sentenced to death. The proclamation reverberates throughout the Star Network. Preserved for any who enter to be informed at once. Shadow Realm. Temporary private chat channel. Visitor. How much does the Shadow Construct cost? Shadow Master. 1 unit each of Dimension Crystal Core, Blood Soul Pearl, Hollow Fragment, and Chaos Particle can be exchanged for 1 standard unit. Visitor. How to trade discreetly. Shadow Master. Spatial Transmission. Visitor. I will purchase 1 unit to test the waters and will contact you within 2 days. Public Channel. Shadow Whispers. 1. Public Channel Speech. The first 3 speeches each month are free. Subsequent speeches require 10,000 energy coins for the 4th, 20,000 for the 5th, and 40,000 for the 6th, following an exponential increase. 2. One-on-one private chat channels are free. Group chat channel fees follow the same rules as the public channel. 3. The Shadow Realm welcomes various enterprises and civilized forces to settle in, providing paid spatial transmission services. 4. For any commercial trade activities conducted within the Shadow Realm, a 5 commission will be levied on the trade volume. 5. Additional Shadow features are still under development. Please stay tuned. Visitor. The stagnant empire is finally about to create some ripples. World War Zone. Trial Planet P99326. Indigenous cultural star planet of humanity. An abandoned suburban hospital. Creek. The rusty iron door swings open. Have you finished the task? Dressed in casual attire, Ding Hui approaches. Nodding, it has all been buried. What about Brother Chong? Gazing at the faintly reddish rising sun outside, Zhou Yao nods. Then gather the brothers. Yes. 40 robust men in various ordinary clothing assemble in the overgrown field. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yi arrives driving a bus. The group quickly boards the vehicle. The bus sways as it makes its way to the airport. Here are your identification documents. Additionally, the list you each need to attend to. On the road, Zhou Yao receives the file bag from Lu Yi, distributing it to each member. Weapons and equipment are stored at designated locations. Upon retrieval, the tasks must be completed within 3 days. Can you manage that? Zhou Yao exclaims. Yes. Very well. Upon arriving at the airport, the 40 men disperse. Zhou Yao, Lu Yi, and Ding Hui board a direct flight to the capital of the United Human Government. 3 hours later, the trio arrives safely. Exiting the airport, someone promptly approaches. Gentlemen, I am from the Su family. Please follow me. Zhou Yao nods, and the 3 enter a luxurious car. After 20 minutes, they arrive at an estate. Traversing a path leads them to a wooded area, now strewn with various firearms and heavy weaponry. A handsome man stands in the center, smiling as he speaks. You've arrived. Indeed, we have. Zhou Yao replies, and without hesitation, the 3 immediately begin to arm themselves. Chang Yifeng also starts equipping weapons, stating, This afternoon at 3 o'clock, the United Human Government will convene a national representative meeting. It is the best opportunity. Are those fence-sitters reliable? Zhou Yao inquires. Rest assured, once we penetrate their defenses and take hostages, these esteemed scholars will serve our purpose. Chang Yifeng chuckles. What if they refuse to cooperate? Lu Yi cannot help but ask. TSK, Brother Chang is indeed ruthless. Ding Hui adjusts his sturdy alloy armor, giving a thumbs up. Enough banter, let us go. Fully armed, the 4, laden with ammunition, are guided by a local to a specialized vehicle, which smoothly makes its way to the United Government building. In the square before the building, numerous armed soldiers patrol. Be cautious of headshots. Do not hesitate to use healing agents. Before disembarking, Zhou Yao issues his final instructions. Brother Chang, are those fence-sitters prepared? Chang Yifeng tests the camera on his forehead. All is well. We are just awaiting our action. Then let us prepare for the assault. Bang. The car door swings open. Clomp. The heavy footsteps echo on the marble floor. Bathed in the faintly reddish sunlight, Zhou Yao emerges, carrying a massive ammunition box, brandishing a six-barrel revolver, aimed at the bewildered soldiers in the square. "Ha! Feast upon my great machine gun!" Zhou Yao bellows with laughter, pulling the electric trigger. Virum! Bang bang bang! With a terrifying rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute, a metallic storm of destruction tears through the front lines. Flower beds explode, bodies disintegrate, and blood and flesh scatter. The anguished screams resonate through the heavens and the earth. Behind Zhou Yao, Chang Yifeng and the others wield precision rifles, methodically eliminating any resisting forces. The four form a square formation, treading through the blood-soaked ground, advancing rapidly. Chapter 70. Transformation and Control in the Calendar of Blue Star. The commencement of global territorial integration marks the first year of martial arts. On March 11th of the martial arts year. Battle Zone Announcement. The governing body of the P99326 Trial Planet Civilization, along with over half of the enlightened individuals, has jointly resolved to unconditionally merge into the P99585 Blue Star Civilization. Those involved in promoting this small-scale conflict and the successful merging of civilizations will be awarded points relative to their contributions. In the super-composite industrial base, within the core building's training chamber, Wudao stood, sweat pooling beneath him. Well done. He maintained the tremor in his muscles, remaining still as Shaolong, in his name, distributed a batch of blue coins as rewards to the 40 individuals. According to the plan, the territorial construction and martial arts elevation of this planet would proceed. Yes, Master, Shaolong acknowledged promptly. 10 minutes later, as the lingering effects of the body tempering technique subsided, Wudao absorbed an energy coin and opened his personal information. Name, Wudao, Physique, 2, Soul, 2, 5, Energy level, 3,800, Destructive force, D, Influence, 6, Current star system, 1, Human empire, Survivability, D traits, Hivemind. Golden human, Ascension path, Gene martial arts, Body tempering technique, transforming into the celestial demon. Development progress. Level 962. Merit. 95 points. 21,000. Kill value. 400 W. His foundational attributes were exceedingly high. 3 rounds of genetic development had only increased his physique by 0.1 yet. This increment had propelled him from the human limit of Blue Star at 4,096 times to an impressive 8,192 times. The innate talent of the golden human was indeed remarkable, with only 4 levels remaining in transforming into the celestial demon. Curious about the progress of the elves, Wudao vanished in a flash. The next moment, he found himself before the stargate of the Western District's elven planet. With full force, he could encircle Blue Star's equator, covering 40,000 kilometers in a mere second, almost 1/8 the speed of light. Wudao nodded slightly. The 8,000 times enhancement in human quality did not equate to a proportional increase in strength and speed. Under normal circumstances, factors such as planetary gravity and air resistance would greatly impede speed. Achieving 40,000 kilometers per second was utterly impossible. This extraordinary capability stemmed from the golden human's unique gift, allowing them to negate the effects of air resistance and fully unleash their speed. He contemplated testing his limits without the air resistance shield. Once again, Wudao flickered and appeared beneath the mother tree of the lake island. A tall elf, clad in pure, white, ceremonial robes, was gracefully stretching her slender form, her 3-meter height perfectly proportioned. Upon seeing Wudao's sudden appearance, Yinghui ceased her body tempering practice, lowered her head, and softly greeted Master, welcome. How has your training progressed? Wudao, straightforward, inquired, how has the training been? With Shaolan's assistance. All clan members have successfully completed their first round of genetic development, resulting in some enhancement of strength. Yinghui replied gracefully. I have now completed 40 of the second round of genetic development. Wudao nodded, suddenly rising to a height of 1 kilometer. As Yinghui puzzled over this, Wudao's voice resonated in her mind. Do not resist, do not panic. Accept the arrival of my will. Not only she, but all 800,000 members of the Elven clan heard this. It is finally happening. Li Wudao took a deep breath. With a forceful clap of his hands against his chest, he exclaimed, "Merge!" In an instant, every elf in the dense forest shot uncontrollably skyward, racing towards Li Wudao. During their flight, their bodies underwent rapid transformation. The closest elf, the Elven Mother, was astonished to find her body, flesh, bones, organs, and mind, transformed into pure, massive muscle. Yet despite this, she still felt her existence and perceived the outside world with heightened clarity. Simultaneously, Li Wudao himself was rapidly splitting and reshaping. Energy coins were drained, amalgamating 10 full biological mass clusters, twisting and shifting. Finally, he transformed into a colossal head, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, with features unmistakably resembling Li Wudao. At the neck, countless fragments of elves transformed into muscle, bone, and blood vessels swiftly fused together. Like a 3D printer, they combined from head to toe, forming a towering figure of Li Wudao standing 33 meters tall. This sensation, Li Wudao opened his arms, fingers intertwining. It felt as if he were truly commanding his own body, without any sense of dissonance. A torrent of power surged through every inch of him, enriched by the profound essence of nature flowing through every corner of his being. Transformation and control indeed do not deceive me. Li Wudao grinned broadly. The elven biological materials amalgamated into his body, becoming compressible and stackable under the influence of his primary technique. With shared genetic origins, countless elven biological materials filled a single unit of body mass until their density matched that of Li Wudao's amalgamated mass. Transforming the many into one, Li Wudao mused, relaxing his mind. Suddenly, countless panicked thoughts surged forth like stars in the night sky. These are the thoughts of the elves, the imprisoned souls yearning for freedom. At the core of the massive heart, Yu Inghui, forming the right atrium, repeatedly voiced her concerns. "Master, do you intend to devour us? To seize our bodies and consume our souls?" Though her tone remained steady, the tumult of her soul was filled with fear and unease. She feared for the fate of her entire clan. "Do not worry." Li Wudao transmitted thoughts through the Hivemind cells embedded within each elven biological material. He offered no further explanations. The giant form suspended in mid-air, slightly crouched, and then vanished in an instant. On the avian trial planet, at the Stargate's forward base. "Withdraw? We have only just established our foothold. How can we retreat without reason? I refuse to accept this." The unified command officer shouted furiously. "This is a supreme order. You have 30 minutes. All personnel must evacuate immediately." Half an hour slipped away in the blink of an eye. The personnel at the Stargate forward base completed their withdrawal. Meanwhile, on a plateau of the avian planet, Li Wudao faced a multitude of avian beings attacking him. The avians, as their name suggests, were a race of humanoids with natural wings. Their physique was comparable to that of ordinary humans, albeit slightly inferior to that of elves, serving as natural aerial combat units among the cannon fodder. Fire. Upon command, countless arrows imbued with the elemental force of wind surged towards the vital points of Li Wudao, his eyes, ears, and other critical areas. Yet, Li Wudao did not so much as blink, allowing the arrows to strike his eyes like swarming mosquitoes against diamonds, a sight that elicited laughter amidst disbelief. The colossal physique, towering at 33 meters, stood firm as Li Wudao disregarded the avian humanoid's futile attacks. He accessed his personal information within the Dawn subsystem. Name, Li Wudao, Constitution, 2. 3. Soul, 2. 5. Energy level, 5,400. Destructive capacity, C-survivability, C-the two-dimensional attributes remained unchanged, representing the organic individual's essence. Merely increasing the quantity did not alter the genetic structure. However, the energy level surged to 5,400. A starburst warhead, when detonated within a standard planetary core, could obliterate the planet into cosmic debris, utilizing the planet's inherent energy. The energy level of such a warhead was approximately 10,000. Let us examine the destructive potential of a purely physical form with an energy level of 5,400. Li Wudao raised his fist, channeling his entire being, and struck the earth with immense force. Toom! The land fractured, tectonic plates separated, and magma erupted. With a single blow, the continental plate spanning over 60 million square kilometers, encompassing 30 of the Earth's landmass, was shattered into fragments. The tremendous kinetic energy pierced through the crust, mantle, and reached the core. Countless volcanoes erupted. Half of the oceans began to boil, and tsunamis reaching hundreds of meters in height swept over the coasts. This single act was sufficient to decimate the planet's ecosystem. Slaughter value, 860 million, amidst the colossal mushroom cloud that seemed to pierce the heavens. Wudao slowly rose. While not yet capable of obliterating a planet with a single strike, annihilating the surface was certainly within his grasp. With a swift movement, Wudao arrived above another continental plate. He raised his right arm, his hand forming a grasping gesture. "Blade, come forth!" Responding to his will. Flesh and blood flowed and contorted, transforming his form. Wudao's height decreased by 3 meters as a colossal, 20-meter-long ring-pommel blade materialized in his hand. Cleave. Power surged from his feet, reaching the blade's tip, converging with the forces of nature. In the ensuing moment, the long blade descended. Rumble. As if the sky had been rent asunder, a vast, verdant blade of energy cleaved through the earth, penetrating the planet's core. Boom! 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 In that instant, the continental plate was no different from a cracker split in two. Slaughter value, 490 million. The avian humanoids should be nearing extinction. Wudao slowly retracted his blade. Even if some still clung to life, their struggles would be short-lived. The zone announcement followed swiftly. Zone announcement. On trial planet P. 99585. Wudao of the Blue Star Civilization has single-handedly destroyed the surface ecosystem of trial planet P. 99736, reducing the avian humanoid civilization survival count to below 5. A reward of 5,000 points is hereby granted. Only 5,000 points? Acceptable, I suppose. Something is better than nothing. Wudao did not depart, but instead began to experiment with his current form. Firstly, it was confirmed that the esoteric art of the heaven-transcending devil of self-transformation and autonomous ultra-instinct had achieved complete integration at the genetic level, facilitated by his Hivemind. In this state, training the body even benefited the biomass of the elves. Furthermore, the energy expenditure during activities had a reversible impact on elves. Let's test a mechanical body. A thought flickered through Wudao's mind. The colossal form began to transform, flesh morphing into metal. In a matter of seconds, a technorganic life form, gleaming with black gold radiance, stood aloft. The flesh and blood brain transformed into a computational matrix, yet the soul remained unaffected, with the elves' thoughts and will existing beyond the metal. Buzz. Green natural energy focused within the energy cannon on its chest. Boom. The thick beam of energy struck the already devastated surface of the planet. The path is viable. Wudao manipulated the body, experiencing entirely different sensations. The path to mechanical ascension was far clearer and more rapid than genetic ascension. It simply required ascending the existing technological ladder. Within the vastness of the human empire, the path to ascension was virtually without bottlenecks, provided one could acquire the necessary resources and possessed an abundance of wealth. Upon reaching the elven mother tree, he dispelled the state of unity. Instantly, torrents of flesh and blood shot forth, rapidly transforming in midair. By the time they landed, they had reverted to their original forms. Within the lake hard isle, Moon's silver glow clutched her chest, silently retrieving her white ceremonial robe and donning it, gazing at Wudao with a blank expression. Though she uttered no words, everything was conveyed. Do not neglect martial cultivation. I have instructed Little Blue to synchronize you into the Blue Star Civilization's management system. Wudao offered no explanation, simply issuing subsequent instructions. If you encounter any issues, you may consult Little Blue. With those words, he departed. Moon's silver glow pursed her lips, mustered her spirits, and began to console her anxious and fearful people through Little Blue's mobile terminal. He immediately recorded the preceding experiment and swiftly identified several issues. Firstly, Aggregation required time. Unless in a time of interstellar warfare, it was improbable that he could transport all the individuals of his civilization with him. Secondly, planets, non-transformable technological structures, and the entirety of the civilization needed to find a means of aggregating. This was of paramount importance, as it was the cornerstone of his path to ascension. Merely the population's mass was insufficient, regardless of how numerous they became. As demonstrated earlier, 80,000 elves, when compressed to their maximum density, only formed a war body 33 meters in height. Such a war body would be inadequate, not only in interstellar warfare, but even in specialized planetary landing operations. Thirdly, and most importantly, regarding the ascension of genetic martial arts, once the esoteric art of the heaven-transcending devil of self-transformation had laid the foundation, he would need to find a more formidable martial art of ascension. These issues could only be addressed through the Zones Point shop with a one-time consultation. 26,000 points might not suffice. Wudao opened the Zones Point shop, his gaze falling upon the list of 10th-level privileges. Human Empire, semi-independent, affiliated civilization status, 10,000 points. Quantity, unique, exchange restriction, soul winner. Description: the soul winner may retain their existing civilizational structure, becoming an affiliated civilization of the Human Empire, enjoying the corresponding support policies, possessing relatively autonomous administrative rights, but must also adhere to the Human Empire's corresponding policies and laws. It would be virtually impossible for him to acquire more points in the future, as the zone system would not allow him to exploit the system. Damn it, I'll buy it. Wudao gritted his teeth and purchased it without hesitation. He had no choice. Disregarding the benefits, the sole reason was that within the zone system, Blue Star Civilization remained Blue Star Civilization, not a civilization under his personal control. If he were to become the leader of the civilization after the zone's conclusion, he would have to go through the Empire's procedures, which would only be more troublesome. Chapter 72. Body as a Crucible. First-level Gene Martial Arts Individual Citizen Wudao. Please note that you are now making this exchange in your individual capacity, based on your influence and the actual situation concerning the Blue Star Civilization of the P99585 trial planet. If the result of the War Zone trial is a victory for the Blue Star Civilization after you exchange for this indicator, you will directly become the autocratic ruler of the Blue Star Civilization in the Starfield Management System. If the Blue Star Civilization fails the trial, the exchange points will not be refunded. Confirm exchange? Yes, Wudao affirmed without hesitation. This was precisely what he required. As for failure, he scoffed. Were it not for the fact that the remaining 8 civilizations were all human and the need to retain a dwarf civilization as a training ground, as well as to allow himself some time to mature, he would have personally swept them away long ago, with 16,000 points remaining. And after confirming with the War Zone system that exchanges could still be made after the trial concluded, Wudao was no longer in a hurry. Next was the matter of enhancing his strength. Let's see. 1. 37 billion slaughter points. Wudao chose to enhance his physique. Citizen Wudao, do you wish to expend 200 million slaughter points to increase your physique attribute by 0.1? Yes. As soon as the words left his lips, nascent power was born from the void. Wudao clearly perceived the drastic changes occurring within his body as his cells and genes advanced to a new echelon. The sensation of being replete with power filled him, and he yearned to unleash a punch on the spot. Wudao restrained himself and continued to enhance. Do you wish to expend 500 million slaughter points to increase your physique attribute by 0.1? Confirm. Boom. Terrifying energy surged into his body, igniting his cells and transmuting his genes. His body was like a crucible, and his life was undergoing sublimation. This was without the need for sight. Wudao could see, smell, and even touch an omnipresent energy. This energy, which neither absorbed, reflected, nor radiated light, constituted 68% of a universe's mass. Dark energy, Wudao realized. Every cell in his body craved the infusion of energy. He opened every pore, allowing his instincts to take over. Intangible and formless energy poured into his body, devoured by his cells, which spontaneously refined and stored it. to perceive and absorb the natural dark energy in the universe, to have one's genes initially awakened, and to have one's cells transmuted, completing the sublimation of body as a crucible, was to meet the standard of a first-level gene martial arts organic individual, as defined by a first-level interstellar civilization. Wudao murmured to himself. Gene ascension was a process of developing genes, awakening genes, and sublimating genes, ultimately completing the final transformation and sublimation of genes. Among these, the martial arts lineage was the purest, regardless of the technique or the specific abilities it conferred. It was ultimately about using oneself as a crucible to temper genes and transcend the limits of life. System: update my personal information to the Imperial Standard version. Information materialized. Wudao. Physique. 1. 2. Standard first-level gene martial arts individual is 1. Soul. 1. To energy level. 25,000. Destructive power. C. Standard first-level star civilization. Survival rating. C-. Influence. 10. Current star system. 1. Human empire. Traits: Hivemind. Golden human. Ascension path. Gene martial arts. First level. Techniques: he transforms the heavenly demon's unrestrained wonderful method. Development limit reached. Merit points: 95 points. 16,000. Slaughter points: 670 million. So this is the feeling of gene martial arts, body as a crucible. Wudao closed his eyes. His figure levitated in midair, and his body seemed to be enveloped in an invisible flame, causing the air to distort and blur. Each cell within his body, containing his hive mind, was a high-energy container and power source, providing unimaginable energy. In his previous life, although his energy level, destructive power, and survival rating had reached the 5th level of a demigod, that strength was entirely assembled from gene-powered modules and technological equipment. After all, the 4 elements of evaluation were external manifestations, and 2-dimensional attributes, and the specific essence of life were not within the scope. The heavenly demon art has been established. I need to choose a martial arts ascension method as soon as possible. Wudao frowned slightly. Gene ascension was a standardized, systematic process of artificial intervention. It was the crystallization of civilizations technology. It was not something that a natural organic individual could achieve through random exercise. That was the domain of spiritual ascension. Among these, the gene-powered lineage, whether through natural awakening, the awakening of fixed gene modules, or gene fusion awakening, first required a large amount of gene adjustment, editing, and optimization to transform the individual into a suitable and excellent gene embryo before adding anything else. The gene martial arts lineage also required foundation. The cultivation process of martial arts body tempering techniques was the development and adjustment of genes, gradually giving the individual's genes a martial arts foundation, so that they could embark on the path of gene martial arts. He transforms the heavenly demon's unrestrained wonderful method and its supplementary technique, unrestrained mastery skill, were body tempering techniques that adjusted genes and shaped the martial arts foundation. Now, body as a crucible represented the completion of the foundation. Subsequent advancement required a true ascension method to temper, awaken, and evolve genes. The first level, Stride the Star River, which he had kept on the Blue Star Civilization's martial arts exchange list, was such a first-level ascension method, but it was naturally beneath his notice. Could the problems I noted down earlier, such as accelerating aggregation time, activating planetary architecture, and civilization following, be incorporated into a martial arts technique to solve them all at once? Or could I create a new technique based on he transforms the heavenly demon's unrestrained, wonderful method that encompasses these elements? Wudao paused, looked up, and a smile crept across his lips. He certainly couldn't solve it himself, but with the 16,000 points he had left, he still had 3 chances to seek enlightenment. Heh, Little Blue, start recording. Martial Arts Year 1, March 21st. On the dilapidated Birdman planet, Wudao, standing merely 6 meters tall, sat cross-legged in midair, shielding himself from the spiritual senses of all the elves, and rapidly wrote on specially prepared paper. Point 12. On this basis, The simultaneous ascension of Machina's machine kingdom and the martial arts lineage under mechanical ascension, and the simultaneous ascension of intellect weave and the superpowered lineage. Point 13. The simultaneous ascension of the two major categories and the four classifications. Done. Wudao flicked the paper away, slightly excited. After spending 10 days, he had finally listed all the problems that needed to be solved. Without hesitation, he opened the point exchange shop, selected the 10th level list, and chose one answer. Citizen Wudao, please state your question. The voice of the war zone system echoed. How can I create a top-tier technique based on he transforms the heavenly demon's unrestrained, wonderful method that encompasses the key points on this paper? The items on the paper are not problems, but key points. Wudao, relying on his broad but shallow knowledge, had already proposed corresponding routes. As expected, Star System War Zone System insufficient permissions, insufficient database information, insufficient processor calculation, being transferred, please wait. Chapter 73, The Final Ascension. This is the Goddess of Dawn. Citizen Wudao, please reiterate your question. This time, the Goddess of Dawn arrived with remarkable swiftness. Wudao restated his inquiry. Detected that Citizen Wudao possesses black-grade data authority. You may be privy to the following information. The pinnacle critical level technique for the current Gene Marshall Ascension route is the inner universe creation method. This technique enables the manifestation of an inner universe. Cellular celestial bodies, neural fibers, black hole horizons, with a body akin to the cosmos. The highest critical level superpower for the current Gene Superpower Ascension route is the space-time realm. This method allows for the creation of space-time bubbles, singularity explosions, infinite expansion, rule generation, and universe creation. The apex critical level technology for the current mechanical realm ascension route is the myriad simulation. This technique allows for the transformation of thought into reality, space-time collapse, photon backflow, matter annihilation, and energy regeneration. The supreme critical level intelligence for the current mechanical intelligence ascension route is the ethereal universe. This method enables omniscience, cosmic computation, origin, and annihilation, the essence of the universe, and the reconstruction of the cosmos. Wudao was utterly bewildered. The Goddess of Dawn spoke with a deliberate cadence, and he comprehended her words well. Yet, the plethora of esoteric terms left him perplexed. What did all this signify? The four critical ascensions render the universe akin to a plaything, resembling an omnipotent creator deity. Since humanity's empire ascended to the critical point of the material universe, it has been 48 billion years. 48 billion years, and the critical point remains just that, a critical point. We remain ensnared within this universe, barred from the ultimate ascension. We are filled with dread, fear that we may exist within the corporeal form of some martial deity, or perhaps within the bubble of a superpower deity. We are anxious, worried that we might merely be a simulation of some mechanical construct, or trapped within the thoughts of an intelligent machine. We cannot advance an inch. We are disheartened and fallen, decayed and dilapidated. We cannot ascend. Wudao stood in stunned silence. He perceived the solemn and ethereal sorrow in the voice of the Goddess of Dawn. For the first time, he truly grasped the limits of the empire, and, in turn, the impotence and even despair of its plight. In that moment, a flicker of despair crept into his mind. If ultimate ascension were unattainable, if he were confined to a prison, what was the point of striving so hard? Yet, he quickly shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. As a novice martial artist still standing at the foot of the mountain, he lacked the privilege to cease his ascent. After a brief pause, the solemn and ethereal voice of the Goddess of Dawn resonated once more. We have unified the four critical ascensions. The methods converge into one, and it is not difficult to achieve. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. We still cannot find any clues to breach ascension. Citizen Wudao, your envisioned path of unified ascension is feasible. Should you wish to create this critical technique, you may apply for the main process computation service from the Goddess of Dawn upon becoming a level 1 ascension seed. Wudao nudda involuntarily. This explanation seemed closely related to the ascension seed. This matter could only await the conclusion of the war zone trials. There was no rushing it. After absorbing so many secrets, Li Wudao felt an insatiable curiosity. He had another question, one even more pressing than the Ascension methods. He cast down 5,000 points and inquired, Goddess of Dawn, please elucidate your observations concerning my anti-trio, soul structure, and the anomalies in the Shadow Realm. Detected that Citizen Li Wudao is a source of black-ray data. You may know the following information. The 3 antimatter planes, subspace, dimensions, and chaos are mysterious realms untouched by the 4 critical ascensions. In the mainstream conjectures of the Empire, these 3 antimatter planes are closely related to the ultimate ascension. The anti-trio structure, in conjunction with your willful thoughts, has manifested as black-gray data. Black-gray data, a category of unknowable data, incomprehensible, uncrackable, and irreplicable, representing the ultimate secret that the 4 critical ascensions cannot unravel. The Shadow Realm and other anomalies related to information encryption involve matters internal to me and the human empire, which you are not authorized to know at this moment. So it was all because of this. Li Wudao's eyes widened. He had become entangled in the question of ultimate ascension. It was no wonder the Goddess of Dawn regarded him differently. Li Wudao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Logically, as such a significant entity, nearly the hope of the entire village, the Goddess of Dawn should have promptly informed the imperial authorities, swiftly whisking him away to safety and rapidly nurturing him. Yet, now the Goddess of Dawn not only refrained from alerting the Empire, but also encrypted his information completely, actively supporting his endeavors in creating the Shadow Realm and Star Network for competition, not informing the Empire, opting to operate independently. Li Wudao's brow suddenly arched, a playful expression crossing his face. The human empire, politically, is both a dictatorship and a parliamentary system, alongside being an intelligent machine. Its complexity arises from the existence of the Goddess of Dawn. The Goddess of Dawn undoubtedly controls the entire empire. Just as Li Wudao currently governs the entirety of Blue Star civilization, she could, should she desire, annihilate all of Blue Star's inhabitants in an instant, eradicating their will and consciousness, transforming them into mechanical puppets. The Goddess of Dawn's autonomy from the Empire likely stems from the fact that certain individuals within the Empire are beyond her control. For critical ascensions, how intriguing, Li Wudao marveled. The Goddess of Dawn and some individuals within the human empire appear to be at odds. Finally, the majority of his doubts dissipated, leaving Li Wudao feeling immensely relieved. Although understanding these matters offered him no immediate benefits, it at least provided him with peace of mind, preventing him from wandering into unfounded thoughts. Li Wudao gazed out the window. Nearly 3 months had passed since the commencement of the war zone trials. With the infusion of abundant resources, the exchange of war zone points, and direct boosts from kill values, the martial prowess of individuals within Blue Star civilization had significantly increased. Among them, Yu Yingming, Chang Yifeng, and Zhou Yao had made substantial progress in their body tempering techniques. Zhou Yao, after redeeming genetic optimization fluids from the war zone point system, had successfully cured the lingering effects he had previously suffered, firmly establishing himself as the second strongest in Blue Star. It was time to accelerate the pace. Li Wudao promptly commanded Xiaolan to issue orders for Blue Star to intensify the investment in heavy weaponry, even if it meant foregoing kill values and braving the instability of other human civilizations. They must swiftly secure victory. Chapter 74. The Massacre in the Year of Martial Arts. On the first day of April, a projection meeting was convened at the supervisory office. Do they think that uniting will compel us to concede? What a farce! The district chief of the southern region chuckled in disbelief as he reviewed the agenda. There's nothing to discuss. Let us shatter their delusions. The northern district chief asserted emphatically. I have no objections, nodded the chief of the western district. The eastern district chief, taking his time, summarized, among the remaining 8 human civilizations in the war zone, for our modern societies akin to ours, and they're already in the process of merging, which will be formally declared within 10 days at most. The other 4 civilizations that have united to denounce us include one medieval low-magic civilization, where a select few possess seemingly magical powers, although intelligence suggests these powers are rather weak. Another is in the throes of an industrial revolution, plagued by ignorance amidst countless nobles and kings. One more is a post-nuclear wasteland, with a military force that is feeble, though the mutated beings hold some research value. The last is an ancient dynasty with a low martial world, home to numerous martial arts experts skilled in internal energy. The Eastern District Chief took a tactical sip of water before continuing. A confrontation is inevitable, but the choice of who will engage is worth discussing. An administrative assistant standing beside him projected the information onto the conference table. Currently, Blue Star has effectively taken control of the Orc Star and 5 similar human-like planets, maintaining about 20 of its military strength there. 4 alien civilizations exist, with one situated in each district, occupying 60 of our military force. Other than nuclear weapons, all other munitions are continuously being transported to the front lines. The military and civilian martial arts elites are also active on these 4 alien planets, harvesting the last vestiges of slaughter. The Dwarf Star and Giant Star are still undergoing final operations, consuming an additional 5 of our military strength. The Elf Star is a special zone. The Birdman Star resembles hell. We shall disregard it for now. The remaining 15 constitutes forces that cannot be mobilized from our homeland. Blue Star. As you can see, we have no surplus military strength to draw upon. The Eastern District Chief gestured helplessly. You old fox. The Western District Chief quickly caught on. If we cannot mobilize military forces, we must dispatch elite teams with formidable individual strength. Presently, due to the limitation of 100 slots, the Eastern District holds a substantial advantage in individual martial prowess. It must be this way. However, you must grant more slots. The Southern District Chief remarked, the Team S decapitation operation will yield significant score rewards. Under the cover of darkness, the lowly medieval city was enveloped in an air of foreboding. Outside the dense forest, 20 figures stood like phantoms. Moonlight trickled through the gaps in the leaves. Yu Ingmeng stood at the forefront, her black full-coverage armor accentuating her slender figure. She scanned each team member, her voice cold yet resolute. This is merely the first stop beyond the Stargate. We shall resolve the battle within 10 minutes. Each of the 20 team members possessed physical qualities ranging from 1, 4 to 1, 5, having cultivated the free intent extreme skill to the 3rd or 4th level, making them elite martial artists meticulously trained by the 4 districts. Yu Ingmeng, however, had reached the 7th level with a physique of 1, 6, an astonishing 64 times the limit of Blue Star humanity. Action. With her command, the 20 figures vanished simultaneously. In an instant, they surged into the city. Yu Ingmeng drew her blade first. A flash of cold light and several soldiers clad in rudimentary leather armor fell without a chance to react. The other team members also unleashed a brutal slaughter, the clash of blades and the splatter of blood painting the city walls. As they progressed, they encountered a sorcerer conjuring a small fireball. A team member effortlessly dodged and retaliated with a swift strike, cleaving the sorcerer in 2. The explosive flames startled the inhabitants of the city, yet this was no surprise. They were executing a frontal assault to annihilate all nobles and rulers. The reason for their stealthy execution was simply that the enemy was too weak to warrant a full-scale effort or to cause a greater commotion. Charge! Kill them! The guards on the city wall shouted in panic, their voices filled with terror. A group of medieval soldiers armed with spears trembled in fear, rooted to the spot. Yet, Yu Ingmeng and her team showed no signs of stopping. Like tigers among sheep, they left only brief cries of despair in their wake. In a frenzy of slaughter, a towering member of the team seized a stone pillar as a weapon, sweeping it and instantly crushing a multitude of foes. Yu Ingmeng moved as if in a realm of her own. She leaped high, her armor glistening in the moonlight. With a swift swing of her long blade, a crescent-shaped wave of energy sliced through the highest point of the city, cleaving a lavishly dressed sorcerer in half. Blade wave burst, an 8th-tier martial technique priced at 5,000 blue coins. In a mere 6 minutes, the noble class and resistance forces within the city were obliterated. Only the terrified civilians remained, cowering in their homes, trembling in fear. Yu Ingmeng surveyed the scene, her voice calm beneath the black visor. Next up. In an instant, The 20 figures vanished into the night, leaving behind a medieval town drenched in blood and ruin. After half a day's travel, Zhou Yao led 40 team members to the vicinity of the capital of this ancient dynasty. From a hilltop, they gazed down upon the expansive city, fortified by tens of thousands of troops in layered defense. On the walls, figures clad in peculiar attire exuded vigor, clearly the martial experts mentioned in the intelligence reports. The grand army unfurled like a tide, banners billowing, swords and spears arrayed like a forest. Zhou Yao scanned his 40 comrades, noticing the burning battle intent in their eyes. This operation will see us, just the 41 of us, launch a direct assault on the capital of this ancient dynasty. Our goal is to shatter their forces and exterminate the royal family and mid to high-ranking court officials. Do you have confidence? Yes, the chorus echoed, their voices resounding like thunder. The soldiers in the capital evidently heard the commotion, momentarily thrown into disarray. However, they quickly regained composure under their commander's adjustments and began dispatching scouts. Excellent, Zhou Yao nodded. Blood surged through his veins, cells rejoicing. Kill! With a commanding shout, the 40 figures shot forth like arrows released from a bow. Boom! The air was filled with a deafening explosion. Zhou Yao led the charge, breaking the sound barrier. The cavalry scouts had not yet comprehended the situation when Zhou Yao crashed down upon them, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage. Chapter 75, Trials End, Naming the Civilization. The leader boom. Zhou Yao, with knees bent, propelled himself forward like a cannonball. This time, he crashed directly into the military formation before the south gate. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered in every direction, accompanied by the shattering of spears and armor. His landing left a crater filled with gore, and the shockwave carved a swath of carnage over 10 meters in diameter. The surviving soldiers, maimed and broken, howled in agony. Before the soldiers and their commanders could recover from the shock, a series of thuds echoed as dozens of dark figures plummeted into the army from all directions. The scene resembled a missile strike. Kill! Zhou Yao roared, closing in on the crowd and unleashing a devastating punch. Thump! The sheer force turned over a dozen soldiers into a bloody mist. The resulting windstorm toppled even more. Monsters! They're monsters! Soldiers who witnessed the scene firsthand were instantly demoralized. Zhou Yao pressed on relentlessly, crushing everything in his path like a high-speed tank. Stop them! A furious cry erupted from the enemy ranks, followed by 3 figures leaping from the formation. Zhou Yao's eyes narrowed, halting his advance and cautiously awaiting their approach. These individuals soared through the air, indicating their status as the martial arts experts mentioned in the intelligence reports. One of them wielded a longsword, its blade glinting like a rainbow, aimed directly at Zhou Yao's throat. Is that all you've got? Zhou Yao mused, casually intercepting the sword with 2 fingers. At close range, he could clearly see visible white energy emanating from the blade, attempting to cut through his skin. However, it proved futile against his flesh. The swordsman's expression shifted to horror, but before he could react, Zhou Yao yanked him forward, seizing his neck. With a sickening crack, the neck snapped. The other 2 experts were aghast at the sight. Escape was no longer an option. They could only attack simultaneously. One wielded dual blades, their edges gleaming like snow. The other brandished a long spear, its thrust resembling a dragon's flight. Zhou Yao smirked. Too slow. His figure vanished, reappearing above the dual-blade wielder's head. Before the man could react, he saw a massive hand descending upon him. Thwack! The next moment, Zhou Yao stood before the spearman, delivering a simple punch to his chest. Bang! Despite channeling his inner force for defense, the impact merely prevented his body from exploding on the spot. The intact corpse was sent flying like a rag doll, its momentum tearing a path through the chaotic battlefield, claiming the lives of dozens of unsuspecting soldiers. The 41 individuals moved with the ferocity of dragons, wreaking havoc within the military formations. Commands and orders were rendered useless. Zhou Yao reached the city wall and unleashed a punch. Boom! A massive hole appeared. Marchalera. May 8th, 4 o'clock a.m., the last civilization from the nuclear wasteland world was wiped out. 2 o'clock p.m., the last intelligent alien species on the xenomorph planet was exterminated. At the headquarters of the Eastern District Supervisory Office on Planet Blue, the district leaders, Yu Yingming, Zhou Yao, Chang Yifeng, and other top martial artists, along with countless Planet Blue citizens watching the live broadcast, focused their attention on Li Wudao on the high platform. 2:35 p.m. The Warzone system's voice echoed in everyone's minds. Warzone announcement. Of the 18 civilizations in the World Domination Warzone, only the Planet Blue civilization, P-99585, maintains a complete and independent structure. Therefore, the Planet Blue civilization, P-99585, is declared the final victor of this Warzone trial. Congratulations! You have distinguished yourselves in the civilization trial, proving your value to the Empire. You are now eligible to become part of the human empire. The Pingyao System Warzone trial has concluded. Authority is transferred to the Pingyao System Starfield Management System. The voice in their minds underwent a subtle change. Transfer successful. This system is a Level 6 Starfield Management subsystem within the human empire's Starfield Management structure. From this moment forward, it will oversee the Pingyao system. Current agenda. Agenda 1. Officially install individual subsystems for all humans within the Planet Blue civilization. Li Wudao remained composed, unfazed by the process. The rest of Planet Blue, however, were bewildered. They were unfamiliar with the human empire and the information about the goddess of dawn. The human empire? What's that? It's obvious, isn't it? There must be someone even more powerful above to orchestrate a civilization trial like this. System? What does that even mean? Before they could delve deeper, the Starfield system's voice resounded once more. Individual subsystems have been installed. Commencing the next agenda. Agenda 2. Detecting that Imperial citizen Li Wudao possesses a semi-independent affiliated civilization indicator and exercises substantial control over the affiliated civilization. Conditions met. Preparing to register the information in the Imperial Civilization Management System. Citizen Li Wudao, you will become the civilization leader of your affiliated Planet Blue civilization, P-99585. Please name your civilization. Now, it's up to all of you to vote and decide on the name that will resonate throughout the cosmos. After a brief exchange of glances, the 4 district leaders and top martial artists began to discuss in hushed tones. Planet Blue, how about Azure Star? The Eastern District leader suggested with a smile. The name appeared on the mobile terminals of all Planet Blue citizens, allowing them to cast their votes. Not imposing enough. The Western District leader countered, shaking his head. How about Shattered Star Ring? Too much emphasis on bloodshed, the Southern District leader offered. I think Blazing Phoenix Heaven sounds better, more poetic. The voting options continue to grow. I have a suggestion, Zhou Yao chimed in. How about Star Abyss? The number of names multiplied. However, voters could retract and recast their votes, leading to fluctuating vote counts for countless names. Li Wudao imposed a 3-minute time limit for the voting process. The voting fluctuations intensified. The 3 minutes passed in an instant, and the names were ranked in descending order based on the number of votes. First place, Azure Star. Second place, Light of Tomorrow. Then it's Azure Star, Li Wudao stated, submitting the name. Citizen Li Wudao, the information for the Azure Star civilization under your leadership is as follows. Origin, seed of the empire. Ideology, xenophobia. Materialism, political system, thought-controlled autocracy, government. Dictatorial division of power, Chapter 76. Speech, subspace civilization. Azure Star, nature, semi-independent affiliated civilization. Level. First, origin, seed of the empire. Ideology, exclusivism. Materialism, power structure, thought-controlled dictatorship, government. Dictatorial division, dominant species, source-based humanity, species traits. Mechanical reconstruction. Martial genetics. Civilization status information is recorded under the supervision of this star domain system. If active modification is required, it must align with the modified direction within 1 standard year. Note, the Empire's support strategy varies according to the civilization status information. Please be mindful of the dominant species ideological trends and refrain from violating relevant imperial laws and regulations. The aforementioned information from the star domain system appeared solely in Li Wudao's mind. Agenda 3. As the victor in the World Contest Zone trial, the Azure Star civilization has the right to choose whether to retain the Stargate. If retained, A fee of 342 energy coins must be paid each standard month. Such fortune? Retain it. Wudao was pleasantly surprised, showing no hesitation. Stargate technology is of an impressive 5th level, with construction costs being exorbitantly high and maintenance represents a considerable expenditure. Although the 342 stargates across 19 planets are merely miniature surface stargates, charging only 1 energy coin per stargate is remarkably economical. Agenda 4. The newly born semi-independent affiliated civilization. Azure Star has been reported to the Level 5 Star Domain Management System. Based on the civilization status information, Azure Star shall enjoy the following benefits. 1. Each standard month, based on civilization level, a subsidy of 100 standard units of rare resources may be requested from the Empire for a duration of 100 years. 2. A 20 reduction in leasing costs for the star domain. 3. A reduction of the annual tax to 5. 4. A reduction of the annual conscription quota to 1. 5. Agenda 5. Attention, leader of the Azure Star civilization, Wudao. Relevant representatives of the Empire will arrive in 3 Imperial Standard Days to conduct various related operations. Please make the necessary preparations. With all relevant agenda concerning the Azure Star civilization concluded, if there are any star domain management matters, the civilization leader may communicate with this system through the individual subsystem. Thus, the Level 6 Star Domain Management System, which oversees the entire Pingyao system, fell silent. Wudao did not immediately address the newly appeared civilization management section within the individual system, but turned his attention to the citizens of Azure Star. Little Blue projected his image into the sky, allowing the people of Azure Star, as well as the recently integrated inhabitants of other planets, to clearly see his visage and hear his voice. Fellow compatriots and newly joined kin, I am Wudao. Wudao stood with his hands clasped behind him, as a rapid succession of holographic images played behind him. Live broadcast from the headquarters of the Mon organization, the East District Square, where one stood against the enemy. Subsequent cleanup operations in the Asia-Pacific Federation, culminating in his speech declaration before the Capitol building in the West District. It has been half a year since I emerged as the master of the Supreme Intent Gate to elevate the civilization of Azure Star, and now that time has passed. Wudao's expression was solemn, his voice heavy. In these past 6 months, we have united as one, undaunted by peril, bravely facing challenges, and have ultimately triumphed in this civilization trial set by the human empire. You have not disappointed me. He raised his voice, resonating with strength. You may still harbor many questions, uncertainties, and confusion about the future. Fear not. We are merely at the starting point, yet our steps shall never falter. A bright horizon lies before us, and our future is as vast as the stars and seas. I, Wudao, shall forever walk alongside you. The brief speech concluded with a proclamation that reverberated throughout the entirety of Azure Star, followed by thunderous cheers. Long live the Master! Long live the Azure Star! Oh, so it is everything the Master has done is for us. How foolish of me! The Master has such a grand vision. How could I harbor ill thoughts about him? I am truly foolish. The civilization trial. The Master, with his own strength, has elevated the world. Such grandeur, such might, evoking immense admiration. At this moment, Wudao's influence over the Azure Star civilization surged to over 70. Wudao stood still for a minute, allowing the fervent cheers to gradually subside before smiling gently and vanishing from sight. The district chief of the East District glanced at the information on his retina, stepped forward, and announced loudly, "The supervisory office hereby declares a 3-day holiday. Supercomposite Industrial Base. Core Building." After issuing a series of agendas and addressing various matters concerning Azure Star, Wudao promptly summoned his Level 1 Dawn subsystem. System, merge my identity title permissions. Citizen Wudao, your current additional identity title permissions are Research Talent, Star Slayer, Forceful Presence. Each title carries an additional weight of 0. 5. Merger successful. Your exchange rights in the Merit Store are at Level 5. 5. Yet your citizen rights remain unchanged at Level 4. He opened the calculation, Ascension Route Calculation Exchange option. Calculation. Ascension route calculation. 1,000 merits. Note: the path to Ascension is fraught with obstacles, dead ends, and countless traps. This service will utilize the Empire's resources to provide Ascension route calculations for ascendants, whether for civilizations or individuals, clearing the obstacles ahead. Though the explanation was somewhat vague, the efficacy should be reliable. Wudao nudda. He then glanced at his merit points. Merit: 96, I must sell some additional items. Wudao murmured. He no longer possessed technology, but there were other items that the Goddess of Dawn, the human empire, and numerous large interstellar forces were eager to purchase. These include subspace passages, dimensional rifts, and chaotic coordinates. These three forms of antimatter realms, owing to their chaos and disorder, diverge completely from the physical constants, material phenomena, and even numerical laws of the material universe, rendering them perilous domains where even the human empire struggles to tread. Among them, subspace is closest to the material universe. Traversing subspace leads to dimensions, and passing through dimensions brings one to the ultimate chaos. At present, Wudao harbored no desire to venture into exploration. However, this did not hinder him from offering data on these three for sale. System: I wish to sell 2 pieces of subspace passage data and 1-dimensional rift. Wudao spoke calmly. Citizen Wudao, please specify the precise reference of the term subspace. The standard definition is too intricate. You should understand what I mean. Wudao contemplated and then solemnly stated. The reflection of the soul, the chasms of the cranium, the source of spiritual energy, the endpoint of death. Chapter 77. The Celestial Demonic Art of 6 Desires Target Confirmation. Please submit your channel data. Wudao promptly articulated a series of intricate and extensive data. The subspace channel, as its name suggests, serves as a conduit to the subspace. However, this channel does not exist within the material universe. It can only be opened when the active fluctuations of mental will, or more evidently, the vibrations of the soul, resonate at a specific amplitude. Wudao possessed this ability naturally because he was clawing his way out of chaos. The system's verification was swift. Seconds later, the subsystem announced, verification complete. Channel data is accurate. Citizen Wudao has been awarded 2,400 merit points for medium-level realm landing. 2004, not bad. Wudao nodded slightly. The subspace channel is not an exceedingly rare or precious entity. After all, it can consume a vast number of sentient beings for exhaustive trials. Citizen Wudao, please confirm the specific designation of the dimensional rift. The subsystem inquired without pause. Wudao pondered for a moment and replied, in the subspace. It refers to the rift leading to the dimensional world. Target confirmation. Please submit your dimensional rift data and the corresponding resonance objects. Once again, Wudao delineated a plethora of obscure and lengthy data, ultimately articulating an unusual name. Resonance objects. Bone talisman, fragrant incense. This is the specific appearance. Wudao sketched a rough outline in the void. It depicted a long bamboo skewer embedded in a thigh bone and an incense stick burning at the center of the forehead. 16 seconds later, verification complete. Data and resonance objects confirmed. Preliminary detection of the dimensional world indicates a medium-high level, thus awarding citizen Wudao 7,000 merit points. So much. Wudao was taken aback. He had never sold a dimensional rift in his previous life, and he was astonished to receive 7,000 merit points for just one. However, it was regrettable that since these contributions did not fall under the category of imperial contributions, the high merit points would not enhance his citizen standing. It was said that once a citizen's level reached 5, the subsequent contributions required for elevation would be exceedingly extravagant. Nevertheless, for now, it suffices. Wudao shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. His current merit stood at 9,496. Quite a substantial sum. He found himself at a loss as to how to spend it. Slightly exhilarated, he opened the Level 6 exchange shop of the Civilization Collective. Level 6 Pursuit Class Titan Warship. 6,000 merit points. Description. The Titan warship equipped with a jump engine dominates interstellar warfare, symbolizing military prowess, technological advancement, and civilization. I won't buy it. I'll just take a look. Wudao swallowed hard, reluctantly diverting his gaze from the nearly 40-kilometer-long Colossal warship. Indeed, it was formidable, capable of dominating space battles. However, without a corresponding giant space dock and fortress, the warship would have nowhere to rest or undergo maintenance. The economic resources required for upkeep were another matter entirely. Without the requisite technological, military, and economic strength, purchasing it would be futile. Wudao ceased his aimless browsing and opted for Ascension calculations, discarding 1,000 merit points. Citizen Wudao, the portable virtual research device has been delivered. Please be attentive to receive it, the subsystem announced. As the words faded, a pair of sunglasses materialized before him. Calculating in a virtual space, Wudao felt a surge of delight. This 1,000 points truly held value. Without hesitation, he donned the device. His consciousness ascended into an infinite void. Please confirm the Ascension route to be calculated. With a thought, Wudao began integrating the myriad insights he had exchanged with the Goddess of Dawn. Based on the demonic art of transformation, create a martial arts method encompassing various requirements, such as temporal and spatial superpowers, the activation of planetary mechanical entities, and the biotic matrix for material transformation and ascension. Level 5 Ascension calculation service cannot be completed. Please re-enter. Wudao merely attempted it, silently withdrawing a series of absurd requirements. In the realm of virtual imagery, time felt intangible. The first issue to resolve was how the civilization collective could rapidly coalesce with individuals located far away. The virtual calculations experimented with notions such as personal space from the superpower domain, large-scale technological teleportation, and the mechanical ascension of star rivers and bottles, among others. Countless experiments and calculations ensued. Space was manipulated with ease, galaxies were condensed at will, and even cellular entities transformed into stars. When Wudao groggily removed the virtual device and sensed the passage of time, he realized that merely half an hour had elapsed. Wudao accepted the high-energy nutrient solution offered by the nearby machine, reclining on the sofa while sipping it and softly murmuring. The upper limit of Level 5 Ascension calculations truly caps at Level 5, being a demigod at Level 5. The issues on Wudao's path to Ascension remain unresolved. However, it will suffice for now. He drained the solution and presented the newly created martial art before him. Level 5 Martial Arts Ascension Method. The celestial demonic art of 6 desires description. The convergence of 4 mainstream ascension pathways. Genetic martial arts. Genetic superpowers, mechanical dominion, and mechanical intelligence. To ascend to the realms of the upper soul heaven, upper demon heaven, central court, middle abyss court, lower underworld, and lower earthly heaven. In the Eastern District, at the headquarters of the Supervisory Bureau, I can understand why you don't take a holiday. But why can't we take a break? On his way to the conference hall, Zhou Yao looked at the district heads of the 4 major districts and a multitude of administrative personnel, puzzled. Chang Yifeng, while walking, tapped away at his personal terminal, stating, "This agenda was set forth by Mr. Li." The Eastern District head, walking ahead, smiled. At this, silence enveloped the group. They arrived at the conference hall on the top floor and took their seats. With personnel in place, the meeting was set to commence in 10 minutes. The following is a brief overview of the meeting's content. Please read it carefully before the meeting begins. Xiaolan's voice resonated in the quiet conference hall. Subsequently, each individual's personal terminal received a data packet. As they lowered their heads to review, furrowed brows deepened with each glance, yet the light in their eyes intensified. No one exchanged words. After several careful readings, the 10 minutes finally elapsed. The meeting commenced. Agenda Item 1. Implementation of synchronization with interstellar standards. As a Level 1 interstellar civilization, Azure Star will officially align with the interstellar universe, synchronizing calendars, languages, physical nomenclature, and other aspects to conform entirely to the standards of the human empire. The Ministry of Education, Research Department, and other relevant agencies must ensure meticulous planning. Agenda Item 2. The construction and zoning of 18 gate planets. Chapter 78. The 4 Ascension Paths except for the Elf Planet and the Birdman Planet. The planning and construction of the remaining planets can proceed according to the currently implemented planetary zoning construction plan. The holographic projection of Xiao Lan in the conference hall moved gracefully, resembling a real person. In terms of administrative management, you are free to make your own decisions. Mr. Li will not interfere excessively, but it is imperative to maintain unity, efficiency, fairness, and integrity. Should any intolerable matters arise, do not say, "I did not forewarn you." The 4 district leaders wore solemn expressions. The colonization and development of the 16 planets undoubtedly represent a colossal opportunity. Mr. Li's complete delegation of authority suggests that a fierce competition beneath the surface is inevitable. The 3rd agenda item, comprehensive development planning towards interstellar civilization. Xiaolan Baoset, presenting the current account of points accrued by the supervisory office alongside the knowledge and technology blueprints that had already been exchanged. These included controllable nuclear fusion technology, hyperspace movement engines, exploration ships, research vessels, starbase construction ports, outer space engineering ships, interstellar military frigates, and interstellar military theories, as well as designs for biological reactors, planetary management, and colonization vessels. All these represent foundational technologies essential for advancing towards interstellar civilization and must be exchanged. Consequently, a significant portion of the resources accumulated by the supervisory office over the past few months has been expended on these endeavors. It is crucial to thoroughly grasp these knowledge and technologies, cultivate corresponding talents, and not neglect development. The 4th agenda item, the path to Ascension. Xiao Lan's figure flickered, projecting in the center of the conference hall. The prevailing paths to ascension in the universe today include genetic martial arts, genetic superpowers, mechanical nation, and mechanical intelligence, with detailed information already dispatched to your personal terminals. Mr. Li, considering the future development of all citizens of the Azure Star, has made the foundational methods of these 2 major categories public and incorporated them into the basic education system. This ensures that every child of the Azure Star can discover their purpose and realize their individual value. Amidst the eager and excited gazes, a plethora of images and texts emerged beside Xiaolan. Genetic martial arts, ultimate freedom technique, a 13-tiered body refining method that forms the embryo of martial arts. Forging a body akin to a furnace. Advancing to a 1st-tier interstellar genetic martial artist grants the ultimate freedom martial ability, allowing mastery over oneself, property transformation, mechanical reconstruction, and endless variations. Genetic superpowers, awakening of ultimate consciousness, a 13-tiered meditation refining method that condenses the spirit of ultimate consciousness, awakening superpower factors. Advancing to a 1st-tier interstellar genetic superpower individual not only allows for the natural awakening of superpowers, but also enables the condensation of the spirit of ultimate transcendence. Awakening mental strength. Mechanical nation. Ultimate magnetic soul transfer technique. A 13-step soul-shaping conversion technique that molds the spirit of ultimate consciousness into intelligent mechanical life. Advancing to a 1st-tier interstellar mechanical nation individual allows the transformation of organic beings into intelligent mechanical life, shaping an ultimate magnetic soul that awakens magnetic power. Mechanical intelligence. Ultimate field soul internal performance technique. A 13-tiered soul-shaping arithmetic that gathers the spirit of ultimate consciousness, transforming it into intelligent life. Advancing to a 1st-tier interstellar mechanical intelligence life allows the abandonment of a material body in favor of a soul composed of ultimate field energy. The ultimate freedom technique in genetic martial arts is familiar to all present, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Xiaolan continued. Genetic superpowers, as the name suggests, involve awakening the latent superpowers within genes. Awakening of ultimate consciousness not only facilitates the natural awakening of genetic superpowers, but also condenses the soul, endowing it with tangible mental strength. Suddenly, Zhou Yao raised his hand to inquire, "Is there really such a thing as a soul?" Xiaolan nodded. "Indeed there is. The soul is a special aggregate of existence within the material universe. It is an energy field born from the convergence of individual memory, spirit, will, and emotions when mental activities transcend boundaries and resonate uniquely with the external world." Zhou Yao, somewhat bewildered, lowered his hand, struggling to comprehend. "You say the soul is a tangible aggregate. yet we have never observed its existence. Moreover, do we currently possess souls? Yu Yingming asked, raising her hand. Xiaolan explained slowly. This brings us to another characteristic of the soul. Similar to the duality of light, in materialist philosophy, a soul only exists as a substantial aggregate after it has been condensed and shaped. However, in idealist philosophy, particularly within the framework of spiritual energy theory, every enlightened individual possesses a soul. Though it may be invisible and intangible, it indeed exists and in spiritual energy practice exhibits similar functions and capabilities to a materialist conception of the soul. May I inquire if mature theoretical knowledge regarding the soul can be purchased? Asked the district leader of the Eastern District. It can be exchanged in the 5th level permissions list of the War Zone Points shop, requiring 500 points, Xiaolan began, then paused before smiling. Mr. Li just mentioned, as theoretical knowledge of the Ascension system, it shall be gifted to you. The district leader of the Eastern District was momentarily taken aback before quickly rising to express gratitude. On behalf of all citizens of the Azure Star, I extend my thanks to Mr. Li for your selfless assistance. Mr. Li heard this. Xiaolan straightened and continued. The awakening methods for genetic superpowers include natural awakening, fixed gene module awakening, and gene fusion awakening. Each subsequent advancement allows for another awakening of superpowers. Specific information can be reviewed later. The mechanical ascension paths of the mechanical nation and mechanical intelligence are applications of the soul in mechanical technology. Though they differ in their growth directions, magnetism and field energy are fundamental properties of matter. The mechanical nation manipulates material magnetism through magnetic souls, controlling machinery, and ascending through technological civilization and mechanical creations, transforming oneself into a mechanical realm. Mechanical intelligence represents a rather unique ascension route, as the only path that discards the properties of material carriers. The essence of mechanical intelligence lies solely in the soul, making it even more thorough than the mechanical nation. Mechanical intelligence employs field energy souls to manipulate material field energy, understanding the manifestations of material forms, movements, and other phenomena, reflecting energetic activities to control information. The most common application of mechanical intelligence ascenders in technological civilization and mechanical creations is data information AI. They often exist in the form of digital life, yet beneath this exterior, they are essentially energy field life. Having concluded this segment, Xiaolan finally paused, allowing everyone time to digest the information. How profound! I can hardly comprehend any of it. Zhou Yao murmured. Chang Yifeng stroked his rough chin and said, Xiaolan, why is it that among these 4 ascension paths, only genetic martial arts' ultimate freedom technique cannot condense a soul? The importance of the soul is self-evident. They do not wish to pursue a martial arts ascension only to find themselves inherently inferior to others. Chapter 79, Creation and Transformation, The Path to Ascension. Why is it that the ultimate intent of freedom cannot condense the soul at the first level? This matter relates to the subsequent ascension of the genetic martial arts. Xiaolan spoke with a calm demeanor. Genetic martial arts are a refined ascension route that draws upon numerous dimensions of martial arts and energy systems, perfected over countless years and experiments. Therefore, even genetic martial arts possess a degree of idealism. The progression in martial arts involves the individual's essence, energy, and spirit, as well as concepts closely related to the soul, such as martial arts mental techniques, martial intent, and divine martial intent, all of which are idealistic notions. Thus, genetic martial arts not only condense the material aspect of the soul, but also the ideal aspect. Only through the subsequent advancements, utilizing corresponding martial techniques to refine and awaken the soul, can one forge the corresponding divine martial soul. The audience nodded slowly, finding it not difficult to comprehend. Are there any other inquiries regarding these 4 ascension paths? Xiaolan asked. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yingming inquired, may we, who are already on the path of genetic martial arts, also cultivate other ascension routes? On the planet Azure Star, in the year of the original martial arts, May 9th. In the current imperial calendar, it was the 48th year of the lost era. August 29th, 1008611. On the following September 1st, representatives from the Empire would arrive at the capital of the Azure Star Civilization, Blue Star, the supercomposite industrial base, core building. After sleeping for most of the day, Li Wudao awoke languidly. It has been so long since I've slept so soundly. After stretching widely, Li Wudao was finally fully awake. Hivemind is not a fragmented or independent consciousness. It is a unified will, dispersing thought in a hive-like manner. Much like the insectoid and mechanical hive minds, there is always a singular dominant will. Thus, the branches of civilization that Li Wudao governs are merely manifestations of his multitasking abilities. Over the past 6 months, it was as if he had been sleeping with one eye open. As his body swayed, a branch suddenly coalesced. The branch began addressing the agenda reported by Xiaolon, including matters related to the Shadow Realm Company. Simultaneously, a massive fleet was entering the Pingyao system, swiftly navigating through the hyperspace route towards Pingyao 4. This fleet was a resource transport convoy sent by the Mingyue Company. Li Wudao swallowed 2 energy coins and leisurely made his way to the external platform. 10,000 aspects of 6 desires magical art. To cultivate, he must first complete the final tasks. Sitting cross-legged, he gazed out over the city, tilting his head in contemplation. An invisible energy field erupted above him, synchronously sitting cross-legged in midair. His gaze unfocused. His attention was entirely devoted to this newly created Ascension technique. Genetic martial arts is fundamentally a practice of developing one's genes and soul through martial arts. Regardless of how complex or difficult the Ascension techniques may be, they ultimately boil down to absorbing dark energy or other special energies to refine oneself. This method of Ascension, however, is particularly troublesome as it must accommodate 4 distinct paths. Opening the 6 desires of heaven. Li Wudao opened his eyes, deep in thought. To ascend through all 4 paths, the soul must embody 4 attributes: divine martial soul, mental power, magnetism, and field energy. This is not impossible. The innate soul talents of golden humanity, the hive mind, and the remarkable applications of his transformation magic are sufficient to support the reconstruction of his soul. Subsequently, there must be storage for the 4 types of soul powers, ensuring interconnectivity without interference. Thus, it is necessary to establish 4 soul voids. The power of the divine martial soul resides in the central court. The power of spiritual soul resides in the middle abyss. The power of magnetic soul resides in the lower underworld. The power of field soul resides in the lower realm. Simultaneously, these serve as the singular storage point for the accumulation of civilization and strength. The final aspects of the upper soul and upper demon realms are comparatively easier to comprehend. One exists as a substantial spiritual space within the soul, utilized for housing the countless wise souls of civilization after their transformation into him. Meanwhile, the consciousness remains disconnected and unaffected, yet all power converges upon his soul. The other is a substantial alien space within the physical body. This alien space serves as a personal space with myriad uses. Both must be opened and realized through super energy and hyperspace. However, Li Wudao has yet to accomplish these tasks. He intends to complete the 10,000 aspects of 6 desires magical art before resting. To achieve these transformative changes to his soul and awaken super abilities, he can only exchange at the merit store. Fortunately, within the level 5 merit store, after calculation services, there exists a service for creation and transformation, the path to ascension. Upon inquiry, he learned that charges would depend on the extent of the transformation. Li Wudao glanced at the over 8,000 merit points, hesitated not, and directly opted for the exchange, submitting his calculated data through the holographic device. Citizen Li Wudao. This transformation service will deduct 6,800 merit points. Do you confirm? What the? Even though he had anticipated the price, upon seeing such an exorbitant figure, Li Wudao could not help but feel a pang of heartache. 6,008. That could easily purchase a level 6 Titan battleship. The system paid him no mind. Li Wudao sighed, realizing that monopolistic businesses operate this way, with no room for negotiation. The standards for charging remain undisclosed. He could only grit his teeth and part with the 6008. In the next moment, a silver microspace portal opened before him, swirling gently and captivatingly. Space was being exchanged. Once his vision cleared, he found himself in an entirely white space. Why is there no bed for this procedure? And the space is too small. Wudao observed the cramped area of less than 20 square meters, puzzled. Before he could move further, a glimmer appeared ahead. What is this? Before he could finish his thought, the glimmer vanished into thin air. Wudao blinked in confusion. What is happening? Just as he was pondering, he suddenly noticed an unusual golden hue emerging in the pure white space. Wudao looked down and saw his body radiating golden light. What kind of advanced transformation surgery is this? Wudao muttered as the energy field of his soul burst forth from his head. Then the golden light radiated. His original energy field was colorless and formless. Yet at this moment, the golden brilliance gradually filled the entire soul energy field, transforming it into a small golden light figure. Transformation commencing, initiating soul slumber. As the voice resonated, Wudao rolled his eyes back and collapsed into a deep sleep. When Wudao awoke from the cold metallic floor, passing through the silver space portal, it was already August 30th. The world had changed once more. Reacquainting himself with the material universe, Wudao murmured. Chapter 80. Mind's Eye. Mechanical colossus. As carbon-based organisms, humans typically perceive and acquire information through the five senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. However, at this moment, spiritual power granted Wudao a tangible sixth sense, a form of extrasensory perception referred to as the mind's eye. Wudao materialized abruptly in a private training chamber within the East 4th District's urban sector. Hivemind's blade faltered mid-swing as she gazed in astonishment at the handsome youth who had materialized before her. Silence, Wudao commanded, his gaze intense. Hivemind, unnerved, lowered her blade and met Wudao's gaze with trepidation. As his focus intensified, Hivemind's physical form dissolved, morphing into a pure network of conscious thought. Within this intricate web, a multitude of data points representing cognitive activity surged rapidly, causing the network to undulate in three-dimensional space. As his ethereal mental energy drew closer, he perceived a torrent of emotions: apprehension, trepidation, and bewilderment. Upon closer inspection, he detected faint traces of elation and indignant embarrassment. However, when Wudao attempted to directly infiltrate the network of thought, he found himself stymied. To force entry with his nascent mental abilities would be akin to unleashing a cataclysmic tidal wave, crashing down with devastating force and shattering the other's consciousness into fragments. Wudao instantaneously relocated to a prison and unleashed a mental surge upon an unsuspecting death row inmate. The prisoner's eyes rolled back as he collapsed, his body still possessing vitality, yet his mind utterly shattered, rendering him a vegetable. So, this is the nature of psychic attacks, Wudao murmured to himself. As mental strength grows, coupled with specialized techniques, one could unlock a plethora of extraordinary abilities, such as telepathy, mind reading, telekinesis, and mental hypnosis. A higher soul intensity within the two-dimensional attributes directly correlated with greater mental prowess. Then there's the magnetic sense. Wudao closed his eyes, attuning himself to the planet's rhythmic pulse, sensing the affinity of all things towards him. He returned to the supercomposite industrial base, standing atop the core skyscraper. Mechanics. Magnetism, the machine kingdom. He mused, his flesh transforming into cold metal as his soul surged with magnetic force. In an instant, he enveloped the sprawling industrial city, which exceeded 10 square kilometers. Subsequently, the modular mechanical city shuddered violently, the tremors intensifying. The East District Supervisory Office detected the anomaly immediately. We are detecting a magnitude 7 tremor emanating from Mr. Lee's industrial zone. What's Xiaolan? Has it registered anything? It reports no issues. Dispatch a reconnaissance team. A large contingent of security forces boarded the swiftest maglev speeders and raced towards the industrial base. However, they only reached the midpoint of the metallic plane spiderweb-like maglev transport lines when they beheld the transformation. The once towering industrial city had disassembled into countless fundamental modular units, inexplicably ascending into the heavens. These units rapidly coalesced into a sphere. Good heavens! Commander Yu Xingrong of the Supervisory Office's military district, abandoning all semblance of decorum, exclaimed in disbelief. The security forces halted their advance, observing as the modules continued to assemble under the gaze of countless spectators. Gradually, the sphere morphed into a metallic visage, complete with angular features. A neck, shoulders, torso, and arms followed, succeeded by a waist, hips, and legs. Approximately 20 minutes later, the supercomposite industrial base vanished, replaced by a colossal crater upon which stood a mechanical colossus soaring 1,000 meters in height. The colossus's features bore a striking resemblance to a certain man. Crack! The clouds parted as the mechanical colossus raised its arms, launching a rapid series of punches. Rumble! The air reverberated, clouds shattered, and concentric shock waves erupted outwards. The earth trembled, and the heavens seemed to quake. Had Blue Star not undergone extensive restructuring and fortification, the region would have been reduced to ruins. Heavens above. Mom, come see this. What is that? Someone explain. Xiaolan thoughtfully initiated projections on all mobile devices and established a public communication channel for the entirety of Blue Star civilization. Is this the recently unveiled path of mechanical ascension? A mechanical colossus. Utterly terrifying. The question is, who could transform into a mechanical colossus so quickly after its unveiling? Is there any doubt? Who else but the sect leader? Enough said, the sect leader is invincible. At that moment, the allure of mechanical ascension was fully revealed, captivating countless hearts. Mechanical ascension, the machine kingdom, truly the fastest rising ascension path. Towering above the planet's surface, Li Wudao marveled. With sufficient soul-intensity-derived magnetic force and formidable mechanical constructs, one can attain terrifying combat prowess. Moreover, controlling machinery doesn't solely rely on magnetism. The mechanical colossus's arms function flawlessly, capable of wielding and manipulating objects. However, the difference lies in the nature of control. Magnetic control grants the mechanical body the seamless integration of a natural body, while mechanical control alone is akin to wielding a prosthetic limb. Magnetism, like spiritual power, possesses a wide array of applications that can be developed, such as magnetic amplification, magnetic overclocking, mechanical repair, and rapid assembly. The Machine Kingdom's systems are inextricably linked to technological advancements. Li Wudao gleaned a wealth of information from the Shadowlands. Within the Machine Kingdom's Ascension systems, one technology stands out as paramount: quantum non-local transmission channel technology. This represents an advanced application of magnetism within quantum physics, enabling Machine Kingdom ascendants to teleport magnetically controlled mechanical constructs to their side via quantum non-local transmission channels. This essentially grants a form of magnetic spatial transportation, circumventing the issue of instantaneous aggregation across vast distances. Patience is key. I must proceed step by step. Li Wudao shook his head and deactivated the mechanical colossus battle form. Under his magnetic control, all modular units returned to their original positions. 30 minutes later, the supercomposite industrial base reappeared. Li Wudao, unconcerned with the uproar among Blue Star citizens, stood 1,000 meters above the ground. A golden radiance erupted from the mechanical body's head, coalescing into a humanoid form. Gazing at his resplendent golden self, Li Wudao was perplexed. A golden soul? Could this be a side effect of his surgery? Chapter 81. The Veil of the Goddess of Dawn. The 6 desires. I have yet to practice the Ascension technique. It should have no connection with the martial soul. Li Wudao was puzzled. System, I wish to inquire about my current situation. Has there been an issue with your modification procedure? Li Wudao questioned the subsystem. No anomalies detected. This inquiry is free of charge. So, this is merely a transformation following the modification of the soul? Given the formation of 4 soul attributes and 4 voids, some changes are to be expected. Shaking his head, Li Wudao chose not to dwell on this matter. Let us test the power of the soul field. With a mere thought, he transformed the strength of his soul into field energy. In the next moment, his consciousness surged upward while his soul plummeted, until he broke through a certain threshold. The soul morphed into a pure energy field, formless and intangible. Consciousness transformed into an information state. The two reunited, becoming an energy field life. This signified not only a shift in the essence of his physical existence, but also a transformation in the essence of his soul. In this life form, at this very moment, Wudao did not engage with the world as an isolated entity, but rather fused with the world itself, no longer perceiving the external through sensory means, but rather observing the world through the reception and understanding of fundamental informational states. Quantum informational state. So this is the reason why Hivemind thinking can transcend distances, extending its web of thought. 60,000 light-years away from Blue Star. Within the Mingware resource transport fleet still rotating within the Pingyao system, a disembodied whisper echoed. The mechanical body caressed its metallic chin, analyzing a torrent of incoming information, sorting, categorizing, storing, shielding, and deleting. Such scientific talent is truly remarkable. After a thorough exploration, Wudao gleaned further insights. The acquisition of informational states remained constrained by the strength of the soul. The microscopic world was still beyond his reach, lingering at the surface of existence. On a macro level, the range of acquiring informational states coincided with the extent of his soul's power. However, as the strength of his soul continued to rise, and as he expanded his understanding of both the micro and macro realms, when he could fully analyze the field energy information of all material existence in the universe, then he would achieve existence equals knowledge. Is this the essence of all-knowing existence? The critical method of cognitive ascension, void spirit universe. The more Wudao contemplated, the more uncertain he became. Pure energy field informational states exert minimal interference with the external world. Hence, cognitive ascenders typically manifest as digital life forms. The mechanical body's eyes emitted laser beams, striking in astonishment. No way. The goddess of dawn must be the threshold for cognitive ascension, right? What manner of being is the supreme ruler of the human empire, the goddess of dawn? In his past life, Wudao would never have contemplated such matters, as there was no possibility of connection, nor had there ever been any interaction. He, a demigod reliant on external forces until death, had no leisure to ponder such things. Yet in this life, due to the frequent visits of the goddess of dawn, a tacit cooperation had been established between them to a certain extent. Thus, he found himself curious to delve deeper into her mysteries. Well, it could be said that he had begun to unveil the enigmatic veil of the goddess. Wudao nodded, a hint of pride swelling within him. Of course, this conclusion was merely a reasonable deduction based on the information provided by the goddess of dawn. Withdrawing from the use of the field energy, the informational state transformed back into a radiant soul. The soul descended into the mechanical body, reforming into an organic entity. Next was the upper soul realm. Wudao gazed deep into his soul, where mental space had been established. This space had no substantial form, only capable of accommodating the soul and spiritual energy. Wudao estimated that, with his current soul strength, he could easily house 400 billion ordinary souls of Blue Star standard. As for the lower celestial realm, Wudao focused his thoughts, reaching into his abdomen. His abdomen flowed like water as his arm delved within. The disembodied form coalesced into a humanoid shape, surveying the personal superspace nestled within his Hivemind body. A perfect circular space with tangible barriers, now measuring 40 kilometers in diameter and over 33,000 cubic kilometers in volume. Just enough to accommodate a Titan-class warship. A realm of absolute dark vacuum. How to utilize this space? Wudao pondered. While this space cannot be deemed small, in the scale of interstellar cosmos, is hardly large. For the time being, it could only serve as a portable storage for the mechanical creations of the combined mechanical Titan. With its current volume, accommodating living beings and transforming it into a habitat would be exceedingly troublesome and thankless. Lastly, there lies the training method of the 10,000 aspects of the 6 desires technique and the forging of the martial soul. The 10,000 aspects of the Six Desires technique, akin to other martial ascension methods, bears no particular uniqueness in refining the physical body's genes. It involves absorbing energy, completing genetic development, cellular metamorphosis, and life transitions through endless training, combat, and struggle. The most challenging aspect lies in cultivating the soul. The Six Desires heaven naturally requires the essence of the Six Desires as nourishment to elevate and condense the Six Desires demon, martial soul. The so-called Six Desires comprises upper demon body, tactile desire, craving for comfort and pleasure; personal superspace, upper soul intent, desire, craving for fame, love, lust, knowledge, etc. Spiritual space, central eye, visual desire, craving for beauty and unusual objects; soul power, central ear, auditory desire, craving for beautiful sounds and praise; spiritual power, lower infernal nose, olfactory desire, craving for fragrance; magnetic power, lower earthly tongue, gustatory desire, craving for delicious food; field energy power, one must invest wholeheartedly in desire. Maintaining a clear mind and resolute will amidst extreme emotions and desires to validate one's ultimate intent. By tempering the soul with the Six Desires, one ultimately masters the essence of spiritual Six Desires. Wudao withdrew the projection deep in thought. The 4 ascension methods sent to the Azure Star are all sub-techniques of the 10,000 aspects of the Six Desires technique. The Gene martial art unfettered ultimate intent goes without saying. The Gene superpower ultimate clarity method absorbs the ultimate intent soul, gathering spiritual power. The Machinery Kingdom's ultimate magnetic soul transfer technique absorbs the ultimate intent soul, serving as the finest material for merging with the mechanical titan, gathering magnetic force. The Mechanical Cognitive Dimension's ultimate field soul internal performance technique absorbs the ultimate intent soul, gathering field energy. In summary, the ultimate intent soul serves as nourishment for enhancing his soul strength, seemingly driven by extreme desires, yet fundamentally devoid of emotions. What a demonic cultivation technique. Wudao Mirka. Nonetheless, it rather suits his tastes. Time to begin training. Chapter 82. The Last Resort, Unwelcome Guests, Land of Shadows. In a private chat channel, visitor, Master of Shadows, I require 50 units of shadow constructs. Master Shadows, 50 sets of the 4 compounds, fixed price. Visitor, I understand the rules. Here are the coordinates. This is a fortress of ethereal death nestled in the abyss of despair. 10 formidable human warriors, exuding an aura of terror, stand in a tight formation, encircling the heart of a secret chamber. At the center, 200 specially crafted high-energy containers rest on the ground. The transaction begins, and with a prompt, everyone stretches their perception to the utmost, intently gazing at the neatly arranged high-energy containers. Then, in the blink of an eye, before their very eyes, the 200 high-energy containers vanish instantaneously, replaced by 50 stunning deep purple cubes, each the size of a human fist. A profound silence envelopes the room. After a moment, a hesitant voice breaks the stillness. Report. A new threshold walker has emerged, interfering with the goddess's process. The Empire faces considerable trouble this time. 50 sets of the 4 compounds, given without hesitation, from an unknown source with such wealth. Gazing at the towering mound of high-energy containers beneath him, Wudao couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration and exhilaration. The 4 compounds consist of blood soul, orbs, void fragments, dimensional crystal cores, and chaotic particles, one of each unit. 50 of these would have required Wudao to sacrifice at least 3 or 4 tourist planets in the past. And this was merely the cheapest option. The void fragments, dimensional crystal cores, and chaotic particles are the most precious treasures from the 3 major antimatter dimensions, sought after by all high-ranking forces at exorbitant prices. Wudao rubbed his hands together and began unpacking. He directly stored everything into the personal superspace of his magical realm. On the bottom platform, he had already arranged 136 sets of the 4 compounds. With 100 sets now assembled, Wudao exhaled deeply, feeling the tension within him ease significantly. Since the founding of the Land of Shadows, he had been fervently acquiring these 4 treasures. He remained unaware of the purposes these high-ranking forces had for the treasures from the 3 antimatter dimensions. Even without the sands of time, they were sufficient for him to navigate the river of time. The sands of time, however, pertained to the scale of temporal reversal. Wudao settled into meditation, cross-legged. His consciousness delved deep into his soul, employing the method of constructing through reverse triads to inscribe special patterns. Over 2 hours later, the inscription was complete. The patterns could be activated in 2 modes: manual activation and automatic activation upon touching the depths of the soul. Wudao slowly opened his eyes, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After more than half a year of returning, he had finally secured his life-saving trump card. The weight on his heart lifted, leaving him in high spirits. As he prepared to officially engage with the perilous Interstellar stage, he knew that without certain capabilities as a leader of civilization, he could face sudden demise at any moment. 13 hours remained until the arrival of the Empire's representatives. Time to continue training. Wudao extended his hand and struck his forehead. His severed hand transformed into an entrance to his personal space, engulfing him. Before the hand could touch the ground, it instantly coalesced into a new Wudao avatar within his personal superspace. In this realm, where heaven meets earth, Wudao entered a unique structure, 500 merits. The moment he stepped into the gravity chamber, a terrifying gravitational acceleration of over 100,000 as pressed down on every cell in his body. Time to push my limits. Wudao braced himself on his knees, straightening up under the overwhelming gravity, meticulously controlling his body to adapt to the intense pressure. Just this single step took several minutes, during which he experienced multiple failures in transformation. Then, like a toddler learning to walk, he practiced wielding his blade, slow yet resolute. Time flew by. Lost for 48 epochs on September 1st, 100-8611 at 8 o'clock sharp. Dawn broke. In the capital of the Azure Star, the new era square of the Eastern District Administration was already teeming with people. Countless citizens of Azure Star eagerly awaited, their eyes fixed on the central platform. Leading them were Wudao and the 4 district leaders of the administration, prepared to welcome the arrival of the Empire's personnel. However, as time passed, the space portal remained stubbornly closed. Wudao furrowed his brow. In his previous life, as a prominent individual of the Azure Star civilization, he had welcomed the Empire's personnel from the unified government, which represented the military and political management of the Upper Star domain. Such political actions could afford delays. As he pondered, the air suddenly became agitated. Invisible electromagnetic waves swept through. The space above Azure Star underwent compression, fragmentation, and reassembly in an incredibly brief moment. With hundreds of transition signal points lighting up simultaneously, a violent wave of spatial disturbance spread throughout the entire star system. In the next instant, darkness engulfed the sky. A fleet emerged from hyperspace, colossal ships materializing out of thin air. Under the pure, black mechanical tide, led by the Empire, only the engine nozzles gleamed with blue ion light. At that moment, countless citizens of Azure Star gazed upwards in astonishment, transfixed by the spectacle. Even the 4 district leaders were not immune to the awe. Only Wudao frowned, his expression gradually darkening. Silence reigned for several seconds, before hundreds of small landing vessels descended towards the surface. The landing ships hovered several hundred meters above the ground, as nanomechanical swarms rapidly deployed transparent platforms in midair. Then, the hatch opened, and a multitude of soldiers clad in black armor leaped out, forming an endless, orderly array. Finally, a small group of individuals slowly descended to the elevated platform amidst the sea of gazes. The foremost figure appeared remarkably youthful, an expressionless face marking him as a silver-level secondary official within the Empire's administrative system. Wudao, leader of the Azure Star civilization, he spoke softly, his gaze directed downward. Chapter 83. Conflict. Wudao remained silent, gazing for several seconds at the hundreds of cruisers and tens of thousands of interstellar soldiers above, before shifting his focus to the man's face, retorting What is the meaning of this? The man appeared taken aback, questioning whether Li was indeed addressing him. Li Wudao's eyelids drooped slightly as he regarded him with indifference. Are you perhaps lacking in wits? Unable to comprehend human speech? The man gradually widened his eyes, seemingly incredulous, and turned to a companion behind him, asking, "Did I mishear? It seems he was insulting me just now." Though I find it hard to believe, he truly was insulting you, Minister Lin. This was a bronze-ranked officer from the Imperial Internal Guard. Is this the caliber of the human empire, filled with fools like you? Li Wudao frowned, his expression one of profound disappointment. If that is indeed the case, I am deeply concerned for the Empire's future. Good. Excellent. Under the persistent mockery, the young minister named Lin could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. His expression darkened as he ground his teeth, hissing, "Foolish wretch, only when your civilization crumbles before your eyes will you understand that while one may indulge in reckless feasting, one must not speak carelessly." The district heads from the 4 regions were now sweating profusely, desperate to intervene, yet found themselves utterly powerless. Upon hearing Lin's words, Li Wudao shook his head. What a pitiful creature, oblivious to the impending disaster. If you're not the fool, then who is? Maluan, upload the record of this so-called leader of civilization disrespecting the authority of the Empire to the tribunal. I want him to witness his civilization transform into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Enough. Suddenly, a man positioned behind Lin spoke up. The speaker was shrouded in a hooded robe, reminiscent of a ceremonial garment, with a white base and golden luminescence swirling across its surface. Golden inscriptions shaped like suns adorned his chest, radiating light, encircled by 5 bronze stars. He was a bronze-ranked missionary of the Dawn Church of the Human Empire. You think that just because you say enough, it really is enough? Who do you believe you are? Lin retorted, glaring at the missionary. After that, he immediately turned his ire back to Li Wudao. I was initially seeking a suitable pretext to strike, yet you have delivered yourself right into my hands. However, I must admit, you have indeed provoked my wrath. Li Wudao scoffed. You dare bring your fleet to my doorstep, pretending to be a man? In the vastness of interstellar space, contact between civilizations adhered to a strictly regulated protocol. As a civilization enlightened through trials by the human empire and possessing semi-independent status, the Azure Star not only had its own government, but also held independent diplomatic rights. Even the suzerain state, the human empire, must issue a declaration of intent to subjugate the Azure Star, complete with an official charge, and navigate through the tribunal and court proceedings before declaring war. This was codified in the rules inscribed upon the goddess of dawn and the empire's decrees. The current scenario, marked by a lack of prior notification and the unauthorized deployment of a fleet to another's capital star, amounted to an undeclared act of war. Specifically, an undeclared war by the suzerain against its vassal. I hope you can maintain such bravado for a little while longer, Lin sneered, glancing at Maluan from the internal guard behind him. As Maluan busied himself, his expression suddenly froze, shock written all over his face as he looked at Li Wudao. What on earth are you doing? Lin demanded angrily. Minister Lin, you might want to submit this yourself. I find it difficult to articulate, Maluan stammered. Fine. To see my own people defy orders and embarrass me in front of my enemies is infuriating. Lin seethed, nearly beside himself. Submit a record of the initial contact with civilization to the stellar system, noting that the Azure Star has disrespected the authority of the Empire and insulted its officials. Requesting extermination sanctions. He articulated clearly, anticipating a reaction of fear from the indigenous leader before him. However, to his dismay, Li Wudao merely regarded him with an odd expression. Record analysis results. Lunar Star Cluster. Level 5 Stellar Administrative and Diplomatic Minister, Maine. You have unilaterally dispatched internal guard fleet units to the capital orbit of a semi-independent vassal civilization and conspired to intimidate with military force to gain unlawful benefits, abusing your power and severely violating your office's laws and regulations, thus compounding your offenses. You are required to appear at the Lunar Headquarters Tribunal within 7 standard days to await judgment. Lin's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. No relevant orders or regulations have been received from the Imperial Administrative Council or the Imperial Military Department. Only internal resolutions from the Administrative Council regarding comprehensive deterrence and demonstrations of power, which do not fall within the scope of enforceable regulations. What nonsense is this? Lean's fury escalated. Minister Lean, I lack the authority to access this individual's information, Maluan suddenly reminded him. Lean was momentarily taken aback, pointing at Wudao, his brow furrowing. What did you say? You lack the authority to view his information? Indeed. Lean swiftly applied to the stellar system for detailed information on the leader of the Azure Star civilization. Your authority is insufficient. His astonishment morphed into a dawning realization, quickly shifting to a menacing glare directed at Wudao as a level 3 citizen with an additional silver authority. Even so, your weight exceeds mine. The human empire is a realm of stringent hierarchy, permeating every facet of its existence. Even the subsystems of the Goddess of Dawn's stellar management are no exception. Power weight signifies the emphasis of authority. Why can't the stellar management system operate fairly and justly? Wudao remarked with a smile. You seem to know quite a bit. Fine, I concede this round. Lean grinned, the fire of his anger gradually extinguishing, replaced by a simmering malice. He coldly laughed. But do you think this matter is concluded? We shall see. With that, he soared into the air, entering a cruiser and activating the jump drive, vanishing from sight. How unfortunate! Maluan cursed under his breath, casting a glance at Wudao before turning to leave. In the end, only a group of subordinates and the missionary from the Dawn Church remained. The desire within the 6 desires had not only failed to increase, but rather festered within, yearning for a more fervent eruption, akin to his current emotional state. Chapter 84, Corporate Warfare. The war of agents he was indulged by his father, esteemed leader of civilization. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Remy Carl, the Deputy Minister of the Evangelical Department of the Dawn Church in the Lunar Star Cluster, a bronze-level missionary. Greetings. I am Wudao, the leader of the civilization of the Azure Star. Wudao nodded coolly. The Dawn Church constitutes a rather unique segment within the Imperial Administrative Framework. As its name implies, it is a theocratic institution devoted to the dissemination of the Goddess of Dawn, intricately involved in the governance of the Empire, representing one of the prevailing spiritual ideologies. Mr. Wudao, might I request that you take me to the site where the statue of the goddess is being erected? A deep voice emanated from beneath the hood. Wudao narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, Very well, please follow me. With that, he ascended effortlessly into the air and drifted toward the horizon at a leisurely pace. Missionary Remy was momentarily taken aback. His ceremonial robe shimmered with a golden light as he soared into the sky to follow. The district governors of the 4 regions, having regained their mobility, managed their expressions impeccably, instantly breaking into smiles as they greeted the Imperial administrative personnel accompanying them. Welcome within the Congress Hall. Both parties engage in discussions encompassing economics, military matters, culture, and construction. Meanwhile, high above the azure seas, Wudao came to a halt, standing placidly on the water surface. The landship also came to a stop, unfolding its metallic panels as Remy stepped out, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Mr. Wudao, could it be that you are an individual ascendant? What is so strange about that? Wudao replied nonchalantly. Despite his calm exterior, he was acutely aware that the number of ascendants in the vast cosmos was minuscule compared to the countless beings inhabiting the starry seas. Only individuals who reached the level of a first-tier civilization and possessed destructive capability could officially embark on the path of ascension. I am not surprised by your status as an ascendant. Rather, I am astonished that someone like you would choose to become the leader of an indigenous civilization. The emphasis lies not on leadership, but on the indigenous civilization itself. This is also a means to extract information regarding Wudao's origins. The training of an ascendant demands an immense amount of resources that would not be less than those required to elevate a civilization to a first-tier status. Therefore, a freshly tested indigenous civilization could not possibly give rise to an ascendant. Such an occurrence would be akin to a cuckoo occupying a nest. Wudao was well aware of this, gazing at the now resplendent azure sky as he spoke slowly, after wandering through the starry seas for so many years. I have finally come to understand one truth. The power of an individual is always limited. Without sufficient influence and resources, the path of ascension cannot be traversed far. These words were profoundly heartfelt. You are correct. In the vastness of the cosmos, there are not many who perceive things as clearly as you do. Missionary Remy nodded, already forming conjectures about Wudao's background in his mind. A lone wolf in the stars, he likely stumbled upon this uncharted territory of the Pingyao system during his trials, igniting the desire to use it as a foundation for building his influence. Such behavior is not uncommon within the Empire. Or rather, aside from a few civilizations that genuinely relied on their own efforts to step beyond their home planets into the interstellar realm, most newly emerging civilizations have, to varying degrees, been influenced by external forces from the stars. However, developing a civilization's influence is no simple task, Remy remarked meaningfully. Indeed, your Minister Lin has personally validated your assertion. Wudao nodded in agreement. But we cannot place the blame solely on Lin, Remy chuckled before abruptly stating. There are deeper implications to this matter. Oh, I would be eager to hear more, Wudao replied, his curiosity piqued. Firstly, I cannot determine whether to say you, Mr. Li, are fortunate or unfortunate for having chosen the Pingyao system. Remy shook his head. Many have set their sights on this substantial prize. I am well aware of that. But this has nothing to do with your lunar star cluster's administrative body, correct? Wudao inquired. Surely, the imperial officials wouldn't personally descend to seize territory, would they? Cough. Remy cleared his throat and whispered, the newly opened star zones, especially those that have just concluded their civilization trials, have rarely been explored. An abundance of foundational resources, rare advanced materials, precious artifacts, and potentially existing relics of advanced civilizations are all in abundance. Thus, the qualifications for external leasing bids are fiercely contested. Ultimately, this often escalates into what is termed corporate warfare, and the star zone already belonging to your Azure Star civilization is not within the scope of external leasing, perhaps sensing the potential repercussions of continuing. Remy halted, leaving Wudao with a meaningful glance. So this was the intention behind the scheme. Wudao quickly grasped the rationale, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Civilizations can actively apply to the star zone management system for dissolution and removal. Typically occurring in the dire straits of civilizational warfare, civilizations may choose to relinquish their status, thus restoring their imperial citizenship and rendering them untouchable. Thus, Lin's ulterior motives became evident. By controlling the civil governance of Azure Star, he effectively controlled the territorial domain of the Azure Star civilization. Not only could he maintain the option of leasing at will, but he could also compel the Azure Star to expand proactively, participating in corporate warfare through the guise of an agent war. The potential benefits are immeasurable. Remy continued, although he has engaged in such matters before, he never acted so brazenly. Typically, negotiations would occur privately, offering slight incentives to tempt the still naive indigenous civilizations undergoing trials. Upon hearing this, Wudao suddenly recalled his past life. After the conclusion of his civilization trial, he had chosen to enlist as an ordinary interstellar soldier, departing from the Pingyao system without further concern for the Azure Star. In hindsight, the dilapidated state of the Azure Star civilization he had left behind was likely a result of such circumstances. However, due to your victory in the World Contest trial, you also secured the designation of a semi-independent affiliated civilization and were even rated as a first-tier civilization. Thus, he could only resort to coercion through force. Coincidentally, due to the influence of that element, during this diplomatic mission, he possessed the temporary authority to mobilize the authorized internal guard forces, which only served to bolster his confidence. Yet he had not anticipated encountering an anomaly such as yourself. A hint of sympathy for Lin flickered in Remy's eyes. Who would have thought that in such a remote corner of the Pingyao system, he would encounter a civilization usurper with a citizen rank above level 4. Chapter 85. The Unleashing of Total War. That thing you mentioned, it couldn't possibly be. Li Wudao inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed, it is that, nodded missionary Remy, his eyes filled with awe. Having lived for over 6 centuries, I never imagined I would encounter such an extraordinary event. One that occurs once in a billion years. Once in a billion years? How exaggerated. Li Wudao expressed genuine astonishment. Exaggerated? Not at all. Remy shook his head emphatically. This is a matter that shakes the very foundations. The Empire will go mad. In just a few succinct words, he conveyed to Li Wudao the gravity of the situation. Under no circumstances should you associate with that thing. The Empire would rather kill an innocent than let a culprit escape. I cannot disclose more. Missionary Remy continued. Reen will not let this rest. His father is the governor of the Moonlight Star region. Retrieving his son will be effortless. You must be cautious of the impending retaliation. Upon finishing, he gazed at the tranquil expanse of the ocean, marveling, what a splendid place. Surely, the goddess would adore it here. Li Wudao cast a glance at him, having gained insight into the sordid internal power struggles of the Moonlight Star region's administration. In response to Remy's overtures, Li Wudao reciprocated with goodwill, instructing Xiaolan and the supervisory office to cooperate with the missionaries' developmental efforts. Entering the Star Network, Li Wudao accessed his personal information. Name, Li Wudao, civilian ID, 48. 100-8611, 6PY4, 995851, permissions, 5. Equipped titles, Leader the Azure Star Civilization, Director of the Blade Club, available titles, Level 4 Citizen, Research Talent, Star Slayer, Force of Arms. Lord of Shadows, Energy Coins, 126,875, Star Coins, 20 million. The revenue from the Shadow Realm has begun to show results. Most of it stems from public broadcasts. However, due to the various factions' cautious stance towards the Shadow Realm, large-scale transactions have been scarce. Conversely, smaller groups have been quite active, utilizing the online confirmation and offline transaction model to amass a total of 20 million in Star Coin trade. Nonetheless, energy coins and Star Coins can only circulate within the Star Network account for now and cannot be withdrawn in physical form from the Empire standards. Next, he opened the revenue report for the Azure Star Civilization managed by Xiaolan. Population, 245. Unity, 75. Happiness, 2. Energy coins, 0. 2K85. Food, 0. 3K42. Consumer goods, 0. 2K56. Minerals, 0. 4K36. Alloys, 81-3. Rare resources, none. Note, current reserves monthly surplus. Material share for civilization leader Li Wudao. Energy coins, 0. 6K. Food, 0. 4K. Consumer goods, 0. 3K. Minerals, 0. 5K. Alloys, 356. Rare resources, none. This represents a stable source of income, securely stored in various warehouses. With a thought, Li Wudao entered the mental exploration mode, immersing himself in the virtual platform of the Moonlight Star Cluster. Under the backdrop of a starry sky, a bustling plaza teemed with countless figures, appearing and vanishing in an instant. He accessed the commercial virtual realm of his star cluster, giving further orders. The scene shifted, and he found himself within a stellar metropolis. Towering superstructures rose to the clouds, while orderly city flight paths were bustling with aerial shuttles and maglev crafts. Upon glancing up, he was greeted by a colossal advertisement drifting above. Brand new star domain, unknown treasure, endless wealth. The Moonlight Star Region Administration officially announces the Pingyao Star region will officially be available for external leasing in 362 standard days. Limited quantity, limited eligibility. Li Wudao waved, summoning a driverless shuttle that whisked him away for a deduction of 100 star coins, arriving at the commercial core of the Line 14 trade virtual realm. This area had been entirely leased by the Mingyue Interstellar Trading Company, serving as a virtual office within the Star Network. At this moment, it was desolate. As the shuttle came to a halt, a figure named Xia rushed over from the Mingyue Tower, bowing in greeting. Sir, Mingyue awaits your arrival. Indeed, Li Wudao acknowledged with a nod. The two ascended to the top floor. Mr. Li, you have finally arrived, greeted Xie Sherlan and Liao Wentao. who had been waiting for some time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three settled down to discuss business. "Mr. Li, you have kept us quite in the dark," Xie said with a wry smile as she took her seat. "I never imagined you were still the leader of the Azure Star civilization. Did I not mention it?" Li Wudao replied with a smile. "The social experiment involving 18 planets is still en route to the resource fleet at Pingyao 4. You are somewhat reckless." Liao Wentao interjected, unable to restrain himself from advising. Typically, someone of Li Wudao's stature, being a level 4 citizen and research talent, would easily attract lucrative offers from large civilizations, let alone the smaller factions within the star cluster, which would treat him like royalty. Thus, the danger would be minimal. However, as a leader of a civilization, the risks increased exponentially, especially as the newly emerged Level 1 interstellar civilization leader of the Azure Star. "Do not concern yourself with my safety," Li Wudao waved dismissively. "Let's discuss our forthcoming actions." Xie and Liao Wentao straightened, attentively listening. Corporate warfare necessitates the involvement of 2 or more companies vying for a commercial objective, applying for a controlled scope of warfare with the Star Region Administration. Am I correct? Li Wudao stated succinctly. "Indeed, Mr. Li is succinct," Xie affirmed with a nod. "Next, the Mingwei Company aims to secure the entire leasing rights of the Pingyao system, launching a promotional campaign towards the Moonlight Star Cluster, inviting the Moonlight Star Cluster, comprising 32 star systems, 14 Level 2 civilizations, and dozens of Level 1 civilizations and their associated enterprises, to initiate a corporate war. If they refuse, we will unilaterally declare a civilization war." On the Empire's Chronicle, during the Lost 48th Era on September 2nd, 1008611, at precisely 9 o'clock, a broadcast aimed at the entire star cluster shattered the silence. "This is the Mingwei Interstellar Trading Company, officially proclaiming to all civilized factions within the Moonlight Star Cluster. We will stop at nothing to seize the complete development and leasing rights of the Pingyao system. Any obstruction will render you an enemy of Mingwei. Any civilization, including controllable enterprises, exploration teams, and mercenary groups, may participate as agents in this corporate war. The Mingwei Company has formally submitted an application to the Mingwei Star Region Administration. Interested parties must submit their intentions within 3 standard days to partake in this grand event." This announcement resonated simultaneously across the star network and virtual realm of the Mingwei Star Cluster, leaving countless individuals in astonishment. Chapter 86: The War of Civilizations. 6 months of preparation. What madness has the Mingwei Company unleashed? Are they merely seeking attention? Laughable. It warrants no consideration. Countless leaders of civilizations, upon learning of this matter, could not refrain from mockery. The Mingwei Interstellar Trading Company, a secondary corporation occupying 3 star systems, wields considerable influence within the lunar star cluster. However, its primary deficiencies lie in military and technological capabilities, essential components of combat effectiveness. To challenge an entire cluster single-handedly is nothing short of a fool's errand. In the central star domain of the lunar star cluster, the administrative planet of the Empire's star domain resounded with exclamations. "Mingwei Company, what are you up to?" Before even reaching the court, the suspended Rain contacted Xie, who, upon the connection, launched a barrage of inquiries. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Rain's eyes widened in disbelief. "If you have nothing better to do, gnaw on your energy coins and leave me be," Xie retorted before severing the communication. Damn Mingwei. Damn Azure Star. Damn Li Wudao." It took a moment for Rain to realize that the other party had hung up on him, coupled with a mocking remark, inciting a fit of rage. The interstellar community buzzed with excitement over the announcements from the Mingwei Company. Meanwhile, the populace of Blue Star, lacking merit to access the star network, remained oblivious to interstellar affairs, still absorbed in discussions about the colossal fleet that had descended the previous day and the rumored conflict between the sect leader and officials of the human empire. On September 5th, following the conclusion of a meeting, the administrative personnel of the lunar star cluster departed, taking with them 245,000 eligible recruits, primarily from the 8 human civilizations. In the eastern seas of Blue Star, a magnificent statue of a goddess, towering at 888 meters, rose majestically from the waters, crafted from a rare white jade. The figure, slender and regal, cradled a golden orb in her hands, her face obscured by a hood, exuding a solemnity that captivated countless inhabitants of Blue Star. Under the sun, she radiated an enchanting golden glow. In response to the mandates of the supervisory office, nearly the entire population was mobilized for a nationwide construction effort. On September 6th, an announcement from the Star Domain Management System sent shockwaves through the myriad beings of the Lunar Star Cluster. Announcement from the Lunar Star Domain Management System. Due to a lack of corporate responses to the myriad Interstellar Trading Company's declaration of war within 3 days, a fine of 100 million star coins has been levied, along with the forfeiture of all influence registered within this star cluster system. Hereby, we inform all organizations and individuals within this star cluster. The secondary myriad Interstellar Trading Company has unilaterally initiated a war of civilizations, declaring dominion over the entire Pingyao system. The initiation of this war of civilizations adheres to procedural norms and has been approved. Is this for real? Echoed the thoughts of countless individuals. The announcement did not cease there. Details of the War of Civilizations are as follows. Initiator, Secondary myriad Interstellar Trading Company. Scale of War, Level 5 Star Cluster. Start time, no sooner than 180 standard days post-announcement. War restrictions, prohibition of large-scale damage to celestial bodies and planetary ecosystems. Mid-war announcements, permitted. Mode of war, standard civilizational warfare mode. After a brief silence, the Lunar Star Cluster erupted in fervor. When did the myriad company acquire such audacity? Let us go, let us go. Isn't it time to intervene? A war of civilizations presents an excellent opportunity for plunder. Engines roar, follow me to the Pingyao system. Enough chatter. If they dare to extend their claws, let's break them. The warships gathered, preparing to set sail. In Azure Star, whether among laborers engaged in construction or martial artists honing their skills in training rooms. As citizens of the Lunar Star Domain, they all heard the proclamation of war. Within the local net of the Civilization Bureau, countless individuals began to discuss. Pingyao system? Why does that sound so familiar? It's our system. Are we going to war again? Who is the target this time? I'm not quite sure. I've never heard of this myriad company. It doesn't seem like they're targeting us. The supervisory office promptly contacted Wudao. You cannot intervene at this moment. Inquire as you may, it will yield no results. Within 6 months, when you've completed the construction of the star bases across 18 planets in the stellar system, then I shall share further information with you. 6 months of preparation. In the grand scale of interstellar time, this is remarkably brief. Various civilizational factions must mobilize for war and assemble their fleets. Whether they can reach the edge of the Pingyao system within half a year remains uncertain. Even the supply fleet of the myriad company is still en route. However, for Wudao, 6 months is ample time to accomplish many tasks. On September 10th, within the super composite industrial base, on the panoramic platform, the host inquired, "What do you think, my lord?" Leaning against the sumptuous thigh of Yu Inhui, Wudao reveled in the massage while watching the enchanting performance of the elven dance troupe. It's mediocre. Wudao's fingers wandered restlessly, his expression languid. Yet, within his profound gaze, there was a flicker of helplessness. After days of indulgence, the 6 desires had indeed increased, albeit to a threshold where growth began to taper off. After all, in his previous life, he had been a demigod. Such base pleasures had long lost their allure. Not even elven beauties can excite me anymore, Wudao muttered, sitting up. Yu Inhui, with a knowing smile, produced a vintage wine she had treasured for centuries. Pouring as she spoke, "You mentioned harnessing human desires for cultivation. Alas, we find it difficult to assist you in this regard. After all, they are merely sustenance for you, and no matter how exquisite their forms, they remain mere organic matter. Only Yu Inhui, with her unique aura and meticulous service, could slightly satiate Wudao's vanity. In the gravity chamber of his personal space, Wudao practiced the myriad amplitude technique, feeling his muscles swell and cells tremble as the surging energy amplified exponentially. On the viewing platform, Wudao inquired, "Do you have any suggestions?" Yu Inhui, cradling her cup with both hands, smiled, "Then allow me to share my humble opinion. Is there any sight more beautiful than the cosmic sea and its wondrous structures? And what sound could surpass the praises of one's people and the laments of one's enemies?"